Chapter 1381, Heavenly Sword Liu Fiying. The statement sounded very rude. Although the words were supposed to raise Huang Dan's position, it was very inappropriate given the situation. This wasn't only hitting Zhao Hai's face, but Huang Dan as well, and Feng Beiming's face was also being affected. The people in the hall quickly quieted down because of this elder's words. Everyone turned to look at who spoke. It was an old man wearing dark blue cultivator clothing. Seeing this person, King Zhuan and Feng Beiming couldn't help but knit their brows. They were familiar with this man. He was a hall elder of the Profound Clear sect and was in charge of the general education of all disciples. He's a very important elder of the sect. The scripture hall was where all of the secret techniques of the Profound Clear sect were stored. There was no need to mention how important it was. This elder was also the oldest great elder in the sect. The reason why he was still a nascent soul expert right now wasn't because of his lack of talent. Some time ago, the sect was infiltrated by enemies and they were planning to steal from the scripture hall. However, the person was discovered by the elder. With his nascent soul level strength, he fought hard against a transcending tribulation expert and ended up being seriously injured. But he was able to drive the person off. Then later on, a great elder was able to successfully injure that person. But since he was injured, his hopes of reaching the transcending tribulation stage vanished. Because of his achievements, his status in the Profound Clear sect was very high. Even great elders would give him face, and with him being responsible for Tao lectures and providing scriptures, it can be said that he was a half-master of all core disciples. This made his identity very special in the Profound Clear sect. Seeing who spoke, King Zhuan and Feng Beiming felt awkward. This was a person they couldn't offend. Things weren't going very well. Zhao Hai looked at the elder and then noticed King Zhuan and Feng Beiming's reaction. However, he didn't care and instead smiled faintly and said, "Elder is right. The Profound Clear sect is too big for a kid like me. It's already fortunate for me to meet sect master and the elders of the Profound Clear sect. This elder doesn't need to mind me." It might seem polite, but Zhao Hai's words carried harsh implications. Not only was he going against the elder, but he was also saying that the elder was being small. Hearing Zhao Hai, the elder's expression couldn't help but change. His face showed his anger as he said, "Are you saying that I'm being petty?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm just saying that I feel honored meeting the sect master and all the elders." Elder doesn't need to remind me one more time. The color of the elder's face turned green. After some time, he calmed down and then coldly snorted as he said, "Young man, you don't know the height of the sky nor the thickness of the earth. Let this old man teach you about the world today. I heard that you are strong. Our unqualified disciples really want to see it. I wonder if you dare to fight?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I heard that the Profound Clear sect is a pinnacle orthodox sect in the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai naturally wants to ask for some pointers. The elder looked amused. He laughed and said, "Good, good. Kids nowadays have more courage. What does Taoist Huang think about this?" Huang Dan looked at the elder, then he said, "It's also good for young kids to see different things." Then he turned his head to continue talking with Feng Beiming. It was as if he was no longer paying attention to this matter. The elder's eyes flashed an angry color. Then he turned his head to King Zhuan and said, "Sect Master, please allow our sect's disciples to exchange a move or two with Mr. Zhao Hai." Looking at the elder, King Zhuan nodded and said, "Elder, please arrange it." The elder's eyes flashed with glee as he gave Zhao Hai a look before leaving. When the elder left, Zhao Hai cupped his fist toward King Zhuan and said, "Sect Master, this Zhao Hai has offended you. Please don't take it personally." Naturally, King Zhuan knew about this because he made an agreement with Feng Beiming. King Zhuan waved his hand and said, "Mr. is too polite. This is just comparing notes. It's a normal matter. Please don't mind it." Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan and said, "Master, this disciple shall experience the techniques of the Profound Clear sect." Huang Dan waved his hand and continued talking with Feng Beiming. It seemed like he didn't treat this matter seriously. At this time, a clamoring sound was heard outside. Zhao Hai glanced at King Zhuan who smiled faintly and said, "Mister, let them know that the sky is wider outside the sect. They need to know that there are stronger people in the world." Then he led Zhao Hai out. However, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming didn't go with them. After everyone left, Huang Dan covered himself and Feng Beiming with a barrier. Then he said, "Blacksmith, I think that the old guy has really been riled up by Little Hai. Will it be a big deal? Fang Beiming shook his head and said, don't worry. I have also told the other great elders about this matter. As long as Little Hai doesn't go too far, nothing will go wrong. Huang Dan nodded. Then he sighed and said, I now know why your core disciples are so unrestrained. With such a elder teaching them, it's no wonder they turned like that. Fang Beiming smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Huang Dan and said, should we go take a look? Although we acted like we didn't care, I really felt a bit worried. Huang Dan laughed and said, you're not worried about Little Hai but your disciples, right? Ha ha ha, forget it, let's go. Then the two stood up and walked out. At this time, Zhao Hai stood in front of a large open space. Opposite him were more than 20 cultivators wearing dark blue robes. The age of these cultivators varied greatly. The oldest among them was 40 years old while the youngest seemed to be in their teens. However, Zhao Hai knew that one shouldn't look at a cultivator with their age. Some cultivation methods could improve a person's complexion drastically. If one underestimates their enemy because of their looks, then they would surely suffer a loss. Mo Sheng stood behind Zhao Hai like an iron tower. Naturally, Mo Sheng was clueless about what was happening and looked at the cultivators with a curious gaze. He had seen a lot of these cultivators before, but his memory was too bad for him to remember them. These cultivators were glaring at Zhao Hai. Who knows what the elder told them? But he was now standing in front of all these cultivations. He looked at Zhao Hai with a smile. It's obvious that he wasn't planning anything good for Zhao Hai. He seemed happy to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. Zhao Hai didn't mind these stares. He turned to Mo Sheng and said, Brother Mo, stand further back while I play with them. Don't help me, we're just playing around. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mo Sheng scratched his head and said, Brother Hai, why didn't you tell me that you're going to play? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'll call you next time, but you need to stay back this time. I'll play with them for a while and then take you to eat delicious food. Mo Sheng quickly replied, I want to eat chicken. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, we'll eat chicken. But if you want to eat chicken, you have to stay further back. Mo Sheng complied and then retreated more than 10 meters away from Zhao Hai. The cultivators heard what Zhao Hai said to Mo Sheng. Those who knew Mo Sheng understood that Zhao Hai was coaxing him. However, for those who didn't know Mo Sheng, they were thinking that Zhao Hai was making fun of them. Their facial expressions turned uglier. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators as he cupped his fist and said, This little brother is Zhao Hai. I came to the Profound Clear sect in order to meet the sect master. Lucky for me, the elder is giving me an opportunity to exchange notes. This Zhao Hai is extremely honored. The elder looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, Alright, talking right now is useless. Zhao Hai, I'll let you know that there's other people in the world. Don't think that you're a genius. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I just want to exchange notes. The elder snorted, then he turned his head to the core disciples and said, Which one of you will exchange a move or two with Zhao Hai? A clamor arose among the core disciples before one of them volunteered, Me, let me do it. The elder looked at this person and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. The strength of this disciple was at the middle in comparison to the other core disciples. He wouldn't be relieved if he fought against Zhao Hai. Although the elder seemed to not put Zhao Hai in his eyes, he knew clearly how strong Zhao Hai was, judging by the fact that he was able to defend against Huang Dan. Even if Huang Dan was holding back, he was still a transcending tribulation expert. His attack would still be powerful even if powered down. Being able to block such an attack meant that Zhao Hai was strong. If he sent weak cultivators, then they might not be Zhao Hai's opponent. He wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson, so a loss was not accepted. Otherwise he would be losing face. At this time, a young cultivator approached the person who volunteered. This cultivator seemed to be in his 20s. He cupped his fist towards the person and said, Junior brother, let me go first. This person looked very young to be the senior brother to the person. However, the disciple didn't object. It seems like his position wasn't low. In the cultivation realm, seniority among disciples wasn't decided by age but by strength instead. If you were defeated by your junior, then that junior would be your senior brother from then on. This competitive system caused cultivators to cultivate diligently. The other core disciple looked at this person and then cupped his fists and said, So it's senior brother. Then he retreated. The elder looked at this young man and couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, Alright, Liu Fiang, you'll fight first. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrow. He heard about Liu Feng before. His nickname was Heavenly Sword Liu Feng. He's one of the most famous core disciples of the Profound Clear sect. Liu Feng went up the stage and then cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before saying, "This Liu Feng has heard Mister's name. It's an honor for me to be able to exchange notes with you." Chapter 1382, Wonder Sword Formation. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Liu Feng and said, "So it's Heavenly Sword Liu Feng. I have heard Mister's name for a long time. I feel extremely honored." Liu Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This Liu Feng isn't as famous as Mr. Zhao Hai. Mister, please." After he said that, Liu Feng waved his hand and took out his flying sword. Liu Feng's sword was special. It was actually a soft sword. The sword was flexible like a snake as it hovered in the air. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as he took out dozens of swords that formed a sword formation. The swords slowly rotated around Zhao Hai's body while being pointed towards Liu Feng. Cultivators usually fight in midair. The two would stand 100 meters away from each other, leaving a large space for the two to fight on. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Feng's soft sword with curiosity. This was his first time encountering a soft sword user, and it seems like Liu Feng had some skill on it. On the other hand, when Liu Feng saw Zhao Hai's swords, his expression turned serious. The last thing a cultivator wanted to meet was an opponent that used an artifact set. Although an artifact set was just technically a single artifact, its power was much higher than other artifacts. Moreover, Zhao Hai's sword formation didn't seem ordinary. Liu Feng didn't dare take it lightly. He looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he didn't seem to be worried. Instead, Zhao Hai was looking curiously at the soft sword. This caused Liu Feng's heart to jump. He heard Zhao Hai's name before. He also knew that Zhao Hai was an ascender who managed to reach his current status in just a few years. This was an astonishing achievement. But this also shows Zhao Hai's strength. Liu Feng was aware that Zhao Hai certainly wasn't simple if he was able to reach his current status. Zhao Hai's current expression only explains one thing. He had absolute confidence in his strength. Although Liu Feng was arrogant towards his junior disciples, he wasn't an idiot. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but be cautious. However, he never thought that he would lose. So after seeing that Zhao Hai was acting like this, he couldn't help but be angry. He thought that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. When Zhao Hai saw Liu Feng's expression change, he immediately knew what he was thinking. For Liu Feng, who hadn't gone through a lot of winds and rain, he was still a novice at hiding his thoughts from showing on his face. This wasn't to say that Liu Feng hasn't killed anyone, but since Liu Feng and the others grew up in a great sect, they hadn't encountered as many situations as Zhao Hai. They walked through the world as though they were at the center. Naturally, they wouldn't have much experience. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. Liu Feng and the others were nothing more than pampered second-generation young masters. They weren't worth taking seriously for. On the other hand, Liu Feng's emotions were flaring up as he kept looking at Zhao Hai. Upon seeing that Zhao Hai didn't intend to attack first, he waved his hand and said, "As the catkins flutter, penetrate." As his voice fell, the soft sword at his side immediately spun. Sword light followed the spinning of the sword. Before long, the attack turned into a ray of light that was headed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, Liu Feng waved his hand and took out an umbrella-shaped artifact. The umbrella opened and spun. This was a defensive artifact. Liu Feng has experienced fighting people before. Naturally, he knew the importance of defensive artifacts. However, Liu Feng wasn't hoping for his attack to defeat Zhao Hai. Instead, he wanted to probe Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai looked at Liu Feng's attack and then smiled faintly as he waved his hand and said, "Pear petals fill the sky. Fly." Along with his command, the silver flying swords around him moved and revolved around one sword. These swords looked like flower petals that filled the air as they fell down. Clang, clang, clanging sounds were heard as Zhao Hai's sword formation hit Liu Feng's soft sword. The sword lights that were sent out by the soft sword were soon blocked by the sword formation. And once the sword light was blocked, the light ray vanished. Liu Feng knew that his attack had failed, but he wasn't discouraged. He waved his hand and performed a sword art, changing the attacking pattern of his sword. Zhao Hai didn't wait and also changed his attacking pattern. At this time, Liu Feng took out a shuttle-shaped artifact and stabbed it towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly when he saw Liu Feng's move. Besides those who were very poor, only a few cultivators used magic artifacts to directly attack the enemy. Liu Feng, This rich second-generation young master surely has a lot of artifacts in his hands. When Zhao Hai performed his sword art, dozens of swords immediately surrounded his body, only defending with no intentions to attack. When Liu Fiang saw Zhao Hai act like this, he couldn't help but raise his brows. Then he waved his hand and took out several magic artifacts, but it was made clear that he preferred sword-shaped artifacts. The artifacts that he took out were all sword-shaped. Although some looked different than normal swords, people would still think that they were swords at first sight. For example, there was a snake-like sword, a belt sword, and other unconventional swords. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It seems like Liu Fiang really liked swords. However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that he was wrong. Liu Fiang's preference for swords wasn't that simple. Although the swords had different forms, Li Fiang was able to coordinate them successfully. This wasn't done by a simple sword formation. With their different forms and how they were being controlled, it seems like its power was huge. Zhao Hai's expression turned serious. He was certain that Liu Fiang didn't just like sword-shaped artifacts. He certainly learned a special sword formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do this. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be more careful. He positioned his rainstorm pair sword formation in front of him as he waited what kind of move Liu Fiang would do next. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Liu Fiang did have a sword formation. This sword formation was called the Wonder Sword Formation. Just as its name suggests, the Wonder Sword Formation used oddly shaped sword artifacts. Because of these oddly shaped sword artifacts, the sword formation's attacking patterns were also odd. What's special about the Wonder Sword Formation was that it doesn't require an artifact set. Instead, it only used independent sword artifacts. In other words, it was a sword formation that acted like a sword technique, much like the stellar sword technique. At this time, Liu Fiang took out 24 flying swords. When his umbrella was added, then he was now controlling 25 artifacts. This was his limit. If it weren't for the Wonder Sword Formation's effect of reducing spiritual chi consumption, he wouldn't have been able to take them all out at once. But the presence of the 24 odd swords released itself. Zhao Hai immediately felt the pressure in the air grace. However, Zhao Hai discovered that Liu Fiang wasn't very experienced in using the formation in a fight. His coordination of the different swords has yet to reach a degree of smoothness. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he breathed deep before waving his hand. The dozen or so swords in front of him increased to 100. Then Zhao Hai, stellar transformations, cry. Along with his words, the hundreds of swords in front of him flew forward. The swords carried a momentum that was akin to a huge mountain. Strangely, the swords weren't giving out a sword-like aura. Instead, they were like a mountain, a meteor, or a planet. Although they were slow, they were stable and unstoppable. Seeing Zhao Hai reveal so many swords, Liu Fiang was stunned. Then upon seeing the momentum of the swords, his expression changed. He immediately controlled his 24 swords to attack Zhao Hai. He had no other choice than to be on the offensive. He was unwilling to be on the defensive right now. But before long, he discovered that as his swords flew into Zhao Hai's sword formation, he began to lose control over some of them. They were probably attracted to Zhao Hai's swords. It was as though the sword formation was a huge magnetic field. Liu Fiang's facial expression changed. He tried hard to regain control over his swords as he clashed with Zhao Hai's sword formation. However, Liu Fiang discovered that Zhao Hai's sword formation was speeding up. He no longer had any control over his swords, and before long, his 24 swords went along with Zhao Hai's swords. Liu Fiang paled. He was clear that this meant his defeat. This was his strongest method, the Wonder Sword Formation. Now that this sword formation couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, he had no other means to continue. Now he only hopes that Zhao Hai doesn't destroy his swords. One must know that those 24 swords were collected with great efforts. Zhao Hai also saw Liu Fiang's change in expression. He waved his hand and dissolved his sword formation. Then he cupped his fists towards Liu Fiang and said, "Mr. Liu, thank you for allowing me to win. Mr.'s sword formation is truly strange. You have this Zhao Hai's admiration." Liu Fiang looked at Zhao Hai's expression and could understand his meaning. He couldn't help but feel grateful towards Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai, it was easy to destroy or even capture his swords. But Zhao Hai didn't do that, which made Liu Fiang grateful towards him. Liu Fiang wasn't an idiot to think that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare take or destroy his swords. With Huang Dan behind him, even if Zhao Hai destroys the sword, Liu Fiang wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But even if Liu Fiang was grateful towards Zhao Hai, this didn't mean that the others were. Chapter 1383, Slayer Zheng. Liu Fiang looked at Zhao Hai, then he waved his hand and received his flying swords. Then he bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "It is this Liu who has been defeated. Mr. Zhao Hai's methods are truly powerful. This Liu admires you. If you have time, I'll have to ask Mr. for another spar." Then after he said that, he returned to the other cultivators. When Liu Fiang returned, the elder was somewhat discontented. In his opinion, Liu Fiang shouldn't have admitted defeat that easily. He should have fought some more. Moreover, from Liu Fiang's words, it seems like he has developed some intimacy towards Zhao Hai. This was unacceptable for the elder. He looked at Liu Fiang with an ugly expression before turning to the other core disciples and saying, "Who wants to go compare notes with Mr. Zhao Hai next?" Liu Fiang wasn't a fool. He could see that the elder was discontented with him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the elder said that Zhao Hai was unruly, what Liu Fiang saw so far was that Zhao Hai moved with discretion. This showed from the fact that he didn't destroy the flying swords. Additionally, they didn't have any enmity before this, and Zhao Hai didn't have a heavy hand during their fight. If he fought with Zhao Hai more than this, then Liu Fiang's moves would have been unjustified. But this meant that Liu Fiang couldn't say anything. After all, an elder of status was here, and if he said anything, he would only let Huang Dan and Zhao Hai see a joke. Although he was grateful to Zhao Hai, he didn't want to make a joke out of the profound clear sect. In the end, he learned everything he got from the sect. This time, when the elder asked if there were any other person who would want to fight Zhao Hai, the disciples were silent. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. On the contrary, they were much smarter than ordinary people. They knew Liu Fiang very well. He belonged to the top of the disciples. If Liu Fiang lost, then they would as well. When they thought of this, it's no wonder that they didn't dare volunteer. The elder saw this and his face couldn't help but turn ugly. Then he said, "What, nobody dares?" His voice was a little heavy. One must know that once a cultivator lost his guts, he wouldn't be able to advance anymore. This caused the expression of everyone else to turn ugly. Just as people were beginning to move, a person's voice was heard from behind the group. "Who dares go rampant in the profound clear sect? Let this Shengguan meet him." His voice wasn't loud, but there was a wild air along with it, and there also seems to be a hint of killing aura in those words, which made people shudder. But when those from the profound clear sect heard this sound, their expressions loosened. Then they made a path. Even Liu Fiang had a look of admiration as he moved to the side. A red figure slowly walked from behind the crowd. This person didn't walk fast. At the same time, his body exuded an astonishing aura. It was like a sword that was taken out from its sheath pointed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai inspected the man. This was the first time he saw someone in the profound clear sect not wearing dark blue clothing. Instead, this man wore red robes, and with his aura as well as what he just said, Zhao Hai has some idea about the identity of this person. Zhengguan, also known as Slayer Zheng, he was among the top 10 disciples in the profound clear sect. It wasn't clear if he was the strongest, but it was certain that he was at least in the strongest 5. Zhao Hai looked at Zhengguan. Then he smiled faintly as he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Mr. Zhengguan." Zhengguan didn't return the greeting. He knew very well that his imposing aura was at its most powerful. If he greeted Zhao Hai back, then his momentum would disappear. So instead of returning the gesture, he continued approaching Zhao Hai. Zhengguan was a man with a calculating mind. He arrived a long time ago. He just stood behind and spectated. He was also aware that Zhao Hai was strong. Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth, he immediately established his imposing aura. He wanted to crush Zhao Hai with his momentum. Only then could he achieve success. Zhengguan knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Liu Fiang when it came to fighting with their lives on the line. At most, he could make him retreat, but it was impossible to kill him. In this case, it became even more impossible for him to kill Zhao Hai. He wasn't strong enough to do that. He even knew that Zhao Hai might be stronger than him. But since Zhao Hai had just undergone a fight, Zhengguan was more confident in fighting against him. Zhengguan coldly snorted. Then he smugly said, "Let's stop wasting words. Take this." He waved his hand and a huge yellow blade appeared on his side. This was Zhengguan's famed weapon, the Wild Sand Blade. Zhengguan became famous for his Wild Sand Blade and Wild Sand Blade technique. Naturally, the Wild Sand Blade wasn't his life source artifact. In fact, A lot of people from great sects don't determine their life source artifacts early. This was because it might be detrimental to their future cultivation. People like Zhengguan and the others had been eating medicinal pills like they were jelly beans since they were young. Because of this, their cultivation progressed very quickly. But at the same time, their foundations weren't steady. If they took in a life source artifact early on, then it's possible that they would be affected by the artifact. Additionally, great sects attach great importance to the life source weapons of their disciples. The sect would evaluate what kind of life source artifact their disciples would refine, unless it was gained through a lucky encounter. In any case, the sect wouldn't allow their disciples to secretly refine their own life source artifact. It wasn't easy for sects to train core disciples. The resources alone reached an astronomical amount. In order to prevent the disciples from delaying their training due to their life source artifacts, the sect needed to make sure that they got the right one. However, this didn't mean that Zhengguan's artifact wasn't good. In fact, being a disciple in a great sect had benefits that rogue cultivators could never imagine. When a great sect trains their core disciples, they would choose which cultivation manual they would follow in each stage. For example, after Zhengguan reached Nascent Soul stage, he was able to choose the Wild Sand Blade technique. And once he got the Wild Blade technique, the sect provided the Wild Sand Blade. Although the Wild Sand Blade wasn't his life source artifact, Zhengguan's cultivation method was compatible with it. Using the Wild Sand Blade technique with the Wild Sand Blade made the technique's power increase by a large degree. This was something that only a great sect could provide. It was already hard for a rogue cultivator to find a powerful cultivation method, and it was even harder for them to find an artifact that was compatible with it. So when they face their enemy, it is impossible for them to use the technique to its full power. This was the difference between rogue cultivators and sect disciples. The profound clear sect's disciples were also equipped with both offensive and defensive artifacts. However, the sect would only give them enough artifacts, not too much. Then the sect would send them on missions to go and get some artifacts. If they could find 100, then it's great, but if they only found one, then it meant that she was incompetent. Actually, this wasn't only sending disciples out to snatch artifacts, it was also to train disciples how to fight. It was just that these missions took too long. At this point, when disciples head out, it would be like they were taking a stroll, and the missions that they take weren't threatening while being very rewarding. Because of this, they were able to complete tasks easily and gain great rewards. But this was harming the disciples instead. With how easy their missions were, they don't even need to fight. This caused them to lack fighting experience while further increasing their arrogance. Disciples began to think that they could do whatever they want because they were from the profound clear sect. In turn, it caused the disciples' growth to slow down. However, Zhengguan was different from the other disciples in the profound clear sect. He liked to kill, so his experience was very rich. Additionally, he has a calculating mind, which meant that his fighting strength was considered to be high among the core disciples of the profound clear sect. Also, to say that he has gone through a lot of hardships wasn't also true. The missions sent by the profound clear sect have become less and less dangerous. It was impossible for him to face hardships, and the name of the profound clear sect was also very useful. Although Zhengguan had rich fighting experience, this wasn't gained through life and death trials. Seeing his opponent move, Zhao Hai naturally would reply. He waved his hand and released 100 swords. He continued using the rainstorm pair sword formation. Seeing Zhao Hai take out his flying swords, Zhengguan couldn't help but snort as he shouted, "Rolling yellow sand, slam." After he said that, the wild sand blade spun towards Zhao Hai. As the blade moved, a yellow sand wave followed behind it. Its imposing aura was very astonishing. Zhao Hai raised his brows and declared, "Heavy rainstorm, go." Along with his voice, more than 100 flying swords became sword lights, becoming a sudden downpour. The swords welcomed the approaching blade. Swords and a blade with incredible momentum quickly clashed. A loud bang was heard as a muffled thunder-like sound blew into everyone's ears. Two lights separated. Zhao Hai's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Zhengguan. On the other hand, a light flush appeared on Zhengguan's face. He looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly laughed and said, "What a Zhao Hai, ha ha ha, you're really good. Now receive this move." Sand covers the sky. Zhao Hai also laughed and said, "Alright, then let me ask for advice." Rainstorm blows the flower. the sword formation erupted with an imposing aura, then it met Zhengguan's yellow sand blade. Boom! A sound much louder than before sounded out, then astral chi began to expand outward. There's no mistake. It was astral chi. This was Zhengguan's recent trump card, his astral chi. In the last few days, Zhengguan went on a mission and took the opportunity to visit Yellow Sand Planet in order to condense astral chi into his body, and he managed to succeed. He wanted to use astral chi in order to make Zhao Hai suffer a loss. However, he would never expect that Zhao Hai's liquid silver would not only have astral chi and evil chi, it was also being strengthened by faith power. Although Zhao Hai didn't use them in order to increase his offensive strength, it was impossible to hide the presence of astral chi if he was able to block an astral chi-powered attack. Astral chi spread out in all directions, so everyone felt it. The elder's complexion changed. He thought that Zhao Hai used astral chi in his attack. At this time, Zhao Hai's words were heard. "So Mr. has astral chi. Good. You have my admiration. Let's have some fun." Following his words, his swords returned to his side. However, Zhao Hai's expression has sunk. Zhengguan used astral chi without saying a word, which angered Zhao Hai. It should be known that astral chi wasn't as simple as strengthening the attack. Once astral chi entered the body, the consequences would be serious. This time, he faced Zhengguan and the others because he was asked by Feng Beiming. He just wanted to teach Zhengguan and the others a lesson. Therefore, when he and Liu Fiang were fighting, he didn't make much of a move at all. But then, Zhengguan actually used astral chi without any warnings. He used astral chi in a spar. Naturally, he wanted to wound Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was an ordinary cultivator, then his path would have ended. This was the reason why Zhao Hai was angered. This wasn't a life and death battle. What Zhengguan did was despicable. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the elder's expression couldn't help but change. None of the other core disciples had condensed astral chi into their body. They were aware that Foundation establishment was the best period to condense astral chi. However, the Profound Clear sect had a secret method that allowed a higher success rate in condensing astral chi during nascent soul stage. They were preparing for an opportunity to lead everyone to condense astral chi. This way, elders could follow them and provide the disciples with pills that wouldn't only increase the success rate, it would also protect the body if ever the process failed. This method was much safer compared to going to the planet alone. Training core disciples wasn't easy. Therefore, each step needed to be planned out. If it really was just like Zhao Hai said, then Zhengguan went to condense astral chi on his own. Although Zhengguan returned safely, the elder wasn't happy. This was because Zhengguan had been reckless. However, Zhengguan's punishment was a matter for later. Now, what the elder needed was Zhengguan to defeat Zhao Hai with his astral chi. Zhengguan was now looking at Zhao Hai with a serious expression. He used astral chi to sneak attack Zhao Hai. He wanted to use this opportunity to wound Zhao Hai. Only through this could he had any hopes of winning. But now, it seems like it was useless. He couldn't help but have a higher evaluation of Zhao Hai. He also knew more about Zhao Hai's strength. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would also have astral chi. This was what he wanted to see the least. If Zhao Hai had astral chi, then it would be more difficult to deal with him. Zhengguan began to feel that his chances of winning against Zhao Hai were much lower than he expected. Chapter 1384. Strongest core disciple. Huang Dan's face was calm as he looked at Zhao Hai and Zhengguan. He was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. In his mind, no matter what method Zhengguan uses, he was still not Zhao Hai's opponent. While everyone thought that Huang Dan was holding back when he fought Zhao Hai, the man himself knew that he didn't. And even so, he wasn't able to defeat Zhao Hai. It could be seen from this how strong Zhao Hai was. Additionally, Zhao Hai had just come out from his seclusion. He said that he was training his Buddhist techniques. But so far, Zhao Hai never used these techniques in the fight. Instead, he had been using the rainstorm pair sword formation that he just learned a few days ago. Nevertheless, he was displaying a very strong fighting prowess. In other words, Zhao Hai had not been spending any effort in the fights. Moreover, Huang Dan was aware that Zhao Hai had astral chi as well as evil chi, but until now, he didn't use either of them. This showed that Zhao Hai wasn't fighting at full power. It might even be possible that he wasn't using 50% of his strength. With this thought in mind, Huang Dan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To be honest, he was speechless. It seems like every time he met Zhao Hai, his strength has increased. Now, although Zhao Hai had yet to reach the transcending tribulation stage, Huang Dan felt that he wouldn't be able to win if they were to fight. When he thought of this, Huang Dan sighed. Feng Beiming, who was beside him, saw this and asked, "Musclehead, why are you sighing?" Huang Dan looked at Feng Beiming and then he smiled bitterly and said, "Sometimes, it feels like accepting a very talented disciple isn't good. I feel that if we fight right now, even I wouldn't be able to defeat Little Hai." Feng Beiming stared. He knew that Huang Dan wasn't holding back during his fight against Zhao Hai. However, Feng Beiming still wasn't convinced that Zhao Hai was that strong. Hearing Huang Dan right now, Feng Beiming couldn't help but be in a daze. Huang Dan looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Believe it or not, I gave Little Hai the rainstorm pair sword formation 7 days ago. But if you look at him right now, it was as if he had it for decades. I originally wanted Little Hai to use the rainstorm pair sword formation as his main offensive method. And now, you can see that his sword formation is much stronger compared to common attacks. When he fought with Liu Feng, it seems like he was using a very powerful attack. But as far as I know, this isn't his strongest attack. Little Hai told me that he has secluded himself in order to practice Buddhist techniques. I'm afraid that he's saving that as a last resort. Also, he has astral chi and evil chi which he has yet to use. If you consider all of these things, you can see that Little Hai is just playing around. Now, tell me, can I win against him if we fight right now?" Feng Beiming stared for some time. Although he had been in contact with Zhao Hai, it didn't mean that he knew a lot about him. Hearing what Huang Dan said, Feng Beiming couldn't help but understand his friend's thoughts. When he thought about Zhao Hai's strength, even Feng Beiming felt some kind of pressure. With Zhao Hai's current strength, Feng Beiming wasn't sure if he could gain some advantage. Feng Beiming was stronger than Huang Dan. After all, he has the profound clear sect behind him. However, he wasn't that much stronger. Seeing Zhao Hai's performance, Feng Beiming wasn't confident that he could defeat him. And there's also the fact that Zhao Hai could use space magic. Spatial techniques are extremely terrifying. If Zhao Hai wanted to leave, then nobody could stop him. It was impossible to do anything to Zhao Hai. This kind of person was very dangerous. If Zhao Hai becomes a transcending tribulation expert, then how strong would he be? When he thought of this, Feng Beiming also couldn't help but sigh like Huang Dan. He felt that he was a disappointment compared to Zhao Hai. Can Zhao Hai still be called a genius? At this moment, Zhao Hai and Zheng Guan clashed once more. This time, Zheng Guan didn't pull any tricks. He waved both of his hands as he released several magic artifacts. It seems like he discovered that he couldn't defeat Zhao Hai with just the yellow sand blade. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. He didn't even use astral chi. Their difference's strength is too vast. Even if he didn't use astral chi, he could still deal with Zheng Guan with no effort. Although Zhao Hai was somewhat annoyed that Zheng Guan used astral chi to attack him, he also knew that he couldn't go too far. After all, he had to consider Feng Beiming's face. Even if he didn't care about anyone else here, he still had to give Feng Beiming some face. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't attack first. Instead, he just gave Zheng Guan a cold look. Even if he couldn't be heavy-handed towards Zheng Guan, he could still teach him a lesson. Zheng Guan couldn't let this fight go on for any longer. His attack failed and his momentum was quickly decreasing. If he waited until his momentum vanished, then he would no longer be Zhao Hai's opponent. When he thought of this, Zheng Guan immediately controlled his artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still using the rainstorm pair sword formation. At the same time, Zheng Guan was using astral chi, but he still wasn't able to do anything to Zhao Hai. After clashing for more than 10 times, Zhao Hai felt that it was time to end it. His eyes focused as he waved his hand. His attack changed immediately, becoming the stellar sword formation technique. With Zhao Hai changing his technique, there was no way for Zheng Guan to block it. After all, the stellar sword formation technique was much like the wonder sword formation technique. Each sword was akin to its own artifact, not part of a whole. Naturally, its power was more than double of the wonder sword formation technique. Although his 100 swords remained unchanged, Zhao Hai's magic swords became different. Before this, it felt that they were an artifact set. But now, it was like Zhao Hai was using 100 flying swords to fight Zheng Guan's 12 artifacts. Naturally, Zhang Guan suffered a loss. Offense and defense switched in an instant. Zhao Hai turned into the attacking side while Zhang Guan was pushed into a defensive position. Seeing that the fight was close to ending, Zhao Hai made his attack stronger. A boom was heard as Zhang Guan's artifacts were thrown backwards. Zhang Guan coughed and his face was pale. Zhao Hai didn't push forward and instead retrieved his weapons as he looked at Zhang Guan and cupped his fist. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for allowing me to win." Zhang Guan was injured, but his injury wasn't serious. He can still do his everyday things. However, even with the help of a pill, it would still take him 2 or 3 days to recover, which was a small loss for a core disciple. Zhang Guan knew that Zhao Hai showed mercy, but he didn't appreciate it. In his mind, Zhao Hai has insulted him. His eyes were spitting fire as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly snorted as he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Guan's back before he sighed and shook his head. He was disappointed with Zhang Guan's conduct. Zhang Guan hid in the beginning and secretly observed. Then he used him imposing aura to crush Zhao Hai with his momentum. Then while they were fighting, he used astral chi. But now that Zhao Hai showed mercy, he didn't appreciate it. Instead, it seems like he was angered. Compared to Liu Fiang, he was still far off. It's possible to have such a person walk together in the path of cultivation, but not as a friend. Zhang Guan was fortunate that they were just exchanging notes. If not, then Zhao Hai might have outright killed him. The elder didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. His facial color wasn't great. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would still win even though Zhang Guan has astral chi. He was surprised at Zhao Hai's strength and was also regretful at the same time. However, the elder couldn't do anything about it. Zhang Guan has astral chi, which meant that he was the strongest among the disciples present. It was even less likely for the others to defeat Zhao Hai. The elder found himself staring, not knowing what to do. At this time, a long and loud howl was heard. The source of the howl was getting closer fast. Upon hearing this howl, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his brow. He could feel the strength of the person howling. The person was stronger than Zhang Guan. It was even possible that they were at the peak of nascent soul stage. On the other hand, the elder's expression lightened up when he heard this howl. This was because he could recognize the owner of this howl. It was the profound clear sect's strongest core disciple, Ironman Li Zongdao. Ironman Li Zongdao, the profound clear sect's strongest core disciple. He was 2 meters tall, and he's very strong. 20 years ago, he condensed astral chi into his body. 10 years ago, the sect bestowed him with a life source artifact, the 7-story Jade Dragon Pagoda. Not only did Li Zongdao use magic artifacts, his specialty was actually ancient body cultivation. He was given a high-level body cultivation method by the sect, making him strong as well as tough. He's a straightforward individual who has a heart of gold. No wonder he became the senior brother of all the core disciples. 5 years ago, Li Zongdao started to head out to gain experience. If one were to ask which disciple in the profound clear sect has the most reputation, then people wouldn't hesitate to say his name. Although Li Zongdao went outside, he would still come back to the sect from time to time to report information as well as hand over things he obtained. Then he would exchange his contributions into things he would need and then he would head out once more. It was by chance that Li Zongdao was in the sect today. When he heard about Zhao Hai, he hurried over, afraid that Zhao Hai would leave. Because of this, he howled in order to express his intention to fight. Chapter 1385, Li Zongdao, a real man. Li Zongdao's position among the core disciples was quite special. Because of his strength and personality, he has a high position in the hearts of the disciples. This fondness even surpassed other elders. It can be said that Li Zongdao was an idol to the disciples. Upon hearing this howl, the elder let out a sigh of relief, then he smiled. On the other hand, Zhao Hai just stood there as he waited to see who would arrive. Although Li Zongdao was very famous in the profound clear sect, Zhao Hai only heard of his name. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know who it was just by a howl. Before long, Li Zongdao arrived at the stage. Seeing Li Zongdao, the core disciples immediately forgot about Zhao Hai as they went to meet their senior brother. One could see Li Zongdao's status by the vigor of the other disciples as they called him. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao, who was being surrounded, and couldn't help but give his secret approval. This was a real man. Li Zongdao wasn't wearing robes. Instead, he had sleeveless warrior clothing and leather boots. He had fiery red hair that was erect, showing that he was a spirited person. And with his 2-meter height and constant practice, He had well-built muscles. He had dark skin that seemed to have a metallic luster. He had a valiant aura about him. After greeting everyone for some time, Li Zongdao turned his head towards the elder, then to the sect master, Feng Beiming, and Huang Dan and greeted them. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai just stood in place as he calmly looked at him. He heard about Li Zongdao before. He was akin to the profound clear sect spanner to the outside world. People who were raised in the profound clear sect always mentioned him. Li Zongdao made his debut more than 30 years ago. He participated in several hundred small-scale and large-scale battles. There had been times where he lost these battles, but, without exception, his enemies always had a good impression of him. They see him as someone worthy of being a friend. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was very curious about Li Zongdao. After Li Zongdao greeted Feng Beiming and the others, he flew in front of Zhao Hai. Then he cupped his fist and said, "This one is Li Zongdao. I have heard about Mr. Zhao Hai's name before. I heard that Mr. Zhao Hai is the machine field's strongest expert. I wanted to exchange notes with you for some time. I didn't expect Mr. to be in the profound clear sect today. This saves me a lot of trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he also cupped his fist towards Li Zongdao and said, "I have also heard about Mr. Li Zongdao. They say that you're a straightforward person and is someone worthy of being friends with. Mr. Li is from the cultivation realm, so it's quite rare for you to visit the machine field, so I never had the opportunity to meet you. I came to the profound clear sect to accompany my master to visit friends and also to meet the sect master. I didn't expect to see Brother Li today. It's a good surprise." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "It seems like Mr. is also worthy of being a friend. You have a lot of friends in the machine field. You're similar to this Li Zongdao. It will be an honor to have Mr. exchange notes with me today. I don't know if Mr. agrees?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing better than Mr. Please." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "All right, then forgive me for being impolite." After he said that, Li Zongdao turned serious. However, instead of taking out any magic artifacts, Li Zongdao swayed his fist and assumed a ready posture. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly. He also didn't take out a magic artifact and instead followed Li Zongdao's posture. But he wasn't planning to use Buddhist techniques this time. Instead he used the body-tempering fist. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai's action and couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "Mister, I specialize in body techniques. I'm familiar with the footwork and moves that go along with it. My techniques aren't any less compared to using magic artifacts. If Mr. has no experience with hand-to-hand combat, then please use your artifacts." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he heard this, then he said, "I'll let Mr. know that I have practiced body cultivation methods before. However, I haven't run into a body cultivator before. I'm glad to meet someone like Mr. today. You don't need to worry." When he heard Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao's eyes shone. Then he laughed and said, "That's great. Ever since I practiced body cultivation methods, I always wanted to find someone like myself. But it's very hard to find body cultivators in the cultivation realm." Then he grunted as he sent a punch out. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that Li Zongdao's fist was somewhat unusual. Instead of sending fist energy, Li Zongdao's feet shrunk the distance between the two of them. In a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhao Hai. He actually wanted to fight Zhao Hai in a fist fight. Although Zhao Hai was stunned, he was able to quickly respond. He also punched towards Li Zongdao. After blocking Zhao Hai's fist, Li Zongdao kicked with his foot. After Zhao Hai blocked the kick, he punched with his other hand. The two continued to tussle. Seeing the battle between the two, everyone else couldn't help but be stunned. There were several body cultivators in the cultivation realm. However, these people would use fist energy in order to do long-ranged attacks. There were very few who chose to fight in close range. This was because close-ranged combat was very risky. If one makes a mistake, then they would be heavily injured if not killed. However, the people on the stage were now fighting fist to fist. Moreover, their styles were exquisite, and they had already exchanged a lot of moves. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat. The attack of both parties was extremely powerful. If they were on the stage, then they wouldn't be able to survive for 2 or 3 moves. This was especially true for Liu Fiying. When he saw Zhao Hai fighting using his fists, he unknowingly wiped sweat on his forehead. Although he only fought with Zhao Hai today, he heard about Zhao Hai before this. He knew that Zhao Hai could use space magic and could move freely wherever he wanted. In the past, Liu Fiying didn't care about this. In his mind, This ability had no huge use besides escaping from the enemy. But now, after seeing the fight between Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao, Liu Fiang's eyes were opened. Zhao Hai used his space technique and appeared on his side and then used his martial arts. Then he would be defeated in no time. Moreover, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to escape. Liu Fiang was only one of the few who were able to make this realization. As for the others, they just felt that the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao was very thrilling. They didn't think too much about it. But as for Huang Deren, he couldn't help but force a smile as he turned to Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, this kid Li is really crazy. His martial arts has actually reached this stage. Now I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be able to defeat him using martial arts." Huang Dan sighed. In fact, Li Zongdao's progress towards body cultivation was partly because of him. Feng Beiming was a great elder of the Profound Clear sect, so he also had the responsibility of guiding the disciples. Although Li Zongdao wasn't his disciple, Feng Beiming was very fond of him, so he taught him for some time. Upon knowing that Li Zongdao liked to study body cultivation techniques and martial arts, Feng Beiming referred him to Huang Dan to learn. His study of body cultivation methods in the Profound Clear sect as well as Huang Dan's guidance allowed Li Zongdao to reach a high level in body cultivation. In a big way, Feng Beiming urged him into this path, so Huang Doran couldn't help but express his opinion. Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, "I heard this kid has been fighting in close range in recent years." He began to use more body cultivation techniques and martial arts. It seems like he liked this way of fighting. Now that I think of it, I feel regretful. If I knew that he would be like this, then I wouldn't have chosen the 7-story Jade Dragon Pagoda as his life source artifact. I would have given him an armor like Mo Sheng. Feng Beiming couldn't help but turn to look at Mo Sheng. Seeing his disciple, Feng Beiming smiled bitterly. Mo Sheng felt everything was too boring, so he fell asleep. The sky was shaking with the ongoing battle, yet it didn't attract his attention at all. Huang Dan also looked at the peacefully sleeping Mo Sheng as he smiled and said, "This kid is so lucky that he can sleep whenever he wants. It's a rare talent." Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, "It's very difficult to find pure people like him. It's a pity that people don't like him because of this. Except for Little Hai." As the two were talking, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The two were using their feet and fists to their full potential. Every move and motion were done with great care. A single mistake could cost one to suffer a huge loss. As the two fought, they discovered that they couldn't do anything to the other party, so they stepped back and flew up. Using martial arts in the ground was very different to fighting in midair. With altitude being taken into consideration, the variation in attacks increased. The fight became more dangerous as bigger attacks were made. Although the two were fighting with vigor, they knew how to put a limit to their strength. Neither made any sneaky moves as well. They weren't the type of people to do that anyway. They also understood that this wasn't a life and death battle. But even still, none of them took the battle lightly. His was because close-ranged battle made one understand their opponent more. If they weren't careful, a single move would spell their defeat. Everyone present were attracted to the battle. They didn't know that close-ranged battle could be this formidable and at the same time, dangerous. Zhao Hai saw that they were going nowhere, so he changed his fighting style. He no longer used the body-tempering fist. Although this set of fists was exquisite, it wasn't really a technique to defeat an opponent. So instead, Zhao Hai decided to use the crouching tiger fist. However, he didn't use faith power and instead used ordinary spiritual chi. Chapter 1386, Entering. If a set of martial techniques don't match its intended essence, then it would just be decoration. Zhao Hai was using ordinary spiritual chi to use his crouching tiger fist, which was a faith technique. Therefore, his martial arts was just form with no substance. However, the crouching tiger fist was formidable enough that Zhao Hai could still use it to fight. Sure enough, once Zhao Hai changed his fighting style, Li Zongdao slowly began to fall backward. Nevertheless, this actually increased Zhao Hai's evaluation of Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao fought with an open manner. He didn't have any crooked moves. It was a fresh experience for Zhao Hai, which caused him to be surprised. He began to wonder how someone like Li Zongdao survived in the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation could be described as the domain of wolves and tigers. Nobody cares if one was upright or not. Whatever method that could kill the enemy was the correct method. For the people in the world of cultivation, justice and righteousness was something that only fools would talk about. But Li Zongdao still fought with principles and no tricks. Such a person managed to get a great reputation in the world of cultivation without being killed by others. It was truly strange. But at the same time, Zhao Hai now understood why people in the cultivation realm say that Li Zongdao was someone worthy of becoming friends with. Although Li Zongdao was resisting with all his strength, he still couldn't block Zhao Hai's crouching tiger fist. Zhao Hai looked like he was playing around with Li Zongdao. He didn't even need to use the descending dragon technique. The two exchanged 10 more moves before Li Zongdao could no longer continue. Upon seeing this, Li Zongdao knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. He attacked 2 more times before he jumped back. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai as he laughed and said, "Mr. is truly strong. This Li Zongdao isn't your opponent." Upon hearing Li Zongdao, the elder's expression changed. Li Zongdao was the profound clear sect's #1 core disciple. If he isn't Zhao Hai's opponent, then there's no need to mention the other disciples. It seems like the elder's face has been thrown in the mud today. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he returned the greeting. "I didn't expect Mr. to be very strong. Starting today, Mr. will be this Zhao Hai's friend. Let me invite you for a drink. What do you say?" Li Zongdao stared when he heard this, then he laughed and said, "All right, then I'll have to be impolite." Zhao Hai smiled. Then he cupped his fist towards Sect Master King Zhuan and said, "Sect Master, it seems like the spar is done. I think we should talk about the other things next time. I want to ask for your permission to drink with Brother Li." King Zhuan looked at Zhao Hai with a complex gaze, but he still nodded and said, "Mister, do as you like. This one still has some things to take care of. I won't be able to accompany you." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I won't dare make the sect master work." Then he flew towards where Huang Dan and Feng Beiming were before saying, "Master, Martial Uncle, I want to ask your permission to invite Brother Li to Martial Uncle's residence to drink a few cups of liquor." Feng Beiming smiled faintly and said, "You go, and get more wine. I'll take care of things here." "Musclehead, you go with them." Huang Dan nodded. Then he turned to King Zhuan and the others and then cupped his fists before flying with Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao. But first, they went to wake up Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng was bored and was sleeping like a log. His snores were so loud that it could shake the heavens. But since the people in the profound clear sect knew him, nobody said anything. Zhao Hai called out to Mo Sheng. When Mo Sheng opened his eyes and saw Zhao Hai, he immediately jumped up and said, "Brother, are you still going to play with them? I'm hungry." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's go eat right now." Mo Sheng happily stood up and then followed Zhao Hai and Huang Dan towards Feng Beiming's cave mansion. Meanwhile, Li Zongdao looked at Mo Sheng in confusion. He didn't know Mo Sheng very well. Although he studied under Feng Beiming for a while, Mo Sheng was practicing outside alone during that time. The two hadn't met each other, and with how he has been roaming around recently and only returning to the sect from time to time, he wasn't really aware of Mo Sheng. Seeing Li Zongdao's gaze towards Mo Sheng, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is Brother Mo Sheng, Martial Uncle Feng's disciple. He is quite innocent, so Martial Uncle Feng wanted me to take him with me when I head out." Upon hearing this, Li Zongdao immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He turned to Mo Sheng and discovered that Mo Sheng wasn't looking at him at all. He was like a child that followed Zhao Hai without fail. Mo Sheng was taller and bigger than Zhao Hai, but he acted like a child in front of Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao didn't say anything, and before long they arrived at Feng Beiming's cave mansion. Upon entering the lounge and sitting down, Li Zongdao couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai curiously before asking, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I have something I'm confused about. Please help me with this problem." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Taoist Brother Li, there's no need to be polite. Just call me Little Hai. I feel like our personalities are very compatible with each other, like predestined friends." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be impolite. Then there's no need to call me Taoist Brother. Since I'm bigger than you, just call me Elder Brother." Hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I'll call you Elder Brother Li." "Elder Brother Li, what do you want to ask?" Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, then Little Hai, from what I can see, you're not an arrogant person, so how did you get into a conflict with the Elder? Moreover, it even lead to fighting?" Upon hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly. Then he turned to Huang Dan. Huang Dan gave a nod, so Zhao Hai replied, "Actually, What happened today was something that Martial Uncle arranged for me to do. Martial Uncle Feng and Sect Master King Zhuan worked together to make it happen. Li Zongdao stared, he couldn't help but ask, but why? Then he paused as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, you want to suppress the arrogance of the disciples? Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Li Zongdao and confirmed, I really can't hide the truth from elder brother Li. It's just like what you said. At this time, Mo Sheng pulled Zhao Hai's clothes and said, brother, I'm hungry. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his hand and took out a jug of wine. Then he took out a fat chicken and gave it to Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng received the food and then proceeded to ignore everyone. Zhao Hai took out more jugs of liquor as well as several small dishes and a chicken. Then he turned to Huang Dan and Li Zongdao and said, Master, elder brother Li, please. Li Zongdao looked at the chicken in Mo Sheng's hand, confused. Then he turned his head to Huang Dan, who smiled faintly and said, try it. It's good. You can never eat something like this outside. Li Zongdao was very familiar with Huang Dan, so upon hearing this, Li Zongdao nodded before taking a pair of jade chopsticks and trying a vegetable dish. Upon eating the vegetable dish, Li Zongdao understood why Huang Dan said that it's good. Li Zongdao put down his jade chopsticks as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, it's truly good. Little Hai, you have a lot of good stuff. You made the spirit wine as well? Also, if what you did today gets revealed, the disciples would surely cause trouble. Zhao Hai smiled and said, what can I do? It's something Martial Uncle Feng asked me to do. If I offended them, then I offended them. Li Zongdao laughed and said, good, I like that. Come, let's drink. Then the two took their cups and drank wine. Huang Dan looked at Li Zongdao and said, Zongdao, why did you come back this time? Did something happen? Li Zongdao nodded and said, yes, Martial Uncle. I came back because people came looking for me. His words sounded mysterious, but Zhao Hai and Huang Dan immediately understood what he meant. Huang Dan stared, then he said, those people came looking for you? Well, you've been quite famous recently. I guess it's time for them to look for you. When will you go? Li Zongdao replied, when I came back to the sect, they told me that they were going to find someone else. Once they find them, we'll go together. Zhao Hai's eyes shone. Then he turned to Huang Dan and said, Master, do you think they're looking for me? Huang Dan nodded and said, it's highly probable. If they are really looking for you, then you two can go together. Once you go there, you need to take care of each other. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, Master. I've been waiting for them a long time ago. I just don't know when they'll look for me. Huang Dan replied, those people have a lot of informers. I think they will soon find out that you're here. However, it would be difficult for Mo Sheng. Upon hearing Huang Dan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he said, I can just tell them that I would bring brother Mo Sheng along. When Huang Dan heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he said, I'm afraid that wouldn't be easy. Those fellows aren't easy to talk to. Moreover, it's dangerous inside. What would you do if you suffer an accident while bringing Mo Sheng along? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Master, rest assured, I'll make sure that brother Mo Sheng stays safe. Actually, apart from bringing brother Mo Sheng along in order to gain experience, I also want to use this opportunity to find 1 or 2 suitable body cultivation methods for him. It would be best if I could find some for him. Moreover, Martial Uncle Feng already told me that brother Mo Sheng would be following me in the future, so I'll take him wherever I go. Huang Dan nodded and said, alright, you can bring Mo Sheng. I won't bother you about this anymore. If Blacksmith agrees, then I'll agree as well. Zhao Hai nodded. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, right, Little Hai, you think you will be called over by those people to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's something that masters speculated. With my current strength, it's possible that those people would summon me to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, they had yet to see me. Li Zongdao laughed and said, good, then if they do call you over, then we can go to the 10,000 realm battlefield together. I wanted to go there to take a look for a long time. Unfortunately, my strength isn't enough. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I just learned about the 10,000 realm battlefield recently. However, I'm also glad to meet experts from the other great realms. Huang Dan looked at the two and couldn't help but smile. But at the same time, he sighed inwardly. He felt that he really had gotten old. He wasn't as vigorous as he was when he was young. At this time, Feng Beiming entered the lounge. However, His expression was somewhat strange. Huang Dan looked at Feng Beiming and couldn't help but ask, "Blacksmith, what's wrong?" Feng Beiming forced a smile and said, "What else could there be? I never expected those fellows to respond this quickly. They already found Little Hai." "Right, Little Hai, come with me." Feng Beiming's words made everyone stare. They also didn't expect those people to come this soon. Zhao Hai quickly got up and said, "All right, let's go. We can't let them wait for too long." Feng Beiming nodded and then brought Zhao Hai out. At the same time, Huang Dan, Li Zongdao, and Mo Sheng followed behind. Mo Shen still had a half-eaten chicken and a jug of wine in his hands. Before long, the group arrived at the profound clear palace. They entered the inner section of the palace where Zhao Hai had been before. They haven't even entered the hall, but Zhao Hai already heard people talking inside. Feng Beiming didn't stop as he led Zhao Hai and the others to the inner palace. Upon entering the inner hall, Zhao Hai saw Ken Zhuan sitting along with two other people. The two were bald monks wearing gray robes. The two looked quite old, about 50 years old or more. One of them had long eyebrows that reached his chin. He held a string of chanting bells. He had kind eyes that made him look like a Buddha. The other monk had a full face of beard. He had broom-like eyebrows on top of his closed eyes. Hung on his neck were chanting bells, and on his hand were more bells tied together by a red string. As this person sat in place, he looked as steady as a mountain. Seeing Feng Beiming arrive, the two Buddhists immediately stood up. The monk with long eyebrows looked normal. On the other hand, the bearded monk opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai could feel an electrifying presence when the monk opened his eyes. It gave one the sensation of averting their gaze. Zhao Hai didn't know why, but upon seeing the eyes of the monk, he remembered a saying, "Guan Yu only opens his eyes when he kills." When the monk opened his eyes, it was as if a flood of murderous aura washed over Zhao Hai, which made Zhao Hai a little surprised. The monks put both palms together as they greeted Feng Beiming. Yuan Ding Yuan Zhen has seen Benefactor Feng. Chapter 1387, 3 Days of Preparation. Feng Beiming didn't dare disrespect the monks. He quickly returned the greeting. "Master Yuan Ding, Master Yuan Zhen, I also happen to have an old friend with me. It'll be a small reunion." After hearing that, Huang Dan walked forward and said, "I have seen the two masters. Have you been well?" The long-eyebrowed Yuan Ding smiled when he saw Huang Dan. Then he said, "Benefactor Huang, it's been several years since we last saw each other." "Benefactor Huang seems to be doing better since our last meeting. I'm glad." On the other hand, Yuan Zhen just gave his greetings without saying. But since he knew Yuan Zhen's temperament, Huang Dan didn't mind it. He just smiled and said, "You two masters want to see my disciple. Naturally, I have no other choice but to come." Yuan Ding smiled and said, "Benefactor Huang is really extraordinary, even his disciple is very good." Huang Dan laughed and said, "Master Yuan Ding is still very good at smooth talk. But this time, Little Hai just appeared in front of me. I didn't even give him anything." "Little Hai, come over and greet the two masters." Zhao Hai hastily bowed and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the two masters." Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen sized Zhao Hai up. Yuan Zhen inspected more carefully. He, who didn't speak much, knew clearly that Zhao Hai was stronger than Li Zongdao. Master Yuan Zhen practiced a Buddhist technique called the Vajra's Wrath. This cultivation method mainly used the eyes. It was a kind of spiritual attack. With the technique, he could use his gaze to produce killing intent. Those who lacked mental strength, and those with not enough spiritual force would be swept by it and get frightened. On the other hand, true experts wouldn't be affected by this technique at all. And Zhao Hai was part of the latter. Because of this, Yuan Zhen was very curious about Zhao Hai. He wants to know how this nascent soul expert was able to ignore Vajra's wrath. Zhao Hai respectfully stayed still while the two sized him up. He had no disrespect or excessive movements. It was as if everything was normal. However, nobody in this room was untalented. Naturally, they can feel Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen's imposing manner. Although Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were dressed like Buddhist monks, they fought in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years. Their killing aura was threatening, making other people not dare put their face up. But under their gazes, Zhao Hai was actually calm and collected. This showed Zhao Hai's strength. Seeing Zhao Hai's salute, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen also returned the greeting. A glint of light flashed through their eyes. After both sides exchanged greetings, Yuan Ding looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Benefactor Zhao, I reckon your master already told you about why we are here, so this monk will not say anything else. Benefactor has 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, benefactors shall follow these monks into the 10,000 realm battlefield. Does benefactor have any questions? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't. Masters, rest assured, I will be prepared 3 days later. Yuan Ding nodded. Then we will seek benefactor Zhao 3 days later. Is that alright? Zhao Hai nodded. Then I will be waiting for masters to come 3 days later. Yuan Ding nodded. Then he turned his head to Li Zongdao and said, Benefactor Li, you and Benefactor Zhao will be traveling together. We'll see you in 3 days. Is that alright? Li Zongdao nodded and said, that would be best. Yuan Ding nodded. He looked at both Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao and said, then these 2 monks will no longer disturb you. Goodbye. Fang Beiming and the others didn't hold the 2 and sent them off. Seeing Yuan Ding and Yuan Xin leaving the profound clear sect, the group returned to the hall. Then after sitting down, Fang Beiming said, it seems like the situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield isn't doing very well, otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager in recruiting people. I remember they would usually give people a month to prepare. Also, people with strength like Li Zongdao wouldn't be recruited. The manpower in the 10,000 realm battlefield must be strained enough for them to recruit Li Zongdao. Huang Dan nodded. It could be said that going to the 10,000 realm battlefield at this time is very risky. Little Hai, Little Zong, you need to be very careful. Also, you need to look after Mo Sheng well. Upon hearing Huang Dan, Fang Beiming couldn't help but say, Mo Sheng will go with them. Wouldn't that be bad? Others might make a move on him. Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, have Mo Sheng go. Little Hai said that he would get a couple of body cultivation methods for Mo Sheng to practice. Although they didn't recruit Mo Sheng, I reckon Yuan Ding would agree for him to go, given their current circumstances. Fang Beiming's facial color fluctuates a few times. To be honest, among his disciples, he liked the simple Mo Sheng the most. Perhaps it was because Mo Sheng was simple-minded that Fang Beiming took extra care of him. Upon thinking about it, Fang Beiming sighed and said, alright, we'll make him go. Little Hai, do what you have to do. Don't forget to return 3 days later. Those monks aren't people we could afford to offend. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Martial Uncle can rest assured. I will certainly come back 3 days later. Master, Martial Uncle, Sect Master, Brother Li, I'll be leaving first. Brother Mo, come with me. Mo Sheng complied. He already finished his chicken but he still had the jug in his hand. He followed Zhao Hai out. After they got outside, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the 2 disappeared from the profound clear sect. Seeing this, Sect Master Ken Zhuan couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hai's ability to come and go whenever he wants was really terrifying. However, he couldn't say anything as he followed Fang Beiming back to the inner hall. Then they began to prepare Li Zongdao's things. He needed magic artifacts as well as medicines. They also gave him a few life-saving talismans. On the other hand, Zhao Hai brought Mo Sheng to the space. The thing he was most worried about at this time was the space. Yulai 2's peripheral defenses have been basically completed. Additionally, it was at a far corner of the machine field. There's no need for Zhao Hai to worry about it. He only needed to go there for a while to say hello to Yuan and the others. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about Mo Sheng. As long as he forbade Mo Sheng, then Mo Sheng wouldn't speak about the space. Therefore, he felt relieved bringing Mo Sheng to the space. Upon entering the space, Laura and the others immediately welcomed them. Mo Sheng was somewhat puzzled about Laura and the others. Seeing Mo Sheng's expression, Zhao Hai smiled and said, Mo Sheng, remember, these are your sister-in-laws. You must call them sister-in-law from now on. Respecting them is the same as respecting me. And if you're hungry, just tell them. Mo Sheng nodded. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, sister-in-law. Laura and the other already knew Mo Sheng's situation. They smiled and then returned the greeting. After that, Zhao Hai led everyone to the villa. After settling down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, I didn't expect to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield this soon, but I'm excited to enter. I'll go to Yulai 2 and greet the people there. Also, help me prepare some food. The 10,000 realm battlefield is no better than the 6 realms battlefield. I need to be careful while I'm there. Laura nodded and said, don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Mo Sheng before turning to Kair and saying, Kair, arrange a room for Mo Sheng. Make sure to prepare some food for him. This fellow can really eat. Kair complied. Then she led Mo Sheng to his room. Although Mo Sheng had a very simple mind, he would actually listen to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai told him to listen to Kair and the others, so he would obediently follow their instructions. Seeing that Mo Sheng had left, Zhao Hai's body flashed and appeared in the sand island to see Yuan and the others. He told them about what happened and that he would need to be out. He already told Yuan and the others about this matter, but they didn't expect it to happen this soon. However, they also understood Zhao Hai's place in this world. Therefore, they didn't say anything and just told Zhao Hai to be careful. After going to the sand island, Zhao Hai met Zheng Li and the others. He didn't have any time to discuss Zheng Yun right now. It seems like Zheng Yun has been in cultivation ever since arriving at Yilai too. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai met Louis and the others. Their transfer has been doing well so far. The houses allocated for the cross-sword pirate group were being filled up. Louis managed things here very well, and with managing the cross-sword pirate group's domain, the pirate paradise added, Louis and the others have been very busy lately. Seeing that there's nothing left to worry about in Yilai 2, Zhao Hai was basically left with nothing to do. However, to be sure, he went to the Six Realms battlefield to talk about his situation with the people there. Since those present in the Six Realms battlefield were connected to the machine field's higher-ups, naturally they didn't hinder Zhao Hai with his affairs. In fact, the higher-ups of the machine field already told the leaders of the Six Realms battlefield about this matter. Therefore, they had been preparing to prevent the other realms from causing trouble. After heading to the Six Realms battlefield, Zhao Hai truly had nothing else to do. Therefore, he immediately returned to the space. Upon arriving, he quickly spotted Mo Sheng cultivating outside the villa. Zhao Hai actually wanted to give the demon subjugation technique for Mo Sheng to study. However, the demon subjugation technique needed faith power to practice. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only enter the 10,000 realm battlefield in order to snatch some manuals for Mo Sheng to study. Chapter 1388, 10,000 Realm Battlefield. Zhao Hai, Mo Sheng, and Li Zongdao were with Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen standing on top of a transmission formation. This transmission formation was very special. It wasn't placed publicly but instead hidden in a secret place. Feng Beiming informed Zhao Hai that Great Sects had such formations to send people to the 10,000 realm battlefield. These formations were a secret and only a few people knew of its existence. It only took Zhao Hai a day to deal with his preparations. However, he didn't return to the profound clear sect immediately. Instead, he took Mo Sheng to practice inside the space for a while. Mo Sheng's talent was very good. He was worthy of being called a genius in body cultivation. Using only body cultivation methods, Mo Sheng was able to reach the nascent soul stage. This time, in order to increase his strength, Zhao Hai led Mo Sheng to condense astral chi into his body. It took 2 days before Mo Sheng successfully condensed astral chi. This may be the smoothest process of condensing astral chi in history. Mo Sheng's body was already strong, and with the space controlling the intensity of astral chi, there was no harm done to his body. Moreover, Mo Sheng would obey whatever Zhao Hai told him to do. After helping Mo Sheng condense astral chi into his body, Zhao Hai led Mo Sheng to return to the profound clear sect. Just right after Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng returned to the profound clear sect, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zheng arrived. Although Zhao Hai didn't need Huang Dan to take care of anything, Huang Dan still gave him some advice. After that, the group went to the profound clear sect's transmission formation. As Zhao Hai and the others stood on the transmission formation, Yuan Ding turned to Feng Beiming and Huang Dan before saying, "Benefactors, rest assured, we will take good care of the young benefactors." Feng Beiming and Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "Then we'll have to trouble the masters." Naturally, they didn't take Yuan Ding's words seriously. The two of them weren't the only envoys of the 10,000 realm battlefield in the cultivation realm. Also, they have sent a lot of people to the battlefield over the years. Taking care of them all was impossible. In other words, the monks were just saying that they wouldn't cause any trouble for Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao. After a flash of white light, the people on the transmission formation disappeared. As he looked at the transmission formation, Feng Beiming said, "Muslehead, you think they would be able to come back safely?" Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "They'll come back safely. Since they are with Little Hai, there's no need to worry." Feng Beiming nodded and said, "Right, there's Little Hai." Then he turned to Sect Master King Zhuan and said, "After you head back, Immediately send those complacent disciples for an incursion outside. Don't worry about any casualties. We'd rather have one expert than 100 trash disciples. Understood?" Sect Master King Zhuan nodded his head. He didn't oppose this idea, although he had Zhao Hai teach those disciples a lesson. The result made him a bit concerned. He didn't think that it would be that severe. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others appeared on the other side of the transmission formation. The place where the formation wasn't very big. It was built on the side of a mountain stream and was surrounded with cliffs on both sides. The caves on the cliffs were so densely packed that the cliffs looked like a honeycomb. Yuan Zhan looked at the cliffs and then flew off. Meanwhile, Yuan Ding turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, do you want to make your own cave residence or would you use one already created? If you want to build your own cave, then I'll arrange a place for you. If you want to stay at something already built, I can't lead you there now." He didn't ask Mo Xing because he was already told by Feng Beiming that Mo Xing was quite special and that he would always follow Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, I'm fine with a cave residence that has been built by another person." Yuan Ding nodded. Then he turned to Li Zongdao who said, "I'm also alright with something already built. But master, can we have residences close to each other?" This wasn't the first time that Yuan Ding heard this request, so he nodded and said, "Come with me." Then he led the group towards the east cliff. Before long, they arrived at a section of the cliff and then Yuan Ding pointed to 2 caves as he said, "You'll live on those 2 caves. Each cave has its own defensive formation. You can activate the formation as soon as you occupy it. There's a jade slip inside that will tell you how to operate the formation. You can also arrange your own formations, but you have to make sure to remove it when you leave." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao nodded. Then they flew to their own caves. Yuan Ding smiled at the 2 before he flew away. When Zhao Hai and Mo Xing entered their cave, they quickly noticed that it wasn't small at all. It wasn't inferior in size to Feng Beiming's cave. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual qi was actually similar to Jade Clear Mountain. Upon entering the lounge, Zhao Hai saw a piece of white jade slip. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and then searched it using his spiritual force. Naturally, there were no restrictions on this jade slip. Zhao Hai's spiritual force quickly penetrated it and then a large amount of information regarding the 10,000 realm battlefield entered his mind. The battlefield situation was very complex. In its current state, there were more than 36,000 realms involved, and all of these people were very powerful. The world of cultivation wasn't the strongest group in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Their strength could only be considered to be medium grade. Moreover, the world of cultivation had no such thing as a leader in the battlefield, only a law enforcement team. There's an old saying in the 10,000 realm battlefield that says, "Once you enter the 10,000 realm battlefield, then you're a man of the battlefield." Besides maps and this jade slip, everything else would depend on you. Naturally, you can also form a team. Nobody cared if you went alone or formed a group of 10,000. There's only one rule in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Every month, each person would need to hand in a certain amount of resources. If you don't deliver the right amount, then you would be punished. And once you fail to reach the quota 3 times, then you would be kicked out from the battlefield. There were a lot of resources in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Your quota each month was a fixed amount. Anything else to get at that time would belong to you. There were good things everywhere in the battlefield. As long as you look for them, your harvest would certainly be huge. Naturally, the danger of the battlefield was also very huge. The 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't a peaceful place. If you weren't strong enough, then you shouldn't go out. This is because you don't only need to guard against other people, you also need to watch your back against people from the world of cultivation. Otherwise, you would be swallowed whole. Of course, the jade slip doesn't describe every danger present in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was where Feng Beiming and Huang Dan's advice came into use. So when Zhao Hai read the jade slip, he immediately understood what it wanted to convey. Zhao Hai inspected his cave mansion a few times before activating its defensive formation. Besides the lounge, the residence also had a cultivation room, a sparring room, crafting room, and a refining room. The refining room had a magic circle that could produce fire as well as a large cauldron for making pills. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there was a small stream running through the cave. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with his residence. Just as he looked at it one more time, he suddenly heard a sound outside. Zhao Hai opened the defensive formation and saw that it was Li Zongdao. After being invited in, Li Zongdao looked at the cave and said, "Good, it's very good. It seems like we have similar caves, right, Little Hai? What do you think about the jade slip?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What else is there? Did we come here just to cultivate? Let's rest for 2 days before heading out. Let's get familiar with the environment before searching for resources. In any case, we already know how much resources we need to hand in." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, then we'll rest for 2 days. Also, should we head out and see if we can meet someone we know?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's impossible for me to find someone I know. Brother Li, you should go ahead and take a look. If you see someone you know, invite them over and see if they want to form a team with us." Li Zongdao nodded. "All right, I'll explore this place for 2 days. But no matter what happens, the 3 of us must go together." The next 2 days, Li Zongdao spent the time exploring the other caves to see if there's someone he knew. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to meet anyone. This doesn't mean that Li Zongdao knew a few people. He met a lot of people during his missions outside the sect. There were a lot of people willing to become friends with him, even those who he fought against. Li Zongdao's cultivation speed was fast since he was a genius. However, this didn't mean that his friends shared his talent. Naturally, this meant that most of them don't have the qualifications to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield. After 2 days, Li Zongdao gave up. Zhao Hai wasn't idling as well. Over the 2 days, he released silver needles in order to scout the surrounding terrain. Although the jade slip included a map, the space's map was much more comprehensive. After dropping them off in their caves, Yuanding was no longer seen. But much to Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao's surprise, Yuanding actually appeared on the 3rd day. Zhao Hai immediately welcomed Yuanding into his cave and then called Li Zongdao over. Yuanding looked at the two and said, "Now that you're in the 10,000 realm battlefield, you only have yourselves to depend on. You 3 are fortunate. You can already form your own team. These 3 jade slips not only represent your status, it also acts as a record. 1 month later, you must deliver the required amount of resources. If you manage to get more than the required, you can keep them. And if you have something that needs the help of the law enforcement team, you need to pay with resources, then the team will help you settle your problem." Chapter 1389, Iron Pure Wood. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were already aware of what Yuanding said since they had also been told about this by Huang Dan and Feng Beiming. It was indeed possible to have the law enforcement team to move for you, but the price to pay was just too high. There was a nickname for them in the 10,000 realm battlefield: vampires. This shows how unpopular they were. However, the strength of the law enforcement team was the real deal. All members of the team were old experts of the world of cultivation and each one of them had powerful combat power. If you find a very rich mineral deposit but had no ability to take it, you can notify the team so that they can claim it for you. Naturally, the bulk of the harvest would be taken by the team while you get a small amount. But in the end, it was better than nothing. Zhao Hai received the 3 jade slips. Yuanding looked at the two and then smiled as he said, "I've seen how you handled things the past 2 days. You've done well. Since I'm a member of the law enforcement team, I couldn't team up with you. But do you want me to introduce a few people to form a team with you?" When Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Then Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Thank you, but I think we should have a look at the situation first. If we really need to form a team, then we'll certainly visit you." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao already discussed this. The situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield was too complex. For their own safety, they decided to not team up with strangers. Huang Dan and Feng Beiming also told them to be wary of the Buddhists while in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They shouldn't just look at the Buddhists' serene appearances. In truth, these Buddhists were ruthless. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao rejected Yuanding's good intentions. Yuanding didn't mind it as he nodded and said, "All right, then don't hesitate to come to me if you want to form a team in the future." Then after he said that, he left. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao delivered him to the entrance and then went back into the cave. After sitting down, Li Zongdao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai replied, "We head out and take a look. I want to see what the 10,000 realm battlefield is really like." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, then let's leave now." Marshal Uncle Feng also told me that it's normal to be out for months in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But after you come back, You need to hand over your required quota for all those months. Otherwise, you would be immediately kicked out. Zhao Hai didn't care about this point. Now that he entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, he can come back at any time even if he got kicked out. But even if he wasn't afraid of getting kicked out, Zhao Hai had to be wary of the law enforcement team. The members of this team were from huge influences in the world of cultivation. If he offended them, then he wouldn't have a good time in the world of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered something. He already entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, yet the space didn't issue a prompt saying that it was a created dimension. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai immediately called Care mentally. Care, the 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't created by someone. Care shook her head and said, "It isn't." However, it is indeed an artificial dimension. But instead of one person, it was more like a group of people opened it together. There's a prompt, but I didn't want it to disturb you. Rest assured, the space has masked itself. Those who opened this dimension will not be able to discover the space. Zhao Hai felt relieved, but when he thought of it, it all made sense. After that, he left the cave along with Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. There were other people like them who were heading out. From what Zhao Hai could estimate, there should be thousands of monks alone. Moreover, this was a gathering place of those from the world of cultivation. He heard that the people here were those who have been in the battlefield for less than 3 years. It was said that those who stayed here for less than 3 years were rookies. In other words, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming had been rookies when they were kicked out. The 10,000 realm battlefield was extremely suitable for cultivation. Not only was the spiritual chi here rich, opponents were also plenty. As long as you provide enough resources each month, you can practice as much as you like. Zhao Hai also learned that there's no such thing as a retirement in the 10,000 realm battlefield. As long as you stay for 3 years, then you can gain the right to leave and enter the 10,000 realm battlefield at any time. If you fail, then there's very little chance for you to enter again. There's only one reason for someone to be unable to stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield for less than 3 years, and that was when you become seriously injured that you can't move for months. By the time you recover, you would not have the resources to hand in. Naturally, you would then be kicked out of the battlefield. When Zhao Hai heard about this, he was a little surprised. In addition to being a good place for cultivation, the freedom in the battlefield was almost absolute. As long as you have the strength, then you can do anything you want. Nobody will care what you do. Of course, this was as long as you are strong. Zhao Hai and the others quickly left the mountain stream area. This was also called the newcomers area. Once they left the area, they immediately flew eastwards. According to the map, on the east was a material collection site. It was also the best place for newcomers to test themselves. This was something that all from the world of cultivation agreed upon. There were several of these areas in the 10,000 realm battlefield, but this region belonged to the world of cultivation. Because of its name, only newcomers went to this area. Veterans rarely visit there. This was because the resource available there wasn't very valuable. One needed to spend a lot of time there in order to collect enough for their monthly quota. However, this was also beneficial to the newcomers. This meant that their opponents weren't strong as well. Naturally, there were some who wouldn't honor this unspoken rule. There were some veterans who headed to the newcomer region in order to steal from newcomers. Generally, their victims could only blame their bad luck. Some newcomers were even heavily injured or killed in these situations. Murder and taking things by force was a natural matter in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the 6 realms battlefield, not everyone will kill people. After all, they belong to the same great realm. Sometimes, higher-ups between realms communicate with each other in order to reduce casualties. However, the case wasn't the same in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, great realms like the world of cultivation numbered tens of thousands. Without any rules present, the people killed daily could easily form a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Zhao Hai and the others were very careful. Even after entering the newcomer region, Zhao Hai also released silver needles in order to scout the surroundings. At the same time, he used his instinct technique in order to pay attention. There was no need to mention the instinct technique's effectiveness. As soon as Zhao Hai activated it, he immediately felt the small and large dangers in his surroundings. This made Zhao Hai even more respectful towards the technique. Then he immediately flew towards the direction with a small amount of danger. It wasn't as if he was afraid of choosing the most dangerous direction. It was just that the most dangerous location was in the direction of the newcomer's area. He couldn't just turn around and run back. The 10,000 Realm Battlefield's environment was somewhat similar to the 6 Realms battlefield. Seen everywhere were great forests. There were only a few places that had been dug out for mining ores. This was because those in the 10,000 Realm battlefield knew that healthy forests bring forth valuable materials. The value of a medicinal herb depended on its effectiveness. Since the spiritual chi of the 10,000 Realm battlefield was very rich, very precious materials often appeared. What did this mean? This meant that transcending tribulation experts would immediately snatch these materials as soon as they spot them. Even severed soul experts would go all out in order to get these materials. Precious resources in the world of cultivation could only be considered an ordinary resource when placed in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. Additionally, the 10,000 Realm battlefield was very huge. How huge was it? After many years of exploration, the world of cultivation had yet to find any signs of its limits. One could see how large the battlefield was from this information. Regarding those who want to explore the ends of the battlefield, the world of cultivation was very supportive of them. After flying for some time, Zhao Hai and the others discovered a forest of trees. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings, then compared it with the jade slip he received. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, it seems like we're in the Iron Bear Tree region, but this also meant that this is the territory of the Iron Bear rats. We need to be careful." Iron bear wood was a high-grade material used for making magic artifacts. A year-old Iron Bear tree was already as tough as an ordinary adult tree. A 10,000-year-old Iron Bear tree would be impossible to take because one simply wouldn't have the right tools to cut it. There are very few plants living in the area where an Iron Bear tree was located. This was because an Iron Bear tree would have a beast living in it called the Iron Bear rat. This Iron Bear rat was both the guardian and the predator of the tree. Iron Bear rats eat Iron Bear trees to survive. It was the only natural predator of the tree. Even a 10,000-year-old Iron Bear tree could be eaten by a rat. But at the same time, an Iron Bear rat was very protective of its tree. Anyone who wants to get Iron Bear wood would need to face an Iron Bear rat. The older the Iron Bear tree was, the stronger the Iron Bear rat would be. The other plants surrounding the tree were mercilessly cleaned up by the rats so that they wouldn't steal nutrients away from the tree. Because of this, it was very hard to find other flora around the tree. The jade slip also had information about the Iron Bear tree and the Iron Bear rat. Naturally, Li Zongdao was aware of them. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao read his jade slip once more before nodding. "Right. We'll arrive in an Iron Bear forest soon. It's quite a dangerous place. Little Hai, I think we should go somewhere else." Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He also wanted to go to another place. However, the instinct technique told him that the Iron Bear forest was the least dangerous place in the vicinity. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Let's just head in to take a look. Iron Bear wood is quite valuable. We only need to get a dozen kilograms per person to get our monthly quota. If we manage to get more, we can keep it as our own." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao was somewhat tempted. There were good things everywhere in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. If they can get a lot of good things, then even if they get kicked out, they could still progress further. Additionally, Li Zongdao knew that he wasn't as strong as Zhao Hai. If he wanted to survive in the 10,000 Realm battlefield, then he would have to rely on Zhao Hai. Therefore, he didn't oppose the idea and instead gave a nod. However, he took a ring-like artifact out and then covered the three of them with it. Zhao Hai didn't reject Li Zongdao's action. A lot of different people were present in the 10,000 Realm battlefield, and all these people had their own unique abilities. Who knows if there's someone out there that was able to evade the space's surveillance and suddenly mount a sneak attack. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid for himself but instead for Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Therefore, Zhao Hai agreed to Li Zongdao's act of using a defensive artifact. Then the three cautiously flew towards the Iron Bear forest. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the forest. An Iron Bear tree was very easy to recognize. A Iron Bear tree has an earthy yellow color. Its skin looked tough and it had branches that looked like the horns of a dragon. The tree wasn't that tall, with its tallest being 45 meters. Actually, it looked like any ordinary tree. However, if you try to cut it with your weapon, You can see that it was much more tenacious than other trees. The iron pear tree has a special characteristic. It grows very fast at first. Within a year, an iron pear tree could reach 3 meters in height. However, at that time, the tree wasn't very useful. It would just be as strong as ordinary wood. After reaching 3 meters, the tree would stop growing. It wouldn't grow an inch for 100 years after that. Only after 10 years of growth can an iron pear tree be considered to be good enough for refining. Iron pear trees at the edge of the forest were all less than 10 years old. There were no iron pear rats in this region since iron pear rats don't eat trees that were less than 10 years old. Although they knew that there were no iron pear rats in this area, the three were still very careful. What's dangerous in the iron pear forest wasn't just the iron pear rats. There's other people as well. People would often stage ambushes in the iron pear forest in hopes of stealing from those who came to harvest wood. Chapter 1390, Strange Green Creature. After moving forward for some time, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. As soon as he stopped, Mo Sheng also stopped, and then Li Zongdao as well. Li Zongdao was somewhat puzzled by Zhao Hai's move. Zhao Hai looked in front of him and said, "Friend, come out. If you keep hiding, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai discovered that someone had been hiding. Their hiding skill was very good. Zhao Hai and the others weren't able to detect them using spiritual force. However, they couldn't hide from the space. Zhao Hai also didn't want to avoid this person. Although the iron pear forest was big, that person seemed to be waiting for them. It was impossible for Zhao Hai and the others to avoid him. Even if they bypassed him, they would still meet when they came out. So it was a good idea to deal with this person right now. As soon as Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he immediately knew that Zhao Hai had detected someone. He immediately took out his artifact, a thick broadsword. Zhao Hai also waved his hand and took out a silver flying sword. Then he controlled the flying sword to attack in a certain direction. Li Zongdao looked at the direction in which the sword was flying to, and he couldn't help but stare. It was because his spiritual force already swept through that area, but he couldn't detect anything. This made him puzzled. While Li Zongdao was puzzled, he heard Zhao Hai's flying sword being grabbed by an iron claw. Then a figure slowly emerged from an iron pear tree. To be precise, it was a humanoid creature with dark skin, no hair, and had tentacles on its head instead. It had 2 completely jet black eyes. It was tall and huge at about 3 meters high. It wore a long black robe that looked like a mage's robe, but at the same time not quite something that mages would wear. The creature's black eyes stared closely at Zhao Hai. Then it said, "How did you find me? It's impossible for you to detect me. I'm wearing a stealth robe. I could evade even spiritual force." Zhao Hai looked at the creature and then coldly snorted and said, "Friend, there's no need to waste words. You want to ambush us. Now that we discovered you, shouldn't you leave? If you don't, then don't blame me for being impolite." Actually, Zhao Hai wouldn't simply make this person leave. If the person truly retreated, then Zhao Hai would certainly pursue and kill. He just said that in order to reduce the person's vigilance. As soon as the green creature heard Zhao Hai, it laughed and said, "I reckon you 3 are newcomers from the world of cultivation? Since you have seen me, you need to die." Zhao Hai looked at the creature with confusion. Seeing Zhao Hai's gaze, the person smiled and said, "I already killed dozens of people from the world of cultivation, and you will add to that number as well." Hearing what the creature said, Zhao Hai knew that things weren't going very well. Moreover, although this person was at transcending tribulation, his strength wasn't that bad, especially its magic artifact. It was an iron claw that could move on its own, as thought it was a mechanical arm. Zhao Hai looked at the creature, then he coldly snorted and said, "It seems like you have been targeting the world of cultivation for more than a day or 2. But even if we're newcomers, I could still kill you." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. 100 swords appeared beside him, followed by a violent wind that attacked towards the green creature. The creature coldly snorted, then it moved its hand and took out a large number of artifacts. Its quantity was no lower than 100. These artifacts looked like they were probably from the world of cultivation. However, the artifacts were stained green, making them look corrupted. Then something that surprised Zhao Hai appeared. The creature's tentacles began to sway slowly, and the magic artifacts move along with them. It seems like the tentacles were controlling the artifacts. Then the tentacles of the creature suddenly pointed towards Zhao Hai. The magic weapons began to move and clashed with Zhao Hai's silver swords. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai's first silver sword was still in the grip of the iron claw. As though forgetting about the battle, The creature's iron claw arrived in front of it as it began to examine the silver sword. At this moment, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he saw an opportunity. Then while it was still gripped by the iron claw, the silver sword melted out of the claw before reforming into a long sword that stabbed towards the creature's throat. A flash of shock appeared on the creature's face before its eyes lost their brilliance. A moment after that, the magic artifacts that were covered with green stain began to fall into the ground, returning to their original appearance. Zhao Hai waved his hand as he took the magic artifacts as well as the creature's corpse into the space. Meanwhile, Li Zongdao, who was prepared to lend a hand, became dumbfounded. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's actions to be so fast. The creature wasn't even able to make another move. After receiving the magic artifacts and the creature's corpse, Zhao Hai turned to Li Zongdao and smiled as he said, "Brother Li, I won't be able to give you any of these spoils. Please forgive me." Li Zongdao shook his head and said, "Brother, they're your spoils to begin with. I just didn't expect to see something abnormal this quickly in the 10,000 realm battlefield. I wasn't even able to detect it. If it weren't for you, then I would have been in grave danger." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Let's go and see if we can harvest some iron pear wood." Zhao Hai knew very well that if he hadn't used the silver sword from the very beginning, then he wouldn't be able to kill the green creature so easily. It was truly strong and the tentacles on its head could control magic artifacts. If they fought seriously, then Zhao Hai would need to spend a lot of time in order to win. The three flew through the iron pear forest carefully. They were even more cautious than before, especially Li Zongdao. He didn't expect to run into a powerful enemy this early on. This caused him to have no choice but to be extra careful. Speaking of which, there was a huge difference between a young iron pear tree and an older one. The younger the tree was, the smoother its bark would be. As it aged, the bark would begin to show cracks. You can hardly see any cracks on an iron pear tree that was less than 10 years old. Only after 10 years would cracks start to appear, showing that the wood could be harvested. After flying for 10 minutes, Zhao Hai and the others began to notice cracks on the barks of the trees. One could imagine how large the forest was from this information. Upon seeing cracks on the iron pear trees, Zhao Hai turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, these are 10-year-old iron pear trees, but they're still too young. I'm afraid we'll tend a lot of them in order to fulfill our quota. I think we should go forward some more and look for older trees. What do you think?" Li Zongdao looked at the iron pear trees, then he nodded and said, "All right, they are indeed too young. Let's look for older ones inside." At this time, Zhao Hai's silver needles already covered a large area. Zhao Hai didn't want to be ambushed. He already found dozens of creatures around them, including a few iron pear rats. Iron pear rats were very hard to deal with. Their teeth were very sharp. These rats could eat a 10,000-year-old iron pear tree. Imagine how sharp their teeth were. Moreover, maybe because of their constant diet of iron pear trees, the rats evolved to have formidable defense. Iron pear rats don't have any fur. Instead, they were covered by a layer of coarse skin. Their skin had powerful defense that normal artifacts couldn't damage. This was where people noticed that the older their tree was, the more powerful the iron pear rat would be. A newborn iron pear rat was very easy to deal with. This was because these rats had been eating young iron pear trees, so their strength wasn't that good. As the rat grew up, their partner tree would get older as well. Therefore, their strength would increase accordingly. Once the tree and the rat reached 10,000 years old, even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't dare touch them or else risk getting killed. This was how powerful iron pear rats could become. On the other hand, the iron pear rats were also high-grade crafting materials. Their teeth, skin, bones, and muscles could be used in all kinds of artifacts, and the stronger the rat, the better material it would be. However, iron pear rats live in clans. Even young iron pear rats were hard to capture. This was because they would be accompanied with stronger rats. If one wasn't careful, they wouldn't only fail to capture a rat, they would also become fertilizer for the iron pear trees. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't want to face an iron pear rat. If Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng weren't here, then Zhao Hai might want to meet one. These beasts seem to be special. If it was a normal beast, then they would have gained an ability to transform upon reaching foundation establishment stage. However, iron pear rats don't have any humanoid forms and maintain their beast forms. Although they had high wisdom, they were still in their beast form, which was very strange. In fact, It wasn't only the Iron Bear rats. As long as they were born in the 10,000 realm battlefield, beasts would have the same situation. It seems like the 10,000 realm battlefield made these beasts and controlled them, much like how the space controls its beasts. Zhao Hai wanted to send an Iron Bear rat to the space to see what reaction it would have. Not only that, Zhao Hai also knew that the rats could improve the space. Even if the space wouldn't level up, the rats could still bring something good for the space. Chapter 1391, Century-Old Iron Bear Tree. Zhao Hai also doesn't want to fight the other people. Therefore, he made sure to avoid them. He knew very well there's no such thing as good manners in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even if you don't want to mess with other people, this doesn't mean that other people don't want to mess with you. Although he couldn't understand why Zhao Hai was meandering through the forest, Li Zongdao didn't say anything. He knew that Zhao Hai might have a reason for doing so. After all, Zhao Hai had a lot of mysterious abilities. After moving for 1 hour, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. The place where they stopped at had some 100-year-old iron bear trees dotted sporadically. Century-old iron bear wood was already a very good material. Zhao Hai and the others would only need 100 jin 50 kilograms each in order to complete their monthly quota. Moreover, a century-old iron bear wood is very heavy. A meter-long branch with the same diameter of a wine glass would already weigh more than 100 jin. But it must be said that century-old iron bear trees were very hard to harvest. One would need an especially sharp artifact in order to cut it. And even if you had a sharp artifact to cut the tree, you would still need to face its protector, the iron bear rat. Century-old iron bear trees would certainly have iron bear rats as its guardians. Moreover, the rats protecting these trees were very strong. Generally, in an iron bear rat clan, the strongest rat would be at the nascent soul stage. However, average nascent soul experts couldn't defeat these rats. This was because iron bear rats at this stage had copper skin and iron bones. Most artifacts couldn't easily damage them. Moreover, they weren't iron bear trees that would just stand in place. They also had sharp teeth and claws, much sharper than general artifacts. Zhao Hai already discovered several iron bear rats around the century-old iron bear trees. These rats were much smaller than Zhao Hai imagined. They weren't any smaller compared to average rats. They were dark in color and had no fur. Their exposed skin had a sheen akin to metal. They each had 4 sharp-looking claws and teeth that were like saws. They also had a small tail that moved like a steel whip. Zhao Hai knew that these rats would immediately move as soon as he touched a century-old iron bear tree. For these rats, iron bear trees were their properties. If other people dared to steal these trees, then these rats would certainly attack. Seeing Zhao Hai look calmly at the iron bear trees, Li Zongdao stopped as well. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a blob of liquid metal. Then this liquid metal turned into a circular saw. Zhao Hai wielded this saw as it began to rotate quickly and flew towards a century-old iron bear tree. Zhao Hai wasn't planning to cut the trunk of the tree because he knew that it was its toughest part. Instead, he wanted to cut off a small branch. These small branches were a meter long and were as thick as walnuts. If it were any other tree, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have spent so much time thinking. In the past, his chi alone could cut a tree. However, he was now faced with an iron bear tree. With how tough it was, Zhao Hai needed to use liquid silver. Even so, the iron bear tree was much harder than Zhao Hai expected. The circular saw had a very hard time going through the branch. Both Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao gained a new understanding about the iron bear tree. Goodness, this thing was really tough. However, only Zhao Hai knew that he was only using 50% of his strength. The tree was actually able to resist 50% of Zhao Hai's strength. It must be known that Zhao Hai's present spiritual chi was equal to a transcending tribulation expert. At this time, a shriek was heard. Then it was followed by a few more squeaks. Zhao Hai waved his hand and caught the cut iron bear wood. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, this is yours. With this, you won't need to worry about this month's tax." Zhao Hai called it a tax because the quota was essentially that. Therefore, Li Zongdao didn't oppose it when Zhao Hai called it a tax. Li Zongdao didn't expect Zhao Hai to give this branch to him. He quickly said, "Little Hai, no need. I'll get one myself." He felt embarrassed because he had only been following Zhao Hai without giving much help. Being able to get the first loot made him feel sorry. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Take it. It's not easy as you think it is. Iron bear rats are here." Li Zongdao was taken aback. He immediately put the iron fear wood away as soon as he heard the shrieks. He just remembered that these were iron fear rats. After putting the iron fear wood away, Li Zongdao waited. He wanted to see what these iron fear rats looked like. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai could count 7 iron fear rats approaching them, and one of them seems to be the leader of their clan. Another 2 were at nascent soul stage while the remaining 4 were at core formation. At this time, several small squeaks were seen coming from a distant place underground. Then black spots began to appear. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and sighed. There are 7 of them. I'll deal with 3, Brother Li. Mo Sheng, you take care of the rest. Then he moved and left the area of Li Zongdao's defensive artifact. He took out his flying swords as he met the rats. Zhao Hai proceeded to block 3 iron fear rats. These 3 were at nascent soul stage. This wasn't Zhao Hai pulling rank or wanting to help Li Zongdao. Instead, he wanted these 3 for the space. Their initial exchange informed Zhao Hai that these rats really did live up to their reputation. Each iron fear rat were strong. Zhao Hai was using the reins to pair sword formation, but he was still held back by the 3 rats. But since the 3 most powerful rats of the group were being constrained by Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were able to face the remaining 4. Although the remaining 4 rats were also strong, they were still at core formation level of strength, so upon facing both Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng, they were quickly put on a disadvantage. Li Zongdao began to fight the rats using his magic artifact. However, Mo Sheng was still using his own body cultivation techniques to face the rats. One shouldn't judge Mo Sheng's fighting prowess through his appearance. When the fight began, Mo Sheng changed into a totally different person. He became an enraged Buddha and his killing intent flared up. His defense was also very amazing. The 2 iron fear rats weren't able to deal with him head-on. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Mo Sheng. Upon seeing that Mo Sheng was doing well, he felt relieved. Then he began to deal with the 3 rats seriously. Zhao Hai began to use the stellar sword formation. The 3 iron fear rats were unable to detect that they were being slowly trapped by Zhao Hai's formation. This was because Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of killing these rats. Instead, he wanted to capture them. When the 3 rats were completely surrounded, Zhao Hai transformed several flying swords into iron chains that captured the rats. The 3 rats were startled. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to use this move. They struggled to escape from being captured. However, liquid silver couldn't be broken through easily. Zhao Hai waved his hand and directly sent the rats to the space. When the iron fear rats entered the space, a prompt was heard. New type of mouse life form detected. It is aggressive towards the space. Subjugating. Evolved mouse type life form subjugated successfully. The host can now buy them in the space's shop. Extracting life form's powerful defense and adding it to the space's beasts. Extraction and addition successful. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod when he heard the prompt. The defensive strength of the iron fear rats was indeed amazing. Now that it has been extracted, the space's beasts would be more powerful in combat. Upon capturing the 3 iron fear rats, Zhao Hai turned his head towards Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. The 2 were able to fight smoothly. Mo Sheng already killed an iron fear rat while the other was heavily injured. Mo Sheng should be able to finish it off soon. Li Zongdao's situation was the same. Seeing that the 2 were doing well, Zhao Hai turned his attention towards the iron fear trees. Now that the iron fear rats had been dealt with, these century-old trees were unprotected. He can now harvest them with ease. However, Zhao Hai wasn't intending to cut all of these trees down. It wasn't easy for century-old iron fear trees to grow. Everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew how to restrain themselves from harvesting materials. If they harvested everything, then they wouldn't have anything to harvest later on. Everyone had the same thought because they don't want to destroy the 10,000 realm battlefield. If they destroyed the dimension, then they would lose out in the future. Zhao Hai cut several branches of iron fear wood, enough to pay this month's tax. Zhao Hai also cut a couple of branches for the space. When the iron fear wood entered the space, another prompt was heard. New type of ironwood tree detected. May be cultivated by planting on the ground. It can also be used for medicine, refining, and cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai smiled. This was a fantastic outcome. Since the branches can directly be planted on the ground, the space could now grow its own iron fear trees. Zhao Hai immediately asked Care to plant some trees. He even placed them on the time-accelerated region. Later on, he wouldn't lack iron fear wood to use. Chapter 1392, Zoo race. After cutting down a few branches of century-old iron pure wood, Zhao Hai turned his head to Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng already dealt with their enemies. Zhao Hai received the 2 iron pure rats that Mo Sheng killed. Li Zongdao also wanted to give Zhao Hai his rats. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Keep it. Those are yours. If you can't meet your quota later, these 2 will be worth 2 months of tax. Keep it. It's your hard work." Li Zongdao knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't take the rats no matter what, so he took them for himself. However, he made sure to feel gratitude towards Zhao Hai. After Li Zongdao kept the 2 iron pure rats, he looked around before turning to Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, do we head inward?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We won't. Let's leave immediately." Once the other iron pure rats discover the situation here, they would certainly chase us. "We will be in deep trouble if we don't leave right now." Li Zongdao was aware that Zhao Hai was telling the truth, so he nodded and left the area with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "It's already late. Let's head back and eat something. We'll go out again tomorrow." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "Alright." "So should we pay our tax for this month after we go back?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Brother Li, you're really an uptight person." "Don't worry. Don't we still have 1 month? If we act too well, then those monks will turn their attention to us. Let's wait until the end of the month. If we get injured this month and forced to leave the battlefield, then wouldn't that be a waste?" Li Zongdao listened intently to Zhao Hai. Then he thought about what Zhao Hai said. If he paid his taxes now, then if he was injured in the coming month and forced to leave the battlefield, his gains would be much less. As the 3 were flying, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a strong aura approaching from a distance. Judging by the aura, the source must be a transcending tribulation expert. Zhao Hai's complexion changed. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, put away your defensive artifact. We'll be flying at full speed." Li Zongdao quickly put his defensive artifact away. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a metallic ship. Zhao Hai stood on the ship along with Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Then Zhao Hai controlled the ship to fly forward with all its strength. The ship also had formations that increased its speed, and with Zhao Hai controlling it, its speed was naturally fast. That transcending tribulation aura was beginning to lag behind. Zhao Hai didn't intend to use his space to immediately return to the newcomers area. He didn't want to reveal that he can use spatial techniques this early. Only people from the world of cultivation knew about Zhao Hai being able to use spatial techniques. As for the other people in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they were naturally unaware. Zhao Hai decided to use his spatial techniques as an ace, so he didn't want to use it at this time. Li Zongdao stood on the ship wondering why Zhao Hai wasn't using his spatial techniques. However, he didn't say anything. He also felt the strong aura just now. Seeing that the aura wasn't in pursuit, he felt relief. As for Mo Sheng, he actually didn't care. It was as if he didn't know what fear was. He just looked around curiously as he stood on top of Zhao Hai's ship. Although the aura was now very far from them, Zhao Hai didn't slow down. He kept flying at full strength. This was because he knew what was chasing him. The transcending tribulation expert was actually one of the strange green creatures. The green creature that Zhao Hai killed was just a nascent soul expert, but the one chasing him right now was at the transcending tribulation stage. However, the transcending tribulation expert didn't seem to be chasing them for revenge but instead to rob them. Now that Zhao Hai and the others had run away, he no longer chased and just flew away in anger. Zhao Hai didn't decelerate even after the danger left. He kept flying towards the newcomers area. It didn't take long before they arrived and entered Zhao Hai's cave. Upon entering the cave, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao began to relax. Then at this time, Mo Sheng turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder brother, I'm hungry." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, let's eat something." "Brother Li, let's drink a few cups to celebrate our first day." Li Zongdao certainly wouldn't decline. The 3 proceeded to drink inside Zhao Hai's cave. Meanwhile, at this time, someone flew outside Yuanding's cave and reported, "Master, Liu Wu asks for an audience." Yuanding's voice was then heard, "Come in." Liu Wu complied and entered the cave. Inside the meditation room, Yuanding and Yuanzhen were currently meditating. Seeing Liu Wu come, Yuanding nodded and said, "What's the situation?" Liu Wu reported, "Zhao Hai's group of 3 went to the Iron Pear Forest. I don't know if they were able to get some harvests. I didn't dare enter the forest." Yuanding nodded and said, "What about the others?" Liu Wu's expression turned gloomy as he said, Most of them were robbed and killed. Master's judgment was correct. Some people have been aiming at us. As long as our newcomers head out, they would immediately attack. Besides Zhao Hai's group who came back safely and those who weren't able to come back, most of those who came back were injured. Yuanding nodded and said, "All right, you can head back. Don't tell anybody about this. Keep monitoring Zhao Hai's group. See if you can find out how strong they are." Liu Wu nodded before leaving. When Liu Wu left, Yuan Zhen said, "Senior brother, what do we do about this? We have already lost a lot of Buddhist disciples. Do we invite more people here?" Yuanding thought about this and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Also, adding more people won't help our situation. On the contrary, this would inform the cultivators that we are having trouble over here. After all, there are still cultivators in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Once they know that we're in trouble, they would certainly make a move." Yuan Zhen nodded. Then his two eyes turned vicious as he said, "Once I find out who's behind this, I certainly won't let them off." Yuanding lowered his head and chanted the names of Buddha. Although he no longer said anything, one felt a killing aura coming out of his body. What Yuanding and Yuanzin didn't know was that Zhao Hai was aware of Liu Wu's surveillance. Liu Wu followed them the moment they left their residence. Zhao Hai found out about him a long time ago. However, Zhao Hai didn't deal with him. He just wants to see what Liu Wu wants to do. At this point, almost the entire newcomers area has been mapped by the space. The only exception was inside the caves. This was because each cave has a defensive formation that would activate the moment it gets touched by the silver needle. However, Zhao Hai didn't let this opportunity go. When he discovered that Liu Wu was tracking him, he made care place a silver needle on Liu Wu. Because of this, he was able to hear what Yuanding and Yuanzhen were talking about. He didn't expect that what Huang Dan and Feng Beiming said about the dispute between the cultivators and the Buddhists was true. Who knows what method the Buddhists used in order to prevent the sects from entering the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, this dispute had very little to do with Zhao Hai. The Buddhists treated him well, and so did the cultivators. Also, Zhao Hai belonged to the machine field. He didn't belong to either the Buddhist sect nor the cultivators. It must be said that his relationship with the cultivators was at the same level as the Buddhists. Zhao Hai has a cultivator as a master. Although Huang Dan was a rogue cultivator, he still studied orthodox methods of the sects. Therefore, Huang Dan can be said to be someone from the sects. In this case, it might seem that Zhao Hai was closer to the sects than the Buddhists. However, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai's current strongest techniques belong to the Buddhist path, which might lead him to be called a Buddhist. In the end, Zhao Hai couldn't really be distinguished as either a cultivator or a Buddhist. However, Zhao Hai also knew that no matter what, he was someone from the world of cultivation. If people from other great realms dealt with his people, then he wouldn't be polite. If things went with what Yuanding and Yuanzhen said, then the ambush on the Iron Pier Forest wasn't just a simple attack. There was a much bigger event behind it. Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't express it in his expression. His face was still calm as he drank with Li Zongdao and discussed today's harvest. Li Zongdao didn't notice anything. He was currently thinking about how lucky he was to be with Zhao Hai. Not only would he be safer during battles, he could also eat delicious food and drink tasty drinks every day. The one who indulged in the food and wine was Mo Sheng. He ate 2 chickens on his own and drank a jug of spirit wine. When he became full, he immediately fell down and passed out. He looked like he drank himself to sleep. Zhao Hai didn't mind Mo Sheng. He took his wine cup and then turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, come, let's drink." Li Zongdao looked at Mo Sheng, then he smiled faintly and said, "I really envy this kid. He could eat and sleep with no worries. Sometimes I wish I was like him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, he's quite lucky. We couldn't compare to him." Then he clinked Li Zongdao's cup and then downed the liquor. After doing this, Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, without you, I wouldn't have this rich of a harvest on the first day. The battlefield is indeed too dangerous to be alone. Let this brother toast you a cup. I'll remember this gratitude." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Li, you're too polite. We're brothers, so you don't need to mind it." The two chatted and drank for some time. Unknowingly, both of them sensed that they were getting drunk, so Li Zongdao said his goodbyes and went back to his cave. When Li Zongdao left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. Upon entering the space, he was immediately greeted by the green creature that has been turned into undead. Zhao Hai looked at the green creature and said, "What is your name? What's your race called?" The green creature gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, replying to the young master, "I'm called Zuzu Ocean and I belong to the Zhu race." 1. Zhao Hai looked at Zuzu Ocean and said, "Zhu race? Why do you call your race Zhu?" Zuzu Ocean replied, "We're named after the feelers on our heads. These feelers can help us control magic artifacts. The stronger we are, the more magic artifacts we can control." Zhao Hai looked at the feelers on Zuzu Ocean's head and then nodded. "Your ambush, is it something you did on your own, or were you instructed by someone?" "What's your goal?" Zuzu Ocean replied, "We were ordered by our race to deal with the world of cultivation's newcomers. Because of this, I made a move against the young masters group. The world of cultivation's newcomers area has been supposedly encircled by our clansmen. As long as the young master heads out, you will immediately be discovered by our people." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Zuzu Ocean and said, "Your Zhu race wants to deal with the world of cultivation? Does the world of cultivation have a grudge against you?" Zuzu Ocean shook his head and said, "There's no grudge. We Zhu people live by robbing other people. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, we mainly focus on stealing. As for why we target the world of cultivation, I don't know." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what Zuzu Ocean said. The Zhu race was a bandit race, taking things by force in order to survive. It was not strange to be ambushed by them. The only strange thing was the fact that they seemed to be targeting the world of cultivation. Judging by Zuzu Ocean's words, he didn't know anything besides the command given to him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Are you under the control of your race?" Zuzu Ocean nodded and said, "Yes, young master. All Zhu race who enter the 10,000 realm battlefield must get the approval of the race. After that, we need to obey the race's commands. However, the race rarely gave us direct orders. We can do things on our own while turning over 30% of our harvest." Zhao Hai nodded. "So it's like that. All right, you can go back." Zuzu Ocean nodded before he was sent to the hell space. However, Zhao Hai was now more curious about the Zhu race. If Zuzu Ocean was under his race, then why did the race's higher-ups make the decision to suppress the world of cultivation? 1. Zhu means feelers or palpus of an insect. Chapter 1393. Report. Although he felt that the Zhu race must have something against the world of cultivation, Zhao Hai had no way to find out about it at this time. He just arrived not too long ago. This was something he needed to check slowly later. However, Zhao Hai believed that these people wouldn't just let him off. He was a newcomer. The Zhu race was mainly targeting the world of cultivation's newcomers. It would be strange if they would just leave Zhao Hai alone. Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. He would just wait for the other party's next move. Once they come for him, then he would certainly clean them out. He wanted to see if the Zhu race could stomach heavy losses. Zhao Hai wasn't a good person. His hands were much darker than anyone else. If it weren't for the fact that the undead and the other races in the space were still weak, he would have already gone out and dealt with them all. After talking with Zuzu Ocean, Zhao Hai returned to the villa to see the current situation of the space as well as outside. The space's map already included a lot of places. Although the map wasn't as large as the world of cultivation's map, it was still quite big. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others immediately invited him to sit down before reporting the situation of the world of cultivation. Despite Zhao Hai leaving, the world of cultivation had no changes. It was quite peaceful. Both Yulai 2 and the Pirate Paradise operated normally. In fact, not only was it left alone, the machine field also took protective measures towards Yulai 2. Margaret inquired about this and discovered that the machine field would receive resources each year as long as Zhao Hai was inside the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, this became important for the realm. Because of this, the machine field protected Yulai 2. They were afraid that Zhao Hai's attention would be diverted if something bad happens to the planet. Hearing this development, Zhao Hai felt relieved. As for the Pirate Paradise, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry much about it. With Louis' leadership as well as the strength of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group, nobody would dare annoy them in the Pirate Paradise. Additionally, the undead sent there were also very strong. Therefore, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group were able to complete their missions successfully. Moreover, their looting has been going very well. Other pirate groups were still unable to find out about the changes in the group. Although there were several important points in the Pirate Paradise, not a lot of people dared cause trouble over them. The pirate paradise has reached a subtle balance between its powers, with the cross-sword pirate group being the strongest pirate group in the region. Nobody dared annoy them, and with the recent cleansing of the pirate group, the spies placed by other groups were erased. This made people hesitant in making a move. The two places were doing very well. Zhao Hai also didn't need to worry about the Six Realms battlefield. The machine field already prepared itself for Zhao Hai's departure towards the 10,000 realm battlefield. Therefore, there was nothing for Zhao Hai to be worried about. Since everything outside was doing well, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the 10,000 realm battlefield. From the map collected by the space, the 10,000 realm battlefield looked more chaotic than the Six Realms battlefield. People were fighting battles every minute. It was a mess. And from the information collected today, it seems like the Zhu race were indeed dealing with the world of cultivation's newcomers. Once they leave the newcomers area, these newcomers would be immediately attacked. Zhao Hai also discovered that it wasn't only the Zhu race who were attacking the world of cultivation. There were also other humanoid races that joined in the attacks. This convinced Zhao Hai even more that there was a secret behind this situation. As for who is behind this, Zhao Hai didn't have any ability to know about them at this time. This also wasn't something that he should care about. It was the Buddhists in the 10,000 realm battlefield that needed to do something about this. If they cannot solve this crisis, then their monopoly over the 10,000 realm battlefield would end. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, Laura and the others also stared at the monitor. They didn't want to disturb Zhao Hai. They didn't even make a loud noise. Zhao Hai recovered after some time. Seeing that Laura and the others were silently chatting, he couldn't help but be moved. The group proceeded to chat for the rest of the day before Zhao Hai drank some spatial water and then went out of the space. Zhao Hai didn't bother asking about the iron pear trees and the iron pear rats. He believed that care would take care of them. Upon going out of the space, Zhao Hai saw Mo Sheng still lying on the floor. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then went to the lounge to take a rest. Actually, to people like Zhao Hai and the others, sleep was already unnecessary. However, Zhao Hai still kept this habit. This was somewhat unusual for cultivators, but Zhao Hai didn't care. After he woke up, Zhao Hai felt refreshed. Then he woke Mo Sheng up before the two went to visit Li Zongdao's cave. Hearing that Zhao Hai was calling him out, Li Zongdao immediately went out. Seeing Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng, he couldn't help but ask, "Are we leaving?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm still not sure. I just asked that green creature. It seems like he is from the Zhu race. They received a command from their race to deal with newcomers from the world of cultivation. If we head out, we will definitely meet those people." Li Zongdao was surprised at what Zhao Hai said. Then he frowned and said, "Then we need to tell Master Yuanding about this first." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think Li Zongdao would say this. Buddhists and sects weren't really on good terms. But Li Zongdao's first response upon hearing this news was actually to tell Yuanding and Yuanzhen. It seems like this had something to do with Li Zongdao's character. However, Zhao Hai didn't oppose this idea. In any case, he doesn't have an enmity with the Buddhist sects. So he nodded and said, "That's also a good idea. This way, they can prepare to deal with the Zhu race." Then the two proceeded to fly towards Yuanding's cave residence. It didn't take long before the two arrived. Then Zhao Hai respectfully called out, "Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, and Mo Sheng asks for Master Yuanding's audience." Zhao Hai knew that Yuanzhen was also inside, but he didn't call him out. This was his first time coming to Yuanding's cave. So if he also called Yuanzhen out, then the Buddhists might suspect something. Hearing the sound outside, Yuanding replied, "It's you, come in." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao nodded. Then the two led Mo Sheng to enter the cave residence. Upon entering the cave, Yuanding's voice was heard, "Come to the meditation room." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao nodded before heading towards the meditation room. Upon arriving, the two gave Yuanding and Yuanzhen a salute. Yuanding waved his hand and said, "Why did you visit? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, there's indeed something wrong. Yesterday, we went to the iron pear forest in order to pick some iron pear wood. However, we were ambushed by a member of the Zhu race. We killed them and I turned them into an undead." He told us that the Zhu race gave them an order to deal with the world of cultivation's newcomers. The Zhu race has now encircled the newcomers area. As long as someone heads out, they would immediately be attacked. Yuanding was shocked by what Zhao Hai said. His expression turned serious as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, This is important news. Is this really true? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes it is. It's because of this that I came immediately. If Master Yuanding allows me, then I can release the undead Zhu race member and let him tell you in person. Yuanding nodded and said, release them. Zhao Hai nodded and then took Zhu Zuoshan out. Yuanding proceeded to interrogate Zhu Zuoshan. Since there's no way for Zhu Zuoshan to lie, he told Yuanding everything from the order he received up until his ambush of Zhao Hai. Upon hearing this, Yuanding couldn't help but pause and process the news. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, because of the importance of this information, you're exempt from your quota for 1 year. You can go. Don't go out for the next few days. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect to gain an advantage. Hearing what Yuanding said, Zhao Hai was somewhat shocked. Then the three immediately expressed their gratitude towards Yuanding. Then Zhao Hai said, Master Yuanding, we still want to head out. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuanding couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, are you confident? Yuanding's real question was, are you confident that you won't be killed? He didn't expect Zhao Hai to propose heading out. Yuanding expected Zhao Hai to lay low upon gaining this information. Exempting Zhao Hai for 1 year was also because of this. This wasn't an ordinary matter. This relates to an entire race. Even Yuanding knew that they couldn't deal with this in a short time. Therefore, he allowed Zhao Hai's group to be safe inside their caves for 1 year. The three were still newcomers to the 10,000 realm battlefield. They don't have any stockpiles of materials to hand over if they don't get to head out. It would be a shame if they were to be kicked out because of this matter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I am. Our trip to the 10,000 realm battlefield is to temper ourselves. Naturally, we have to face the experts from other great realms. If we retreat from any danger, then there's no use in coming to the 10,000 realms battlefield. I hope Master Yuanding agrees to this. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuanding couldn't help but laugh as he said, alright, you're truly worthy of being the greatest genius of the cultivation realm. Good, you can go. Zhao Hai and the others gave Yuanding and Yuanzhen a salute before turning around and leaving. Chapter 1394. Robbery. Looking at Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao leaving the cave, Yuanding solemnly said, that kid isn't ordinary. Just by looking at his courage and abilities, I'm sure that he has a limitless future. Yuanzhen nodded and said, this kid is truly special. It can be seen from the way he acts. It's really amazing to think that he was able to reach this stage despite only ascending a few years ago. Yuanding's tone dropped as he replied, I don't know if his appearance is a boon or a curse for us. Junior brother, we need to deal with the Zhu race as soon as possible. We cannot afford being troubled by them for a long time. Yuanzhen's eyes turned vicious as he said, it wouldn't be good if we just let them be. Brother, how do we deal with them? Yuanding replied, inform everyone. This isn't a small matter, so we need to deal with it properly. Normally, the Zhu race just robbed people. I haven't heard of them targeting a specific group of people. The Zhu race is much weaker compared to the world of cultivation. They shouldn't have the guts to go at us like this. It seems like someone wants to deal with us. Yuanzhen coldly snorted and said, there are still people that want to make a move against us. Brother, let's go. We can't just wait here. Yuanding nodded. Then he took out a jade sword message and released it. The two became quiet. They were only in charge of the newcomers area. If they need to do anything, then they have to get commands from above. Meanwhile, after leaving Yuanding's cave, Li Zongdao turned his head to Zhao Hai and asked, Little Hai, can we really go out? I'm afraid even transcending tribulation experts would come out to rob us. Are you really confident? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, we'll be alright. If we really get in danger, I can just use spatial magic to teleport us out. I want to see the strength of the Zhu race's transcending tribulation experts. Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao couldn't say anything, so he just nodded and said, alright, then let's go. Zhao Hai nodded. Then the three flew out of the newcomers' residential area. The three became cautious upon heading out of the residential area. This time, Zhao Hai didn't make Li Zongdao take his defensive artifact out. Li Zongdao's artifact was different from Zhao Hai's. While Li Zongdao's spiritual chi could get exhausted, Zhao Hai wouldn't. It would be very dangerous if Li Zongdao couldn't maintain his best condition when a battle comes. Because of this, Zhao Hai turned liquid silver into its ship form. Then the three got on the ship as it flew out. Li Zongdao couldn't help but feel envious of Zhao Hai's ship. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, such a huge artifact. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your spiritual chi? This is the 10,000 Realms battlefield. We need to be in our optimum state at all times." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine, don't worry." Hearing this, Li Zongdao had no choice but to stop worrying. Then he shifted his attention to the view outside. Seeing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai said, "Brother Li, we're fine. Don't be so anxious." Looking at Zhao Hai's calm appearance, Li Zongdao slowly relaxed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This time, we're just going out to take a look. We don't need to get resources. In any case, we are exempted for a year." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "We still need to be careful. The zoo race is prepared to deal with newcomers like us. If we make a lot of trouble, then they certainly wouldn't let us off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The zoo race wouldn't be able to easily deal with us. Don't forget, Master Yuanding and the others are already aware of this matter. If they allow the zoo race to deal with us, then they would suffer a shortage of manpower. Master Yuanding and the others wouldn't allow this to happen. When the time comes, they would certainly deal with the zoo race. I reckon the zoo race isn't that strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to this method to deal with us. From what I can see, Master Yuanding and the others will take care of this soon." Li Zongdao stared when he heard this. Then he thought about it carefully as he nodded and said, "That's reasonable. Now that Master Yuanding and the others know about this matter, they certainly wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. If they act, then we would be free of worry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Naturally. But we don't have to go to the Iron Fear Forest now. We went there yesterday. Once the zoo race discovers that one of them went missing, they would certainly send experts to check it out. Let's go elsewhere." Li Zongdao nodded. His eyes lit up as he said, "Then how about going to Lotus Lake?" Upon hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai's eyes also shone. "All right. Lotus Lake is good. Let's go there." Lotus Lake is also another newcomer region. It was a huge lake, a very large lake. It was famous for having a lot of lotus on its surface. Moreover, these lotus weren't ordinary lotus. They were bitter heart lotus. Bitter heart lotuses were high-grade medicinal materials. Its flowers, seeds, and leaves can be used as medicine. However, among them, the seeds had the best effect. It was a versatile material that can be used to cure wounds as well as assist in cultivation. Most importantly, bitter heart lotus was an ingredient for a pill that can make one's heart calm. Although it was just a supporting pill, it could cause one's cultivation speed to double. The key was the calming of the mind. One shouldn't underestimate the effect of making the mind calm. If one had these pills during a critical breakthrough, then their chances of success would be greatly increased. Zhao Hai looked at the map and then changed the direction of the ship to fly towards Lotus Lake. The two met several people along the way. However, upon seeing Zhao Hai's ship artifact, they immediately got out of the way. Ship-type artifacts couldn't be used by anyone. This was because these artifacts require a lot of spiritual chi in order to use. However, the offensive and defensive strengths of these artifacts certainly made up for it. People who use ship-type artifacts in the 10,000 realm battlefield were powerful experts. If they weren't, then using this type of artifact was akin to courting death. They would risk being robbed by other people, or even killed. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. After all, the majority of the people in the newcomers region were all rookies. Although there were also transcending tribulation experts among this group, they weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. At this point, veteran transcending tribulation experts might not necessarily be Zhao Hai's opponent. If Zhao Hai went all out, using liquid silver as well as faith power, then even severed soul experts would need to watch out. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai dared act arrogantly. Li Zongdao could also notice Zhao Hai's attitude. He was somewhat anxious. It was as if Zhao Hai wasn't taking the trip seriously. Zhao Hai and the others didn't fly as fast as before, so it would take several hours before they would get to Lotus Lake. Looking outside and finding it boring, Zhao Hai took out a bottle of red wine and gave Mo Sheng a cooked chicken. He poured himself a glass and also gave one to Li Zongdao. Then he smiled and said, "Come, brother Li, it's still a long road. Taste this red wine I made. Tell me if it tastes good." Li Zongdao looked at the red wine and nodded. Then he said, Good, let's taste it. He took the glass and took a sip. Although Li Zongdao hasn't drunk red wine before, he still understood that he couldn't drink all of it in one go. After taking a sip of the wine, Li Zongdao pouted. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, I have no experience with this type of wine. I don't know if it's good or bad. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I can't tell the difference as well. But when I have nothing to do, I just take a sip or two. No matter what it tastes like, I just drink. If I don't like the taste, then I'll just stop. Li Zongdao laughed. Right, no matter how good or bad it is, it still deserves another sip. After that he took another sip and then smiled as he said, I quite like it. Then after he said that, the two of them laughed. Mo Sheng looked at the two with confusion in his eyes. Then he turned his attention back to the chicken. Zhao Hai already knew that Mo Sheng liked to eat chicken. He fed Mo Sheng other types of food from the space, but it seems like chicken was what Mo Sheng liked the most. Naturally, when they were outside, Zhao Hai wouldn't take out beef or rabbit meat. They're too conspicuous. In the end, Mo Sheng liked the chicken and the spirit wine. Zhao Hai also tried giving Mo Sheng beer and other liquor to drink, but in the end, he could only give up. Mo Sheng simply didn't like to drink beer. Zhao Hai didn't force him as well. In any case, the space doesn't lack any food. Mo Sheng can eat whatever he wants. The group continued to move forward. When they were an hour away from Lotus Lake, they were suddenly blocked. Surprisingly, the one who blocked them was from the zoo race. Since it's possible that a battle would happen, Zhao Hai only gave Mo Sheng chicken and not spirit wine. At the same time, him and Li Zongdao didn't drink too much red wine. Zhao Hai noticed the zoo race first. They weren't that quick. They had been following Zhao Hai's group for some time. Zhao Hai just didn't expect that they would cut off their path halfway. Zhao Hai stopped the ship and walked out of the cabin. Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were beside him. Zhao Hai looked at the zoo race person and then said, Your Excellency, why did you stop us? Is there something wrong? Zhao Hai could see that the other party was a transcending tribulation expert. At the same time, when the zoo race person saw that Zhao Hai's group only consisted of nascent soul experts, he couldn't help but stare. Then a joyful expression appeared on his face. When the zoo race person heard Zhao Hai's question, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, Kid, this uncle is doing a robbery. Leave all your valuable things behind. This ship also stays, and this uncle will let you off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 1395, Crouching Tiger Fist revealing its might. Zhao Hai looked at the zoo race person and suddenly laughed. Then he said, Impolite? How do you plan to be impolite? Tell me, I'm listening. When the zoo race person heard what Zhao Hai said, he coldly snorted and replied, A few brats at nascent soul stage actually dares to be rampant in front of this uncle. Kid, don't think that the 10,000 realm battlefield is like your world of cultivation where nascent soul experts can walk sideways. Here in the 10,000 realm battlefield, you're not worth a fart. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Then does your excellency think that you're a powerhouse in the 10,000 realm battlefield? The zoo race person laughed and said, Although this uncle isn't a powerhouse in the 10,000 realm battlefield, I still have enough strength to deal with kids like you. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, Then I really want to see how strong you are. Then he waved his hand and took out 1,000 flying swords. After that, Zhao Hai began using the stellar transformation sword formation in order to attack the zoo race person. Seeing Zhao Hai take out so many weapons, the zoo race person was extremely startled. He couldn't believe that Zhao Hai was just as nascent soul's stage. Could he really be a transcending tribulation? The zoo race person took out a large number of his own magic artifacts. Majority of these artifacts looked like they were made by world of cultivation experts. However, all of these artifacts were covered in a green radiance. Zhao Hai knew from Zuzu Ocean that this green radiance was an ability by the zoo race that allowed them to enslave magic artifacts. This innate skill of the zoo race was called artifact controlling light. As long as it was a ownerless magic artifact, then the zoo race would be able to control them freely. This zoo race person was indeed worthy to be called a transcending tribulation expert. The artifacts he released numbered over 100. Moreover, all of the artifacts were controlled as though he understood each one of them. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, Alright, let's see how strong you really are. Then he waved his hand as his 1,000 swords divided into 10. All of a sudden, Zhao Hai had 10,000 swords. As the saying goes, 10,000 soldiers is enough to blot out the battlefield. When Zhao Hai's 10,000 swords appeared, the entire sky was blocked. Moreover, the aura it exuded shook the heavens and the earth. The Zhu race person was startled once more, then he sneered and said, "So what if there's more? I don't believe you can last that long at nascent soul stage. You don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth." Zhao Hai didn't bother replying. He waved his hand and led the 10,000 swords to attack the Zhu race person. Although 2 swords was enough to operate the stellar sword formation, more swords allowed it to have more varieties of attack. When Zhao Hai controlled his 10,000 swords, the sword light it made gave out an extraordinary aura. This huge move naturally alarmed other people. A lot of transcending tribulation experts quickly scanned the source of the aura with their spiritual force. Although these people were newcomers, they were still at transcending tribulation. Seeing Zhao Hai's move, their hearts couldn't help but beat out loud. Although Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were also at nascent soul stage, at this point, these experts wouldn't dare annoy them. Zhao Hai's sword formation was enough to frighten them, but what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai's formation wasn't only terrifying to look at, its offensive strength was also extraordinary. Although the stellar sword formation wasn't a faith power technique, don't forget that Zhao Hai's liquid silver has been refined by faith power. Zhao Hai wanted to kill this Zhu race person in order to establish his prestige. Therefore, he didn't hold back as he injected liquid silver with faith power, as well as astral chi and evil chi. There's no doubt about liquid silver's current power. 10,000 silver swords rushed towards the Zhu race person like a rushing river. Although the Zhu race person was an expert in the transcending tribulation stage, he could only survive under so many blows. His artifacts couldn't hold up against the barrage of flying swords. The Zhu race person was both startled and angry. He was a transcending tribulation expert, but he was unexpectedly placed in such a position. This was a disgrace. However, he didn't lose his calm. In his opinion, a nascent soul brat wouldn't be able to last long while controlling 10,000 flying swords. His spiritual chi would dry out soon. When the time comes, he would make his move. Thinking about Zhao Hai's flying swords as well as his ship artifact, a greedy glint appeared on the Zhu race person's eyes. However, he quickly discovered his mistake. Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't so simple. Not only was this sword formation formidable, it also got stronger as time passed. The sword formation's attack was akin to ocean waves. Waves upon waves of attacks came. Moreover, each attack was powerful. Even escaping at this point would become difficult. The sword formation had expanded and was now beginning to surround him. Zhao Hai looked at the Zhu race person and sneered. He knew that the Zhu race person would be expecting him to run out of spiritual chi, but this was his mistake. Let alone a transcending tribulation expert. Even if 2 of them came, Zhao Hai could still fight comfortably. Zhao Hai would dare face Huang Dan even before he acquired faith power. Although he had quite a hard time, Huang Dan still couldn't do anything to him. And now that Zhao Hai's strength has been improved and he has obtained faith power, how could a transcending tribulation expert shake him? What a joke. The fight between the 2 attracted the attention of many people. Naturally, the people at the front seat of the fight were Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Li Zongdao was paying careful attention towards the battle. At the same time, shock could be seen in his eyes. On the other hand, Mo Sheng looked very calm. Not only was he curious about the battle, he also had an eager appearance. Li Zongdao was truly stunned at Zhao Hai's strength. He already thought that Zhao Hai was a powerful body cultivator. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be powerful in other aspects. Li Zongdao imagined that he wouldn't be able to hold out against Zhao Hai even if he only used 10 swords. He would be dismembered in front of that sword formation. The 10,000 flying swords continued smashing towards the Zhu race person like a rushing tide. There was no longer any calm left on the Zhu race person's face. Instead, his face had a serious expression with a hint of panic mixed in. He knew that he kicked an iron plate this time. However, the Zhu race person wasn't waiting to die. He controlled his magic artifacts to create layers of protection around himself. He was waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Zhao Hai could see through the plan of the Zhu race person. He coldly snorted as he stepped forward and released a punch. But this time, his punch wasn't ordinary. As his fist energy flew out, it suddenly transformed into a tiger. This tiger had a white body and black stripes. The king character on its head was very distinct. It looked to the skies and roared. It looked like a real tiger. The tiger proceeded to charge towards the zoo race person. Energy began to gather around the tiger, and before long a huge energy tornado surrounded the tiger. The clouds are from the dragon while the winds are from the tiger. The aura of the tiger was terrifying. The zoo race person was stunned. Then he waved his hand to take out a huge scimitar and slashed it towards the tiger. However, he forgot about the 10,000 flying swords that were waiting for him to come out. As he slashed the tiger suddenly twisted its body and then bit the scimitar. Naturally, the tiger was a manifestation of the crouching tiger technique. When Zhao Hai saw that the zoo race person was planning to stall for time, he frowned. If the fight was dragged for too long, then his plan to establish his prestige would crumble. Therefore, he used the crouching tiger fist. Zhao Hai tested the crouching tiger fist after he finished training in it. The power of the fist was very overbearing. Every punch was as powerful as a tiger that was fighting for food. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used the technique in actual combat. Although he used the crouching tiger fist in his fight against Li Zongdao, he just used the form and not the entire technique. Now, he used the technique in its entirety. This caused the punch to be very powerful. At this time, just as the zoo race person was about to attack the tiger, flying swords began to fly towards him like snakes. The zoo race person roared as he commanded his artifact to help him escape. However, the tiger made its move and pinned the zoo race person's foot. The zoo race person thought that it would be fine to let his defenses relax. However, he didn't expect the tiger's claws to grab onto his foot. The tiger also turned into energy and entered the wound with all its strength. The tiger exploded a huge hole on the zoo race person's thigh. His leg was almost broken. The zoo race person let out a pitiful yell. Then all of his defenses collapsed, allowing the flying swords free rein to stab him until he's dead. Zhao Hai waved his hand to take the zoo race person's corpse into the space. Then he received all of his flying swords before glancing at his surroundings. Then he used his ship to fly towards Lotus Lake. The tiger's move of going inside the zoo race person's body wasn't something that Zhao Hai commanded it to do. It was a characteristic of the crouching tiger fist. That tiger was made out of chi, yet it could move, attack, and dodge the enemy. And as long as it gets in contact with the enemy's body, it would immediately turn into energy and ravage the target's body. This ability of the fist was virtually impossible to guard against. This would cause a minor wound to turn into a life-threatening injury. This was also the reason why the crouching tiger fist was terrifying. The descending dragon kick's ability was quite similar to the crouching tiger fist, but it wasn't the exact same. The descending dragon kick's ability was much more hidden and more difficult to deal with. Seeing Zhao Hai calmly dealing with a transcending tribulation expert, Li Zongdao's heart couldn't help but jump. The same was true for the other experts spectating the fight. They immediately got out of the area, afraid of annoying Zhao Hai. Seeing that nobody was going to disturb them, Zhao Hai returned to the cabin with Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Then Zhao Hai poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and then laughed as he said, "Satisfying, too satisfying. Let's see if those zoo race fellows still dare to provoke us." Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and laughed as well. Then he said, "They should be thankful that you aren't going after them. Maybe they'll come to you when they're tired of living." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Li, I hear that Lotus Lake isn't very peaceful. Is it because it's the domain of the Blackwater snakes?" Li Zongdao nodded and said, "Correct. That place is the territory of the Blackwater snakes. I hear that they use the 10,000-year-old Blackwater at the bottom of the lake to attack. This Blackwater is very cold. It could even freeze spiritual chi." Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why he asked Li Zongdao about this was because he was a friendly fellow. There were some things that he didn't know but Li Zongdao did. After all, the Profound Clear sect has been going to the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. They also record information regarding the battlefield and leave them for the younger generation to learn from. Li Zongdao should have seen those things. Sure enough, Li Zongdao knew about the Blackwater snakes. Li Zongdao added, "Blackwater snakes are cold-blooded animals. They live underwater mostly, and it was said that they were born in the 10,000-year-old profound water. Therefore, the blood in their bodies was akin to profound water, and with the high medicinal value of profound water, the snakes are born powerful. If you want to gather bitter heart lotus seeds, then you need to do it near the shore. Otherwise, you would risk being attacked by the snakes." Zhao Hai nodded. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Actually, besides the blackwater snakes, Lotus Lake also has a turtle named Black Armored Turtle. The shell of these turtles had mirror-like sheen. They had horns on their heads that would freeze its targets. They had immense strength and an even more amazing defensive capability. This turtle actually feeds on blackwater snakes. You can imagine how powerful they are. However, these turtles live in the deepest parts of the lake. It would seldom attack people, so not a lot of people know about it. Upon speaking this, Li Zongdao let out a long breath and said, "Actually, the most dangerous thing in Lotus Lake aren't the blackwater snakes or the black armored turtles. Instead, it's the white lotus loach. It's a type of loach that had a white body. It would get as long as several jong. 1 jong equals 3.33 meters. It has a firm body and carries a deadly poison. Moreover, white lotus loaches live near bitter heart lotuses. Actually, more people die to the white lotus loaches than the blackwater snakes. This is because not a lot of people enter the center of the lake, so they wouldn't meet a lot of blackwater snakes compared to white lotus loaches. As for the black armored turtle, there's no need to mention how rare they were to spot. Therefore, the thing we need to watch out for are the loaches." Upon hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai asked, "That's not right. Why didn't the jade slip mention the white lotus loach? If they're that dangerous, then they should be on the jade slip." Chapter 1396, Lotus Lake. Li Zongdao sighed and said, "The reason why there's no record on the jade slip is because people don't think that white lotus loaches are dangerous. In terms of strength, the white lotus loaches are very weak compared to blackwater snakes and black armored turtles. Most transcending tribulation experts can deal with white lotus loaches on their own, so they didn't bother recording them on the jade slip, and the jade slip only records dangerous creatures." Upon hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't the jade slip record all kinds of beasts?" Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Of course not. Jade slips could only record so much. Every year, the jade slips get revised. Things like white lotus loaches that aren't dangerous aren't recorded on the jade slip." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "But didn't you say that white lotus loaches are the most dangerous creatures in Lotus Lake? Why did they turn into creatures that aren't dangerous?" Li Zongdao smiled and said, "There are a lot of people who die to white lotus loaches, but there are a lot more white lotus loaches that died to people. Those with powerful defenses could even ignore them. Besides newcomers, most people wouldn't be threatened by the loaches." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood what Li Zongdao said. In this case, it seems like white lotus loaches could only survive in newcomer regions. If it went to other areas, they would be wiped out by people. Seeing Zhao Hai being silent, Li Zongdao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Little Hai, what sword formation did you use? I haven't seen it before." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's called the stellar sword formation. It's something I learned recently. This sword formation is different from other sword formations I use. This is because it goes alongside my cultivation method." Li Zongdao nodded. He didn't ask what cultivation method Zhao Hai used. The cultivation realm had a custom of not asking people what their cultivation method was. If you did, you would make the other party think that you're spying on them. However, Li Zongdao asked a different question. "Right, Little Hai, what was that fist earlier?" The fist energy could change its form. Very strange. After seeing all kinds of techniques, this is the first time I've seen one like that. Hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a Buddhist technique. Very strong. I also learned it recently. This is the first time I used it against an opponent." Li Zongdao nodded. Actually, he was curious about the technique since he was a body cultivator. However, he also knew that people don't easily pass their techniques to other people. Therefore, he didn't bother asking. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and knew what he was thinking. He sighed and said, "Naturally, since this technique is powerful, it also has its shortcomings. In order to practice this technique, you would need a special pill. If you don't eat this pill, then you can't practice it. I obtained this technique along with the pill." Li Zongdao nodded. "Is this pill refined? Can we refine it?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know how to refine the pill. The technique didn't write it down. Also, when I got the technique, the pill was already there. I already consumed it, so I can't research how to refine it." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao couldn't help but be disappointed. However, he didn't suspect anything. The cultivation realm had a lot of techniques that required special preparations to practice. Techniques that needed a pill to practice it was quite common. If the pill wasn't consumed, then the technique couldn't be practiced completely. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was to stop other people wanting to learn this technique. Learning the crouching tiger fist technique didn't require a medicinal pill at all, but instead it uses faith power. However, Zhao Hai found out that faith power wasn't easy to collect when he went to see the cultivation realm. At least there weren't a lot of people that could use faith power in the world of cultivation. But Zhao Hai says that he was using faith power in order to learn the fist technique, then it would definitely cause people to be curious. He was just an ascender. Where can he collect faith power? Wasn't revealing this information just looking for trouble. Therefore, Zhao Hai can't say that the fist technique needed faith power. He can only deter people by saying that the crouching tiger fist requires a medicinal pill. The two continued to chat as they proceeded towards Lotus Lake. At this time, Moshing was eating another chicken. Zhao Hai's chickens had no impurities and directly digests into spiritual qi. Therefore, there were no side effects in eating it. Moshing liked to eat it all the time. After an hour of traveling, Zhao Hai and the others finally arrived at Lotus Lake. Seeing the lakeside, Zhao Hai finally saw how attractive it was. Lotus Lake was indeed worthy of its name. Everywhere on the lake were lotus. Lotus leaves covered the water, making the scenery beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the thousands of lotus and then sighed as he said, "The scene is truly attractive. It would be even better if there weren't so many battles happening here." Li Zongdao stood beside Zhao Hai and couldn't help but agree. At this moment, they could hear sounds of battle in the distance. Zhao Hai didn't mind it. In fact, the space already noticed this. It wasn't a person and a white lotus loach fighting. Instead, it was two people. Naturally, one side intends to kill and steal from the other. Li Zongdao glanced at the fight's direction and didn't seem to mind it. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, should we join?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't worry about them. Let's take a look around first. In any case, we're here to pick lotus seeds. If possible, it would also be nice to grab a few white lotus loaches." Li Zongdao didn't oppose the idea and nodded. He looked at the lotuses and then sighed as he said, "Just because there are a lot of lotus here, it doesn't mean that getting seeds is easy. A lot of people come here to pick seeds every year. Most of them fall to the white lotus loaches or ambushed by other people and robbed." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't find this situation strange. The soft gold mine in the Six Realms battlefield had the same situation. Mining for gold in that place became secondary to robbing other people. Lotus Lake is the same. Zhao Hai used his ship to slowly advance around Lotus Lake. A lot of people in Lotus Lake saw Zhao Hai's fight against the Zhu race person, so nobody came to provoke him. As they moved forward, a white shadow suddenly sprung out of the water and shot towards the SHP. Zhao Hai looked at it and it was a huge loach that was more than 7 jong tilde 21 meters long. The loach was as thick as a bucket and had a mouth filled with teeth. It looked strong. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that it was Lotus Lake's white lotus loach. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out a silver net, capturing the approaching loach. The white lotus loach also felt the danger, but as it turned around to run back into the lake, Zhao Hai's net already captured it. Then with a wave of his hand, Zhao Hai sent the net to the space. After that, a prompt was heard. The white lotus loach wasn't anything special. It was just a loach variant. It just added to the delicacies in the space. Seeing how relaxed Zhao Hai was in capturing the white lotus loach, Li Zongdao couldn't help but bitterly smile. Although white lotus loaches were regarded as non-threatening, it was still a creature of the 10,000 realm battlefield. It must be known that a white lotus loach could still kill a transcending tribulation expert if it manages to ambush them. It was still very powerful. However, Zhao Hai just managed to capture one with ease. This was an extraordinary feat. Zhao Hai didn't seem to mind what just happened. He just thought that the white lotus loach was quite easy to capture. What made the white lotus loach dangerous was its poison-covered teeth. Transcending tribulation experts could still be poisoned if they were bitten by it. Additionally, the body of the loach was very strong, enough to drag its victim back into the water. Because of this, a lot of newcomers fall to the loaches every year. However, if these loaches fail to go near its target and bite them, their danger reduces by a lot. This was the reason why Zhao Hai could catch them with ease. As the three flew forward, they saw several people similarly searching for bitter heart lotus seeds. But upon seeing Zhao Hai's ship, All of them got out of the way. These people weren't fools. They knew that the 10,000 realm battlefield was full of bandits. Those who dared to use their ship publicly could only be those who were confident of their strength. After traveling for a while and failing to see a lotus seed even with the silver needles, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be disappointed. Then he turned his attention to the inside of Lotus Lake and said, "Let's head further in. Let's see what else the Lotus Lake has." When he heard this, Li Zongdao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't just go somewhere for nothing. Wanting to go inward only meant that Zhao Hai wanted to see blackwater snakes. However, Li Zongdao didn't oppose the idea. Zhao Hai was strong. He shouldn't have any troubles against blackwater snakes. Zhao Hai proceeded to steer his ship to the inner part of Lotus Lake. Meanwhile, as the three were heading inwards, the other people in the lake couldn't help but look at them. Although they hadn't been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for long, they were still people from the world of cultivation. Therefore, they also knew about the jade slip. Naturally, they knew about the blackwater snakes in the center of the lake. Compared to white lotus loaches, blackwater snakes were much stronger. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't dare face them. Because of this, people were curious about Zhao Hai and the others who went further into the lake. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people thought. He wanted some blackwater snakes and black-armored turtles for the space. The space has bubble, the source of myriad water. Blackwater couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 1397, Beings You Can Defend. But at the same time, Zhao Hai was also curious about this blackwater. This blackwater seems like the myriad divine water in the space. It was also a yin water. How was it formed? Could a lake produce that kind of water? Or does the treasure possess a certain treasure? Blackwater couldn't just appear for no reason. It was certainly caused by something. Zhao Hai was most curious about this. The 10,000 realm battlefield was something that was made by other people. There would certainly be treasures in here. Just like the space. The reason the space was able to develop into its current state was because of the treasures that Zhao Hai brought to it. If he could find some treasures in the 10,000 realm battlefield, then that would be great. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the treasures he would find in the 10,000 realm battlefield would be found by the ones who made it. If they opened the 10,000 realm battlefield, then they should have already seen those treasures. Since they decided to leave those treasures be, then they shouldn't mind other people taking them. Zhao Hai didn't make the ship travel fast since he was also paying attention to the surroundings. Although he has the silver needles, he needs to look out for surprises. The 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't an ordinary place. Danger was ever present in this place. Although Zhao Hai hasn't seen a blackwater snake before, according to what he heard from Li Zongdao, they were strong creatures. Most transcending tribulation experts weren't their opponents. If he wasn't careful, then he might suffer a loss here. Li Zongdao was also paying attention to the surroundings, much more than Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was already strong, so he doesn't need to be afraid of blackwater snakes. On the other hand, Li Zongdao was weaker. To be honest, Li Zongdao could say that Zhao Hai was abnormal for a nascent soul expert. Before entering the 10,000 realm battlefield, Li Zongdao could admit that he had some arrogance in him. After all, he was the most senior core disciple of the Profound Clear sect. He was also known as a genius expert in the cultivation realm. He was an influential figure among nascent soul experts. Although he had a straightforward temperament, he still had pride in himself. But ever since entering the 10,000 realm battlefield and seeing Zhao Hai make a move, his arrogance vanished immediately. Zhao Hai's formidable strength exceeded his imagination. What shocked Li Zongdao the most in the 10,000 realm battlefield was the amount of transcending tribulation experts. They were everywhere. Meanwhile, nascent soul experts were as common as dogs. Faced with this situation, he wouldn't dare be arrogant. Because of this, Li Zongdao didn't have any thoughts of going out alone and just decided to follow Zhao Hai. This doesn't mean that he has lost confidence in his strength. Although Li Zongdao was bold, he wasn't stupid. It's clear that if he went alone, then others would immediately target him. This was something that Li Zongdao experienced before. Back when he was just beginning to explore the cultivation realm, people swindled him given his character. He was also plunged into danger several times. Although he was able to survive these disasters, he was also able to be smarter the next time. Meanwhile, Mo Sheng seemed to not care about all of this. He was still eating and followed Zhao Hai. The world was much simpler for him. If he was hungry, he would ask Zhao Hai for food. If Zhao Hai wanted him to fight, then he fought. If he wasn't fighting, then he would eat. It was simple. Once the three entered the deeper parts of Lotus Lake, they began to see other people less and less. Although blackwater snakes were very beneficial, few people dared to go to their territory. After all, blackwater snakes had a fierce reputation. As the saying goes, the older the rivers and lakes, the smaller the courage. It was true. Practitioners who come to the 10,000 realm battlefield were all experts of the nascent soul and the transcending tribulation stage. These people were also famed experts in their own realms. Naturally, it was impossible for these people to be inexperienced. Precisely because they had experienced the world that they were more aware of how reputation worked. At the same time, reputation also defined danger. Therefore, nobody dared to go into the inner parts of Lotus Lake in order to face the blackwater snakes. And the place where they were in right now was the newcomers region. This meant that everyone here was a rookie in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, they wouldn't be ignorant enough to face the blackwater snakes. After all, there were a lot of good things in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They couldn't just risk their lives against blackwater snakes. Practitioners treasure their lives more than ordinary people. This was because they were able to have long lives. The longer their lives, the more they treasured it. Zhao Hai continued to pay attention to their surroundings as they moved forward. Actually, he already knew from Laura and the others that the lake really did have blackwater snakes. Moreover, there were a lot of them. There were also several black-armored turtles present. The biggest turtle had a shell over 30 meters wide. A thick layer of rock was on top of the big turtle, which made it look like a moving mountain. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about messing with the big turtle. One could see the turtle's strength from its appearance. The big turtle should be beyond transcending tribulation and was at immortal stage. Zhao Hai couldn't face such a powerhouse yet. Besides this huge black-armored turtle, there were also several blackwater snakes that Zhao Hai couldn't touch. There were blackwater snakes that were dozens of zhong 3.3 meters long. Their bodies were as large as tree trunks. These blackwater snakes were at severed soul stage and were approaching immortal stage. They had horns on their heads that seemed to show that they were transforming to become flood dragons. These were beings that couldn't be offended. Zhao Hai made a decision that he wouldn't steer towards the direction of those creatures. Zhao Hai carefully moved forward as he avoided the strong turtles and snakes. After traveling for an hour, Zhao Hai finally stopped at a spot. Strangely, Zhao Hai and the others weren't attacked despite traveling for more than an hour. What's even more strange was that Zhao Hai was sure that they had flown over several blackwater snakes. However, those blackwater snakes turned a blind eye and didn't attack them. Was this because he was lucky? As he thought of this, a blackwater snake suddenly flew out of the water and threw itself towards Zhao Hai's ship. Zhao Hai was stunned. He hadn't noticed this snake. This was because the snake hid itself beneath a layer of mud. It must be said that snakes couldn't just drill through mud. However, it seems like blackwater snakes were different. Not only could it drill through mud, it could also stay for a long time inside it. This allowed the blackwater snake to sneak up to Zhao Hai. Although he was surprised, Zhao Hai wasn't slow in acting. He took out a silver flying sword and slashed the snake. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, the blackwater snake didn't take it seriously at all. It balled its body, allowing the sword to pass it. Then it rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released 20 silver swords to form the rainstorm pair sword formation. Seeing so many flying swords, the blackwater snake hissed and danced through the air. The snake managed to evade a few swords, but some swords also hit its body. But much to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the swords weren't able to penetrate the snake's body. However, this didn't mean that the snake didn't feel any pain. It continued attacking Zhao Hai with enraged eyes. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he released more swords and formed an even more powerful formation to block the blackwater snake. Seeing the situation, the blackwater snake retreated, but it didn't run away. He stubbornly glared at Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai was wondering what the snake would do next, it hissed a couple of times. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to understand that the snake was calling for reinforcements. Blackwater snakes around them began to converge and encircle Zhao Hai. The sizes of the approaching blackwater snakes greatly varied. The biggest was several feet long while the smallest were a few feet. Each one of them had green bodies and bright scales. One could see that they couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, there were over 20 snakes approaching. Of the 20, 5 were at transcending tribulation stage while the rest were at nascent soul. But even with this, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate them. There were much more blackwater snakes in Lotus Lake. If all of them came, then Zhao Hai and the others would certainly be in danger. Zhao Hai controlled the ship to retreat slowly. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, Li Zongdao stared, then he asked, "Little Hai, what's wrong? Aren't you going to deal with that Blackwater snake?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I was going to, and it wouldn't be a problem. However, this fellow was calling over some help." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao's expression turned serious, then he said, "How many?" Zhao Hai replied, "More than 20, they're trying to surround us." As they were talking, he directed the ship to fly towards a gap between the Blackwater snakes. The snake naturally knew what Zhao Hai was intending to do, so it immediately attacked Zhao Hai to delay him. However, it was blocked by Zhao Hai's sword formation. However, this caused their speed to fall, allowing the Blackwater snakes to surround them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "Don't think that I'm afraid of a few snakes." Then his body's aura seemed to change. His eyes were half opened as if he was an old monk in meditation. Then he slowly performed hand gestures. Zhao Hai was preparing to deal with these snakes using his Buddhist techniques. Since they were above Lotus Lake and the water chi around them was abundant, the most appropriate technique to use would be the Imperial Water Technique. Chapter 1398, Imperial Water Technique. Asking for help. The Imperial Water Technique was among the simplest of Zhao Hai's Buddhist techniques, but this didn't mean that it was weak. Conversely, the Imperial Water Technique was quite strong. If you take out any of the 18 techniques and practice it to its fullest, then you could become a powerhouse. This meant that the Imperial Water Technique wasn't simple. Li Zongdao was puzzled over Zhao Hai's sudden change. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai focused on his mudra. Then when he was finished, he said, "Myriad water, seal." The surface of Lotus Lake began to violently churn. The water level of the surroundings began to rise as if someone was pouring water to the lake. But Li Zongdao was quick to notice something wrong. Lotus Lake's water volume has been constant all along. Nothing was added. Instead, it seems like the water of the lake rose up on its own. About 10 meters of the lake's upper level flew up into the air. Li Zongdao stared as he saw Lotus Lake's water floating. His eyes couldn't hide his shock. Although he heard some severed soul or immortal stage experts overturning mountains and seas, he hasn't seen one firsthand. After all, there was no need for a severed soul expert or an immortal expert to make a move in the world of cultivation. Because of this, he hasn't seen one make a move. But today, he finally was able to see a scene akin to overturning mountains. Although he didn't know how large Lotus Lake was, raising its upper layer was already an incredible feat. Zhao Hai was making a big move. The Blackwater snakes also discovered this point. They were surprised as they stared at the floating lake water. Their eyes showed a hint of panic. These Blackwater snakes were quite intelligent. They could also feel the danger of Zhao Hai's move. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He waved his hand as he took out a small blue blob. Then he threw the blob towards Lotus Lake. This blue blob was naturally Bubble. Zhao Hai wanted Bubble to inspect what Blackwater really was. If it could advance the space, then Bubble would take some of it. Zhao Hai wouldn't dare take all of the Blackwater to the space. Such action would provoke the powerful black-armored turtles and Blackwater snakes. As Bubble went on to handle his own matter, Zhao Hai began to fight the more than 20 Blackwater snakes. The strength of the snakes was very good. However, Zhao Hai's Imperial Water Technique was much more formidable since it contained faith power. All of the water present in the surroundings was being controlled by Zhao Hai as though it was one huge magic artifact. Moreover, in addition to controlling the water, the Imperial Water Technique also allowed you to sense the changes in the water. Any anomalies happening in the water couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. The volume of water that Zhao Hai controlled was massive. These Blackwater snakes had been inside the water. Now that these snakes were inside, it would be very hard for them to run away. Zhao Hai commanded the water to transform into giant chains and strangle the captured snakes. Fortunately, these Blackwater snakes were water life forms. They knew how to swim effectively. Although they were surrounded, they had yet to be strangled. However, the more than 20 Blackwater snakes no longer had any strength to rebel. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, and since Li Zongdao couldn't see what was currently happening inside the water, Zhao Hai used the Imperial Water Technique to send the Blackwater snakes to the space. Although these Blackwater snakes were good at swimming, they were now under Zhao Hai's hands. Any drop of water in their surroundings were hostile towards them. These Blackwater snakes were inside the enemy's camp, alone, with endless enemies surrounding them. Under such circumstance, These blackwater snakes couldn't be Zhao Hai's opponents. Once these blackwater snakes were thrown to the space, they were immediately subdued. Then a prompt came, but there weren't anything extraordinary about them. The space just said that the blackwater snakes were snakes that mutated because they lived in a unique environment. Then Bubble returned to the space with news that made Zhao Hai relieved. Blackwater was an inferior version of myriad water. Even if it was sent to the space, it wouldn't give any benefit at all. It was also at this time that Zhao Hai stopped using the imperial water technique. The lake's water began to slowly pour back into the lake, but this time, the more than 20 blackwater snakes could no longer be seen. Only then did Li Zongdao react. He looked at the calm lake and then turned to look at Zhao Hai, only to see that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't good. Then Zhao Hai steered his ship towards a direction with a speed faster than the time they were escaping. Zhao Hai did so because he discovered that the noise he made has disturbed a blackwater snake that was on its way to becoming a flood dragon. It was quickly approaching the area. If Zhao Hai didn't retreat, then he would have to meet the huge creature. Zhao Hai doesn't want to face the powerful blackwater snake right now. Lotus Lake was the snake's home. If Zhao Hai were to fight it here, then he might suffer some losses. Therefore, Zhao Hai chose to run away. Zhao Hai already gained huge benefits this time. Not only did he get over 20 blackwater snakes, Bubble also captured a few black armored turtles while he was inspecting the lake. Although the two turtles weren't that strong, they still added to the space's variety of creatures. But Zhao Hai's huge move didn't only alarm the powerful blackwater snake. The practitioners on the shores of Lotus Lake were also alarmed by what happened. These people were like Li Zongdao. They were stunned when they saw the lake's water float in the air. They weren't fools. They understood that someone was using a powerful technique. Some of the braver ones waited on the lakeside while some flew some distance away. There were even some who ran away completely. With how large-scale the effect was, the person performing the technique should be very strong. But since they all knew that this was the newcomer's region, they were curious about who made such a big move. He could surprisingly control the lake water. In these people's minds, people who were capable of doing this shouldn't be in Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai also knew about this, so he took a long route and went around these people. When Zhao Hai and the others reached the lakeside, the strong blackwater snake also reached the surface of the lake. Seeing nothing there, it looked around for some time before diving back down. Seeing the large blackwater snake going back, Zhao Hai relaxed and then slowed the ship down. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what was that? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect to lure out a severed soul blackwater snake when I killed those blackwater snakes. I had no choice but to run away." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao let out a breath of cold air and said, "Goodness, it's actually at severed soul stage. How did you discover it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have plenty of undead that I release while exploring. When something unusual happens, these undead would immediately inform me." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao couldn't help but feel envious. Then he said, "You really have all the right methods. Using undead is truly the best way to sense danger." As the two were speaking, they suddenly discovered that their path had been blocked. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were puzzled as they looked at the two people blocking them. From what the two wore, they seemed to be from the world of cultivation. They didn't know why the two were blocking the ship's way. However, the two people looked somewhat distressed. Their clothing has been ripped in places and their complexions weren't well. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, one of the two people cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Are you three from the world of cultivation?" Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao looked at each other. They didn't know what the other party's intentions were. However, Zhao Hai returned the greeting and answered, "Right, we're from the world of cultivation. What do the two of you want?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the expression of the two people immediately lit up. One of them bowed and said, "We're also from the world of cultivation. Both of us are from the Sword Pavilion. We apologize for blocking your way, but we need to ask for a favor." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao stared when they heard the man say that they were from the Sword Pavilion. In the world of cultivation, the Sword Pavilion could be said to be a medium-level influence. These cultivators give priority to sword arts. Their offensive strength was said to be formidable. Therefore, nobody dared annoy them. Zhao Hai was surprised that the two would ask for a favor given their status. Zhao Hai looked at the two and saw that they were transcending tribulation experts, but it seems like they had just broken through recently. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, I don't know how I can help you. Please speak freely." The two cultivators looked at each other. Then one of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Both of us have been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for 6 months. Because we're from the same sect, we immediately became a team. Afterward, other newcomers came and we developed some friendship with them. But we didn't expect to encounter a large number of bandits. Because sword cultivators are good at offense, we were able to kill our way out to ask for help. I hope you can help us. In any case, we're all from the world of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao, who gave a nod. Then Zhao Hai looked at the two sword cultivators and said, "May I know your names?" "My name is Zhao Hai. This is my good friend Li Zongdao. And this is my brother Mo Sheng." Hearing Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao's names, the sword cultivators stared for a moment before happily greeting them. "So it's the machine field's genius Zhao Hai and Ironman Li Zongdao. I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm Sword Pavilion's great elder Liu Sheng, and this is my younger brother Zhang Cheng." Hearing the names of the two, it was Li Zongdao's turn to be shocked. Then he hastily bowed and said, "So it's the famous double swords. Zongdao has been impolite." "So the two of you entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. There's no need to say anything else. Let's go save your friends." Liu Zheng and Zhang Cheng nodded. Then Zhao Hai invited the two of them onto the ship before flying towards the direction they pointed to. Zhao Hai also heard of the double swords in the world of cultivation. These two were indeed geniuses from the sword pavilion. These two were powerful sword cultivators. Moreover, they were good at combination attacks. Their relationship with each other was very good, almost to the point of understanding each other's own thoughts. So even before reaching transcending tribulation, the two were already famous in the world of cultivation. As they were traversing the landscape, Zhao Hai asked, "Who attacked you? How many are there?" Liu Sheng replied, "There are 30 people altogether. They come from different realms. This is what made it strange. They are from different places, so they shouldn't have lied like this. However, they are now working together. It's too strange. Also, they seem to know how many we are and our levels of strength. If we weren't strong enough, then we would have failed to get out." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "They are working together? This is indeed strange. Are there Zhu race people among them?" Zhang Cheng replied, "How could they be missing? They are bandits. There are a lot of them in the group. It seems like they invited other people over to help ambush us." Zhang Cheng's words were reasonable. Even though the Zhu race were known as bandits in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they still had some groups they were friendly with, so it was understandable if they were to ask others for help in order to rob stronger people. Things like these didn't only happen once or twice in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Hearing Zhang Cheng, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. If this was staged by the Zhu race, then nothing was strange about it. After all, they have given the order to hunt down the people from the world of cultivation. But seeing Zhang Cheng's expression, it seems like he didn't know of this matter. This wasn't strange. After all, people from the world of cultivation act independently in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They almost had no contact with other people, and with the Zhu race being famous bandits, they wouldn't suspect if they were attacked by them. Therefore, most people won't care about what was happening. Because of this, the Zhu race were able to target the world of cultivation for so long without anyone finding out about it. Chapter 1399. Pagoda. Knowing that they were going against the Zhu race, Zhao Hai sped up. Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng were surprised by the speed of Zhao Hai's ship. It was much faster than when they were using their flying swords. The two began to suspect the real strength of Zhao Hai and the others. After all, the three were at nascent soul stage. At that time, they had no choice but to ask them for help. Actually, they didn't have any good intentions when asking Zhao Hai and the others for help. As long as Zhao Hai and the others agreed, even if they couldn't defeat the enemies, Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng's group could still withdraw as long as Zhao Hai's group restricts the enemy. As for what would happen to Zhao Hai and the others, they would no longer have anything to do with it. But after seeing the speed of Zhao Hai's ship, the two couldn't help but feel a bit of hope. With how fast Zhao Hai's ship was, everyone could use it to flee from the enemy. Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng's meeting place with Zhao Hai and the others weren't very far from the place of battle. It didn't take long before they arrived. The fight was now very lively. There were a dozen people from the Zhu race and some other races, making up a total of 30. They were up against about a dozen people from the world of cultivation. The people from the world of cultivation formed a circle as they defended themselves. Although they weren't in grave danger, They didn't have the capability to attack. As the matter stands, sooner or later they would be killed by their opponents. Zhao Hai could see that there were some people from the world of cultivation that had been wounded. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was that the group didn't have people from the devil realm and the demon realm. Zhao Hai didn't think about it so much as he took out 10,000 swords and used the stellar sword formation to kill the Zhu race people. These Zhu race people also discovered Zhao Hai's group, and they were able to recognize Liu Sheng and Zhang Cheng standing on the ship. The Zhu race people roared and opened a path through the encirclement. They wanted to trap Zhao Hai's group along with the other people from the world of cultivation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but snort coldly. Then the ship shook as it increased in size and transformed into a 9-layer pagoda. As Zhao Hai stood on top of the pagoda, he turned towards the people from the world of cultivation and said, "Everyone, head inside. We're going to kill our way out." When Zhao Hai said that, the people from the world of cultivation immediately moved and approached the pagoda. Just as these people were about to give Zhao Hai a salute, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone, there's no time to greet each other. After the fight, we'll drink towards our victory." Then he performed a hand seal and controlled the pagoda. The chimes on each corner of the pagoda rang, causing everyone's mind to turn tranquil. This chime caused the people who were besieging them to suffer. This was Zhao Hai's sound attack gained from merging various Buddhist techniques. He was actually able to fuse the happiness and fear technique with the pagoda technique. Zhao Hai performed more hand seals as the pagoda radiated light. Then an ancient phantom stood on top of the pagoda. The phantom slowly opened its eyes, causing a light that made people not dare to look at it directly. Then Zhao Hai roared as the pagoda rushed forward with an indomitable momentum. The advantage gained by the besiegers has been seized by Zhao Hai. However, they were also experts, so they commanded their weapons to attack the pagoda. The pagoda became a huge tank that crashed into the crowd. It was akin to a rampaging beast. No matter what weapon hit the pagoda, they all failed to stop it. Before long, the pagoda got out of the encirclement. Once the pagoda got out, it immediately turned back into the Hell King's ship form and then hurried along. Zhao Hai turned his head towards the Zhu race people and said, "Everyone, this Zhao Hai will never forget this favor towards the world of cultivation. I'll make sure to return the gesture sooner or later. We'll be leaving now, no need to see us off." Then he commanded the ship to leave at its quickest speed, leaving behind the ambushers standing stupidly in place. They couldn't believe that their perfect ambush would actually fail. When they thought about it, these people felt that their defeat was unjust. Even though the power of the pagoda was extraordinary, there were a lot of them present. If they could attack at the same time, they would certainly be able to stop the pagoda. They were frightened by the pagoda's aura and failed to organize themselves. In the end, they allowed Zhao Hai and the others to escape with ease. As the Hell King's ship was beginning to vanish, a Zhu race person turned towards his side and said, "The person who rescued them isn't simple. His artifact could actually transform. Moreover, it seems like he uses Buddhist techniques. Is he from the Void Temple? I heard that the Void Temple has a transforming artifact." Naturally, the Zhu race people knew about the 10,000 transformation staff. However, they only heard about it. They didn't have any information about its abilities. It must be known that even if the 10,000 transformation staff could change its form, it couldn't transform into a huge thing such as a pagoda. The Zhu race person on his side naturally knew the same amount as his peer, so he nodded and said, "It's possible. It seems like everyone needs to act more carefully in the future." Damn, I can't believe we failed. The Zhu race person could understand his teammates' thoughts. In order to besiege those groups of practitioners, they paid a heavy price in order to recruit people to work with them. Even if their operation has failed, they still needed to pay. Moreover, it couldn't be less than what was agreed upon. Otherwise, these people would no longer work with them in the future. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were still traveling on the Hell King's ship. Seeing that there were no pursuers, they began to relax. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I am Zhao Hai. Come, let's head inside." After he said that, everyone went inside the cabin. The Hell King's ship had huge cabins for people. The top cabin was Zhao Hai's room. Naturally, he wouldn't bring people over there. Instead, he brought everyone to the lower levels. He also transformed the place so that it would look presentable. Upon entering the cabin, Everyone couldn't help but be in awe. They didn't expect this place to exist inside the ship. The cabin was more like a hall with its 10,000 square meter area. It was even properly furnished. After inviting everyone to settle down, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since we have met today, we can be considered to be destined friends. Everyone here is from the world of cultivation. Although I may have some grudge against some realms, this is the 10,000 realms battlefield. Here, we only have one identity. People from the world of cultivation. We shouldn't care about our origins and treat ourselves as people on the same side. I hope that everyone will get together more in the future. If we can't work together, then we would encounter ambushes like the one today more frequently." Everyone nodded. They were all transcending tribulation experts while Zhao Hai was just a nascent soul expert. If they hadn't seen Zhao Hai move, then they might not even look at him. This was a world where strength was respected. If you were weak, then you better be quiet. Even if you speak out, nobody would listen to you. Once Zhao Hai showed his strength, none of them dared underestimate him. In fact, they began to feel reverence towards Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai came in order to save them. Also, his imposing aura makes people respect him. Seeing everyone nod, Zhao Hai continued, "Since everyone agrees, then I won't be saying anything more. Today is a happy day, everyone, let's drink." Then he waved his hand and took out several jars of spirit wine. However, he didn't take anything else out other than the chicken that he gave Mo Sheng to eat. Seeing Mo Sheng, everyone immediately understood his situation. Therefore, nobody minded him as everyone drank with Zhao Hai. It didn't take long before the atmosphere became warm. Liu Sheng poured himself a glass of liquor before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao, thank you for your help today. If it weren't for you, our friends would have been wiped out. Mr. Can rest assured, if you need anything in the future, we brothers would certainly offer our help." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Liu, don't speak as though we are outsiders. We're both newcomers in the 10,000 realm battlefield. We should be helping each other. If Brother Liu wants something later on, please don't hesitate to tell me. I'll do what I can to help." Liu Sheng laughed and said, "All right. Then we brothers will come to you if we need help. Let's drink. Starting today, you and I are friends." Zhao Hai and Liu Shen proceeded to drink 1 cup of wine. At the same time, Li Zongdao was mingling with the others. Although Li Zongdao was still at nascent soul stage, he still had the huge profound clear sect at his back. Even if there weren't any other newcomers from the profound clear sect, there were other people from the profound clear sect outside the newcomers area. Naturally, nobody dared to offend Li Zongdao. Additionally, Li Zongdao was easy to get along with, so everyone was able to easily get acquainted with him. Only Mo Sheng was left alone as he sat eating his chicken and drinking wine. In fact, to Mo Sheng, the others seemed to not exist. There was only Zhao Hai in his eyes. The other people had nothing to do with him. Even if someone approaches him, he would just ignore them. Chapter 1400. They will agree. After asking everyone to drink a few cups, Zhao Hai looked at Liu Sheng and asked, "Brother Liu, what do you plan to do next? Will you head back or would you go out again?" Liu Sheng glanced at the others who were drinking, then he sighed and said, "I want to go back, but we can't. I don't know what's happening, but we keep getting robbed whenever we go out. We haven't even reached our quota this month. It would be troublesome if we don't pay it. We need to head out in order to have something to hand in for this month." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Brother Liu, why don't you move with me this time? I'm going to teach the Zhu race a lesson to make them behave. It's not too late for you to head back. You can also rob the Zhu race people. Maybe you can get enough resources to fulfill this month's tax." When he heard Zhao Hai, Liu Sheng couldn't help but raise his brows as he asked, "You're really going to deal with those Zhu race people?" "They aren't easy to deal with. Not only are they powerful, they seem to have the ability to evade tracking." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, they wouldn't be able to run away from me. You should know that the Zhu race don't normally organize themselves like this. As soon as they separate, we can deal with them. When the time comes, we might be able to wipe them out. We could also get a lot of loot in the process. What do you think?" Liu Sheng thought about it and said, "I cannot make a decision on behalf of the group. After all, we're in a temporary alliance. We have to discuss this with the others." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Everyone can stay on the ship. I'll give this place to you to use." Liu Sheng nodded. Then they no longer talked about this topic and moved on. After everyone had finished drinking, Zhao Hai took Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng out of the cabin. It must be said that even though Mo Sheng was simple-minded, he listened well. Zhao Hai told him to not drink too much, so he didn't drink too much. After drinking, Mo Sheng was still quite sober. Zhao Hai led the two towards the ship's bow. It was already dark outside. It must be said that the 10,000 realm battlefield was truly strange. The time here was also divided into days and nights. However, this place wasn't a planet. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. As he stood on the bow, Zhao Hai felt the cold breeze before letting out a long sigh. He stopped the Hell King's ship and then turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, we'll deal with the Zhu race people tomorrow. We can't just allow them to be this rampant. Otherwise, the world of cultivation would lose a lot of face. We need to teach them a lesson." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "Liu Sheng and the others should be discussing the matter of our cooperation. Do you think they would agree?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I think they will agree. They haven't been doing well recently, and they don't have enough resources for this month's tax. Now that we are providing them an opportunity to get resources, they would certainly agree." Li Zongdao knit his brows and said, "I'm afraid it's not as easy as that. This time, we're dealing with the Zhu race. It's hard to go against the Zhu race." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they will agree. Although they have been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for some time, they still have some arrogance in their heart. Don't forget, they suffered a lot this time. If it weren't for us, then they might have been annihilated. Do you think they could swallow this grudge? They will definitely find a way to take revenge, and joining us is a good chance for them to retaliate." When Li Zongdao heard what Zhao Hai said, he couldn't help but nod. He could somewhat understand the mentality of these transcending tribulation experts. Even though they had entered the 10,000 realm battlefield as newcomers, they still couldn't get rid of their arrogance in a short amount of time. They had been ambushed and forced to suffer a loss. It would be strange if they could just let this grudge go. But if they want to take revenge, then they would need to locate their enemy. The Zhu race's location was uncertain, so it would be very difficult to retaliate against them. The one who can find these Zhu race people was Zhao Hai. Therefore, they would certainly agree knowing that it was Zhao Hai who proposed the idea. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, let's go take a rest. We'll know their answer by tomorrow. If they agree, then that would be good. But if they don't, then we no longer need to care about them. By then, it would be very difficult for them to advance in their entire lives." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "That's right. If they agree to work together, then that means that their hearts are in the right place. If they don't, then it means that they no longer have any ambition to progress. They had lost their qualifications to become a cultivator." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he led Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng to their cabin. Upon entering his room, Mo Sheng immediately fell asleep. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite and immediately rested on the floor. On the other hand, Li Zongdao couldn't believe that Mo Sheng and Zhao Hai would sleep. Mo Sheng was fine, since he had drunk some liquor. But why would Zhao Hai waste time by sleeping? However, looking at the two, he knew that they haven't done this for a day or two. Li Zongdao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai was able to reach his current stage despite this habit. It was truly eye-opening for Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao shook his head and sighed. Then he calmed himself down before sitting cross-legged and began adjusting his breath. Although he wanted to adjust his breath, Li Zongdao was affected by Mo Sheng's snoring. Before long, he too fell asleep. The next morning, Li Zongdao found that he had slept on the ground. This caused him to pat his head and bitterly smile. However, he suddenly spotted an anomaly. The spiritual chi in his body actually increased by a lot. Although it couldn't compare to the increase brought by meditation, it was still quite good. Moreover, his body was energized like never before. This caused Li Zongdao to be taken aback for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered reading about alternating work and rest. However, cultivators weren't used to sleeping, so nobody slept. Everyone used all of their energy cultivating. To some degrees, this practice was incorrect. As Li Zongdao was thinking about this, he heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Brother Li, you're up. Wash up and let's eat." Before seeing Liu Sheng and the others, seeing that Zhao Hai had gotten up, Li Zongdao nodded and then caused a water ball to appear. Then he washed his face with the water ball before throwing it outside. Although Li Zongdao wasn't a practitioner of the water element, this simple spell was nothing to him. Seeing that Li Zongdao had finished washing up, Zhao Hai took out several dishes as well as a chicken for Mo Sheng to eat. Then the three had their breakfast. After eating, the three headed out to the place where Liu Sheng and the others were in. Like any other cultivator, Liu Sheng and the others didn't sleep and instead meditated until dawn. They had already reached an agreement yesterday, so upon seeing Zhao Hai, all of them stood up. Looking at everyone, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Did everyone make their decision? If everyone agrees, we can act right now. If you don't, then I can only ask you to disembark since I'll be heading to cause trouble for the zoo race." Liu Sheng laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, we've already discussed it. The zoo race are despicable people. Since they dared have any ideas towards us, then we will not just let them off. We'll go with you to deal with them." Hearing this, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, if everyone agrees, then you can leave looking for the zoo race to me. When the time comes, you just have to head out and clean them up." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they all laughed. Although they don't know what method Zhao Hai would use to find the zoo race, they believe that Zhao Hai could really find them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, we're departing. The zoo race has been rampant these days, it's time to deal with them." Then he controlled the Hell King's ship and went towards the direction. Although everyone didn't know where Zhao Hai was going, they didn't bother asking. Everyone has their own secrets that they wouldn't tell others. Cultivators also learn to not inquire about other people's secrets. Otherwise, they would be suspected. When the time comes, a friend might turn into an enemy. The direction that Zhao Hai was flying towards was exactly where a group of zoo race people were. The zoo race rarely acted together. Even if they act together, they would immediately separate once the task was done. Although the zoo race was under one government, they were also competitive with one another. To obtain a higher position, then would do their best to crawl upward. If other people get in their way, then they would eradicate that obstacle. Chapter 1401, Revenge. There was no trust between each zoo race person. However, they had one good thing about them. They adhere to what was called a bandit's code. Nobody knew where this code came from, but it made the zoo race trustworthy. Once they were on a mission, they would do their tasks clearly and would give what the pay deserves. However, once the task is done, you need to keep on guard against them. This was because they no longer needed to adhere to the code once the task was over. Because of this, these zoo race people would trust one another during missions, but once the mission was done, they would immediately separate. The reason why the zoo race people gathered together to deal with Liu Sheng and the others was because Liu Sheng's group had 14 people. If only half of the zoo race came, then they wouldn't be able to restrain Liu Sheng and the others. Therefore, they banded together. But they didn't expect Zhao Hai to ruin their plan. Their mission was ruined by Zhao Hai, but the zoo race who organized the party still paid what was promised. This was the most commendable part of the zoo race. However, after being paid, the group disbanded immediately. This was because people in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew about the zoo race's customs. Naturally, they were also aware that once the task was done, the zoo race would resume being bandits. If they stayed behind, then they would be in danger. Therefore, as soon as they were paid, everyone quickly separated. These people didn't really expect Zhao Hai to really retaliate. It must be said that the zoo race couldn't be easily found. Each one of them were good at stealth. Not only stealth, they could also hide from spiritual force. And with how nomadic they were, nobody knew where the zoo race people were. If one wanted to hunt them down, then they would experience countless suffering. But what the zoo race didn't think about was a heaven-defying thing like the space to exist. Their stealth techniques were totally useless against the space's surveillance. No matter where they run, they would always be seen by the space. In order to deal with these fellows, Zhao Hai put a silver needle in their bodies. With the silver needles, they wouldn't be able to escape. In addition to wanting to teach them a lesson, Zhao Hai also wanted to hunt the zoo race in order to find out who was behind their current operation. The Hell King's ship continued to fly forward with an unparalleled momentum. Coupled with its huge form, it gave people a strong oppressive aura. Because of this, anyone who spotted the Hell King's ship would hide immediately, no matter which realm they came from. Although everyone was from a different great realm, they were all aware that an artifact like the Hell King's ship wasn't something that anyone could use. It was precisely because of this that nobody came to provoke Zhao Hai and the others. Liu Sheng and Zhao Hai were currently standing on the bow of the ship. Although Zhao Hai felt nothing, Liu Sheng and the others couldn't help but feel pride. Even if the Hell King's ship had nothing to do with them, seeing people from the other realms go out of their way made them feel special. Moreover, The Hell King's ship was an artifact of the world of cultivation. The Hell King's ship was fast, and with how recent the attack was, it only took Zhao Hai and the others a few hours to find a Zhu race person. The Zhu race person also noticed the Hell King's ship. He had a very deep impression of this ship. He knew that this was the ship that the giant pagoda transformed into. Although they said that they let the pagoda escape because they were stunned, they couldn't deny the strength of the pagoda. Even if they were dumbfounded, their artifacts still hit the pagoda. However, the pagoda didn't suffer any damages. One could see the strength of the Hell King's ship from this, so at the sight of the ship, the Zhu race person immediately hid and hoped that he could avoid disaster. The Zhu race person already thought that Zhao Hai was coming for him. This was because Zhao Hai said that he would return the favor when he left. But seeing the Hell King's ship coming to his direction, he was still in disbelief. Not long after the Zhu race person hid himself, the Hell King's ship stopped in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at the Zhu race person's hiding place and said, "Come out. Do you think you can escape? Don't forget what I said yesterday." The Zhu race person thought that Zhao Hai was just deceiving him, but when he saw Zhao Hai looking straight into his hiding place, he knew that Zhao Hai could see him. The Zhu race person couldn't help but feel bitter. He put away his stealth cloak and then appeared 200 meters away from the Hell King's ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you see me?" "Our Zhu race's ability couldn't be detected." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Just because you say so doesn't mean that nobody can detect you. Wasn't I able to see you? Let me tell you this. You aren't the first Zhu race person I met. I killed one before. He wanted to ambush me using his stealth, but unfortunately for him, he failed. Hee. I guess it's your turn now. You Zhu race should know that the 10,000 realm battlefield is a paradise for bandits, but targeting only one group of people won't work. There will come a time where they will retaliate. Today is just the beginning." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and released 10,000 flying swords to attack the Zhu race person. The Zhu race person also released his magic artifacts to block Zhao Hai. However, Liu Sheng and the others also released their flying swords and attacked the Zhu race person together. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he received his swords. He gave Liu Sheng and the others the opportunity to finish this one off. Liu Sheng and the others were thirsting for revenge. This was a good time to blow off some steam. Although the Zhu race person wasn't weak, he couldn't hold on against this many transcending tribulation experts. Before long, he was killed. After killing the Zhu race person, Zhao Hai pulled its corpse into the Hell King's ship. Then he turned to Liu Sheng and said, "Brother Liu, you can take his stuff, but I'll have to take his corpse. Is that alright?" When he heard Zhao Hai, Liu Sheng stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Little Hai, you use dark magic, so this corpse will be yours. However, we cannot take everything he has. We should have equal share." The others naturally wouldn't oppose Liu Sheng. It must be said that they wouldn't have gotten this harvest without Zhao Hai. They simply had no way to find people from the Zhu race. If this wasn't the 10,000 realm battlefield, then they wouldn't have accepted the loot. After all, the majority of the effort was done by Zhao Hai. But since they were in the 10,000 realm battlefield and needed to pay a tax every month to stay, they would need everything they could get their hands on. In the end, they have no choice but to accept a portion of the loot. But to Zhao Hai, these things weren't worth a glance. But he knew that it would make Liu Sheng and the others anxious if he didn't take anything, so he nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll take the Zhu race corpse as well as its life source artifact. You divide the rest." It must be said that Zhao Hai would still suffer a loss in this agreement. This Zhu race person has been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for some time, and it had robbed more than 100 magic artifacts, and there were still other items in its possession. If these things were divided equally, each person could still get a rich slice of the pie. This Zhu race person was different from Liu Sheng and the others. Liu Sheng and the others were newcomers to the 10,000 realm battlefield, so they were still worrying about tax for the month. On the other hand, this Zhu race person was a veteran and had stayed in the battlefield for many years. He was able to rob a lot of things. Therefore, he was quite rich. As soon as Liu Sheng heard Zhao Hai, he still wanted to give more items to him. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. In the end, he could only follow what Zhao Hai said. Once they looked over the Zhu race person's belongings, Liu Sheng and the others discovered that it was actually very rich. There were a lot of good things in its special item. The things inside weren't only enough to pay for a month's tax, they could even make a small profit. Naturally, Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng received their share. Mo Sheng handed his share over to Zhao Hai, which meant that Zhao Hai still had his share in the end. After all, Mo Sheng has no care about these things, and he also wouldn't know how to use them. Their mission was a success. Not only were they able to get revenge, they were also able to profit. This caused Liu Sheng and the others to be happy. After everyone divided their spoils, they turned to look at Zhao Hai. Their expressions were very obvious. They were curious if Zhao Hai was going to continue hunting people from the Zhu race. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and immediately knew what they were thinking. But he didn't say anything as he smiled and waved his hand, directing the Hell King's ship to fly towards another direction. Previously, the ambush was done by the Zhu race as well as people from other races. Zhao Hai placed silver needles in each of their bodies. However, Zhao Hai was only planning to target the Zhu race. As for the others, he didn't care about them for now. This action was something that the Zhu race initiated. Naturally, the first to be dealt with would be the Zhu race. Although the other races participated, they were only acting as mercenaries. Additionally, Zhao Hai didn't want to offend other people. Therefore, he wouldn't make a move on the others right now. His main target was still the Zhu race. Chapter 1402, Uneasiness in the Newcomers Region. Recently, the people from other great realms discovered that the atmosphere in the world of cultivation's newcomers' residence wasn't right. Firstly, the people from the world of cultivation were being attacked. This caused them to not dare to come out. Even if they came out, they would form groups. Rarely would someone go out alone. This made the people from the other realms gloat on the world of cultivation's misfortune. Moreover, the people from the other realms were able to notice that there were a lot of Zhu race people surrounding the world of cultivation's newcomers area, and oftentimes, they could see the Zhu race attacking the people from the world of cultivation. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this was an action done by the Zhu race against the people from the world of cultivation. It was just that the people from the world of cultivation have yet to discover this plot. It must be said that the Zhu race were among the most unpopular groups of people in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. This was because they were a group of bandits. Moreover, not a lot of experts come to the newcomers area. The Zhu race were an exception. They didn't care about unwritten rules or the like. They never cared for written rules, much less unwritten ones. People from the other realms also grouped up whenever they went out due to the increased presence of the Zhu race in the area. Although the Zhu race seemed to target the world of cultivation, who knows when they would switch their targets. Therefore, they needed to be careful as well. However, people were also beginning to notice that the world of cultivation were launching a counterattack. There was a huge ship artifact filled with people from the world of cultivation that were hunting down the Zhu race. The ship flew in an overbearing manner in the newcomers region, killing every Zhu race person they came upon. But there had never been news of people other than the Zhu race that had been attacked. It was at this point that the other people knew that this was a war between the Zhu race and the world of cultivation. So they all went to the sidelines to watch and maybe profit off of the conflict from time to time. Before long, when the Zhu race discovered what was happening, more of their members flooded into the newcomers region. But this time, the people from the world of cultivation were prepared. Massive numbers of their own experts also went back to the newcomers region. These people who came back to the newcomers region were all powerful veterans. When the newcomers from the other realms saw this, they immediately ran and returned to their own areas and hid. These people understood that the large number of Zhu race and world of cultivation experts flooding into the newcomers region would divide the region. If they don't stay in their own areas, then they would only be courting death. The conflict in the newcomers region naturally alarmed the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Various realms began to shift their attention to the region. The world of cultivation and the Zhu race weren't the most powerful groups in the 10,000 realm battlefield. These two groups could only be regarded as medium grade. There hasn't been a huge conflict between two realms in the battlefield for some time. Everyone deliberately avoided being entangled in this situation. This was because it's possible that both sides would injure each other, leaving the other realms to harvest some great benefits. It must be known that the 10,000 realm battlefield had people from around 30,000 realms inside it. If you managed to step on other people, then you would be able to greatly benefit. Therefore, the other realms avoided joining the conflict as much as possible. The other realms were observing the war carefully. The world of cultivation couldn't just back down from this, or else other people would also target them. Therefore, they needed to teach the Zhu race a lesson. Normally, in this situation, the Zhu race would retreat. They were a bandit race. They weren't in the business of eliminating an entire group of people. What's unusual this time was that the Zhu race higher-ups issued a command to spare no one from the world of cultivation. Even the people of the Zhu race didn't expect this to happen. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others didn't return and instead continued hunting the Zhu race. Because of their movements, the Zhu race became vigilant. This was also the reason why the Zhu race decided to send more manpower to the newcomers region. Since Zhao Hai and the others didn't return, naturally they wouldn't know what happened back in the newcomers area. After Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen reported the situation, the world of cultivation immediately acted and restationed large quantities of experts towards the newcomers area in order to deal with the Zhu race. Leading the group was a young monk. This monk held an unadorned staff and gave people an immense amount of pressure. This pressure wasn't from the monk but instead his staff. This young monk led more than 1,000 people to enter the newcomers area. Majority of them were transcending tribulation experts while several were at severed soul stage. As for the young monk, it seems like he's a severed soul expert himself. Zhao Hai was able to notice the young monk the moment the reinforcements entered the newcomers' residences. Seeing the monk's staff, Zhao Hai knew that it was the famed treasure of the Void Temple, the 10,000 transformation staff. Seeing the 10,000 transformation staff, Zhao Hai understood that the world of cultivation was prepared to make a huge move. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. The newcomers region was a huge place, so even if the monk entered the region with the 10,000 transformation staff, he wouldn't necessarily meet Zhao Hai and the others, and Zhao Hai doesn't want to meet that monk. From what Zhao Hai can see, the young monk was the leader of the team. Moreover, he was a Buddhist disciple. If Zhao Hai went back to the residences, he would have to listen to this person. Zhao Hai didn't like being commanded, so he made sure to avoid the monk. He also didn't tell Liu Xing and the others about this information. Naturally, Zhao Hai was no longer intending to attack the Zhu race. By this point, the Zhu race also sent 1,000 powerful experts into the newcomers region. Most importantly, now that the Zhu race has gathered together, Zhao Hai would suffer a loss if he were to make an attack. Since Zhao Hai wasn't planning to join the fray, he led Liu Sheng and the others to harvest resources in the newcomers region. With the noise created by the Zhu race and the world of cultivation, the density of people wanting to harvest resources has drastically declined. This was a great opportunity for Zhao Hai and the others to gather up resources. In the past, gathering materials was very hard because of how many people there were, and robbing people wasn't easy as well. But now things were different. It became rare for someone to leave their own residential areas. Zhao Hai took this opportunity to harvest medicinal materials and ores. Before Zhao Hai made this decision, he made sure that every Zhu race person that ambushed Liu Sheng and the others had been dealt with. This way, they can calmly harvest ores and medicinal plants as well as avoid the young monk and not get involved with the ongoing war. Zhao Hai doesn't intend to work hard for the world of cultivation. He didn't want to become cannon fodder. Therefore, after taking revenge against the Zhu race, he proposed his plan to Liu Sheng and the others. Now that Liu Sheng and the others have enacted his revenge and seen Zhao Hai's strength, they naturally wouldn't oppose the plan. Therefore, Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship in order to visit the areas with resources. As they progressed, Liu Sheng and the others began to get some clues. They had been to some of these areas before, so they knew how many people came here. But after flying in these areas for quite some time, they became confused since they had yet to meet someone else. Liu Sheng and the others also discovered that Zhao Hai seems to have a goal in everything he did. He wasn't just doing it casually nor was it for revenge. Take dealing with the Zhu race as an example. On the surface, it seems to be for revenge. But Liu Sheng and the others understood that Zhao Hai was doing that in order to get closer to them. Zhao Hai wanted them to follow him. It might seem strange, they knew Zhao Hai's purpose, so they shouldn't have been pulled in that easily. But in the end, they knew deep inside that they wouldn't leave Zhao Hai, so they followed Zhao Hai's plans. Thinking about this, Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The longer the time they spent with Zhao Hai, the stronger this feeling became. It seems like they would unconsciously agree to anything Zhao Hai said. It was a bizarre feeling, but at the same time, they didn't dislike it. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to use the Zhu race to get closer to Liu Sheng and the others and make them his followers, they seemed not to mind it. Sometimes Liu Sheng would think that they might have been collectively possessed by a demon. Otherwise, why would they listen to Zhao Hai's words? Chapter 1403, Enlightenment Technique. Liu Sheng and the others were indeed bewitched. However, what bewitched them was a Buddhist technique, the Enlightenment Technique. The Enlightenment Technique was the most difficult technique to study among the Buddhist techniques. It was a technique that operated silently. It didn't even have any spiritual waves. But once it was used on a person, that person would have a favorable impression towards the user and would slowly start to agree to his every word. There were two ways to use the Enlightenment Technique. The first way was the immediate application of the technique. If the mind of the target wasn't strong enough, then they would be converted immediately. Once converted, the target would fully obey the user and may even become crazed believers who have lost their sense of identity. Another way of using the technique was to slowly apply its effects. When this method was used, there would be no signs. The affected target wouldn't feel a single thing. However, this method has a weak point. It needed continuous application in order to convert the target. Zhao Hai used the second method on Liu Sheng and the others many times. By this point, Liu Sheng and the others were getting closer to being converted. It was just that Liu Sheng and the others haven't discovered it. Zhao Hai didn't have any regrets converting Liu Sheng and the others. After all, Liu Sheng didn't really have any good intentions when he asked for Zhao Hai's help. He had already been polite to Liu Sheng and the others. Also, being converted wasn't necessarily bad for Liu Sheng and the others. Zhao Hai has the space as well as a constant supply of faith power. He could only get stronger and stronger in the future. Being converted by Zhao Hai was a benefit to their future. Another great use for the Enlightenment Technique was for the collection of faith power. Converted people provide faith power towards the user. The more you convert, the more people you have to provide faith power. Moreover, the more fanatic the believer, the better faith power they could provide. This was the Enlightenment Technique's most powerful aspect. Faith power was very beneficial for cultivators. Zhao Hai's body was already stronger than before. Moreover, he wouldn't have any barriers in his cultivation. However, getting a believer that would supply you with faith power was very hard, especially fanatic believers, which were much more difficult to cultivate. If Zhao Hai didn't have the space, then it would simply be impossible to collect faith power. The world of cultivation didn't lack methods to collect and apply faith power. However, finding people to provide faith power was extremely hard. In the past, great sects in the world of cultivation did some experiments. They reared people like livestock in order to perform brainwashing on them, hoping that it would provide them with a means to get faith power. However, this method wasn't very successful. First, because faith power could only be provided to one person, who this person was has become a problem. If too many people share, then everyone would get very little faith power. And if you increase the people in captivity, then it would be too difficult to handle. Having too many people would increase the chance for accidents. Also, those who brainwashed these people would attract suspicion. Once the doubt spread, the experiment was essentially a failure. The livestock experiment failed, so the use of faith power hasn't become popular in the world of cultivation. One reason was because the methods were kept secret, and an even bigger reason was the lack of places to collect faith power from. After acquiring faith power, Zhao Hai gained a deeper understanding about it. He also understood why Lu Wei had to use an artifact to collect faith power. Despite that, he was still weak since the amount of faith power he collected was very small. Although Lu Wei was regarded as a god in the divine realm, his followers weren't devout. It was just like in the earth where people believed in Buddha, but weren't necessarily Buddhists. This wasn't necessarily true belief. It was precisely because of this that Lu Wei and even the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor only got very few faith power. With such a poor amount of faith power, it wasn't very useful, so the strength of the two was still low. But no matter what, the two still enjoyed the benefits of faith power. Therefore, they stubbornly kept on collecting faith power without letting anyone else know. If Lu Wei knew how much faith power Zhao Hai was getting, then he would certainly be very envious. At the same time, if the people from the world of cultivation were to know that there was such a thing as the Enlightenment Technique, then they would definitely want to acquire it at all costs. As long as they get their hands on the technique, they could collect a very large amount of faith power. To any cultivator, the attractiveness of this was fatal. Liu Sheng and the others were completely unaware of this. They only knew that they were listening to Zhao Hai's words more and more. Moreover, they didn't seem to have any inclination of disagreeing to him. Although Li Zongdao also noticed this on Liu Sheng and the others, Li Zongdao wasn't a fool. Despite going along with Liu Sheng and the others for some time, he still didn't trust them. Perhaps Li Zongdao might trust them if this was the world of cultivation, but in the battlefield, Li Zongdao wasn't as trusting. If this was the world of cultivation, then Liu Sheng and the others would have some trouble with Li Zongdao's identity. He was the strongest core disciple of the Profound Clear sect. If Li Zongdao was killed and the Profound Clear sect finds out, then Liu Sheng and the others wouldn't be able to shoulder the consequences. However, this was the 10,000 realm battlefield. This wasn't a peaceful place. If Liu Sheng and the others murdered someone, then nobody would be able to find out about it. The 10,000 realm battlefield was just too chaotic. Chasing and tracking down a kill was almost impossible. Seeing Liu Sheng and the others following Zhao Hai's word, Li Zongdao couldn't help but be more wary. In his mind, they had no reason to be more polite. Liu Sheng and the others showing a better attitude towards Zhao Hai couldn't be good. Li Zongdao told Zhao Hai about these suspicions, but Zhao Hai told him that it's fine. Actually, Zhao Hai doesn't know what to say. He couldn't just reveal that he was converting Liu Sheng and the others, otherwise, it might bring unnecessary troubles to him. Despite this, the group continued to collect resources and even hunt some beasts. With their numbers, they simply didn't need to be afraid. In the end, Li Zongdao could only calm down. As Zhao Hai and the others were collecting resources, the Zhu race and the world of cultivation began to make their moves. Both sides knew that the other had sent experts to the newcomers' region. Therefore, they became wary against each other. They would approach each other cautiously. They would also send people out to scout. However, they made sure that each team comprised at least 10 people. One should know that one couldn't be careless in times of war. Zhao Hai received information about both sides through the space. At this point, every move and action in the newcomers' region couldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. The distance between the two sides was very large. If they want to fight, then it would take a few days before they could meet. Also, Zhao Hai and the others were far away from where the two sides would meet. Therefore, there's no need for Zhao Hai to worry. Zhao Hai continued collecting resources along with Liu Sheng and the others. He wanted to use this opportunity to stock up on resources. Once the battle begins, things wouldn't be as easy as it is now. Naturally, Liu Sheng and the others didn't say anything. They had almost been converted by Zhao Hai. It wouldn't take long before they would become Zhao Hai's faithful followers. It doesn't matter if they were to separate with Zhao Hai. They would still treat him as a god forever. This was what made the Enlightenment technique terrifying. At this point, even if Zhao Hai used the Enlightenment technique in front of Liu Sheng and the others, they still wouldn't dislike it. This was because their minds had already been conditioned by the technique. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, nor did he want to participate in the war. He planned to wait for a few days after the battle began before participating. This way, he wouldn't be under the command of that young monk but could still provide great contributions to the world of cultivation. Monk Kong Miao was the person who held the 10,000 transformation staff. Zhao Hai didn't know his name before. Only after hearing people call him by his name did Zhao Hai find out. Although Monk Kong Miao was very young, his strength was already formidable. Most importantly, the way he does things was orderly. The troops under him were marching in formation. The army proceeded forward without any chaos. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire Kong Miao. One must know that the troops commanded by the monk didn't have the same training as the machine field's armies. But despite this, the monk was able to command them to be orderly. This was impossible without any talent. Compared to the world of cultivation, the Zhu race were much more formal. The Zhu race people seemed to have received military training. Also, since they were already managed by a central body, they were able to be managed easily. The advancing speed of both sides wasn't great. Although they were all practitioners, an army always had a slower speed than an individual person. After all, it wasn't easy to maintain a formation while moving. Although Zhao Hai was still collecting resources, he was also paying attention to the situation between the world of cultivation and the Zhu race. He was waiting for the two to begin so that he could join in on the fun. Chapter 1404, Kong Miao is a reincarnated monk. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he stood on the Hell King's ship. He turned to look at Liu Sheng and the others. The group consisted of people from different realms, but now, they have one identity: Zhao Hai's followers. Zhao Hai conducted the last session today, converting Liu Sheng and the others and making them his loyal followers. When he used his faith vision, Zhao Hai could see the golden yellow faith power in Liu Sheng and the others' bodies. It wasn't bad compared to the undead. It must be said that although the undead have their own thoughts, They always had been Zhao Hai's most loyal followers. They would die for Zhao Hai at any time. Liu Sheng and the others now had the same level of loyalty towards Zhao Hai. This meant that, like the undead, they would sacrifice their lives for Zhao Hai's sake. By this point, Liu Sheng and the others looked at Zhao Hai with fanatic gazes. In their heart, Zhao Hai was their god. They were prepared to sacrifice everything for him. At this time, while Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were resting in the cabin, Zhao Hai looked at Liu Sheng and the others and said, "You should go and rest as well. Remember, don't be too obvious in front of other people." Liu Sheng and the others gave Zhao Hai a respectful salute before turning around and entering their cabin. Seeing the others depart, Zhao Hai looked at the jet-black sky and then muttered, "Just wait, sooner or later I'll see you." The you that Zhao Hai referred to were the people who made the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai was worried about the people who created the 10,000 realm battlefield. If they were able to create a place like this, then they certainly weren't simple people. It was precisely because he set his target to those people that Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about the situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He knew that he wouldn't be in trouble here. The only thing he had to do was to keep collecting resources in order to upgrade the space. Once the space's level is greater, his confidence would also increase. The next day, Zhao Hai and the others were still collecting resources. However, they didn't venture out too far, otherwise they would meet the powerful beasts. But even with this, their harvest was still very enormous, enough to catch up to people who had been harvesting for several years. After all, nobody else was coming out at this time. Even if they met other people, they still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai and the others. By this time, Zhao Hai already added more than 30 undead to his space. With the amount of undead he obtained in the 10,000 battlefield, Zhao Hai had enough strength to be an overlord of a region once he returned to the world of cultivation. After collecting resources for several days, Zhao Hai finally stopped. They had harvested almost all of the well-known materials in the newcomers region. Another reason was because the world of cultivation and the zoo race were about to begin their battle. Both sides had about 3,000 people all in all. Their weakest combatants were transcending tribulation experts. There were no nascent soul experts in attendance. Currently, the two sides were faced with each other on Green Copper Mountain. The distance between the two was less than a kilometer. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the battle was about to start. It would take 3 days for the Hell King's ship to arrive at Green Copper Mountain. Then they would join the war. Zhao Hai didn't tell Li Zongdao why they were heading back. Li Zongdao and the others didn't ask either. Zhao Hai already earned Li Zongdao's trust while Liu Sheng and the others were already Zhao Hai's followers. After Zhao Hai changed the ship's direction, he turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, I have something to say." Everyone immediately grouped up to listen. Li Zongdao looked at the eyes of Liu Sheng and the others and couldn't help but feel strange. Their transformation was too abrupt. The way they followed Zhao Hai in the past 2 days made Li Zongdao feel that they were imposters. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Our world of cultivation has gathered more than 1,000 people to confront the zoo race. We need to head back and fight. Therefore, everyone should use this time to rest well and recover your spirits. We shall fight as soon as we arrive." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao stared and said, "Really, little Hai, when did this happen? Why don't I know about this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Several days ago, when we were collecting herbs, the two sides began to move towards each other. They will start fighting today. I don't want to head back and be caught by those people. Now that the battle is about to begin, naturally we have to help." "All right, Brother Li, go rest. We still have more than 2 days before arriving. Use these days to take a break and recover." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "I was wondering why there's so few people in the newcomers region these days. I reckon they've hid in fear." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right. It's because of this that I decided to stay, and now we have a lot of resources in hand. But it's time for us to get involved with the war." Li Zongdao laughed and said, Good job little Hai. It's not good to get involved with those monks. If we head back too early, we'll only be used as cannon fodder." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also remembered something that Martial Uncle told me. The 10,000 realm battlefield hasn't been peaceful, and the Void Temple was even forced to take out their 10,000 transformation staff. I'm afraid the lead monk is currently holding that staff." Li Zongdao replied, "The 10,000 transformation staff is here? Do you know the monk's name?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, The other monks call him Kong Miao. He looks quite young. You heard of this name before? Zhao Hai noticed Li Zongdao's expression changed when he said the name Kong Miao, so he couldn't help but ask. Li Zongdao's expression turned back to normal after some time. Then he said, "It really is Kong Miao. I heard about this person before. He is from the Void Temple. He doesn't have much of a reputation in the world of cultivation, but we have heard of his name. He's the greatest genius of the younger generation. He seems to be the same age as me, or even 2 years younger. However, his training speed is very fast. When I reached nascent soul, I heard that he already transcended his tribulation. Now I'm afraid he's reached the severed soul stage. I heard he's the youngest person in the Void Temple to become an elder. Although he belongs to the same age group as us, he's already left us far behind. I'm afraid only you, Little Hai, can catch up to him." Zhao Hai stared. He could understand what Li Zongdao meant. Li Zongdao was titled as the greatest core disciple of his sect. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, he was a peerless genius. However, he still fell behind Kong Miao. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "It seems like Kong Miao isn't simple. After all, the Void Temple is confident in sending him along with the 10,000 transformation staff. If it's possible, it'll be nice to see him." Li Zongdao bitterly smiled. Perhaps only Zhao Hai can say this in the entire world of cultivation. Even transcending tribulation experts couldn't dare speak such words. Li Zongdao shook his head and then said, "Little Hai, you need to be careful of this Kong Miao. From what I heard, Kong Miao seems to be a reincarnation of a Buddhist monk. There's a technique in Buddhism that allows one to pass on their memories and keep on reincarnating." Upon hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he said, "Kong Miao is a reincarnation? Is that true?" Li Zongdao shook his head and said, "Nobody knows for sure. However, that's the rumor. Otherwise, how could he cultivate so quickly? His cultivation speed is terrifying." Zhao Hao nodded. He was aware of his own abilities. The reason why he was able to cultivate quickly was because of the space. If Kong Miao could cultivate up to this point without something like the space, then he must have another advantage. Li Zongdao was already considered to be a genius in the world of cultivation, but his cultivation speed wasn't as quick as King Miao. Kong Miao's cultivation speed could no longer be considered to be talent. If Kong Miao is indeed a reincarnated Buddhist monk, then can he see faith power? If he's able to, then wouldn't that be troublesome? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. It seems like he needs to be careful around Kong Miao. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't think too much about it. Here, he's also someone from the world of cultivation. He won't do anything to us." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. If he didn't have so many secrets, then he wouldn't have feared Kong Miao. However, he had a lot of things he couldn't reveal to the outside. Even one of his aces could bring him trouble. Therefore, he has no other choice but to tread carefully. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and knew that there's something happening, but he didn't ask. These kinds of things were up to Zhao Hai to deal with. However, this didn't mean that Li Zongdao wasn't curious why Zhao Hai was so anxious when he heard about Kong Miao being a reincarnated expert. As he thought of this, Li Zongdao's eyes suddenly shone. Then he thought about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai has an insane cultivation speed as well as a lot of secrets. He had formidable strength as well. He has the same characteristics of a reincarnated expert. Was Zhao Hai also a reincarnated expert? Chapter 1405, Kong Miao's Rage. Zhao Hai wasn't aware of what Li Zongdao was thinking. If he did, then he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was because Li Zongdao was partially right. Although Zhao Hai wasn't a reincarnated expert, he was someone whose soul has transferred. However, he didn't cultivate back on Earth. Although Li Zongdao suspected Zhao Hai of being a reincarnated expert, he didn't have any evidence to back it up. Moreover, this suspicion was lessened a little when he remembered that Zhao Hai doesn't know a lot about cultivation. In the end, this suspicion could almost be cancelled. Zhao Hai had Laura and he others command the Hell King's ship while he went to sleep along with Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. The battle would involve more than 1,000 experts. He needed to be prepared. A battle involving more than 1,000 people might not sound a lot, but one shouldn't forget that the combatants on both sides were at transcending tribulation and severed soul stage. Each one of these experts could overturn mountains. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to be careful. Transcending tribulation experts couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, he planned to use the following days to cultivate and prepare himself. Kong Miao stood along with his men, looking at the Zhu race people in the distance. He didn't store his artifact in a spatial equipment like others did. Instead, he held it in his hand. This was because the artifact he was holding was the 10,000 transformation staff. Kong Miao liked holding the staff. This was because the staff was a very good artifact. The staff was very comfortable to use. Kong Miao thinks that it is his time to become famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Thinking of his wonderful experience, Kong Miao couldn't help but sigh deep inside. In his opinion, he was favored by the heavens. Otherwise, how could he encounter such good things? The reason behind Kong Miao's cultivation speed wasn't that he was a reincarnated expert, but instead it was because he obtained an inheritance of a Buddhist expert. Kong Miao was born on the Void Temple's controlled planet. Among the clans in the planet, his clan was only average. Each person in the clan practiced the Buddhist path. If any talent was discovered, they would immediately be sent to the Void Temple to practice and become either an inner disciple or a core disciple. However, Kong Miao wasn't treated well by the clan. Naturally, the clan didn't waste resources on him. Because of this, Kong Miao became comparable to a rogue cultivator. But nobody expected that Kong Miao would pick up a jade slip as he was collecting medicine in the mountains. The jade slip didn't look like anything, but as Kong Miao searched it using his spiritual force, he suddenly fainted. He was asleep for 5 days. After waking up, he knew that he had picked up a treasure. The jade slip was left behind by a Buddhist master. The slip recorded the master's road from foundation building up to the severed soul stage. This was equivalent to pointing the way for Kong Miao. This provided him insights and allowed him to achieve a smooth cultivation. Most importantly, the jade slip included a very high-level cultivation method. The steps were clearly written: how to cultivate, which pills to consume, everything was described. Additionally, the jade slip had the spiritual force and spiritual chi of a severed soul expert. The spiritual force stimulated Kong Miao's growth while the spiritual chi provided him with a foundation of pure spiritual chi to train in. This jade slip was a great treasure. Anyone who got their hands on it would certainly become a great expert. As for how that jade slip ended up in the mountains, nobody knew. Kong Miao had a much stronger spiritual force than his peers, and he also had the pure spiritual chi of a severed soul expert. Naturally, he was able to get twice the result with half the effort. Before long, he stood out in his family and became a genius that was sent to the Void Temple. He became an outer disciple, then an inner disciple, then a core disciple. Along the way, the resources allocated to him increased, and with the help of the jade slip, his training went smoothly. His cultivation was like a rocket as it shot past everyone else. Now, he was an elder of the Void Temple, one of the severed soul powerhouses in the world of cultivation. Thinking of this, Kong Miao couldn't help but feel proud. His discovery of the slip really turned his destiny over. From an ordinary member of a clan to being one of the most powerful people in the world of cultivation. If it isn't destiny, then nothing could justify it. It was just that he has been busy cultivating these years or have places the sect arranged him to go to and needed to conceal his identity, which made Kong Miao unhappy. Because of this, his name wasn't as resounding as he wanted to be. Only a few people from Great Sect knew about his name. Others were simply clueless about who he is. Seeing people from great sects going out and being accommodated by small sects made Kong Miao envious. Whenever he went out, people simply didn't know who he was. Naturally, small sects wouldn't arrange anything for him. This made Kong Miao angry. He's an elder of the Void Temple, the strongest expert among his generation. However, whenever he went out, nobody knew who he was. Now, the Zhu race gave him an opportunity to become famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Kong Miao was aware that the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield were elites of the world of cultivation. Moreover, these people were well respected by the sects. When the time comes, he would be greeted by everyone when he returns to the world of cultivation. Although he felt pride in his heart, Kong Miao didn't reveal it to the outside world. He calmly looked at the Zhu race as they lined up before him, preparing to attack. As Kong Miao looked at the Zhu race, he said, "Please tell your representative to come out and have a talk." When his voice sounded out, the Zhu race people opposite him turned quiet. Then a Zhu race person flew out. This Zhu race person looked old. His face was wrinkled and was somewhat ugly. This Zhu race person looked at Kong Miao and said, What does your excellency want to talk about? Kong Miao looked at the zoo race person and said, I'm Void Temple's Kong Miao. I just want to ask you a question. Our world of cultivation doesn't have an enmity with your race, so why are you targeting us? Please explain. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being impolite. When the zoo race person heard Kong Miao, he suddenly laughed and said, Impolite? How are you planning on being impolite? Aren't you being too naive in saying that? This is the 10,000 realm battlefield. My zoo clan rely on robbing people in order to get benefits. If you're talking about explanations, then why don't you explain the people from the world of cultivation who are pursuing our members? If you can't give me an explanation, then forgive me for being impolite as well. Kong Miao went silent. His cultivation has been going smoothly. Even his trials were devoid of danger. He had never met someone as arrogant as the zoo race before him. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Seeing Kong Miao's response, the zoo race person laughed harder as he said, So you're really just a kid, ha ha ha. It seems like the world of cultivation is really confident. They actually sent a kid to fight a war. The other zoo race people laughed as well. It was as though they were ignoring that Kong Miao was present. Looking at these people, Kong Miao shouted, If you're like that, then I guess we no longer need to talk. Let's see who really has the strength to survive. With a wave of his hand, the 10,000 transformation staff sent an attack towards the old zoo race person. Without any delay, the others from the world of cultivation also attacked using their respective artifacts. Seeing Kong Miao beginning the fight, the zoo race naturally attacked as well. All kinds of green-tinted magic artifacts were taken out. A rumbling sound could be heard as the artifacts filled the air. The two sides were still probing each other. Although it might seem like the battle was very lively, there had been no casualties on both sides. Kong Miao was now fired up. He felt insulted by the old zoo race person. The 10,000 transformation staff kept changing forms as it attacked the zoo race person. However, it was clear that the old zoo race person was prepared. He coldly snorted and released 200 artifacts to clash with the 10,000 transformation staff. Although each of the artifacts couldn't contend with the 10,000 transformation staff, enough of them were able to. The artifacts all had an aquamarine tint to them. The artifacts themselves were of the same color, but in fact they were controlled by the old zoo race person. Because of his strength, each artifact were able to unleash quite a large amount of power. Kong Miao also released quite a few artifacts to assault the old zoo race person. Kong Miao was now a severed soul expert. This meant that his soul has been divided into two. This other soul could help him control magic artifacts. This allowed him to control twice the amount of artifacts. If Kong Miao hadn't reached severed soul stage, then it would have been impossible for him to use the 10,000 transformation staff. This was because despite the staff's immense strength, it was also very demanding when it came to control. If a transcending tribulation expert wanted to use the 10,000 transformation staff, then he wouldn't be able to use any other artifact along with it. Because of this, only severed soul experts used the staff. With this, they can use the staff while the other would control the other artifacts. Chapter 1406, Plot of the Zoo Race. The 10,000 transformation staff was quite similar to Zhao Hai's liquid silver. However, the staff couldn't compare to liquid silver after its upgrade. Currently, liquid silver was a faith weapon while the 10,000 transformation staff isn't. Also, although the 10,000 transformation staff could transform, it couldn't transform into something beyond its volume. On the other hand, liquid silver can transform without any limits. Despite this, the 10,000 transformation staff was still very mysterious. Although it said 10,000 in its name, it was like liquid silver with an unlimited number of forms it can transform into. However, only a few people could exert the full strength of the staff. This was because, just like liquid silver, one needed to consider formations to use with the staff, not just your spiritual force. Not a lot of people could do this. After all, not everyone was like Zhao Hai who had the space to help him with formations. And since the 10,000 transformation staff was very valuable, it's impossible for it to become someone's life source artifact. It would only be taken out whenever it was needed. As the matter stands, the one who used the staff wouldn't be familiar with it. After all, the longer you use a weapon, the more power you could display while using it. As for the 10,000 transformation staff, it couldn't display a great amount of power in the hands of a stranger. However, One couldn't say that the 10,000 Transformations staff has no merits. Inside the 10,000 Transformations staff was a formation core. It was composed of a control formation as well as an offensive formation. Also, these formations weren't the same as normal ones. These were high-level formations. These formations were things that the Void Temple kept secret. It can be said that the prestige of the staff was due to this formation core. Without this formation core, the 10,000 Transformations staff could just be relegated to a high-grade artifact. It wouldn't be able to become one of the pinnacle artifacts of the world of cultivation. Beside this formation core, one would also need to use a formation in order to use the artifact. This time, you would need to use your own spiritual force to condense it. But since most people don't have the space, they would have to define the forms of the staff beforehand. This way, they would know which formations to use in order to change its form. Kong Miao's situation was the same. In his hands, the 10,000 Transformations staff would transform into a stick, a crescent moon spade, a monk's blade, a pagoda, an earthen bowl, and other forms numbering 10 altogether. The attacking style of each form was different. Because of this, Kong Miao needed to be familiar with these forms beforehand, and he would also need to prepare the formations. This way, he would be able to change the staff's form in the shortest time. According to the records of the Void Temple, the best user of the 10,000 Transformations staff was its 22nd abbot. This abbot could use 108 forms of the staff. Moreover, it could divide the staff and combine its attacks. Although Kong Miao was only able to use 10 forms, the formation core of the staff couldn't be underestimated. His attacks were still very formidable. The old Zhu race person needed to use dozens of artifacts in order to block the staff's attacks. As for the other artifacts that Kong Miao released, although they weren't ordinary, they couldn't enter the old Zhu race person's eyes. He was still focused on the 10,000 Transformation staff. Kong Miao was quite startled by the strength of the Zhu race. He knew that although the attacks of the 10,000 Transformation staff looked ordinary, the power between each one of them was colossal. Most transcending tribulation experts using 20 artifacts wouldn't be able to block the staff's attack. It might even kill the transcending tribulation expert. But in front of the Zhu race person, the strikes weren't doing as well. It seems like this old Zhu race person wasn't simple. The information that Kong Miao obtained was just too few. He didn't even know that the one he was facing was a famous Zhu race person named the Green Cloud Sand Bandit, Zhu Wuzun. This person was very powerful. Moreover, he has 2 life source artifacts, the Green Cloud Scarf and the Emerald Sand Fan. Of the 2 artifacts, Zhu Wuzun acquired the Emerald Sand Fan first. Nobody knew how Zhu Wuzun refined the Emerald Sand Fan, but a large amount of poisonous green sand has been refined along with it. Not only can this green sand defile other magic artifacts, it could also corrupt the enemy's spiritual chi. It could even spread poison to the enemy through their chi, rendering them powerless during the battle. As for the Green Cloud Scarf, Zhu Wuzun acquired it after entering the Severed Soul stage, using it as the life source artifact for his secondary soul. Once the Green Cloud Scarf was released, a poisonous mist will form. It could gather and disperse, poisoning the target. It could even be used as a flying artifact. Also, its defensive power was quite good. Zhu Wuxian has long been a famed expert. If he were to be ranked against the others, then he would definitely place top 10 in the Zhu race. Because of these attributes, Zhu Wuzun was able to block Kong Miao's attacks. Although Kong Miao was strong, he was still a rookie severed soul expert in the eyes of a veteran like Zhu Wuzun. With Kong Miao being tied down by Zhu Wuzun, the world of cultivation experts had a hard time against the Zhu race. This was because the artifacts of the world of cultivation experts were inferior compared to the Zhu race. With the help of their innate ability, the Zhu race were able to control a large amount of artifacts. Although these artifacts didn't reach the same level of control as their original owners, their sheer number made up for it. As the battle went on, the Zhu race were able to slowly suppress the world of cultivation. Kong Miao was also able to notice this, but he has no way of remedying it. However, since the people from the cultivation realm were also veterans of 1,000 battles, they were able to deal with their situation quite fast. They immediately had their artifacts go back to defend. Then a division of responsibilities was formed. People at the front would be in charge of defense while people at the back would take the offensive role. This way, they were able to concentrate on one task. But at the same time, the Zhu race changed their approach. They also divided themselves into offensive and defensive roles. However, the difference between the Zhu race and the world of cultivation was that the world of cultivation had more people defending than attacking. Meanwhile, only a small number of Zhu race people were defending while most of them attacked. As the matter stands, the world of cultivation was in the defensive. The pressure they faced was even bigger. Fortunately, the people from the cultivation realm had real abilities. Therefore, the Zhu race weren't able to get an advantage against them. However, it was clear that the world of cultivation was getting pushed back. However, at this time, Kong Miao was still fighting the old Zhu race person and he couldn't get any advantages at all. One could see from this point how novice Kong Miao really was. He was now a leader, not an individual acting alone. He needs to lead his people to fight the Zhu race. If he wasn't so preoccupied with Zhu Wuzhan, then he might have been able to use the 10,000 transformation staff to help the people from the world of cultivation. Naturally, the old Zhu Wuxian intentionally enraged Kong Miao in the beginning. This would make Kong Miao target him alone. Then with his strength and experience, he would tie Kong Miao down, allowing the other Zhu race people to deal with the world of cultivation. It was obvious that this was planned beforehand. Before Zhu Wuzhan and the others fought with the world of cultivation, they already knew that Kong Miao would be in command. They knew Kong Miao's origin as well as the artifact he would be bringing. Therefore, they could understand his temperament and make the proper arrangements. As could be seen, this plan was very successful. Since the world of cultivation's people were busy dealing with the Zhu race's offense, they weren't able to discover this point. If they were able to notice it, then they would know that their opponents this time weren't only the Zhu race. After all, it was impossible for the Zhu race to collect such detailed information. Both sides didn't hold back during the battle. Naturally, it would be impossible for the fight to end quickly. With so many people involved, they could take turns resting and participating in the fight. If this situation was kept constant, then the battle would last for 10 days or half a month. Naturally, this was in the condition that no accident would happen, but it was already obvious to Zhao Hai that this wouldn't be the case. Although he had yet to arrive at the battlefield, Zhao Hai was aware of its current situation. Every action and movement made by both sides have been monitored by the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai became anxious. He discovered a group of Zhu race people approaching the battlefield. These were people the Zhu race prepared for reinforcement. The Zhu race showed about 1,000 troops in the beginning in order to get the world of cultivation to send the same number of people. The Zhu race's reinforcements could also be called the ambush army. Although they only numbered 500, a sudden addition of 500 people could definitely change the state of the battlefield. These 500 would catch the world of cultivation off guard. If they weren't able to wipe out the entire world of cultivation army, then they could at least strike a fatal blow to the strength of the world of cultivation. This was the Zhu race's real goal. Chapter 1407. Changes to the 12 metal beasts. The moment he got news about this, Zhao Hai immediately flew to the battlefield at full speed. By his calculations, the Zhu race reinforcements would arrive at the battlefield in 4 days. This was considering that they wouldn't rest during the whole journey. But if they didn't rest, then they wouldn't have the strength to fight once they arrive at the battlefield. Therefore, they would certainly take rests along the way. In this case, they would arrive at the battlefield much later. Zhao Hai and the others don't have this problem. Now that Laura and the others were controlling the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai and the others could rest at any time. If it weren't for Li Zongdao, then Zhao Hai would have brought everyone to the space. Li Zongdao's group had already become Zhao Hai's followers. They wouldn't reveal his secret. Laura and the others were also aware of the situation, so they controlled the Hell King's ship without stopping. From what Zhao Hai could calculate, it would take 2 days before they could arrive at the battlefield. When the time comes, they would be able to join the fight. At this point, Zhao Hai no longer cared if Kong Miao was a reincarnated expert. From what he can see, even if Kong Miao was a reincarnated expert, he still wouldn't be able to identify Zhao Hai's Buddhist techniques. It seems like Zhao Hai's Buddhist techniques weren't the same as the ones practiced by the Buddhists in the world of cultivation. The 12 Buddhist techniques seem to come from a higher level realm than the world of cultivation. Therefore, there shouldn't be any issues in him using his techniques in the open. Zhao Hai could affirm this point from seeing Kong Miao's fight with Zhu Wuzhan. Although the battle between Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzhan looked lively, it also allowed Zhao Hai to see the Buddhist techniques of the world of cultivation. there were many Buddhists from the world of cultivation that learned body cultivation techniques. However, Zhao Hai believes that their technique couldn't be compared to demon subjugation technique. Zhao Hai remembered Feng Beiming saying that it wasn't their techniques that allowed the Buddhists to rise in the world of cultivation. On the contrary, the Buddhist techniques of the world of cultivation couldn't compare to the techniques of the sects. Even their body cultivation techniques couldn't compare. The Buddhists were able to rise mainly because the troops of the sects had been annihilated in the past. This made the sect lose a lot of their elites. This was also the reason why the sects suspected the Buddhists of betraying them. Although cultivation methods weren't included in this analysis, it could be seen that the Buddhist cultivation methods weren't any better compared to the sects. And since it was already established that Zhao Hai had a mysterious cultivation method that seems like a Buddhist, Zhao Hai was certain that there won't be any problems even if he used the 18 techniques in front of everyone. Since this was the case, Zhao Hai was no longer worried. He was now looking forward to giving the Zhu race a proper beating. Zhao Hai knew that his life was already tied with the world of cultivation. If he falls, then his life would become difficult. It was just like the saying, if the skin doesn't exist, then where would the hair stick to? If something happened to the world of cultivation's hold in the 10,000 realm battlefield, then it would certainly cause some changes in the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai doesn't believe that the other realms would just leave the world of cultivation alone if they were to lose this battle. When the time comes, the flames of war might come to the world of cultivation itself. Zhao Hai knew that if he wanted to make progress, then he would need the 10,000 realm battlefield. This place was rich with good resources. There were regions outside the newcomer's region with more valuable materials. Just because it was made by other people doesn't mean that Zhao Hai doesn't want the things here. The existence of the 10,000 realm battlefield gave Zhao Hai the opportunity to get stronger. He can take the resources in the 10,000 realm battlefield in order to develop the space quickly. At the same time, he could also understand the 10,000 battlefield better, so when the time comes, he wouldn't be unprepared if he were to face its creators. Li Zongdao was now preparing to fight with all his strength. He knew that they were heading towards a huge battle. His strength was at the bottom of the group. He was only a bit stronger than Mo Sheng. With Mo Sheng's innate constitution as well as Zhao Hai's protection, then nothing would go wrong for him. Li Zongdao was also under Zhao Hai's protection, so he shouldn't be in any danger. However, Li Zongdao didn't want this. He was a core disciple of the Profound Clear sect. It wouldn't be good for his development if he was always being protected in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, Li Zongdao also understood that it was impossible for him to break through towards transcending tribulation at this time. If he was anxious in breaking through, then it would be easier for him to make a mistake. If he was possessed by a devil, then that would be his end. Therefore, he didn't cultivate at this time. Instead, he conditioned his body for the fight ahead. He also prepared his artifacts and pills. He relaxed himself so that he would always be in optimum condition. Mo Sheng was the simplest of them all. He just slept. This fellow's current routine was eating then sleeping at this point. But because his food was rich with spiritual qi, his strength was rising instead of dropping. Moreover, it was increasing very quickly, much to Li Zongdao's envy. Zhao Hai didn't mind them as he sat there cross-legged, looking like an old monk entering meditation. But in actuality, he was watching the battlefield as well as the 500 Zhu race reinforcements. The traveling speed of the Zhu race reinforcements was indeed what Zhao Hai thought. Zhao Hai could also understand why the Zhu race would have their ambush team so far away from the main team. They were afraid of being discovered by the world of cultivation. Therefore, they separated the two teams by a couple of days. Actually, the world of cultivation was being complacent this time. They expected to repel the Zhu race with just Kong Miao and the 10,000 transformation staff. After all, the Zhu race were bandits. They shouldn't go for a head-on fight. But who would have expected the Zhu race to send Zhu Wuzun? Moreover, they sent their powerful experts over. Dealing with this Zhu race group would be impossible in a short amount of time. The Zhu race wanted to exhaust the world of cultivation's people with the main team. Then once the reinforcements arrive, they would clean the world of Cultivation's army. It must be said that the Zhu race's plan has been doing very well. Although the world of cultivation's people were taking turns to rest, the Zhu race weren't giving them any opportunity to make a comeback. They strengthened their offense, increasing the pressure on the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation could only increase their active manpower. In this case, they wouldn't have any time to rest. Zhao Hai observed the battle from the perspective of a bystander. With reinforcements coming, the Zhu race's tactics were soon understood. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In this aspect, the world of cultivation was inferior to the Zhu race. The Zhu race were indeed bandits. They were clever and bold. The Hell King's ship was very fast, and with nobody to disturb Zhao Hai's travel, the ship arrived near Green Copper Mountain the next day. Upon entering the range of Green Copper Mountain, Zhao Hai and the others walked out of the cabin and looked at the distant mountain. Green Copper Mountain was now filled with black spots. At the same time, sounds of explosions could be heard. It was clear that the battle was intense. Seeing this, Zhao Hai and the others knew that the battle was escalating. Li Zongdao looked at the mountain and said, "Did we come late?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Late? How could we possibly be late? Let me tell you, the Zhu race people who are currently fighting the world of cultivation were only acting as bait to hold them down. The Zhu race currently has a reinforcing army numbering 500. When they arrive, the Zhu race would get an advantage in numbers, putting even more pressure on the world of cultivation. But you don't have to worry, the Zhu race reinforcements wouldn't arrive soon. This will give us enough time to deal with the Zhu race who are here." Listening to Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao's expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Then how about the world of cultivation? Are they sending reinforcements?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "They're not. It's possible that those people haven't discovered the Zhu race's plan, but we don't need reinforcements. Just our group is enough." Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He no longer said anything. At this time, the Hell King's ship was getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The sounds of explosions were also getting clearer and clearer. Then Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Don't leave the ship. We're teaching the Zhu race a lesson." Everyone nodded as they took out their magic artifacts. Zhao Hai also waved his hand as 4 instruments appeared. These musical instruments were the chime, wooden fish, drums, and a silver bowl with a stick. After that, a 9-story pagoda appeared on top of the ship. 12 metal beasts also appeared around the Hell King's ship. But as soon as these metal beasts appeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He released the 12 beasts not because of their offensive strength, but because they were reinforced by liquid silver and wouldn't be damaged. When necessary, he could use them to block attacks. However, when the beasts appeared, Zhao Hai discovered that he had been mistaken. The aura of the 12 metal beasts had changed dramatically. They seemed to be much more powerful than before. Most importantly, their bodies had faith power coursing through them. Zhao Hai didn't expect this to happen. Chapter 1408. Charging the formation. The 12 metal beasts weren't very powerful. This was the reason why Zhao Hai haven't used them frequently, only during large-scale battles. But the 12 metal beasts this time were different. They all contained faith power. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen them move, the aura they emitted was enough to explain their transformation. If the 12 metal beasts from before were inanimate objects, then right now, they seem alive. Moreover, from their aura, it seems like they're at nascent soul level, and all of these were just from their appearance. It must be known that the 12 metal beasts were formed from liquid silver and couldn't be destroyed. This made their combat power much more potent. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw hope in the 12 metal beasts. I hope for the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was Zhao Hai's cultivation method, although he also learned the 18 Buddhist techniques. The 18 techniques were just techniques. In other words, the 18 techniques were at most at the same level of importance as sword techniques, not something used for cultivation. In the end, Zhao Hai's cultivation method was still the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. While learning the 18 Buddhist techniques, Zhao Hai always felt regret in his heart. This was because the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art didn't include faith power. If the cultivation method was able to use faith power, then Zhao Hai's strength would certainly increase. So when he saw the appearance of the 12 metal beasts, Zhao Hai was able to see hope that the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art would be able to incorporate faith power. After all, the cultivation method was obtained after acquiring the 12 metal beasts. It wouldn't be strange for the cultivation method to be upgraded since the 12 metal beasts had also been upgraded. Perhaps later on, when he has enough strength, the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art would transform. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai's spirit couldn't help but shake in excitement. He commanded the Hell King's ship to kill towards the Zhu race army. It was time for them to attack. With such a huge battle, it would be impossible if both sides weren't aware of what was happening. It was just that the World of Cultivation's side were all old veterans. Therefore, there were a lot of them who didn't know Zhao Hai. But judging by the clothes they wore, they knew that Zhao Hai and the others were from the World of Cultivation. They couldn't help but cheer. Although these people didn't know who Zhao Hai and the others were, the World of Cultivation was now at a disadvantage. They needed all the help they could get. Zhao Hai didn't mind them as he had the Hell King's ship head straight into the Zhu race army. At the same time, he made a hand seal that made the 4 instruments sound. Buddhist sounds were then heard by everyone in the surroundings. This sound actually extinguished much of the killing aura. Everyone who heard it felt the murderous intent in their hearts vanish for a while. At the same time, the 12 metal beasts charged towards the Zhu race, and with the Hell King's ship's ruthless battering, a path through the Zhu race army was soon carved out. The people on the ship weren't idling as well. Everyone revealed their killing moves as they slaughtered the Zhu race. Although the Zhu race also prepared defenses of their own, they didn't expect the arrival and strength of Zhao Hai's group. Their defensive line was easily broken through. The Hell King's ship was like a hot knife through butter, directly cutting through the Zhu race army. Zhao Hai controlled the Hell King's ship to wreak havoc in the Zhu race army. Although he couldn't cause a lot of damage to the Zhu race army, at the very least he would cause chaos among their ranks. When the time comes, the World of Cultivation could use this chance to counterattack. As long as the Zhu race army was in chaos, it would be impossible to organize them to fight. As the people from the World of Cultivation killed their way over, the Zhu race wouldn't be able to defend. After all, one couldn't fight an army with a disunited group. Although the World of Cultivation side wasn't a real army, they were still able to make their own formations, so there weren't any chaos in their ranks. Because of this, they were able to easily kill their way across the Zhu race army. In ancient battlefields, there were many times where an army would lose when the enemy's general was able to cut through their formation. It wasn't necessary for the general to kill a lot of people. The only thing he needed to do was cause chaos to the enemy's formation. Once the opponent becomes disorganized, then that would be the moment they would lose. Zhao Hai was now akin to a great general charging his way through the Zhu race formation. Once he fully destroys the enemy's formation, then that would be the opponent's defeat. And just like what Zhao Hai expected, the Zhu race's formation broke. The Zhu race could no longer make unified attacks. Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzun were also able to see this. Zhu Wuzun knew that the Zhu race wasn't doing very well. On the other hand, although Kong Miao was a greenhorn, he still understood that he would be missing an opportunity if they don't attack right now. So he immediately commanded, "Everyone, attack with all you've got." Actually, there's no need for Kong Miao to shout. The people from the World of Cultivation already knew what's going on. They were experienced fighters who had seen a lot of things. So upon seeing what was happening, they immediately attacked. However, they still made sure to attack as a team. Magic artifacts began flying towards the Zhu race's army formation. Zhao Hai ran back and forth within the Zhu race's army. Even if the Zhu race wanted to deal with him, they would still need to hold back in fear of friendly fire. Chaos ensued for a while as the Zhu race weren't able to stop Zhao Hai. The confusion brought by Zhao Hai to the Zhu race army caused Zhu Wuzun's complexion to pale. He knew that they had been defeated this time. If this was a small skirmish, then they can just disperse and regroup in place. But this time, there were more than 1,000 of them. It wouldn't be so easy to break up an army like this and regroup. Moreover, the World of Cultivation wouldn't allow this to happen. Zhu Wuzun looked at Zhao Hai rampaging through the Zhu race army, his eyes burning with anger. He engraved Zhao Hai's appearance into his memories. He would certainly take revenge in the future. Zhu Wuzun was indeed an old bandit. He could accept losing and knew when to retreat. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, he immediately sent a few attacks before turning around and leaving. Zhu Wuzun released his green cloud scarf and used it to retreat. Its speed was very fast, and with Zhu Wuzun urging it to fly, his speed became even faster. A green smoke was left as Zhu Wuzun vanished from sight. Seeing this, Kong Miao knew that Zhu Wuzun had run away. He wanted to pursue, but he stopped himself and instead turned his attention towards the Zhu race army. The Zhu race army was gathered by the higher-ups. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought head-to-head against the World of Cultivation. Before this, They were on the winning side, so they fought on. But now that they were being pushed back, they began to have thoughts of escaping. The zoo race also had their own laws. In this case, if they were the first to run, then they would be heavily punished. Therefore, the zoo race kept on fighting. But seeing Kong Miao kill his way over, the other zoo race people noticed that Zhu Wuzun already ran away. This caused the morale of the zoo race to fall drastically. Now, the zoo race no longer had any intention of continuing to fight. So almost immediately the army dispersed as the zoo race ran in every direction. Even if the world of cultivation wanted to stop them, it wouldn't be so easy. The zoo race had stealth cloaks, so as soon as they ran away, they would be very hard to detect. Altogether, the zoo race lost 120. 40 of which were killed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite and took the 40 corpses and turned them into undead. As for the other corpses, he didn't touch them. This was because those corpses were the spoils of other people. Zhao Hai wasn't the only one that had use for zoo race corpses. Other people from the world of cultivation also needed them, especially those from the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. People from the Devil Realm could refine these corpses and make corpse soldiers out of them. Although they weren't as formidable as Zhao Hai's undead, their strength still couldn't be looked down upon. As for the demons, they also have uses for zoo race bodies, and that was for consumption. Right. The demons can eat other experts in order to increase their strength. Plenty of demons have slow cultivation speeds and could only use this method to supplement their weakness. After repelling the zoo race, Zhao Hai controlled the Hell King's ship to go towards the people from the world of cultivation. Then he cupped his fist and said, Zhao Hai has seen the seniors. Actually, not a lot of people knew Zhao Hai. They had been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time, and they weren't very informed about the outside world. Additionally, Zhao Hai had just risen to prominence lately. Therefore, only a few of them were able to hear about Zhao Hai. But since Zhao Hai offered his help this time, these seniors couldn't help but cup their fists as well. But it was clear that they weren't very enthusiastic about it. At this time, Li Zongdao cupped his fist to everyone and said, Profound clear sex. Li Zongdao has seen the elders. Compared to Zhao Hai, their attitude towards Li Zongdao was much better. They returned Li Zongdao's salute and some of them even chatted with him. Li Zongdao was extremely polite. All those present here hold great power back in the world of cultivation. If he offended anyone, then the profound clear sex benefits would be affected. Liu Sheng and the others also gave their greetings. All of a sudden, the scene rumbled with conversation. The battlefield quickly turned into a friendly meeting between people. At this time, a sigh was heard. This sigh wasn't very loud, but everyone was able to hear it. They turned their head and saw Kong Miao with the 10,000 transformation staff. Chapter 1409, Chanting Sutras. Kong Miao's present mood wasn't very good. This time, he wanted to clean the zoo race and establish his prestige. But he didn't expect that his limelight would be taken from him at the last minute. No wonder his mood was sour. However, Kong Miao didn't show any of these emotions on his face. He slowly flew towards the bow of the ship. Then he gave his greeting towards Zhao Hai. Amitabha Buddha, this little monk Kong Miao has seen the benefactors. Thank you for the help. Zhao Hai smiled and returned the greeting. I don't dare. Seeing Grandmaster Kong Miao today is Zhao Hai's honor. Grandmaster, please get on the ship. Li Zongdao also gave Kong Miao a salute. After all, Kong Miao was a genius of their generation. In the world of cultivation, the language spoken was strength. With Kong Miao's strength, Li Zongdao would naturally give him his respects. Kong Miao didn't hold back and came aboard the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai turned to the other people from the world of cultivation and said, Everyone, please come on board as well. Rest assured, the cabin is enough to hold all of us. The people from the world of cultivation were stunned when they heard this, but they still nodded and got on the ship. Meanwhile, Li Zongdao led Kong Miao into the cabin. The inside of the cabin had also changed. It was now much bigger than before. Not to mention 1,000 people. Even if there were 10,000 people, it could still accommodate them. Seeing the cabin, everyone couldn't help but stare. They weren't country bumpkins. If they were placed in the profound clear sect, then they would be great elders. They had lofty positions in the world of cultivation. They had seen all kinds of artifacts that had internal spaces. However, they hadn't seen an artifact with as large internal space such as this. Zhao Hai approached Kong Miao and then said, Grandmaster Kong Miao, please excuse this Zhao Hai for arriving late to the battlefield. Seeing Zhao Hai still being respectful towards him, Kong Miao didn't say anything. Instead he nodded and said, "Benefactor is not late at all. Fortunately, you arrived. Otherwise, we would be in danger. I didn't expect the zoo race to really fight us head-on. Moreover, they even sent Zhu Wuzun. I've lost this time." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Grandmaster couldn't be blamed. The zoo race is deliberately targeting us. It's normal for Grandmaster to not expect it." "Grandmaster, please have a seat." Upon sitting down, Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, how did you appear here? Did your sect send you to help us?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "To be honest, we've always been in the newcomers region. Last time, when we were collecting resources, the zoo race ambushed us. After we managed to beat them back, we've been causing trouble to the zoo race ever since. Then suddenly, we discovered that the zoo race had disappeared. So we looked for them and learned about what's happening here. So we rushed over." Kong Miao nodded and said, "So it's you who has been dealing with the zoo race. However, with such an artifact in your hand, you would certainly have the confidence to deal with the zoo race. Don't worry, I'll tell the higher-ups about your contribution so that they will give you a reward." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Thank you, Grandmaster." "Right, Grandmaster. I was able to find something troublesome while I was heading here. The zoo race have reinforcements currently heading here. It seems like they number around 400-500 people." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao stared, then his expression changed. He wasn't an idiot, so he immediately understood the plan of the zoo race. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you know which direction they're coming from?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I do." "What does Grandmaster plan to do?" Kong Miao coldly snorted and said, "The zoo race have been targeting the people of the world of cultivation for some time. If we don't teach them a lesson, then they wouldn't learn. I ask Mister to take us to them using your ship. We need to teach the zoo race a lesson." Kong Miao's words were half true and half false. He indeed wanted to deal with the zoo race. However, revenge was half of the reason for this. The other half was that he wanted to use this opportunity to make up for his image. That's right, he wanted to repair his image. In the recent fight against the zoo race army, Kong Miao wasn't able to establish his might. Moreover, he was placed in a situation where he couldn't raise his head in front of other people. His image has been damaged. Therefore, he wanted to clean his image as soon as possible. Hearing Kong Miao, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, Grandmaster, don't worry, I'll immediately take care of it." Then Zhao Hai controlled the ship to turn around and head towards the direction of the zoo race reinforcements. Seeing Zhao Hai comply, Kong Miao nodded. Then he stood up and announced his decision. The other people from the world of cultivation naturally wouldn't oppose this idea. They also felt aggrieved about the battle. If Zhao Hai didn't appear, then they would be in a very difficult situation. Now that they have the opportunity to retaliate, naturally they wouldn't disagree. After that, Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, your rooms have been arranged. Please come and see." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, but since they were curious, all of them went out of the cabin. When they came out, they saw that the ship had changed greatly. The cabin transformed into a 9-story pagoda, but other than that, parapets had appeared on the edges of the ship, making it look like a castle wall. Most importantly, the size of the deck increased. Even if 1,000 people stood on it, it would only look a bit crowded. And if people stood on the pagoda, then it would be more spacious. The ship became well suited for battle. Seeing Zhao Hai's arrangement, they immediately knew that this was in preparation for their fight against the zoo race. This was good. Now they can deal with the zoo race much easier. Kong Miao nodded when he saw Zhao Hai's arrangement. He was looking at Zhao Hai as though he was his subordinate, and since his subordinate did well, naturally Kong Miao was happy. Zhao Hai made arrangements for everyone. Those who wanted to go on the tower were given their own spots, and those who wanted to stay on the deck were also taken care of. Then everyone went to their own cabins. They still had more than a day to stay on the ship. Naturally, Kong Miao and the other severed soul experts were arranged to the topmost level of the pagoda. This would demonstrate their status. Kong Miao was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's arrangement. Seeing that they were at the topmost level, the other severed soul experts were also satisfied. The topmost layer was divided into private rooms, providing each expert with their own personal space. This arrangement was greatly accepted by the severed soul experts. Experts at their level wanted to be alone. They didn't want their cultivation to be seen by other people. However, these people didn't actually rest. Instead, they gathered in Kong Miao's room. Although these people belonged to different sects, They were all familiar with each other, and all of them were veteran experts. They knew that Kong Miao holding the 10,000 transformations staff was a signal by the Buddhists. This meant that Kong Miao has been regarded as a potential successor. They sent Kong Miao out to gain experience, and sending these experts here meant that they were to help Kong Miao. Therefore, these people knew what their role was, so after being arranged in their own rooms on the pagoda, they didn't rest and instead went to Kong Miao. Kong Miao was initially confused about what was happening. However, he didn't say anything. Before he was sent out, he was given some pointers by the other elders. They told him to discuss matters with these people. So after seeing that these people have gathered in his room, he immediately understood that these people might have something to tell him. After everyone had sat down, Kong Miao gave the experts his greetings and said, "Seniors, why have you come here? Please speak openly." Kong Miao thought about the ugly battle they had just gone through the earlier. His performance was far from remarkable. Therefore, Kong Miao was already mentally prepared. But much to his disappointment, these people didn't bring that matter up. Instead, a monk looked at Kong Miao and said, "Kong Miao, you sit down as well. We're here to discuss Zhao Hai." Hearing this, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Zhao Hai? What's wrong with Zhao Hai?" At the same time, Kong Miao sat down. The monk replied, "Don't you find it strange? In the world of cultivation, have you heard about someone having a ship artifact like this, a ship that can transform? Aren't you curious about Zhao Hai?" Upon hearing the monk, Kong Miao was stunned. He was an intelligent person, and after studying Buddhism for many years, his mental strength was stronger than his peers. These days, he has been extremely arrogant and conceited. But after hearing the monk, he immediately calmed down. He lowered his head and chanted the names of Buddha. Then his eyes shut as he read scriptures. Seeing Kong Miao's appearance, the other severed soul experts weren't dissatisfied. On the contrary, they all gave Kong Miao a look of approval. After reading scriptures for some time, Kong Miao opened his eyes. Then a flash of light appeared on his eyes as his aura calmed down. His temperament has undergone a subtle change. Chapter 1410, about Zhao Hai. In Buddhism, chanting has a very particular function. Chanting can calm the mind and adjust one's thinking. It's important to Buddhists because Buddhism focuses on training the mind and heart. Kong Miao had been self-inflated these days. After being asked by the monk, he immediately discovered that his mind was in turmoil. He couldn't even think about such a simple question, so he immediately chanted some sutras in order to adjust his mind. Now, he felt that his thoughts were much sharper than before. After chanting, Kong Miao bowed his head and said, "I thank Grandmaster Zhu Ning for the lesson. This Kong Miao will take care from now on." Looking at Kong Miao, Zhu Ning laughed and said, "I often hear people talk about you being the most talented genius of Buddhist path. But when I saw you today, I'm convinced." "Good. Now, let's talk about what you think about Zhao Hai." Kong Miao's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "I still don't know who Zhao Hai is, but judging from his conduct, he should be someone extraordinary. He should have already known about the battle with the Zhu race, not hearing from others like what he said. However, I'm certain that he has enmity with the Zhu race and he's serious about dealing with them." Zhu Ning nodded and said, "You're right, this Zhao Hai is indeed extraordinary. He's the most talented expert of the machine field. Most importantly, it's just been more than 5 years since he ascended. When he arrived in the machine field, less than a year later he became the champion of the 6 realms beginner competition. It's the first time that the cultivation realm lost the first place position. After he entered the 6 realm battlefield, he was able to establish his reputation by showing his strength. The cultivation realm was then forced to send Huang Dan after him. However, even though he's just at nascent soul, Huang Dan couldn't do anything to him. In the end, Huang Dan took him in as a disciple and he agreed. After that, he secluded himself for 4 years. Then he was sent here after he went out. He is also the first person to report about the Zhu race. Although his explanation wasn't too detailed, Zhu Ning was still able to express to the others that Zhao Hai was extraordinary. Hearing what Zhu Ning said, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "According to what Grandmaster said, it has been roughly 6 years since Zhao Hai ascended. He came to the 10,000 realm battlefield 6 years after ascending. He's truly a genius." Zhu Ning bitterly smiled and said, "Also, you might not know, But this isn't an ordinary ship. It should be similar to the 10,000 transformation staff. It's a transforming artifact, and compared to the 10,000 transformation staff, it's much stronger. In the past, Ling Wuxiang of the machine field left behind an unfinished artifact. It's possible that Zhao Hai managed to complete it. This ship might be one of the artifact's transformations. Ling Wuxiang's unfinished artifact was quite known by the people from the cultivation realm. The cultivation realm admired powerful experts. Although Ling Wuxiang was an enemy, he was indeed an expert. Most importantly, Ling Wuxiang studied in the cultivation realm. He could be considered to be partly from the cultivation realm. Because of this, not a lot of people hated him. Conversely, they looked up to him and were paying attention to the weapon he intended to make. However, Ling Wuxiang didn't want his weapon to fall into the hands of the cultivators. Therefore, he made sure that no formation from the cultivation realm could be engraved on the artifact. Once a formation from the cultivation realm was engraved into the artifact would self-destruct. For this reason, nobody from the cultivation realm had any ideas towards the weapon. In the end, it was finished by Zhao Hai. Nevertheless, the cultivators were still aware of the potential of the artifact. It was both hard and soft and could imitate the properties of the 10,000 transformation staff. This caused even more cultivators to pay attention to it. Because of this, Zhu Ning was fairly certain that Zhao Hai's artifact was the artifact Ling Wuxiang tried to create. This startled everyone present. Zhu Ning looked at everyone and said, "If I haven't guessed wrong, this ship is Ling Wuxiang's weapon." However, I didn't expect Zhao Hai to become this powerful by using this artifact. Upon hearing Zhu Ning, Kong Miao and the others held their breath. To be honest, they also paid attention to Ling Wuxiang's weapon. It wasn't because they believed that it could compare to the 10,000 transformation staff. It was because they wanted to understand Ling Wuxiang through it. But now it seems like they had been underestimating Ling Wuxiang. They thought that Ling Wuxiang's artifact wouldn't be very great. But how could they know that Liquid Silver's relationship with Ling Wuxiang wasn't actually that huge? Its current strength was because it had been fused with Zhao Hai's blood ghost staff. Kong Miao opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Hai really isn't simple. So what does Grandmaster intend to do now that you've brought Zhao Hai up?" Zhu Ning looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Back when Zhao Hai was fighting against the Zhu race, did you notice the cultivation method and weapon that he used?" Upon hearing Zhu Ning, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned as he recalled. He didn't pay much attention during that time. However, he was able to remember Zhao Hai's weapons. Then his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Zhu Ning and answered, "Buddhist cultivation methods." Zhu Ning nodded. "Right, Buddhist methods. His methods are very pure. I'm afraid people who have cultivated for decades aren't as good as him." Upon hearing Zhu Ning, everyone's facial color changed. They knew that although Zhu Ning wasn't the strongest expert, his attainments in the Buddhist path were the highest. He wouldn't be mistaken about this aspect. Kong Miao looked at Zhu Ning and said, "Grandmaster, you mean?" Zhu Ning looked at Kong Miao, then he laughed and said, "Others say that you might be a reincarnated monk, but I can affirm that you're not. But as for Zhao Hai, I cannot be sure if he's not." Hearing this, Kong Miao and the others held their breath. Then they looked at each other, surprise evident in their eyes. Suddenly, one of them said, "No, Zhao Hai cannot be a reincarnated monk." When he said that, everyone's attention was on him. Seeing the person who spoke, people couldn't help but chuckle inside. This was because the person who spoke out was a severed soul expert of the Profound Clear sect. Normally, he was very low-key, but was a tough individual. Most importantly, he was born in an orthodox sect like the Profound Clear sect. His cultivation base was inherited from sword cultivators. His nickname was Jianye Sword One. Nobody knew his name, only his nickname. He never used his real name either. According to him, his real name had long since been forgotten. He was destined to pursue the sword in his entire life, so he was now called Jianye. Although he was a sword cultivator, his feelings towards the Profound Clear sect was very deep. Seeing Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao together, as well as their close relationship, he knew that Zhao Hai might have a deep connection with the Profound Clear sect. It wasn't strange for Jianye to burst out like that. Jianye looked at everyone and said, "I know that Zhao Hai has been quite auspicious, but he cannot be a reincarnated monk. He's not very familiar with how the cultivation world works. It's clear that he's not born in the world of cultivation. It's also impossible for him to be born from a higher realm. He could only be someone from the lower realms. As for why he uses Buddhist techniques, It might be because he obtained an inheritance of a powerful monk. Inheritance and reincarnation are two very different concepts. Reincarnation meant that Zhao Hai was the powerful monk, while inheritance meant that he was like Kong Mia, who has obtained the things the powerful monk left behind. As soon as everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel relieved. It's not unusual for someone to obtain an inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. If a cultivator receives an inheritance of an ancient sword cultivator, then he would become a powerful sword cultivator himself. Zhao Hai obtaining an inheritance of an ancient monk wasn't anything strange. Zhu Ning nodded. Then he said, "This explanation is also passable, but even if he managed to obtain the inheritance of an ancient monk, having the ability to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield a few years after ascending shows how strong Zhao Hai is. This is something we need to pay attention to. The world of cultivation has been bleeding rookies lately. If we're able to nurture him, then that would be advantageous to us." Everyone nodded. Although there was a struggle between the Buddhist and sects, when it came to the world of cultivation as a whole, they knew where their priorities lay. Recently, the world of cultivation had been losing a lot of rookies. They weren't able to notice it at the beginning. Losing people in the 10,000 realm battlefield was very normal, but later on they discovered that something was wrong. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, there's no such thing as a coincidence. If they don't pay attention to this matter, then it might spiral into something big. What were rookies? They were newcomers representing the hope of the world of cultivation. They were the foundation of the realm. What the Zhu race were doing was akin to uprooting the world of cultivation's foundations. If the veterans began to perish and the newcomers weren't able to take their place, then the world of cultivation would find its manpower in the 10,000 realm battlefield to be insufficient. When the time comes, it wouldn't be strange for them to be kicked out. Chapter 1411, Kill. Because they discovered how dangerous their situation was, the sects and the Buddhists decided to ally together to solve this problem. To repel the Zhu race, it was necessary for them to select newcomers that could be cultivated and focus on raising them. Naturally, Zhao Hai became a person who can be cultivated. If the skin doesn't exist, then where would hair adhere to? It wasn't only Zhao Hai who understood this, but these old foxes as well. Although they lived long lives and possess great power, they couldn't stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield their entire lives. This means that the regression of the world of cultivation's position in the 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't good for them. Kong Miao said, "Zhao Hai is strong and he has excellent methods. I reckon a lot of Zhu race people have already fallen into his hands. This time, he made a great contribution. How about we transfer him out of the newcomers region? If he gets transferred out, he can go deal with the Zhu race more effectively." Zhu Ning nodded and said, "That's good. But after this incident, I'm afraid the Zhu race would stay quiet for a while." Jiani frowned and said, "I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple. The Zhu race are bandits, but have you heard them targeting a single group? The Zhu race never did it before. Moreover, the Zhu race have always avoided large-scale conflicts with other realms. They are bandits. There's no shame for them if they avoid a frontal battle. But in our case, they have violated these two things. I think our situation is special." Upon hearing Jiani, everyone was silent. Zhu Ning knit his brows and said, "Now that you say that, I also feel that things aren't right. The Zhu race's actions are very unusual." Kong Miao's eyes shone as he said, "Does Zhao Hai know? Otherwise, why would he want to cause trouble with the Zhu race?" Hearing Kong Miao, everyone stared. Then they understood. Jiani stood up and said, "I'll call Zhao Hai over." Among these people, only Jiani had some kind of connection with Zhao Hai. After all, Jiani was a member of the Profound Clear sect, and Zhao Hai's relationship with the sect was quite good. Nobody stopped him. Before long, Zhao Hai appeared in the room. Actually, Zhao Hai knew what they were talking about. These people were essentially staying inside liquid silver. Even if they used isolation formations, it was still useless. Only once they left liquid silver could these formations be useful. Otherwise, everything they said was heard by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let this be known to these people. He was still far from being an opponent of a severed soul expert. At most, he could preserve his life against one. If these severed soul experts were to know that he was spying on them, then these people might unite to turn Zhao Hai into ash. Zhao Hai greeted the people present. After Jiani invited Zhao Hai to sit down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we've asked you to come in order to ask you a question. This is important. We hope that you answer truthfully. Looking at their serious expressions, Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, seniors can feel relieved. This Zhao Hai will talk truthfully. Jianye nodded. Then he said, I heard that you're the first one to discover that the zoo race has been targeting the world of cultivation. Besides this, what else did you discover? Zhao Hai was already aware that he would be asked this question. However, he pretended to look awkward. Jianye looked at Zhao Hai and said, Speak. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, seniors. I don't know a lot about this matter. It's just that the zoo race's higher-ups passed down the order to hunt down people from the world of cultivation. This is the reason why the zoo race has been targeting us. Moreover, I heard that the zoo race's higher-ups did this at the request of a high-grade realm. In the past, Zhao Hai only knew that the zoo race higher-ups had issued an order to deal with the world of cultivation. But as he killed more and more people from the zoo race, the situation became clearer and clearer. There's a great realm behind this incident, but as to which great realm it was, he doesn't know. After all, only the higher-ups of the zoo race knew about this. Other zoo race people only knew faint information about it, while the majority weren't very clear about it. However, even this little bit of information was enough. At least, they were aware that a high-grade realm was orchestrating the zoo race's actions against the world of cultivation. There are 3 types of realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They are high, medium, and low-grade realms. Each type is further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. In other words, the 10,000 realm battlefield's power levels are divided into 9 grades. As for the world of cultivation, it could be considered as a mid-medium level realm, 5th grade realm. The great realm that Zhao Hai mentioned was at least 3rd grade. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, a 3rd grade realm's strength wasn't that far from a 1st grade realm. 5th grade realms like the world of cultivation wouldn't dare offend these kinds of realms. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, everyone's expressions changed. Zhu Ning looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are you sure? Did a powerful realm really make the zoo race target us? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm fairly sure it's true. Seniors, you have been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time, so you should be aware about the situation here. The zoo race never fought with a single group. They are bandits. They would just run away when defeated. They don't care about losing face. Normally, being bandits would cause everyone to hate them. However, the zoo race were able to survive up until now. There's a reason for this. They didn't offend anyone to the point of extermination. This time, they made an exception. But why did they make an exception? I'm afraid it's not as simple as benefits. The zoo race honors the bandit code. They wouldn't just target someone's foundations. The situation with us shouldn't happen normally. Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone nodded. They were aware of the zoo race's conducts in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The zoo race were bandits, but they still had their bottom line. Because of this, the zoo race were able to exist until now. If the zoo race didn't have a bottom line and decided to damage people's foundations, then they would have certainly been wiped out. The zoo race weren't from a high-grade realm. They couldn't afford a lot of people fighting against them. The zoo race were able to exist until now precisely because of this bottom line. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, if it's not for benefits, then it should be for something else. What else is there that could make the zoo race fight us head-on? There's only one. They couldn't afford to offend the other party. If they offended a high-grade realm, then they would be in danger of being annihilated. Therefore, they would rather offend us and fight us than offend the other party. We can infer from this that a powerful realm has decided to come after us. If it's not a 1st grade realm, then maybe a 2nd or 3rd grade realm. Otherwise, the zoo race wouldn't have dared to go after us like this. Zhu Ning and the others nodded. At the same time, their expressions sank. Zhao Hai's analysis was meticulous and fair. They couldn't help but agree. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, then what does Mr. suggest we do? Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said one word, kill. Hearing Zhao Hai's reply, Kong Miao was puzzled. Then he asked, what does Mr. mean? Zhao Hai said with a serious face, we begin killing the zoo race people. In the end, they are bandits. They cannot afford being targeted like this. They will definitely bend over to survive. They will end up telling us who is standing behind them. As long as we figure out the mastermind, we can proceed to make a plan to solve this matter. Kong Miao knit his brows and said, but even if we know who's behind this, what can we do? At the very least, the other party is a 3rd grade realm. We can't face them. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and then towards Zhu Ning and the others. Then he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Zhu Ning and the others couldn't help but raise their evaluation of him. Zhu Ning and the others knew that what Zhao Hai said made sense. As long as they knew who wanted to deal with them, they would be able to find methods to solve the situation. In fact, the waters of the 10,000 realm battlefield was like the world of cultivation. Although there were more than 10,000 realms fighting here, there are only a few people who belong to the higher echelons. These people were the realm powers of the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, the high-grade realms couldn't rule the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. It was just impossible. If they tried to do so, then they would face a grand alliance between the smaller realms. The gains from this couldn't justify the cost. Their approach was the same as the large powers of the world of cultivation. They wouldn't directly rule the smaller realms, but they must surrender to them. Every year, these smaller realms would pay tribute. And if the smaller realms can't solve something, then these high-grade realms would help them. For a medium-grade influence like the world of cultivation, they needed to pay tribute to high-grade realms back when they were starting out. Naturally, they would be provided protection by these powerful realms. Of course, these high-grade realms also have conflicts between each other. If you stand with one team, then you couldn't stand with another. But sometimes, smaller realms would also be dealt with by these powerful realms. The purpose of this was to plainly remove the chess pieces in their opponent's hands. In a battle between two great powers, their servants would be the ones who would fight it out first. Chapter 1412. The situation changes. It hasn't been long since Kong Miao entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, so he doesn't completely understand the situation. Additionally, he spent most of his time inside the Void Temple. Because of this, Kong Miao didn't know much about the twists and turns outside. Although Kong Miao didn't know, the other veterans were well aware. They were all old fried dough sticks that had been smashed countless times. Naturally, they knew what Zhao Hai meant. Zhu Ning nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, you said that things would be fine if we find the one instigating from behind. But wouldn't we still offend the Zhu race? Those fellows are true bandits. If they really go all out against us, it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can kill them with discretion. We should know our limits. At the same time, we should send secret messages to the Zhu race telling them that we know that someone else made them attack us. As long as they say who it is, then we'll stop attacking them. But before we get in contact, we need to make them feel pain. We should let them know that the world of cultivation couldn't be provoked." When Zhu Ning and the others heard Zhao Hai's words, their hearts couldn't help but feel cold. Zhao Hai's words were easy to say, but if you want bandits to listen to you, then you need to have the strength to kill a lot of people. These veterans knew that if they failed in this endeavor, then not only would they be unable to solve the problem, they would also create a bigger trouble for themselves. However, they had to acknowledge that this was the best way forward for them. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to find out about anything just based on their own strength. And the longer this matter plays out, the more disadvantageous it would be for the world of cultivation. Nobody spoke for some time. Even Zhao Hai. He just sat there quietly. Zhu Ning and the others couldn't help but admire his bearing. Jiani looked at everyone being quiet, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, we'll think about this. You go back first. If there's anything we need, we'll come looking for you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and bowed towards everyone before saying, "Seniors, I'll inform you when we're about to fight the Zhu race. By the way, please relieve your boredom with this spirit wine." After speaking, Zhao Hai took out a jar of spirit wine as well as a few jade cups. Although Kong Miao and the others were Buddhists, they didn't abstain from spirit wine. After placing everything down, Zhao Hai bowed once more before leaving. Seeing Zhao Hai's departing back, Zhu Ning sighed and said, "Huang Dan is truly a lucky guy to receive such an outstanding disciple. I must say, Jiani, hasn't your profound clear sect profited so much? I heard this spirit wine has become a hot commodity. Does it have something to do with that guy?" Jiani naturally knew about this matter. He smiled and said, "Right, the spirit wine is from Zhao Hai." In consideration of Huang Dan's face, he cooperated with the Zen family and even gave a few shares of the business to the profound clear sect. Before this, if Kong Miao heard Zhu Ning and the others praise another person, then he would certainly be angry. But now that his mental state has been adjusted, he began to ponder about Zhao Hai's words. Zhu Ning looked at Kong Miao and the others and said, "Everyone, what do you think about Zhao Hai's idea?" Upon hearing Zhu Ning, Everyone turned silent. Then Jiani opened his mouth and said, "It's feasible. First, we can teach the Zoo race a lesson, and second, we can find out the ones behind this. But I think we should focus on repelling the Zoo race first before we think about negotiating with them." Everyone nodded. Then Zhu Ning and the others turned to Kong Miao. Feeling the attention on him, Kong Miao said, "Since this is what seniors agreed on, then we'll prioritize repelling the Zoo race first." Zhu Ning nodded. Then he said, "All right, then this matter is settled. I'll head back first to rest." After he said that, he stood up and gave a salute to everyone before turning around and leaving. The others stood up as well and then turned around after giving everyone else a salute. Upon returning from the pagoda, Zhao Hai was immediately found by Li Zongdao. Gazing at the pagoda, Li Zongdao said, "Little Hai, what did martial ancestor call you for?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. They wanted to ask about the Zoo race. They know that I'm the one who reported the matter first. Therefore they asked me some questions." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao relaxed and said, "So it's that. That's good. Little Hai, you should take a rest." "How much longer until we meet the Zoo race?" Zhao Hai looked at the Zoo race through the space. Only then did he realize that the number of Zoo race reinforcements had increased. Originally there were only 100 people, but now it had increased to 1,000. Moreover, Zhu Wuzun was one of them. It seems like the Zoo race were aware about their reinforcements. After they scattered, they all went to gather towards the reinforcements. It was also clear that they were prepared to fight once more. Zhao Hai knit his brows. The Zoo race gathered together once again. This would be difficult to handle. The last time, he was able to ambush the Zoo race because they were unprepared. But this time, they were already aware of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai and the other face the Zoo race like this, then they would have to fight hard. Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai didn't say a word after he asked his question, but instead Zhao Hai frowned. His heart couldn't help but jump. Then he asked, "Little Hai, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and said, "The Zoo race that we routed has gathered together. Now, they number more than 1,000. I'm afraid we'll have to face a tough battle." Then he turned around and walked towards the pagoda. He needed to tell Kong Miao and the others about this. No matter what, Kong Miao was the chief commander of the army. It wouldn't be proper if Kong Miao was unaware of this. Li Zongdao was shocked when he heard Zhao Hai. But when Zhao Hai entered the pagoda, he knew that Zhao Hai was going to tell Kong Miao about this. To be honest, Li Zongdao wasn't too warm when it came to Kong Miao. Although they were of the same generation, the two simply had no relation. And with the arrogance that Kong Miao displayed, Li Zongdao couldn't find any reason to like him. In Li Zongdao's mind, it would be much better if Zhao Hai was the chief commander than Kong Miao. Naturally, he wouldn't voice this out. After all, the Buddhist sect held the most power. If Li Zongdao spoke out about his thoughts, then Jiani might be the one who would make him shut up. After Zhao Hai entered the pagoda, he immediately went to Kong Miao's room. Upon arriving outside, Zhao Hai said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, it's Zhao Hai." Kong Miao opened the door and immediately invited Zhao Hai over. "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come in." Zhao Hai nodded and entered the room. Kong Miao was sitting cross-legged on the floor with the 10,000 transformations staff on his side. Seeing Zhao Hai come, Kong Miao waved his hand and said, "Mister, please have a seat." Zhao Hai gave a salute and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster." "There's no need to sit down. I just came to report that the Zoo race that we routed had gathered together with their reinforcements. Now, they number more than 1,000 people. Moreover, they are now prepared. I'm afraid it would be difficult for the Hell King's ship to crash into their formation this time." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao stared for a moment before his expression changed. Then he said, "Is that true?" Zhao Hai gave a nod. Kong Miao nodded and said, "Mister, please sit down. I'll invite the others over to discuss this." Zhao Hai found himself a place to sit down. He made sure to sit on the side so as to not be too eye-catching. Kong Miao immediately sent a message to everyone, "Seniors, please come over to my room. This Kong Miao has something to discuss with you." Although Kong Miao's mentality has been stabilized, he was still the chief commander in the end. Therefore, even if they had just returned to their room, everyone weren't angry about being summoned again. Before long, Zhu Ning and the others arrived. Kong Miao also took out the jar of wine that Zhao Hai left behind and then offered everyone a cup. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't excluded. Then after they took a sip, Kong Miao began to tell everyone about Zhao Hai's report. As soon as they heard Kong Miao, everyone frowned. While rotating the cup in his hands, Jiani said, "It looks like the Zhu race is intent on fighting with us. But this is also good. If they want to fight, then we'll oblige. But this time, we will be more ruthless." Zhu Ning took another sip from his cup. As he smelled the alcohol, he said, "We have been caught off guard last time, so they were able to cause us to suffer. But now that we have centralized ourselves on this ship, they wouldn't be able to push us as far. Our strengths aren't any less than them as well. And isn't it just a battle? It's normal to die in battles, whether we face them sooner or later. It's all the same." Hearing Zhu Ning, everyone nodded. They already thought that they lost the previous battle against the Zhu race, but because of Zhao Hai, the Zhu race were able to be routed. They haven't even lost anything. This was far from what they thought. They also understood that if they don't go hard against the Zhu race, then the world of cultivation would suffer the consequences in the future. Zhao Hai looked at this and couldn't help but sigh inside. Sure enough, strength makes one different. Even the angle they see in a problem is different. In Zhao Hai's view, it would be a huge waste for transcending tribulation experts to die. But to these people, it looked like the most normal thing. Chapter 1413, Large Magic Artifact. Li Zongdao stood outside the pagoda anxiously pacing back and forth. He doesn't know what Zhao Hai and the others were discussing. In his mind, Kong Miao was an arrogant person. Li Zongdao was afraid that Zhao Hai would offend Kong Miao. Li Zongdao wasn't afraid that Kong Miao would make a move on Zhao Hai. Even if Kong Miao did, he wouldn't be able to catch Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao was very confident. Blocking the way, the world of cultivation's final target was the Octopus Islands. Even if they couldn't crash into the islands, at least they wanted to compel the Zhu race to have a decisive battle against them. Since they were clear about this, Zhao Hai sent out silver needles in advance to explore the terrain ahead. His goal was to detect every single Zhu race ambush on the way. Not only was Zhao Hai able to discover Zhu race people, he discovered a lot of them. Most were lying in ambush. Moreover, every single one of them were stealthed. These Zhu race people naturally didn't expect the world of cultivation to have scanners that could detect them. Although there were a lot of ambush spots on the way, Zhao Hai wasn't actually worried. Even if the world of cultivation's troops were spread out, they were close enough to each other that other teams could provide reinforcements almost immediately. And even if they couldn't rush in to help, they could also warn other teams in advance so that they can confront the enemy together. The Zhu race wanted to take advantage of this current situation to pick out teams of cultivators. However, because of the scanners, each team were able to thwart the ambush. One by one, the Zhu race were being defeated and chased away. Naturally, if they were being chased, the Zhu race weren't able to use their stealth robes. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that nothing was wrong. However, he discovered that in addition to the Zhu race, there were other people present. These people weren't from the Zhu race. They were all wearing black clothes and had masks that could hide from spiritual force. All of them were gathered together, numbering around 1,000. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. These people were blocking the way of the world of cultivation. It was obvious that they harbored evil intentions. Moreover, this couldn't be a simple ambush. They intended to have a battle. Zhao Hai didn't underestimate the other party. Conversely, he became more alert to their presence. Their appearance meant that they were confident that they could stop the world of cultivation's advance. And although the other party only had 1,000 people, all of them looked disciplined. Zhao Hai paid attention to them for a long time, but none of them made any noise. Also, all of them had thick killing aura. One would know at a glance that they weren't good-natured. Using his mind, Zhao Hai called over to Laura. "Laura, try going through our materials in the 10,000 battlefield. Find out who these people are." Laura was also looking at the monitor, but she shook her head and said, "I can't check, Brother Hai. The information we have about the 10,000 battlefield is too small. Moreover, these people deliberately concealed their identities. Although there are a lot of groups in the battlefield that wore black clothes and masks, it's impossible to identify them all." Zhao Hai nodded. "Try to analyze their combat prowess." Laura nodded. Then Lizzie and the others got busy. Zhao Hai's analysis of someone's battle prowess wasn't arbitrary. Through the universal scanner, he could get a fair guess about the enemy's strength through their chi, aura, temperament, and so on. Of course, this calculation might be inaccurate and could only be used as a reference. Laura and the others got busy for some time, before they gave a report. "Brother Hai, I'm afraid these people are bad news. The analysis said that these people should be very strong. If we proceed with the plan, then we will certainly suffer losses. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he withdrew his spiritual force from the space. His two eyes opened, showing a fierce gaze. Actually, there was no need for him to close his eyes in order to communicate with Laura and the others. He just did so out of habit. At the same time, this was so that Kong Miao wouldn't disturb him. At this time, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't delay. This was related to the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai immediately went to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster Kong, there's a problem." Kong Miao frowned as he listened to Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "People are blocking our way?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. They're blocking our way. There are about 1,000 people. They aren't from the Zhu race. All of them are wearing black clothes and masks. Their masks can shield from spiritual force. Because of this, they cannot be identified. Moreover, they should be quite strong. The undead that I sent in advance had been completely destroyed by them." Kong Miao frowned. "Strong? About 1,000? Did the Zhu race get reinforcements from another place? There are groups willing to help the Zhu race?" Zhao Hai suddenly had a flash of intuition. He looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, there are indeed people who are willing to help the Zhu race. Don't forget, the Zhu race is now working for someone. It's possible that it's the high-grade realm. That high-grade realm might not want to see the Zhu race get wiped out. Otherwise, they would be affected if this matter fails." Kong Miao understood what Zhao Hai was saying. He could see the same thing in the Void Temple. Being a large power, the Void Temple had a lot of smaller forces working for them and depending on them to survive. If the Void Temple had something that wasn't convenient for them to handle, then those small forces would be left to deal with it. If something unexpected happens to that small force, then the Void Temple would have to salvage the situation lest they risk damaging their reputation. Kong Miao nodded and said, "That's reasonable. If it's the high-grade realm, then things have become more troublesome." Kong Miao was clearly aware of their present strength. They simply couldn't go against powerful realms. Moreover, they wouldn't even dare fight high-grade realms. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "No, Grandmaster, this is a great opportunity for us. With those people joining, the Zhu race would be more inclined to go against us. Since these people decided to hide their identities, we can just pretend that we don't know where they came from. Once we defeat those people, then I'm sure that the Zhu race would tell us everything we want." Kong Miao knit his brows and said, "I'm afraid that approach isn't correct. If we manage to win, then that high-grade realm wouldn't let us off." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Grandmaster, even if we don't fight them, they still wouldn't let us off. So we might as well fight them properly. Those people plotted against us." "Grandmaster, from what I can see, let's pause for now while you send word to the higher-ups." Kong Miao nodded. He also thought that Zhao Hai's proposal was good. The opposite party had 1,000 people. If the world of cultivation proceeded with their current plan, then they would definitely suffer a lot. This matter would greatly affect the world of cultivation, so they needed to report to the higher-ups. Kong Miao immediately took out a jade sword message and wrote a message using his spiritual force before releasing it. This jade sword message was headed towards the world of cultivation's higher-ups. Kong Miao immediately took out more jade sword messages in order to send word to the other teams. After releasing the messages, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Let's wait here for the others." Zhao Hao nodded and stopped the Hell King's ship. Kong Miao stood in place as people began arriving one after another. Kong Miao explained everything to everyone as Zhao Hai arranged spaces for them to rest in the ship. In about 2 hours, all teams arrived on the ship. But Kong Miao didn't order the ship to depart. He was still waiting for the reply from the higher-ups. Fortunately, Jade Sword messages travel very fast. 4 hours after sending his message, Kong Miao received his reply. After reading the contents, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, go forward at full power." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like the higher-ups accepted his proposition to deal with these people. He immediately controlled the ship to go forward at full power. Kong Miao also included Zhao Hai's plan in his message. It seems like the higher-ups saw Zhao Hai's plan as reasonable, so they agreed. In fact, Kong Miao also thought that Zhao Hai's plan was very reasonable. In battles between high-grade realms, the most important thing for smaller realms was to know which side to pick. Even if they picked a wrong side, as long as the high-grade realm survives, the smaller realms would also have a chance for survival. But if you don't pick a side, then it's possible for you to offend both sides. When the time comes, no matter who won, you still wouldn't have any good fruits to eat. Naturally, the higher-ups could also think through this point. Therefore, They prepared to make a decision on where to stand at this time. The opposite party was blatantly trying to harm them. Moreover, the other party hid their status. If they knew who the other party was, then at the very least they know to whom they could surrender to. Beautiful, the enemy was unknown, then they wouldn't know who to bow their heads to when the time came. As Zhao Hai controlled the ship, he also paid attention to the masked group. It must be known that 4 hours had passed. With the ship's original speed, the two sides should have fought already. However, the world of cultivation stopped and just resumed their travel. The other party should have some thoughts about this. Chapter 1422, Anger. However, it seems like Zhao Hai underestimated the patience of these people. When Zhao Hai and the others stopped, these people didn't make any moves. They seemed like lifeless creatures as they just stood in place. But Zhao Hai knew that these people were alive. It was just that they were patient because they had formidable mental strength. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others departed, the Zhu race reported to these unmoving individuals. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that these black-clothed people were the main force. As for the Zhu race, they were now acting as scouts. But this was also good. This meant that the target has shifted from the Zhu race to these people. Looking at their appearances, it was clear that they wanted to hide their identities. This made it convenient for Zhao Hai and the others. After convening with everyone, Kong Miao appeared on the bow. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, do you still have some undead left there? How is the current situation?" Kong Miao discovered that he was beginning to take Zhao Hai seriously more and more. This was because Zhao Hai brought continuous surprises to him. Like this time, for example, if Zhao Hai wasn't able to see the situation ahead, then the world of cultivation would be wading through unfamiliar waters. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I still have several remaining. However, they can only monitor the surrounding area. As of now, there's no changes to the enemy. They haven't made any moves." However, the Zhu race kept reporting back to them. "I'm afraid our speculations are true." Kong Miao knit his brows and then nodded and said, "Keep monitoring the situation. If anything changes, tell me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I reckon nothing will change. Those people are really arrogant. They wouldn't feel threatened by us. So why would they change their plan?" Kong Miao replied, "If they're arrogant, then that means they are confident with their strength, especially here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. I'm afraid we'll be facing a hard battle ahead." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I have a plan. If Grandmaster agrees, we can try it out." Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's your plan?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Among the undead I have, there are beast-shaped undead. Back when I was fighting Master, I equipped them with magic cannons. I haven't removed them yet. However, if we go with this plan, then I'll have to ask Grandmaster for high-grade crystals. The ones I use are too low-grade, so they cannons wouldn't be able to exert much power. I also have a large number of yin lightning mines. I can release my humanoid undead to use the mines to deal with the Zhu race. Although they wouldn't be able to do much, at least they could introduce more chaos in the battlefield. With this, the pressure on us would be much smaller." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao nodded and said, "All right, let's try that out. I'll give you the crystal stones. But how many undead do you have?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "A lot." Kong Miao nodded and said, "Good. Then I'll send people to collect crystal stones. Wait here." After he said that, he turned around and left. Kong Miao's evaluation of Zhao Hai increased once more, not only because Zhao Hai was powerful, but also because he was concerned about the well-being of other people. Before long, Kong Miao came back holding a spatial bag. He handed the spatial bag over to Zhao Hai and said, "We can only scrape up this much. You decide how to use them." Zhao Hai nodded, then received the spatial bag. Kong Miao gave him a lot of crystals. Moreover, all of them were high-grade crystals. Actually, Zhao Hai had no need for these at all. This was because the space was already producing high-grade crystals. But holding the mentality of not giving without taking, Zhao Hai asked for these crystals. Zhao Hai wanted to release the undead in consideration for the world of cultivation. This battle was crucial to the realm's future. They cannot lose here. Therefore, Zhao Hai decided to release the undead to help him out. At the same time, he wanted to show his strength to Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others only heard about his undead. Today Zhao Hai wanted them to see the power of his undead. 4 hours was long for a cultivator. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Hai and the others were able to spot the people blocking their way. Those in the ship's cabin also began to walk out. Zhao Hai stopped the Hell King's ship when they were a kilometer away. The two sides looked like status as they released killing auras towards each other. It was clear that they weren't intending to become friends. After Zhao Hai stopped the ship, Kong Miao cupped his fist towards the other party and said, "Everyone, this one Kong Miao from the world of cultivation. May I know why you're blocking our way?" The masked group just stared at Kong Miao. All of them looked like dead people. Kong Miao felt a bit uncomfortable because of this, but his face was calm as he said, "Everyone, do you want to stand up to the zoo race?" Despite this, the other side kept quiet. At this time, Zhao Hai walked over to Kong Miao and whispered, "Grandmaster, the zoo race is starting to surround us. If we allow them to do this, we will be in trouble." Hearing this, Kong Miao's expression changed. Then he coldly snorted and said, "We greeted them properly, but as it turns out, they just want to eat us. I'm afraid they don't have such a huge appetite." Then with a wave of his hand, everyone from the world of cultivation took out their artifacts. The other party didn't make any noise. However, all of them took out their artifacts. When he saw their artifacts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This was because all of them had the same weapon. All artifacts were 3 meters long and colored red. They were glaives. Kong Miao was also stunned when he saw this. Then his expression changed. He wasn't ignorant. These glaives weren't ordinary and all of them had murderous auras. If placed in the world of cultivation, such artifacts would be considered high grade. It would be very difficult to acquire them. But now, all 1,000 people had one of these artifacts. It's clear that their background wasn't ordinary. The others were stunned as well. Then their expressions became ugly. They were all experienced individuals. Naturally they understood what these weapons meant. At this time, the leader of the masked group waved his hand. About 30 people stepped out and then suddenly, 3 colossal constructs appeared in front. Saying that these 3 were colossal wasn't excessive. They weren't any smaller than the Hell King's ship. However, they were quite different. One could see at a glance that the Hell King's ship was a boat. As for the 3, they looked like chariots, and these weren't ordinary chariots either. These were 3 bronze chariots that were made out of high-grade wood. Each chariot was pulled by 8 bronze horses. Their wheels were also equipped with sharp blades to mow down the enemy. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the bronze horses were capable of movement. These bronze horses kicked their legs and even neighed, just like real horses. The drivers of the chariots looked like warriors from ancient times. As the 3 chariots lined up, they looked like ancient war gods that had just walked out of their tombs. At this time, the 30 masked individuals got on their respective chariots. Naturally, they would be the ones controlling the chariots. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood what the other party intended to do. They want to deal with the Hell King's ship and the pagoda using these 3 chariots. When he saw this, Kong Miao's expression turned uglier. It must be known that these bronze chariots were quite famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But this didn't mean that only one realm used these chariots. In fact, these chariots were pleasantly named 8 Cyan Imperial Chariots. They were common large combat artifacts. Although these chariots weren't rare, only a few people could effectively use them for fighting. This was because this artifact was very hard to operate. It wasn't an ordinary magic artifact but instead it operated like a machine. To cultivators, the term machine was oftentimes replaced by puppet. However, puppet artifacts were controlled using spells. Puppet artifacts and machine-type artifacts were made roughly the same way. Components and formations in order to assemble these artifacts, and then they helped people fight. As for the 8 Cyan Imperial Chariots, they were machine-type artifacts. Since these chariots were machine-type artifacts, operating them needed many people. In order to guarantee optimum fighting strength, each chariot needed at least 10 people to control them. Because these 8 Cyan Imperial Chariots were used heavily in the early years of the 10,000 realm battlefield, only a few of them remain to this day. Moreover, they were rarely used. It was said that only the most powerful realms possessed them. For the opposite party to take out 3 of these chariots fully explained their strengths, and it also informed Zhao Hai and the others that their background was indeed formidable. When he thought of this, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think? These people want to deal with your artifact with the chariots. Can you block them?" Zhao Hai's face was pale. However, this wasn't out of fear but anger. He didn't think the other party would be this ruthless against the world of cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared this much. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and thought that Zhao Hai wasn't assured. So he immediately said, "If you're not sure, then forget it. Let's just think of a solution." Hearing this, Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If they want to play, then I'll accompany them." "Grandmaster, don't worry. Those 3 chariots, leave them to me." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out 4 instruments as well as 12 metal beasts. When the instruments and beasts appeared, They weren't very big, but it didn't take long before they enlarged and became as big as the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai waved his hand once more, causing the sky to be blotted by undead. These undead formed cube formations, each formation having 100,000 undead inside. In a flash, Zhao Hai revealed 10 million undead. Kong Miao and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this move. The 12 metal beasts were no smaller than the 8 cyan imperial chariots. There's also the 4 instruments floating around the Hell King's ship. The scene looked somewhat terrifying. What's even more surprising was the 10 million undead. These undead were wearing armor as they stood in place. Their tight formation and cold aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop by a few degrees. Zhao Hai was truly angered this time. The world of cultivation was his root. He can't let it perish. The other party was intent on wiping them out. Naturally, he had to return the gesture, so he released a lot of undead as well as the metal beasts and the 4 instruments. Seeing this, Kong Mia's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you take care about the 8 cyan imperial chariots. Leave the others to us." After he said that, Kong Miao flew out of the Hell King's ship. In his mind, if Zhao Hai intends to command this many artifacts, then he certainly wouldn't be able to attack with them, and this was indeed the case with Zhao Hai. The other released 3 artifacts, which would be enough to occupy him for a while. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to participate in the attack. The others saw this and understood what Kong Miao wanted to express, so all of them flew out of the Hell King's ship and attacked the other party. At the same time, Zhao Hai wasn't polite as his 4 instruments began playing music. The sound waves assaulted the 8 cyan imperial chariots. The 12 metal beasts also moved and threw themselves towards the chariots. The Hell King's ship charged as well, carrying Zhao Hai along with it. As for the undead, there was no need for Zhao Hai to control them. Lizzie and the others took control over the undead to help Kong Miao and the others to attack the masked people. Just like Kong Miao, the masked individuals were also shocked. They already researched Zhao Hai before this, so they had a fair evaluation of his strength. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to conceal his strength. This unexpected change caused them to be startled. However, now that Kong Miao and the others had attacked, they had no choice but to receive the assault. It was at this time that Kong Miao and the others discovered the difference between the two sides. Although the masked individuals only had one weapon, their offensive strength actually suppressed the world of cultivation. Chapter 1423, Impact. When the masked individuals were about to attack the people from the world of cultivation, walnut-sized balls suddenly came flying towards them. The masked individuals were stunned. This was because they could recognize that these were yin lighting bombs. The reason they were shocked wasn't because of the yin lighting bomb's power. Actually, they were shocked because there were still people who would use yin lightning mines in the 10,000 realm battlefield. To ordinary cultivators, yin lightning mines were ultimate weapons. After all, yin lightning mines were indeed lethal. However, in the 10,000 realm battlefield, this was a place where experts from more than 30,000 realms fought each other. There were experts here who could rip an expert apart with their bare hands. Yin lightning mines had low range and might not even injure their targets. It can be said that yin lightning mines were useless in this place. Just as the masked individuals were stunned, the yin lightning mines exploded. All the mines exploded at the exact same time. These masked individuals forgot about one thing. When a certain quantity was reached, yin lightning mines would become extremely destructive. They might not be injured by one yin lightning mine, but 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. When this number of mines explode at the same time, their power would certainly reach another level. Naturally, common yin lightning mines wouldn't be able to reach this point. Common yin lightning mines needed to reach their target or else they wouldn't explode. However, Zhao Hai's yin lightning mines could be activated at any time. Without its user's trigger, then the mines wouldn't explode. With the undead listening to Lizzie and the others, the yin lightning mines exploded at the same time. The might of this explosion caused 50 masked individuals to lose their lives on the spot. More than 30 were critically injured. Almost 100 people were rendered unable to fight just like that. The other masked individuals were shocked. They didn't expect to receive this much damage from yin lightning mines. The commander immediately commanded everyone to disperse and deal with the undead. These masked individuals suddenly discovered that although the individual strength of the undead wasn't much, they were extremely unified in their actions. They also discovered that all the undead were using magic artifacts. What's more terrifying was the fact that these artifacts were quite similar to the blood red glaives, albeit not as powerful. Besides artifacts, The undead also have magic cannons. These masked individuals might not care about 1 or 2 cannons. However, the undead have about 10,000 magic cannons. Such an attack could take out a transcending tribulation expert. It didn't take long for the masked individuals to find out how difficult the undead were to deal with. It was now impossible for them to focus their attention on the world of cultivation. Now, the masked individuals were divided into 2. About 300 of them were dealing with the undead. Before they can deal with the undead, they wouldn't be able to help with the battle against Kong Miao and the others. Although the remaining 600 or so individuals that were fighting against Kong Miao and the others were strong, it would still be impossible for them to cause huge losses for the world of cultivation. However, these masked individuals weren't discouraged. Conversely, each one of them were burning with anger. They were thinking about how to dismantle the corpses when they're finished. These masked individuals were confident because they have reinforcements coming over. The zoo race were just behind. As long as the zoo race arrives, the undead would be dealt with. When the time comes, the undead would be sandwiched between 2 forces. From what these masked individuals could see, the undead's fighting abilities weren't that great. What the undead depended on was their numbers. Once they become surrounded, the undead would certainly have a hard time. Once this happens, they would no longer be frightening. Therefore, the only thing that these masked individuals could do right now was to maintain their current situation and wait for the zoo race. However, it was clear that they had underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. If in the past Zhao Hai needed to allocate his spiritual force in order to control the 12 metal beasts, after gaining faith power, he no longer needed to. Additionally, since then, the 12 metal beasts have become even more powerful. The 12 metal beasts, along with the Hell King's ship and the 4 instruments, were certainly enough to deal with the 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. If it weren't for the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots, then the 30 transcending tribulation experts would have already been ripped to pieces by now. Also, the masked group underestimated the number of undead in Zhao Hai's hands. 10 million? This wasn't even a fraction of the undead in the space. Because of Zhao Hai's relationship with the huge netherworld heart, the undead in the underworld all entered the space. Even Zhao Hai himself couldn't tell how many undead he has. In any case, Zhao Hai knew that his undead numbered more than the population of the entire cultivation realm. This was a terrifying number. However, these masked individuals were unaware of this. The remaining undead haven't moved yet. Zhao Hai could block the zoo race with just a wave of a hand. Since it's impossible for these masked individuals to know about this, they were all waiting for the zoo race reinforcements. Only then could they deal with the undead. These masks individuals thought that once they reached their current level, then numbers would no longer affect them. But after this incident, they found that they were wrong. Sometimes, when it reached a certain point, numbers are terrifying. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have many thoughts running through his mind. The only thing in his mind was how powerful the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots were, especially when controlled by transcending tribulation experts. The 3 chariots were like 3 tanks that could move unhindered in the battlefield. Zhao Hai wasn't able to do anything to them for a while. However, by this point, Zhao Hai already grasped the attack patterns of the chariots. It must be said that large artifacts were more monotonous in the movements compared to other artifacts. Because of their size, large artifacts didn't have the same freedom of movement as smaller artifacts. To contrast this, each attack made by large artifacts were incomparably powerful. They were basically like the all-in attacks of a heavy sword. But going against a large artifact using the dexterity of a small artifact would be courting death. A tank cannot drift like a sports car. But if a sports car crashes into a tank, then the car would certainly be crushed. The 8 Cyan Imperial chariots had the same attacking style. Their impact force was very strong. Even the 12 metal beasts couldn't clash with them head-on. However, their attacking patterns were only at this level. Now that Zhao Hai knew about this, he would have a plan to deal with them. Normally, the chariots would line up in a row and then charge forward. Once they charged, their power was thunderous. It was impossible to block them. What surprised Zhao Hai was that these 3 chariots seemed to have a connected energy system. Once the 3 chariots attack, if Zhao Hai targets the left chariot, the energy of the other 2 would gather to the left chariots. Because of this, Zhao Hai had difficulty dealing with the chariots. After Zhao Hai listed out the attacking patterns of the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots, he began to formulate a plan. Meanwhile, the chariots began to line up once more. Their horses held up their heads and began to scratch the ground. They were prepared to charge at any moment. Zhao Hai snorted. Then the 4 instruments attacked the left chariot. At the same time, The 12 metal beasts moved along with the Hell King's ship. Everything was focused on the left chariot. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of collision were heard. The three chariots' energy was already centralized on the left chariot. Because of this, Zhao Hai's attack didn't cause any damage. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up. He gathered all his strength and continued to attack the left chariot. The opposite party understood Zhao Hai's intention. Zhao Hai wanted to crush the left chariot through repeated attacks. After dealing with the left chariot, Zhao Hai would defeat the other two. Despite this, the masked individuals didn't worry. They knew that the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots weren't easy to break. If the chariots were that useless, then they would have been eliminated from existence a long time ago. The masked individuals continued to line up and charged once more. Zhao Hai continued his actions, but this time, it seems like Zhao Hai was enraged as he attacked the chariots the same way as before. Both sides seemed to have an agreement that they would compete this way. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, it seemed like Zhao Hai was at a loss. However, don't forget that Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship, instruments, and 12 metal beasts all had faith power. This increased their offensive power, allowing Zhao Hai to clash with the enemy dozens of times. Chapter 1424, Stellar Transformations Art, Homing Star Sword. Both sides lined up. Zhao Hai was still targeting the leftmost chariot. Then the two charged in once more. The two parties were already accustomed to this clash. To them both, it felt like a meaningless struggle, because they couldn't do anything to each other. To be honest, these masked people were feeling depressed. They expected their chariots to easily be able to deal with Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would match them instead. They didn't know how Zhao Hai was able to fight against them for so long. However, they didn't think of it too much. All they wanted to do was to tie Zhao Hai down. If Zhao Hai turned around and attacked other people, then that would be a disaster. The distance between the two decreased. When they were about 100 meters away from each other, the people in the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai and his artifacts had vanished from sight. As the masked individuals were stunned, Zhao Hai appeared on their right side. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Hai traversed 100 meters without anyone noticing. The masked individuals panicked once they saw Zhao Hai appearing on their right side. The 8 Cyan Imperial chariots have connected energy. Since Zhao Hai has been attacking the left side for more than a dozen times, they were already used to transfer the energy to the left chariot, so at this moment, the right chariot was almost undefended. If their right side was attacked right now, it would spell trouble for them. With a bang, both sides hit each other. It was at this point that the masked people discovered that they were truly in trouble. This was because Zhao Hai's collision point wasn't the rightmost chariot. Instead, he attacked the area in between the center chariot and the right chariot. The masked individuals have 3 directions to attack Zhao Hai from. They could gather their energy on the leftmost, center, and rightmost chariot. However, in their previous clashes, Zhao Hai only attacked the leftmost chariot. This caused the masked individuals to think that Zhao Hai would always attack the left chariot all the time. Because of this, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly change his attack. Moreover, it attacked in between 2 points. It was like a person holding 2 knives piercing through 2 people. Both sides would inevitably be damaged. Zhao Hai wasn't repelled by the collision. Instead, the right and the center chariot were impacted by Zhao Hai's attacks. The masked people let out a miserably grunt. They had been seriously injured. Without the support of the center and right chariot, the left chariot's strength was soon reduced. And how could Zhao Hai let this opportunity go? As the other party was flustered, he commanded his artifacts to charge towards the leftmost 8 Cyan Imperial chariot. The masked individuals didn't expect Zhao Hai to make another attack this soon. Naturally, they were unprepared. In addition to the shock they just experienced, the left 8 Cyan Imperial chariot was severely damaged by Zhao Hai's attack. The people on the chariot were also injured. The 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots suffered varying degrees of damage. All of their capabilities have been severely affected. At this time, Zhao Hai attacked once more as he shot numerous flying swords towards the 3 chariots. The masked people inside the chariots knew that if they stayed inside the dysfunctional chariots, then they would be waiting for their death in a steel coffin. With this thought in mind, the masked individuals immediately moved and flew out of the chariots. The moment they came out, they were greeted by flying swords. Although they suffered injuries, they weren't weak at all. They took out their blood-red glaives and defended themselves. Zhao Hai looked at them, then his eyes turned cold as he said, "Stellar Transformations Art, Homing Star Sword, Fly." Following Zhao Hai's words, The 12 metal beasts roared to the skies as their body slowly disappeared. Then on the bodies of the silver swords, stellar patterns were found. The surroundings became like a universe as images of countless planets and meteorites appeared. Seeing this, the 30 masked individuals' complexions underwent a huge change. Then they gathered together and formed a large glaive. From their appearance, it seems like they were using a weapon formation. However, they were too late. Zhao Hai's homing star sword has already reached its peak strength. Additionally, the 12 metal beasts integrated themselves into the flying swords. It was now impossible for these 30 individuals to survive. Seeing the other party's action, Zhao Hai coldly snorted before waving his hand. He took the damaged 8 cyan imperial chariots and sent them to the space. Not even a small fragment remained. By taking the 8 cyan imperial chariots to the space, Zhao Hai was able to obtain the materials that they were made of as well as fix them for later use. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to see if the chariots could integrate with liquid silver. After the 3 chariots were sent to the space, Zhao Hai no longer cared about them. From now on, Kair would be the one to take care of them. What he needed to do right now was to deal with the 30 masked individuals in the sword formation. It didn't take long before the 30 masked individuals noticed that they couldn't escape the formation. They could no longer see the silver swords from before. They were now surrounded by planets and meteors. No swords. This was the first time they encountered a sword formation like this. Suddenly, a beast's roar was heard. Then 12 wild beasts appeared around them, who proceeded to pounce. The 30 people stared. Then they immediately lined up to attack the wild beasts. However, it seems like these beasts were very hard to kill. No matter how they were hit, the wounds would heal immediately. The masked people also didn't underestimate the strength of these beasts. Although the beasts looked ordinary, their offensive strength wasn't normal. One hit would heavily wound a person, 2 would directly kill them. The masked people began to understand that they were really trapped and couldn't go out. They felt frustrated. Now they can only defend as long as possible and hope that people outside would save them. However, Zhao Hai wouldn't allow them such an opportunity. He strengthened his offensive and pressured the trapped masked people. Then at this time, the Zoo race arrived. The Zoo Rave have been monitoring Zhao Hai and the others from far away. Although they made this plan a long time ago, the Zoo race were very far from the battlefield. This was because they were afraid of being discovered by the world of cultivation. Moreover, the masked people didn't want the Zoo race too close to them. Because of this, it took a while for the Zoo race to arrive at the battlefield. The Zoo race expected the masked people to easily break the world of cultivation. As soon as that was done, everything would be easy. However, they quickly discovered their mistake, because when they arrived, they were immediately surrounded by a countless amount of undead. Just by looks alone, they seemed to number several tens of million. Although the Zoo race were formidable, they numbered a bit more than 1,000 people. They were surrounded by several tens of millions of undead. Even if the undead weren't strong, their yin lightning mines and the magic cannons could cause heavy damage. Additionally, the undead were able to pinpoint their location accurately. This immediately caused the Zoo race to be in a passive position. By this time, the 30 masked people that Zhao Hai trapped could barely hold on. They were already injured when they escaped the chariots. They had been suppressing their injuries and waited until people rescued them. However, they quickly discovered that rescue was impossible. Zhao Hai had been attacking them fiercely. Although they defended, they could no longer hide their injuries. Moreover, their wounds were beginning to become more and more serious. The trapped masked individuals were beginning to be killed and turned into undead by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't release them back to deal with the others. Doing that would be too conspicuous. Moreover, once the homing star sword was summoned, it would become a domain of its own. If the undead joined in, then it would only drop the power of the formation. The homing star sword formation can absorb star power and transform it into offensive strength. The longer one stays inside the formation, the more they would suffer. This was because as the sword formation absorbs star power, the more power it would get. Although the 10,000 realm battlefield was its own independent realm, it was still part of the greater universe. So no matter where, the stellar transformations technique could absorb star power. Before long, only 10 people remained of the 30. Moreover, these 10 people were all severely wounded. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. However, the other masked individuals didn't have the time to think about them. The majority of them had been tied up by Kong Miao and the others. They simply cannot divert their attention elsewhere. The strength of Kong Miao and the others surpassed their expectations. In fact, they were being tied down by Kong Miao and the others. In the beginning, Kong Miao and the others weren't too accustomed to the offensive methods of the other party. Their offense was fierce and violent, like a storm. This kind of fighting style made Kong Miao and the others feel awkward. Fortunately, the undead were able to separate a fraction of the masked group. This lessened the pressure on Kong Miao and the others and allowed them to get accustomed to the attacking patterns of the enemy. Chapter 1425. Can anyone explain? Zhao Hai calmly looked at the scene as the last of the 30 masked individuals was killed by the sword formation. These masked individuals felt very strange to Zhao Hai. They seemed to have no other artifacts beside that blood-red glaive. This confused Zhao Hai. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, besides sword cultivators, Zhao Hai hasn't heard of other people that only used one artifact. Nobody wanted to limit themselves to one magic artifact. Zhao Hai theorized that this must be because the masked people were guarding the Zhu race. Actually, when these masked people used their artifact, their movements looked awkward to Zhao Hai. It seems like these people weren't familiar with their weapon. Although the glaive displayed astonishing strength, Zhao Hai could see that the other party weren't used to using glaives. If a cultivator uses a weapon, then they certainly wouldn't use something they're unfamiliar with. These people only used glaives and nothing else. They might have done this to cover their identities. In addition to wearing masks, the glaives were deliberately made identical. They also didn't use any other artifact. This might mean that the masked individuals had unique artifacts that could identify them once used. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been this meticulous in hiding themselves. After he thought of this, Zhao Hai interrogated one of the masked individuals that had been turned into undead. Finally, he got his answer. The masked people who came after them this time turned out to be from one of the most famous high-grade realms in the battlefield, the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm was one of the topmost existences in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The reason they were called this name wasn't because of how many treasures they have, it's because of the artifacts they use. The 100 Treasures Realm was different compared to other high-grade realms who generally pursued larger artifacts. These realms make large artifacts that would overpower smaller artifacts. The 100 Treasures Realm was the opposite. They pursued to achieve the smallest artifact possible. Their formations also focus on transforming an artifact smaller. It was hard to tell how many artifacts people from the 100 Treasures Realm could control. However, it was said that transcending tribulation experts could control hundreds of artifacts. Their artifacts weren't large ones. Some were willow leaf throwing knives, caltrops, darts, flying needles, and the like. It was these kinds of artifacts that they loved using. People from the 100 Treasures Realm were among the hardest to deal with in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was because they just have too many artifacts. Moreover, a lot of practitioners weren't familiar dealing with very small artifacts. Additionally, the 100 Treasures Realm have special formations that could supplement these smaller weapons. Take a flying needle, for example. They have a formation that gives armor sunder to these needles. This armor sunder could break an opponent's defenses. Regardless of what artifact or technique the enemy used, this armor sunder formation could break them apart. This was one of the reasons why the 100 Treasures Realm was the most difficult realm to go against in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If most practitioners were warriors, then people from the 100 Treasures Realm would be assassins. Their magic artifacts attacked silently. Because of these characteristics, these masked individuals didn't use any of their artifacts. The 100 Treasure Realm's unique artifacts and techniques made them extremely recognizable in the battlefield. Therefore, in this operation, the 100 Treasures Realm opted to use blood-red glaives. Besides the blood-red glaives, they weren't permitted to bring any other artifact. It was also because of this restriction that they had been pressured to death by Zhao Hai. They didn't have anything else to use other than the glaives. The reason why the 100 Treasures Realm chose the glaive was because it was a large heavy weapon that was completely different to hidden weapons. So even if the identity of the masked individuals was known, nobody would believe it. Glaives were mostly used by orthodox practitioners, and the blood-red color caused a heavy killing aura to emerge. This wasn't something a good person would use. This was a weapon meant for demonic cultivators. Although the 100 Treasures Realm weren't orthodox practitioners, they were at least labeled to be on the righteous path. Therefore, using the blood-red glaives would completely divert any suspicions towards them. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm thought that they were safe from being found out. However, how could they anticipate that Zhao Hai was able to create undead that preserved their original memories? It can be said that the 100 Treasures Realm was truly unlucky. After learning the identity of the masked people, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately controlled the 12 beasts and the 4 instruments to attack the masked group that were attacking the undead army. With Zhao Hai joining the fray, the people from the 100 Treasures realm were even more pressured. Zhao Hai was strong and had large artifacts. After a few attacks, the people from the 100 Treasure realm were plunged into chaos. The undead were also beginning to kill them. In their current situation, this group could only retreat and join the main group. They planned to work together and find out how they could deal with this situation. Zhao Hai didn't block them. He wanted all of the masked individuals to be in one group. This way, the undead could cooperate with Kong Miao and the others to deal with the enemy in one go. As for the Zhu race, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about them. Faced with millions of undead, the Zhu race would have to fight well. The Zhu race would have to suffer a loss this time. Although Margaret and Megan were quiet most of the time, they were actually terrifying commanders in battle. Kong Miao's group and their opponents were too focused on the fight that neither of them noticed the fate of the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots, nor did they know about what happened to the group confronting the undead. Both sides fought to the point of forgetting anything else. But at this time, the other group of masked individuals joined up with the main group. This caused both sides to recover their senses. Then they began to feel that something was strange. The first reaction that Kong Miao and the others thought of was to defend at full power. As for the other party, they just allowed this group to join them. They didn't go on the offensive. Then both sides discovered that Zhao Hai was using his artifacts to kill the enemy. The 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots have already vanished. At the same time, the undead were rushing over. It even looks like the undead didn't suffer any losses. Seeing this, both sides couldn't help but stare. It seemed like they didn't believe what they saw. Both sides weren't stupid, so they immediately understood what happened. Zhao Hai was actually able to deal with the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. This was something nobody expected to happen. Although Zhao Hai released his own large artifacts, nobody really thought that he would be able to defeat the chariots. In their minds, even if Zhao Hai had these powerful artifacts, he was still up against 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots controlled by 30 transcending tribulation experts. They were transcending tribulation experts, not beggars on the street. They weren't 30 pigs that could be killed that easily. Although nobody knew how the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots were defeated, Kong Miao and the others rejoiced. This meant that Zhao Hai dealt with 30 transcending tribulation experts. What just happened? Can someone explain? How was Zhao Hai able to do this? Where did the 3 chariots go? Where are the people in the chariots? All of this went through the minds of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. However, they weren't able to think about this for long because Zhao Hai already began his slaughter. Zhao Hai didn't have any reservations. He controlled his 4 instruments and 12 metal beasts to slaughter the masked group. The other party also responded and branched out in order to resist Zhao Hai's attack. At this time, Kong Miao and the others recovered. They roared with excitement as they went all out against the masked group. The people from the 100 Treasures realms were able to resist the attacks somewhat. Their weapons were very useful in group warfare. Although Zhao Hai's attacks were powerful, they were still able to block it. However, they allocated most of their power doing this. The undead also didn't let go of this opportunity. They continued to attack the people from the 100 Treasures realm. This divided the attention of the other party once more. And there's still Kong Miao's group to deal with. Kong Miao and the others had already adapted to the attacks of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. By this time, it became very easy to deal with them. The world of cultivation began to occupy the winning position. The people from the 100 Spirit realm didn't have the strength to fight back. The people from the 100 Treasures realm began to feel anxious. Before this, they were very confident. This was because they believed that the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots would be able to deal with Zhao Hai. Then they would use the chariots to clean up the undead, and with their own strengths, they were sure that they would be able to wipe out Kong Miao's group. However, the situation has been overturned. The 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots were unable to achieve their goal. Instead, Zhao Hai was the one who was able to use his large artifacts to fight the main group. Large artifacts were ultimate weapons. In order to deal with them, a group would need to cooperate with each other. Previously, the Zhu race suffered heavy losses because the enemy had large artifacts. The people from the 100 Treasures realm wanted to use the same tactic. It was also at this time that the people from the 100 Treasures realm understood how Zhao Hai could deal with the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. After all, they were now at the receiving end of Zhao Hai's attacks. In each of Zhao Hai's artifacts was a yin-yang pond. These yin-yang ponds provide energy to the artifacts, and after the space's multiple upgrades, the effect of the yin-yang ponds also got stronger and stronger. This alleviated much of the spiritual chi requirements of the large artifacts. Originally, only the Hell King's ship had a yin-yang pond installed. However, when Zhao Hai used the pagoda last time, he discovered that the consumption of spiritual chi was too much. Moreover, the pagoda's offensive strength couldn't compare to the Hell King's ship. At first, Zhao Hai wasn't able to figure out why this was the case. Then in the end, he discovered that the issue seems to be the yin-yang pond. To be honest, as Zhao Hai's strength increased, he began to think that the yin-yang pond wouldn't be any use to him. But when he used the pagoda last time, he understood that the yin-yang pond could benefit him. Once he knew this, Zhao Hai immediately made adjustments. He began to look into the yin-yang pond. Then he installed yin-yang ponds to the 4 instruments as well as the 12 metal beasts. This provided the artifacts with energy so that Zhao Hai only needed to use a little amount to control them. Now, Zhao Hai was thinking whether he can use the yin-yang ponds in all of his artifacts in the future. If that was the case, then it would ease a lot of burdens. However, he doesn't have time to use the universal scanner at this time. Suddenly, good news came from the space. The 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots have been repaired. Moreover, the universal scanner analyzed the manufacturing methods as well as the materials used to make them. This was of great use to Zhao Hai. Right now, the space had a lot of mineral deposits, and some of them were quite precious materials. What made Zhao Hai even happier was the fact that the chariots could be integrated into liquid silver. With the promotion of Zhao Hai's level, faith power could be added to his weapon, which was liquid silver. So the more artifacts get integrated to liquid silver, the more powerful it would become. This was truly something that went against heaven's will. Although Zhao Hai was ecstatic, he didn't integrate the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots to liquid silver immediately. This integration requires time, and during that period, liquid silver couldn't be used. In battles this size, losing liquid silver meant losing every weapon Zhao Hai had. In any case, the chariots wouldn't run away. It wouldn't be too late to integrate them once the battle was done. Chapter 1426, Futile Resistance. The fight went on, but the people from the 100 Treasures realm were beginning to despair. They began to understand that it became impossible for them to survive this battle. With Zhao Hai using his large artifacts to attack the defensive line, the people of the 100 Treasures realm needed to allocate a lot of people to block it. Also, Kan Miao and the others weren't weak, and their offense was getting sharper and sharper. There's also the undead that couldn't be ignored. With the undead surrounding them, the people from the 100 Treasures realm knew that even if they wanted to escape, it would be very difficult. The undead's individual strength was terrible, only at foundation establishment level. However, with so many of them together, and the dynamic between offense and defense, it would take a lot of effort to go through them, and while they were escaping from the undead, Zhao Hai and Kan Miao's group would certainly not let them off. If this happens, then they would be eradicated even more quickly. By this point, the people from the 100 Treasures realm were no longer counting on the Zhu race. The absence of the Zhu race at this time meant that they were either blocked or too afraid to come. Judging by the current situation, the possibility of the former was much bigger. The people from the 100 Treasures realm knew the Zhu race really well. They were a group that bullied the weak but feared the strong. Since the 100 Treasures realm was much more powerful than the Zhu race, the Zhu race would rather fight the world of cultivation rather than offend the 100 Treasures realm. There were a lot of people who didn't want to offend the 100 Treasures realm. Even if the Zhu race wasn't stopped, then they still wouldn't be able to offer any help. The people from the 100 Treasures realm knew about this. It wasn't that the Zhu race didn't come to help, it's that they couldn't help. Upon realizing this, the people from the 100 Treasures realm despaired even more. But this also brought out the fierceness of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. This was because they were issued an order to not come back if they failed, and even if they did, they would be heavily punished. Additionally, they don't have any hope to escape. So the group began to fight desperately. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately took back his 4 instruments. To be honest, in the 2 times he used the 4 instruments, they were only able to release normal sound attacks with no faith power. In other words, the 4 instruments were akin to decorations. Such an attack wouldn't be a threat to the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai didn't use faith power in fear that the people from the 100 Treasures realm would find out about it. The 100 Treasures realm was a high-grade realm that was rich in cultivation resources. They were much stronger compared to the world of cultivation. He was afraid that if he used faith power, Then these people would be able to identify it. Then they would try their best to break through and deliver this news back to their realm. Zhao Hai continuously worried about his faith power being discovered by other people. Therefore, he didn't use any faith power. But even if he didn't use faith power, Zhao Hai was still a powerful combatant, so there's no need for him to go all out. After receiving his instruments, Zhao Hai released a large amount of flying swords. The coordinated assault of the swords caused another headache towards the people from the Hundred Treasures realm. Before, they only needed to deal with Zhao Hai's large artifacts, and now, there's these flying swords. This was like a god of war wielding his spear while also throwing knives towards the enemy. Faced with this predicament, the people from the Hundred Treasures realm began to see something. Kong Miao wasn't the most threatening person in the world of cultivation. Instead it was Zhao Hai. But even if they knew about this, they still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing on the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship didn't participate in the attack and just stayed back while the flying swords and the 12 metal beasts rampaged. Even if the people from the Hundred Treasures realm wanted to kill Zhao Hai, they first need to repel the 12 metal beasts, and then go through the sea of flying swords, and after that breach through the defenses of the Hell King's ship. And there's also the screen of undead between all of this. Nobody could do such an impossible task. Futile resistance. The people from the Hundred Treasures realm began to think about these words. At the same time, they couldn't feel but feel sorrow in their heart. Who were they? They were powerhouses from the Hundred Treasures realm, feared across the 10,000 realm battlefield. There weren't a lot of groups that weren't afraid of offending them. Average practitioners would beg and offer their artifacts upon the sight of them. When had they suffered this much? But even if they are desperate, they still have to fight. If they surrendered, then the Hundred Treasures realm wouldn't let them off. Their family members and sex would be affected as well. Cultivators were ruthless, but they placed great weight on sentiment. Every cultivator had something that they couldn't let go of. Even devil cultivators have a lot of things they couldn't put down completely. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let these people have a chance to do anything. He continued attacking as Kong Miao and the others became more ferocious in their offense. Zhao Hai's presence gave the world of cultivation a boost of morale. Defeating 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots would certainly make one's allies proud. This battle attracted a lot of attention. However, those who came only saw the zoo race fighting against the undead. They didn't see the situation further inside. Therefore, nobody knew what Zhao Hai and the others were doing right now. On the other hand, Zhao Hai knew what was happening outside. He knew that this situation couldn't go on for long, or else the Hundred Treasures realm would send reinforcements. The reason why the Hundred Treasures realm sent 1,000 people after Zhao Hai and the others was because they thought that was enough manpower. If not, then they would certainly send more people. The Hundred Treasures realm is different compared to the world of cultivation and the zoo race. The world of cultivation and the zoo race were medium-grade realms, so sending 1,000 transcending tribulation experts was already a great deal. As for the Hundred Treasures realm, 1,000 transcending tribulation experts wasn't much. This was the difference between high-grade and medium-grade realms. Besides having confidence in dealing with the world of cultivation, the Hundred Treasures realm also sent this many people in order to minimize the possibility of being exposed. If they sent out too many people, then people might sniff something out. In the end, they sent about 1,000 people. But if the Hundred Treasures realm knew that their own people were being besieged and about to die, then they would certainly come to aid them, and the world of cultivation might not be able to do anything. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai strengthened the Metal Beast's attacks as well as the flying swords. The Hell King's ship and the pagoda were also strengthened. The people from the Hundred Treasures realm were getting killed, but they were still struggling. The Hundred Treasures realm already lost about 500 people. Those left couldn't stop the assault of the world of cultivation. The only thing they could do was to survive as long as possible. What surprised Zhao Hai was that nobody from the Hundred Treasures realm surrendered. Although they knew that they would die and resistance was futile, they still fought. Time passed as more and more people from the Hundred Treasures realm were getting killed. At this point, only 100 people were left from the original group. Each one of the survivors were heavily injured with no hope of lasting for long. When the commander of the group saw the end, he loudly shouted as he slashed his own throat with the glaive. He committed suicide. It was almost impossible for cultivators to kill themselves. They valued their lives as treasures and would even give up their family members in order to survive. However, these people actually killed themselves without hesitation. To Zhao Hai and the others, this was something they didn't expect. When they saw their commander kill himself, the others also followed along. Seeing their opponents like this, Kong Miao and the others remained emotionless. To someone who valued their lives, seeing their enemies kill themselves was a very extraordinary matter. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he took all of the bodies and sent them to the space. Then he flew towards Kong Miao and whispered, "Grandmaster, I found out that these people are from the 100 Treasures realm." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao's expression couldn't help but change. He knew that the 100 Treasures realm was very hard to deal with, but he also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Kong Miao really hoped that this wasn't the case. "Therefore," he asked. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure of it. I turned them into undead using a special method, so they were able to keep their original memories. They aren't able to lie in this state." Kong Miao's expression truly changed. This was something he didn't want to happen. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, my undead are currently blocking the zoo race. I think we should head out now and deal with the zoo race. Then let's immediately inform the higher-ups about our opponent. This way, we could make preparations early." Hearing this, Kong Miao nodded and said, "Let's do that. The higher-ups need to know who we're up against. Our world of cultivation is really unlucky. You go lead the others to deal with the zoo race while I send a letter to the higher-ups." Chapter 1427, Persuasion. Zhu Wuzhen felt that things were going bad. He was a high-level member of the zoo race, so he knew that the 100 Treasures clan was going to deal with the world of cultivation. Since he knew, then he understood why the higher-ups wanted to deal with the world of cultivation, and he also knew that the zoo race would have to follow this up to the end. The 100 Treasures realm weren't people that the zoo race could afford. A transcending tribulation expert of the 100 Treasures realm can deal with 2 to 3 transcending tribulation expert from the zoo race, and they could deal with even more people from the world of cultivation. It was precisely because he was very aware of the difference between the two realms that the zoo race would rather fight the world of cultivation than offend the 100 Treasures realm. It's a pity that when they tried to deal with the world of cultivation, they were beaten back twice. They also lost troops in this process. This caused the people from the 100 Treasures realm to be very dissatisfied with them. Because of this, they sent a team of about 1,000 people to come and help deal with the world of cultivation. The zoo race would be responsible for reconnaissance as well as ambushes towards the world of cultivation. After the world of cultivation and the 100 Treasures realm clashed, the zoo race would pick off stragglers left behind. When the time comes, the group from the world of cultivation would certainly crumble to dust. This was a perfect plan. Zhu Wuzhen was initially worried about the world of cultivation's large artifact. However, the people from the 100 Treasures realm told him to not worry about it. Naturally, Zhu Wuzhen had to comply. But just as the battle began and the zoo race were about to mount a sneak attack, a sea of undead suddenly appeared. He only heard about these creatures but hasn't seen any of them. He knew that the undead were weak, not worth bothering about at all. However, once they reach a critical number, they aren't easy to deal with. Zhu Wuzhen was a severed soul expert, so people in the Foundation establishment stage aren't worth his attention. In his eyes, they were mere ants, not even worth looking at. However, he soon discovered that he made a mistake. Several tens of millions of undead, lined up properly and coordinated in attacks was a terrifying sight to come upon. It was simply impossible to deal with them. In fact, Zhu Wuzhen found that escaping had become an issue. What made Zhu Wuzhen terrified was the fact that the opponent was only using undead to deal with them. If this was the case, then how much undead was the other party using in order to deal with the people from the 100 Treasures realm? It must be known that the world of cultivation doesn't only have undead. They also have about 1,000 transcending tribulation experts. When he thought of this, Zhu Wuzhen felt his back turn cold. However, he knew that doing something about it right now was useless. The only thing they could do was to face the undead and wait until the people from the 100 Treasures realm finished dealing with the world of cultivation. In the beginning, Zhu Wuzhen held this hope deep in his heart. But as time went on, the number of undead didn't dwindle, nor did their attacks weaken. This caused the ominous feeling in Zhu Wuzhen's heart to get stronger and stronger. As he began to think about what to do with the undead, a path suddenly appeared and a huge ship went through it. Seeing this ship, Zhu Wuzhen's heart sank. He clearly knew this ship. It was Zhao Hai's ship. Its appearance here only meant that the group from the 100 Treasures realm had been dealt with. Seeing this scene, Zhu Wuzhen knew that he was done for. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let the world of cultivation off, and the same was true for the zoo race. This was because high-grade realms showed no mercy to those who failed them. The 100 Treasures realm would definitely use this as an excuse to deal with them all. At this moment, someone from the ship spoke. "Zoo race people, We've already dealt with the people behind you. We also know who they are. You should be aware of the current situation. Those people wouldn't let you nor us go. Our two realms have no chance of winning against them. The only way for us to survive is if we work together." The Zoo race clansmen stared. They didn't understand what the world of cultivation was planning to do. However, they noticed that the undead attacks had stopped. The Zoo race didn't attack either. They just lined up in a neat formation. Then the person on the boat continued, "You should also be aware of how strong the people behind you are. Now, they lost 1,000 people while trying to help you. In this case, will they let you off? No. They won't. Once the world of cultivation gets destroyed, you will be next. We know that you have nothing to do with this. You're just threatened by them. With our current strength, the world of cultivation can easily wipe you out. However, that won't do us any good, so I hope that we can cooperate. We also have our own backers. As long as we discuss this situation, those people above us would definitely look into it. When the time comes, our two realms can work together." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuzhen stared. Naturally, he didn't expect the other party to propose this. However, he could recognize that what they said was reasonable. With how the Zoo race allowed the 1,000 masked people to die, the 100 Treasures realm would certainly hold them accountable. However, the world of cultivation was in the same dangerous position as them. Once the people from the 100 Treasures realm arrived to wipe out the world of cultivation, the Zoo race would be next. But if the two realms cooperate, things would be different. The Zoo race and the world of cultivation were both medium-grade realms. Although their combined strength couldn't go against a high-grade realm, it still provided them with more chips to play with. Even if the 100 Treasures realm wants to deal with them, they would have to think about it. If the two realms moved on their own, then they would both be extinguished. There was a chance of survival if they worked together. Now that this easy choice was presented to the Zoo race, what else could they choose? Zhu Wuzhen was tempted. This was because the other party made it clear that they would be destroyed if they separated. Unfortunately, this decision wasn't up to him. If Zhu Wuzhen could make the decisions, then he would no doubt accept immediately. Just as Zhu Wuzhen was about to speak, the other party talked once more. "Zoo race, your leader is still Zhu Wuzhen, right? Please tell your clan about this. This isn't something that can be decided by 1 or 2 people. We will give you 6 hours. If there's no reply in 6 hours, then we won't be polite anymore. Countdown starts now." Hearing the other part, Zhu Wuzhen immediately wrote a letter to tell the higher-ups about the situation. Zhu Wuzhen didn't notice it, but the Hell King's ship also sent a Jade Sword message out. Back to a few moments before, after the battle with the 100 Treasures realm, Kong Miao released a Jade Sword message and then proceeded to make a move on the Zoo race. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, it's not the time to deal with the Zoo race." Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Little Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "Grandmaster, now we know that we're up against the 100 Treasures realm. We know that they wouldn't let us off, but the Zoo race is now placed in the same position because of their failure. In this case, it's better if we cooperate to face the 100 Treasures realm. If we don't, the 100 Treasures realm could just take us one by one. If we cooperate, we can at least reach the strength of a high-grade realm. They would need to think a lot if they want to deal with us." Kong Miao nodded. He supported Zhao Hai's plan to cooperate with the Zoo race. However, Kong Miao hurriedly asked, "What if the Zoo race doesn't agree?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They have no choice but to comply. They are now surrounded by undead. Moreover, we'll express our goodwill and make them feel that there's a chance of survival. If we let them feel desperate, then they would fight us in the end. And even if they don't agree, we can just wipe them out." Even if the higher-ups of the Zoo race won't agree to surrender, the Zoo race members themselves are afraid of death. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao's eyes shone. Then he said, "All right, then I'll hand this matter to you. Don't worry, whatever you propose, I'll agree. Just persuade the Zoo race to work with us through this situation. If you manage to do that, this will be a great contribution to the world of cultivation. If the Zoo race decides to ask their higher-ups, then I'll send one as well in order to make things clear. After all, this matter has no downsides to the world of cultivation. However, they need to make a decision as soon as possible." Chapter 1428, Popular Undead. With Kong Miao's permission, Zhao Hai began to negotiate with the Zoo race. This negotiation was too easy for Zhao Hai. He grasped the weakness of the Zoo race and made them less vigilant. When he saw Zhao Hai's method, Kong Miao felt that he made the right decision to leave this matter to him. Compared to Zhao Hai, his negotiation skills weren't worth mentioning. Seeing the Zoo race send a message, Kong Miao immediately released his own jade sword message. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If the zoo race decides to cooperate, what do we do then? Do we let them go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "How could that be possible? Since they agree to cooperate, then we can invite them over to the world of cultivation as guests. I think the higher-ups would begin gathering manpower after receiving your message. We'll abandon our bases and focus on defending one. At the same time, we'll invite the zoo race over to help." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao didn't know what to say. He just felt that this was too shameless. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, let's take a step back first. I want to rest, so I'll be receiving my artifacts. Naturally, the undead will stay. Don't worry, I won't be gone for long." Hearing this, Kong Miao anxiously asked, "Is there a problem? Are you alright?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine after resting for a while." Actually, Zhao Hai doesn't need to rest. He just wanted to integrate the 8 cyan imperial chariots to liquid silver. He still doesn't know whether the zoo race would agree to his proposal. If the zoo race didn't, then the world of cultivation would continue hunting them down. Although the 8 cyan imperial chariots have already been prepared, they still don't have any yin-yang bonds in them because they haven't been integrated to liquid silver. Even if Zhao Hai could still use them, he could only control 2 with his current strength. Before this, Zhao Hai discovered that the yin-yang pawns couldn't just be installed on any artifact. If it was an artifact made by others, then it would be incompatible with the yin-yang pond. Yin-yang ponds can only be installed on large artifacts made by the space or artifacts that were integrated to liquid silver. Regardless, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. He doesn't want anyone else to know about the yin-yang ponds. It was something that only he would use. Although this would exclude the undead from becoming stronger, Zhao Hai didn't mind. After all, the undead wouldn't be fighting one-on-one battles soon. What the undead depended on was their numbers. Naturally, this wasn't the case for all undead. By this point, Zhao Hai had a lot of transcending tribulation undead in the space. These included the zoo race he hunted down before as well as the experts from the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai already asked those from the 100 Treasures realm about their artifact-making methods. However, they don't know about the formations used inside. They were just combatants. The realm just makes weapons for them. It was impossible to know about the core secrets of weapons. Naturally, these weapons refer to the weapons they used before, not the blood-red glaives. To be honest, the blood-red glaives were very good artifacts. However, it didn't have the armor sunder formation. And this armor sunder formation was the most important part of the 100 Treasures realm's artifacts. Although he wasn't able to get this secret from the 100 Treasures realm, this didn't affect Zhao Hai. He could just melt those blood-red glaives and make weapons that fit the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Although these weapons don't carry the unique properties of the artifacts from the 100 Treasures realm, they still had the powerful effect of weapon shattering. The weapon shatter formation was now Zhao Hai's most used artifact formation. Almost all of Zhao Hai's artifacts had weapon shattering applied to them. Therefore, the artifacts were powerful in offensive and defensive situations. The overall power of the undead from the 100 Treasures realm might drop by using weapon shattering. However, at least their combat prowess was better when using the glaives. It was because of these adjustments that Zhao Hai needed a timeout. Naturally, Kong Miao was unaware of this. However, he still agreed and took the initiative of telling others about Zhao Hai. Of course, nobody opposed this. Everyone already knew of Zhao Hai's contribution and strength. The zoo race stared as the Hell King's ship slowly backed out and the undead closed the passage. At the same time, they felt very uneasy. They didn't know what the world of cultivation would do after this. Will the world of cultivation attack them? The zoo race began gearing for defense against any attack. However, the undead didn't make any attacks. They were like statues suspended in the air. As the Hell King's ship withdrew, it suddenly vanished and was replaced by beast-shaped undead. This way, the people from the world of cultivation could sit on them and not in midair. Even if they want to sleep, it wouldn't be a problem. Each beast-shaped undead was enormous. As for Zhao Hai, he summoned Alien and immediately went inside it. Alien shut down its mouth, blocking any spiritual force from Kong Miao and the others entering. Seeing Zhao Hai, the others also wanted to enter the bellies of the undead. The beast-shaped undead agreed and opened their mouths, revealing rooms inside their bellies. This caused the people from the world of cultivation to be glad. The rooms inside the undead were actually more comfortable than the ones on the Hell King's ship. Although the Hell King's ship wasn't very huge, Only Kong Miao and the other powerful experts had their own rooms. Others stayed in group cabins. Despite having enough space of their own in these cabins, these experts still preferred a personal space. This was because cultivators don't like being seen by others when they cultivate, afraid of being disturbed. With the beast-shaped undead, the cultivators were given their own mobile cave residence. Naturally, they would be very satisfied with this. This was also something Zhao Hai deliberately arranged. These beast-shaped undead were chosen by him and modified. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rooms inside them. Zhao Hai only took Mo Sheng into alien this time. Li Zongdao has been arranged to another undead to cultivate in. As soon as Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng entered alien's body, they entered the space. Zhao Hai needed to see the process of integration, so upon entering the space, he immediately started the fusion between the 8 cyan imperial chariots and liquid silver. Once the chariots get fused with liquid silver, their strength would increase by 1 level. The increase of the chariot's strength was due to liquid silver's special characteristic of being indestructible. This property was first seen back when it was still the skull staff. Because the space and the outside world operate on different laws, outside laws wouldn't be able to do anything to the staff. This made the staff indestructible. In the past, the 8 cyan imperial chariots were defeated because Zhao Hai managed to wreck them. Once they become indestructible, they would no doubt be much more powerful. Another reason for the chariot's increase in strength was the yin-yang pond. Before this, the strength of the chariots was largely based on the strength of its controllers. If they were controlled by Foundation establishment experts, then they simply couldn't be able to express their full strength. On the other hand, 10 transcending tribulation experts could bring out all of the chariot's strength. This was another weak point of the chariots. As long as the chariots get integrated to liquid silver, they could be installed with yin-yang ponds. When the time comes, the yin-yang ponds could provide the chariots with endless amounts of energy. This would naturally increase the efficiency of the chariots. Additionally, controlling the 8 cyan imperial chariots was very complex. Even transcending tribulation experts would need to work together in order to control it. After all, the 8 cyan imperial chariots were machine-like artifacts that needed people to control it. But after getting fused to liquid silver, the 8 cyan imperial chariots wouldn't have this problem. Kair can transform the chariots into robot-like puppets. As long as Zhao Hai issues an order, the chariots would immediately move. Most importantly, modifications have been done to the chariots. Although their charge attacks were quite strong, the strength behind it wasn't very lethal. Once they had been transformed, their combat prowess would be better than before. Kair already prepared everything. After seeing Zhao Hai return, she immediately went forward. Zhao Hai followed Kair to the 8 cyan imperial chariots. Then he turned to Kair and said, "Let's begin." Kair complied and waved her hand. Clumps of silver metals appeared and entered the 8 cyan imperial chariots. Zhao Hai looked at the situation. Then he turned to Kair and said, "How long would it take to finish?" Kair counted for a moment and replied, "Probably about 2 hours." Zhao Hai nodded and then took Kair and Mo Sheng to the villa. Upon entering the villa, Zhao Hai had Meg arrange something for Mo Sheng to eat. Then he sat beside Laura and the others. At this time, Laura was busy processing the undead from the 100 Treasures realm. She needed to list down the 100 Treasures realm's techniques and see if there's somewhere they could be used. As for Lizzie and the others, they were currently controlling the undead gathered around the zoo race. They were also monitoring Kong Miao and the others. Although the world of cultivation now had a good relationship with Zhao Hai and the others still needed to be wary of them since he just showed them his strength. Fortunately, Zhao Hai made a very wise decision. Although it might seem like he gave everyone their own rooms, this also meant that they were isolated from each other. Nobody contacted anybody else yet. They all just sat in their rooms, meditating silently. After nodding at what he saw, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It seems like these people like the undead. How about giving them their own undead?" Laura smiled and said, "Even if you gave them, they wouldn't accept it. After all, these are your undead. They would be afraid that you'll use the undead against them." Zhao Hai smirked. Then he said, "Right. The world of cultivation is full of intrigue. Nobody would trust others easily. Forget it. Let's keep the undead." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, those people from the 100 Treasures realm have some unique techniques. You might want to learn them. It might help you fight more efficiently." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll do it after everything is finished." "Do you think the zoo race will cooperate with the world of cultivation?" Laura smiled and said, "I think they would agree. The zoo race aren't stupid. Losing the 1,000 experts would be a huge blow to them, and with the overbearing manner of the 100 Treasures realm, they certainly wouldn't let the zoo race off. Instead of waiting for their end, they might as well go and fight. As long as they win, they can still rob people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I also think that they would agree. But this time, we truly offended the 100 Treasures realm. I'm afraid they have already received news right now, and they will send people to deal with the world of cultivation and the zoo race. I hope that the people standing behind the world of cultivation will come forward. Otherwise, the world of cultivation will be in deep trouble. Laura smiled and said, those people will definitely step out. They're great enemies with the 100 Treasures realm and had fought against them for tens of thousands of years. Now that the 100 Treasures realm has made a move, those people would naturally fight back. Chapter 1429, Giant Spirit Race. Hearing what Laura said, Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at her and said, what? How did you know about the people standing behind the world of cultivation? Laura smiled faintly and said, even if we don't know, how could the people from the 100 Treasures realm not know? After fighting for a long time, they naturally know who their opponent was. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so which realm is the opponent of the 100 Treasures realm? Why have we never heard of it before? Laura smiled and said, actually, there's some traces about them here and there. The 100 Treasures realm's enemy is the Giant Spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai nodded. It could be said that the Giant Spirit realm was indeed on the opposite side of the 100 Treasures realm. This was because the methods of the two realms were almost at the extreme opposites. The Giant Spirit realm was called this because, 1. It was the home of the giant spirit race. Naturally, they were giants. The average height of the people from the giant spirit race was about 2 meters tall. But even this height was taller than an average practitioner. Besides being tall, the giant spirit realm gave priority to physical strength. Therefore, they strived to have as large weapons as possible. In the eyes of the people from the giant spirit realm, the larger and heavier the weapon, the better. Moreover, the giant spirit realm was said to have the most large artifacts in hand. With the extreme differences between the giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm, their people naturally weren't compatible with each other. Small and large battles between these two realms in the past. But recently, these conflicts have decreased. However, it seems like the 100 Treasures realm was beginning to stir things up once more. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's the Giant Spirit Realm. This makes things more interesting. The Giant Spirit Realm is also a high-grade realm like the 100 Treasures Realm. I didn't expect the world of cultivation to have a large backing. Laura smiled and said, the world of cultivation can only be classified as a medium-grade realm, so a high-grade realm like the Giant Spirit Realm needed to shelter it. However, being known to back a medium grade was a loss of face for the Giant Spirit Realm. This time it's different. The one who made the first move was the 100 Treasures Realm. Once the Giant Spirit Realm knows about this, they would certainly make a move. Zhao Hai nodded. Good, then maybe I'll have a chance to meet these people. I want to see if they're as strong as the people from the 100 Treasures Realm. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, you should look at the 100 Treasures Realm's method of controlling artifacts. I must say, it's quite good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, there's still much to do. It wouldn't be too late to study them after. Laura no longer persuaded Zhao Hai. She knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of things in his mind. Actually, Zhao Hai might be able to get along well with the people from the Giant Spirit Realm. This was because of Zhao Hai's Buddhist techniques. The special methods of the Giant Spirit Realm included training their strength to a mind-blowing level. Moreover, after this matter, Zhao Hai's name should have spread. Zhao Hai's feat of controlling large artifacts would also be known. This was very much in line with the Giant Spirit Realm's liking. The Giant Spirit Realm was home to a very formidable race. Moreover, these people all had robust bodies that exuded strength. Therefore, in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the people from the Giant Spirit Realm were also called the Strongman race. Knowing the world of cultivation's backer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved. In the past, he was worried that the people behind the world of cultivation would have covetous personalities. Now that he knew about the Giant Spirit Realm, he knew that this wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai observed the state of Yilai 2. Fortunately, Yilai 2 has already been designated as a protected area by the machine field. Everything was developing smoothly. The same was true for the pirate paradise. The cross-sword pirate group was still the strongest pirate group there, and their momentum was even greater than before. The reason the cross-sword pirate group was able to gain such power and influence was largely due to its relationship with the undead. The undead had already learned to drive mechs, and adding their formidable strength, They doubled the strength of the pirate group. It was natural for the cross-sword pirate group's strength to skyrocket. After looking into the state of Eli 2 and the cross-sword pirate group, Zhao Hai took Laura and the others out of the villa. By this point, the zoo race were surrounded by the undead, so nothing should change soon. The zoo race wouldn't dare make a move lest they be annihilated by the undead. There's also the people from the world of cultivation close by. The thoughts of escaping were no longer in the minds of the zoo race group. At the same time, the zoo race discovered that their stealth doesn't work on the undead. Their stealth was their biggest source of confidence. Now that their stealth became useless, they naturally behaved. Zhao Hai looked and saw that the 8 cyan imperial chariots had already vanished from sight. What was left floating in the air was a bronze magic staff. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that the bronze staff was liquid silver. He just didn't expect liquid silver to change its color. Zhao Hai waved his hand, calling liquid silver over. He couldn't see any other differences on the staff. But when he waved his hand, an 8 cyan imperial chariot appeared in front of him. The imposing aura of this chariot made its previous form pale in comparison. One could tell at a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary artifact. Zhao Hai nodded with approval. Although liquid silver changed its color, he didn't mind it. Even if Kong Miao and the others noticed, with Zhao Hai's present strength, he wasn't afraid. After resting for a while inside the space, Zhao Hai returned to Alien's body. Then he said, "Contact Grandmaster Kong Miao." All the undead have communication systems installed inside them. As long as he said the name, a light curtain would appear in front of him, and if the other party agrees to the connection, then they would be able to see each other through the light curtain. Kong Miao was currently sitting inside his room within the undead. This room wasn't very big, only about 10 square meters or so. However, Kong Miao was still quite satisfied with it. As he sat in the room, Kong Miao recalled the day's events. He began to discover that everything that happened was largely because of Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then everyone from the world of cultivation might have perished. At the same time, he gained another understanding about Zhao Hai's strength. At first, Zhao Hai was able to deal with 3 8 cyan imperial chariots while releasing a large number of undead. Kong Miao also noticed that the undead knew when to retreat and advance. Kong Miao thought that even if he used the 10,000 transformation staff, it would still be very difficult for him to deal with the undead. The key to this was the fact that there were too many undead. Their sheer quantity alone made them very hard to deal with. It shouldn't be a problem for Zhao Hai to deal with the zoo race using the undead alone. When he thought of this, Kong Miao couldn't help but feel depressed. He couldn't understand how Zhao Hai was able to grow this rapidly. Suddenly, there was a beep in the room. Kong Miao didn't know what was going on. Then at this moment, a woman's voice was heard. "Mr. Zhao Hai asks to talk to you," asking for permission to connect. After that, a light screen appeared in front of him. There was nothing yet on the screen. Kong Miao was initially puzzled, but he was a smart person, so he answered, "Connect." Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai's face appeared on the screen. Kong Miao could see Zhao Hai sitting inside his own room. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao, then he smiled and said, "Grandmaster, I hope you're doing well. Do you want to head back to the ship, or do you want to stay there for a while?" Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Kong Miao hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Staying here is fine. I must say, Little Hai, I didn't expect the undead to have these kinds of things. Can I use this thing to contact anyone?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course. I apologize for not telling you this in advance. With this thing, you can talk to anyone as long as you say their name." Naturally, that person needed to be inside an undead. This is a function related to the undead's internal space. Kong Miao nodded. "Alright, this thing is really convenient. I reckon you won't need to take the ship out anymore. Everyone likes to have their own space. How was your rest?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm alright. But Grandmaster, I need to say something. The 3 8 cyan imperial chariots that I wrecked have already been fused to my artifact. I hope you won't blame me for this." Kong Miao stared, then he asked, "Fuse with your artifact? How did you do that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Back when I completed my artifact, I discovered an integration formation inside it. This allowed me to fuse my other artifacts into it. This is the most brilliant work of Senior Lang Yueyang. This time, I fused the 8 cyan imperial chariots to it. So from now on, I can use the chariots to fight." Kong Miao couldn't help but sigh as he said, "Senior Lang Yueyang is truly talented. He was able to make such an artifact. Also, the 8 cyan imperial chariots are your spoils anyway, so nobody will say anything. Additionally, you've contributed greatly to the battle, so it's a fitting reward. Zhao Hai gave a smiling nod. He told Kong Miao about this so that he could use the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots later. This way, Kong Miao and the others wouldn't be too surprised. Chapter 1430. Condition. The two chatted for quite some time until Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. Then he looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, the Zhu race's response has arrived. How about we go and take a look?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's wait for the reply of the higher-ups first." Zhao Hai thought that this was reasonable, so he nodded and said, "All right, then Grandmaster, I won't be disturbing you any longer. If you want to contact me, just call my name." Kong Miao nodded. Then the light screen vanished. Kong Miao couldn't help but sigh. These undead were indeed quite good. He couldn't help but feel envious of Zhao Hai. Right after that, Kong Miao contacted Zuning and the other severed soul experts. He told them that the Zhu race's reply has arrived and to pay attention to their actions. If there's anything strange going on, then there's no need to be polite. Just after contacting Zuning and the others, Kong Miao sensed that his jade sword message had come back. He immediately had the undead open its mouth to let it in. Upon receiving the jade sword message, Kong Miao read it using his spiritual force. After knowing the response of the higher-ups, Kong Miao contacted Zuning and the others once more. Then, he contacted Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai doesn't need to be notified because he already listened to his conversation with the other severed soul experts. However, Zhao Hai immediately answered the call and said, "Grandmaster, you're looking for me?" Kong Miao nodded and said, "Go and prepare to see the Zhu race." The higher-ups agreed to cooperate with them. We can even make concessions. However, the Zhu race needs to move to the world of cultivation's stronghold in order to deal with the enemy together. Being a medium-grade realm, the world of cultivation holds several bases in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The newcomers' area that Zhao Hai was in before was their smallest base. There were still several bases where veterans stayed, but the world of cultivation's most important base in the 10,000 realm battlefield was inside an abandoned mine that once produced soft jade and jade marrow. Once the soft jade and jade marrow was completely dug up, the world of cultivation spent 100 years in order to construct their stronghold. Not only were 20 severed soul experts stationed there all year round, it also had a great guardian formation. Besides the guardian formation, there were also other formations present. Even immortal stage experts would find it hard to attack the stronghold. Most importantly, the stronghold has a transmission formation that directly led back to the world of cultivation. When necessary, the people of the world of cultivation from all around the 10,000 realm battlefield could return to this stronghold and return to the world of cultivation. When a time comes that the world of cultivation gets in a very tight spot in the 10,000 realm battlefield, everyone can destroy the formations in their bases except one. Then they would teleport to the stronghold and then defend it. If the stronghold couldn't be defended, then they would use the transmission formation to return back to the realm. However, the world of cultivation generally won't use the stronghold as a base. This was because it would be a huge loss if they were to let go of the other bases they have. This time, however, the stronghold needed to be utilized. Their opponent was the 100 Treasures realm, a high-grade realm. If the 100 Treasures realm really wanted to clean them up, then even the stronghold might not be able to hold up. Fortunately, the world of cultivation also had its own backer. If they couldn't defend, then at least the world of cultivation could hide inside their realm safely. The higher-ups wanted the Zhu race to move to the stronghold and fight against the enemy together. This requirement was a bit excessive. This was because the Zhu race might not trust the world of cultivation fully. After all, the two sides were hostile just recently. However, Zhao Hai thinks that the Zhu race would still agree. They had already lost hundreds of experts before. And then there's 1,000 experts who were trapped by the undead. If they don't agree, then those 1,000 people wouldn't be able to survive. It must be known that for medium-grade realms, the loss of 1,000 transcending tribulation experts would be a huge blow to their foundation. They might even be demoted into a low-grade realm. And once the Zhu race gets demoted into a low-grade realm, then that would spell their end. The Zhu race had been bandits for thousands of years, and through this period, they had offended an innumerable number of low-grade realms. Generally, offending these low-grade realms wasn't anything worth worrying about. These realms were weak and were often preyed on by everyone. However, if the Zhu race were to become weak, then they would certainly go extinct. When the time comes, even without the 100 Treasures realm moving, the Zhu race would be attacked by all of the enemies they made through the years. Additionally, the 100 Treasures realm had lost 1,000 experts. They certainly wouldn't let anyone involved go free. If the zoo race decides to work with the world of cultivation, then they would go under the umbrella of their backer. For the zoo race, this was a very important matter. Kong Miao and the others walked out of their respective beast-shaped undead and then proceeded towards the encirclement. At this time, Zhu Wuzhan was nervously walking back and forth. Seeing Kong Miao and the others, Zhu Wuzhan immediately stopped. When Kong Miao and the others were 100 meters away, Zhu Wuzhan said, "Grandmaster Kong, I received orders from the clan. The zoo race is willing to cooperate with the world of cultivation in order to guard against the 100 Treasures realm." Upon hearing Zhu Wuzhan, Kong Miao knew that the zoo race were indeed willing to form an alliance. Back when Zhao Hai negotiated with them, he didn't mention any names about the people behind the zoo race. Zhu Wuzhan taking the initiative to reveal the 100 Treasures realm's identity proves that they fully surrender to the world of cultivation. Kong Miao nodded and said, "You made the right decision. But if you want an alliance, you need to agree to some conditions. You need to leave Octopus Islands and move to the world of cultivation's stronghold. If we work together, then we need to be in the same place. Naturally, we've already reached out to the people behind us. I believe they will send people to help us out." When Zhu Wuzhan heard what Kong Miao said, he couldn't help but frown. The Zhu clan has already given Zhu Wuzhan the authority to make the decisions. This way, they could coordinate with the world of cultivation at the shortest time. And even if the world of cultivation makes demands, they could still agree to them. However, Zhu Wuzhan was still a bit taken aback by Kong Miao's requirement. The zoo race were a race of bandits, and bandits were very fond of their lairs. Additionally, bandits won't leave their lairs that easily. Moving everyone to the world of cultivation's stronghold seemed unacceptable to Zhu Wuzhan. Seeing Zhu Wuzhan's expression, Zhao Hai turned to look at Kong Miao. Seeing Zhao Hai's gaze, Kong Miao gave a nod. He knew that he wasn't very good at negotiations. If Zhao Hai were the one to speak, then Zhu Wuzhan might agree. Zhao Hai lightly coughed and said, "I have seen Your Excellency Zhu Wuzhan. My name is Zhao Hai." Zhu Wuzhan was thinking about how to reject Kong Miao's conditions, but he was interrupted by Zhao Hai. Although Zhu Wuzhan was annoyed by this, he didn't show it on his face. He wasn't an immature child to destroy the current atmosphere with his temper. Additionally, he knew that Zhao Hai was the reason why the zoo race suffered multiple defeats, and it was also because of Zhao Hai that the group from the 100 Treasures realm were annihilated. Therefore, he politely cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Miser Zhao Hai. What advice does Mr. want to give?" If other people were to hear about a severed soul expert being polite to a nascent soul, they certainly wouldn't believe it. However, this was exactly what happened, and Zhu Wuzhan looked natural while doing it. Zhao Hai quickly said, "I don't dare. Your Excellency is too courteous. From what I can see, do you want to disagree with Grandmaster Kong Miao's conditions?" "Actually, you don't have to think about it too much. I know that you don't want to leave the Octopus Islands. After all, it's a place very important to the zoo race. However, you should also understand that the world of cultivation's stronghold is equally as important to us. If you let your zoo race enter the stronghold, then technically you would know the stronghold's internal structure. For the both of us, the world of cultivation is already giving you trust." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao couldn't help but ponder over it. He never thought of it this way. If they brought Zhao Hai and the others to the Octopus Islands, then that would be detrimental to the zoo race. This wasn't something that anyone could agree on. Besides the zoo race, nobody else was allowed to enter the Octopus Islands. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Wuzhan and said, "Presently, both of us have a common enemy. If we divide ourselves, then we would be easily defeated. But if we are together, we can overwhelm them with our numbers. Even if the enemy manages to kill us, they would have to sacrifice a lot. What do you think?" Chapter 1431, An Issue. Kong Miao couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai's ability to twist words. Not to mention Zhu Wuzhan, even he felt that the zoo race wouldn't suffer a loss if they moved to the world of cultivation's stronghold. Zhu Wuzhan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What Mr. said is reasonable. However, why can't the world of cultivation come to Octopus Island? In that case, we can also work together against the enemy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Excellency, you're right. The defenses of the Octopus Islands are also very strong. But don't forget, the high-grade realm behind us will send people to help. They might be unaware that we allied up, so they would definitely go to our bases. If there's nobody there, then they might think that we retreated. In that case, they might leave. If that happens, then we might be finished." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhu Wuzhan stared, Then his complexion changed. It was at this point that he remembered that the world of cultivation still had people behind them. If they don't rely on the people behind the world of cultivation, then the Zoo race and the world of cultivation wouldn't be able to fight against the 100 Treasures realm. The ones with the people behind them was the world of cultivation. Zhu Wuzun forgot about this point. A cold sweat dripped down from Zhu Wuzun's face. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Alright, we comply. The Zoo race will move to the world of cultivation stronghold, but I hope that the world of cultivation would give us a treatment fit for allies." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he returned behind Kong Miao. Zhao Hai knew that this was the time for Kong Miao to speak. After all, he didn't have the power to accept the Zoo race's condition. He needed to handle things with discretion. Seeing Zhao Hai go behind him, Kong Miao understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and then chanted Buddhist sutras as he said, "Amitabha, Benefactor Zhu Wuzun can rest assured. Since you have become our allies, we'll treat you as a true ally. There's no need for you to worry about this." Zhu Wuzun nodded and said, "Then let me ask Grandmaster Kong Miao, how can we go to the world of cultivation stronghold?" Kong Miao replied, "We will head to the Octopus Islands with Benefactor Zhu. Then we'll use a transmission formation to arrive at the stronghold. I reckon that's the fastest and safest way to do it. What does Benefactor Zhu think?" Zhu Wuzun nodded and said, "Alright, but we need to be quick." Although the people from the 100 Treasures realm arrived through a transmission formation, their base isn't very far from Octopus Islands. I'm afraid they already received news about what happened here. It would be a problem if they went to the Octopus Islands first. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received all of the undead. Then he took out the Hell King's ship and said, "Everyone, get in. We'll get to the Octopus Islands as soon as possible." Zhu Wuzun didn't say anything and just commanded the Zoo race to enter the Hell King's ship. After everyone embarked, Zhao Hai immediately controlled the ship to soar towards Octopus Islands. When they stepped foot on the Hell King's ship, Zhu Wuzun and the others couldn't help but feel curious and looked around. Zhao Hai didn't block them. They can look all they want, but they wouldn't be able to see any secrets on the ship. Once the Hell King's ship went full power, its speed was very fast. It only took several hours before it reached the sea, and since the Octopus Islands were a bit offshore, it could be said that they were already stepping foot on the Zoo race's territory. The Zoo race people were also very anxious. There were massive amounts of Zoo race experts surrounding the islands. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others arrive, they couldn't help but be afraid. They quickly grouped up. It was clear that they had yet to know about the alliance. Naturally, it was time for Zhu Wuzun to show himself. Zhu Wuzun's position in the Zoo race was very high. Seeing him with the ship, the Zoo race experts immediately gave way. It should be said that the Octopus Islands really looked like a giant octopus. Its main island was circular with a mountain in the middle. Around it were 8 reef belts similar to an octopus tentacles. It looked very bizarre. Of course, the island's guarding formation has been activated, so Hell King's ship wasn't able to enter. It stopped outside the island as Zhu Wuzun entered alone. Because of the guardian formation, Zhao Hai and the others could only see a vague image of the island's terrain. However, they were worried as they stood waiting on the ship. Before long, Zhu Wuzun was followed by 5 older Zoo race experts. These experts were all at Severed Soul stage. Moreover, it was clear that their position in the Zoo race wasn't low. Zhu Wuzun led the group onto the Hell King's ship. Then he introduced them to Kong Miao and Zhao Hai. "Grandmaster Kong Miao, Mr. Zhao Hai, these 5 people are the Zoo race's 5 assembly elders. They have something to ask Grandmaster Kong Miao. As long as Grandmaster answers truthfully, we'll immediately follow you back to your stronghold." Kong Miao's expression wasn't that great. He didn't expect the Zoo race to interrogate him at this time. However, he still replied, "Elders, please ask." The oldest of the elders looked at Kong Miao. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, we just have a small question. We want to know who's behind the world of cultivation." Kong Miao's expression couldn't help but change. This was because he didn't know the answer. There are only a handful of people from the world of cultivation that can answer this question. Even someone like Zhu Ning wasn't aware of the answer. He might have some ideas, but he wasn't certain if it's true. But if he doesn't answer this question, then the Zoo race might not cooperate with them. This would be equal to the world of cultivation losing a strong ally to stall the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao's expression and could almost guess what he was thinking. Zhao Hai immediately opened his mouth and said, "Grandmaster, there's no need to hide the truth from them. Elder, since we're going into an alliance, I hope that you won't tell anyone about this conversation. Otherwise, not only will the world of cultivation go after you, The people behind us might not let you off as well. The elder nodded and said, "Of course, we know how to keep secrets." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked all around him before looking at the elder and whispered, "Then I won't hide it from you. The world of cultivation's backer is the giant spirit realm. The giant spirit realm is the enemy of the 100 treasures realm. This is why the 100 treasures realm decided to deal with us." The Zhu race elder was relieved when he heard Zhao Hai. He nodded and said, "Thank you, mister, for telling us the truth. I will immediately gather the others to follow you to your stronghold." Then he flew into the island to prepare for the migration. As for Zhu Wuzun, he stayed on the ship. Naturally, this was to cooperate with Zhao Hai and the others. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Then he looked at Zhu Wuzun before he sent a voice transmission towards Zhao Hai. "Little Hai, how did you know about the world of cultivators backer?" "I don't know about this." "Did you say that to deceive them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he replied, "I didn't deceive them. The people standing behind the world of cultivation are indeed from the giant spirit realm. The reason I know this is because of the people from the 100 treasures realm that I turned into undead. They said that this is the reason why we've been targeted. Otherwise, the 100 treasure realm wouldn't care about a medium-grade realm like ours." Hearing what Zhao Hai said, Kong Miao couldn't help but nod. He has seen the undead that Zhao Hai had, and they were formidable, so he believed Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Thanks to you, the Zhu race is now willing to go with us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing." As the two of them were talking, the Hell King's ship entered Octopus Islands. The main island really lives up to its name. It was a large mountain that bowed like the head of an octopus. On its surface were countless caves where Zhu race members could be seen going in and out from time to time. Zhao Hai knew clearly why the elder asked about the world of cultivation's backing. The elder knew the relationship between high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If the world of cultivation's backing was a high-grade realm that has nothing to do with the 100 treasures realm, then the Zhu race might not have chosen to go with Zhao Hai and the others. High-grade realms were ruthless. If they had nothing to do with the 100 treasures realm, then they might not care about the world of cultivation even if they were attacked. After all, it wasn't worth offending another high-grade realm for the sake of a low or medium-grade realm. But since the world of cultivation's backing was the giant spirit realm, then the situation was different. The giant spirit realm were bitter enemies of the 100 treasures realm. Both sides had been in conflict for a very long time. Now that the 100 treasures realm went after a realm under their protection, the giant spirit realm would certainly make a move. Since they were worried about this matter, the Zhu race couldn't help but ask. If the world of cultivation's backing wasn't the giant spirit realm, then they wouldn't follow Zhao Hai. They would rather remain and ask the 100 treasure realm for a chance to survive. If they really followed behind the world of cultivation and their backing didn't help, then it's almost certain that they would be extinguished. After Zhao Hai and Kong Miao followed Zhu Wuzun into Octopus Island, they were immediately taken to the transmission formation. Kong Miao didn't hold back and had the people from the world of cultivation come out to prepare the transmission formation. Since a transmission formation was already present, they only needed to make some changes before it was ready. Once the transmission formation was set up, Kong Miao immediately arranged for Zuning and the others to head towards the stronghold. Then he remained with Zhao Hai in order to aid the Zhu race in the migration. Cultivators move quickly, and even more so in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was because there weren't any children nor old people to take care of. The weakest of them was at nascent soul stage. It didn't take long before the Zhu race were prepared to move and Kong Miao led them into the transmission formation. With a flash of light, groups of Zhu race people left the island. Altogether, there were 4,000 Zhu race experts in the Octopus Islands. This included 400 nascent soul experts, 30 severed soul experts, and the rest were transcending tribulation experts. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, transcending tribulation experts were as common as cabbage. You can find them everywhere. However, it must be known that for the world of cultivation and the Zhu race, they needed to allocate 95% of their transcending tribulation experts into the battlefield. Because of this, there were a lot of transcending tribulation experts present. It was also because of this that the Zhu race conceded to the world of cultivation after hundreds of their transcending tribulation experts were killed and around 1,000 were trapped by Zhao Hai. This was because they knew clearly that if these people were lost, then their strength would be heavily damaged. If a medium-grade realm like them lost 2,000 experts, then that would without a doubt be a huge disaster. This was practically half of their manpower. Because of this, the Zhu race needed to compromise to the world of cultivation. As fewer and fewer Zhu race experts remained in the Octopus Islands, Kong Miao and the others began to relax. Seeing that there were less than 500 Zhu race experts left, Kong Miao smiled faintly and said, "Things are going smoothly. When we arrive at the stronghold, we'll block the transmission formation to delay the 100 treasure realm for a few days. By the time, the reinforcements from the giant spirit realm should have arrived." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, we'll have to wait for the giant spirit realm's reinforcements. This is a matter between two high-grade realms. We're merely shrimps in the surging current. But since we wiped out 1,000 of their experts, the 100 treasures realm wouldn't let us off easily. We can only hope that the giant spirit realm would block them for us. Otherwise, he would be out of luck." Just as he said that, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He turned to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, the people from the 100 treasures realm are heading here." Chapter 1432, Infinity Technique. When Kong Miao heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he asked, "How far are they from here?" Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Less than 4 hours away." Kong Miao looked at the Zhu race and then nodded as he said, "We should have enough time. Once they discover that the Zhu race has disappeared, their next target would be us. This place is far away from our stronghold. We still have to defend. I can only hope that the reinforcements from the giant spirit realm would arrive sooner." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Zhu Wuzhan, who was leading the Zhu race. Then he said, "Grandmaster, we should tell Zhu Wuzhan about this. This will give him enough motivation to urge his people." Kong Miao nodded. Then he said, "You do it." Zhao Hai nodded. Although he already demonstrated his strength, the Buddhists still held the world of Cultiva Iton's authority here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Kong Miao was being groomed by the Buddhists, so Zhao Hai had to be polite towards him. He doesn't want any misunderstandings to occur between the two of them. Zhao Hai arrived by Zhu Wuzhan's side and then gave a salute before saying, "Your Excellency." Zhu Wuzhan looked at Zhao Hai with a complex expression. He naturally knew that Zhao Hai was formidable, but through constant contact with him, he discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't only formidable, he was also very wise. In Zhu Wuzhan's mind, the real threat in the world of cultivations group wasn't Kong Miao and his 10,000 transformation staff, it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's most terrifying talent was persuading people to do what he wanted them to do. Even if you can find a reason to refute him, you would eventually find that it was useless in the end. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, strength was respected. Zhao Hai's strength has won the respect of the Zhu race. Whether it was Zhu Wuzhan or other people, when facing Zhao Hai, they would have to give him a few points of respect. Because of this, Zhu Wuzhan returned his salute and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, is there a problem?" Zhao Hai looked around at the Zhu race people who were entering the transmission formation. Then he sent Zhu Wuzhan a voice transmission, "Your Excellency, we need to speed up. The 100 treasures realm is coming over. They would arrive here in about 3 hours." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhu Wuzhan's expression couldn't help but change. He replied, "Is your information accurate?" Zhao Hai nodded. "You can rest assured, we're already allies in this situation. We get no benefits in deceiving you. We need to send everyone over in 3 hours." Zhu Wuzhan nodded. He was really thankful that He Clan agreed to the proposal of the world of cultivation almost immediately. If things slowed down by a bit, then the Zhu race might have suffered an attack. Zhu Wuzhan said, "How many people are coming?" Zhao Hai replied with a serious tone, "There's no less than 3,000. They're all wearing masks. It seems like they still don't want to reveal their identity. They should have already known what happened to their 1,000-man group. They're here to retaliate." Zhu Wuzhan nodded. He didn't expect the 100 treasures realm to send 3,000 people this time. People from high-grade realms are truly overbearing. If it weren't for the world of cultivation, then the Zhu race wouldn't be able to get some breathing room. Zhu Wuzhan couldn't help but rejoice. Zhu Wuzhan replied to Zhao Hai, "I'll make everyone speed up. I'll guarantee that we'll finish in 1 hour. I ask Mr. and Grandmaster to not worry about it." Zhao Hai nodded, and then he said, "I'm not worried about the time. Instead, I want to leave behind a diversion once we leave. It would be good if we're able to hold off the 100 treasures realm for a while. This would give us more time. Once the 100 treasures realm discover that they couldn't do anything to you, they would certainly go for the world of cultivation. Then we can buy even more time for the giant spirit realm to arrive." Zhu Wuzhan agreed to the plan. He looked all around him and said, "We can make arrangements right now. No matter what arrangements Mr. Zhao Hai wants, it won't be a problem. As long as we can hold off the 100 treasures realm, I don't mind having the octopus islands destroyed." Zhao Hai nodded. "I'll go report back to Grandmaster Kong Miao before starting." Zhu Wuzun nodded. Then Zhao Hai cupped his fist before turning around and leaving. At the same time, Zhu Wuzun urged his people to move faster. When Zhao Hai returned to Kong Miao's side, Kong Miao looked towards Zhu Wuzun's direction and asked, "How did it go?" Zhao Hai replied, "I've already informed them, Grandmaster. I'm planning on setting a trap in the Octopus Islands. This way, we can hold them off here for a while and buy us some time." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao stared for a moment, then he frowned and said, "Will it work? You should know that the 100 Treasures realm can invite people from the scouting race. When the time comes, those guys can break the trap." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can give it a try. If it succeeds, then good. If not, then we lose nothing. In any case, the 100 Treasures realm will come after us." Kong Miao nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Zhao Hai nodded before flying up in the air. Zhao Hai waved his hand as 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots appeared along with the Hell King's ship. Then Zhao Hai had the ship and the chariots collide against each other. Zhao Hai also released his undead and had it fight with the 1,000 undead people from the 100 Treasures realm. Zhu Wuzun and the others couldn't help but pause when they saw Zhao Hai's actions. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a formidable strength. However, this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai began to form mudras. His hands formed seals, his eyes closed, and his face had a gentle smile. Seeing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao knew that this was a Buddhist technique. However, he wasn't able to recognize what technique it was. Then suddenly, Kong Miao's expression changed. He cultivated the Buddhist path and had a solid understanding about its techniques. What Zhao Hai was using right now seemed to be a spirit technique. This technique didn't look strong. However, Kong Miao could feel the Octopus Island, everyone, everything, plants, trees, the mountains and rocks beginning to feel intimate with Zhao Hai. This feeling was very bizarre, but it no doubt exists. This caused Kong Miao to be confused. Then he turned his head and looked at the surroundings. The entire region around the Octopus Islands seemed to become intimate with Zhao Hai. It was a formidable feeling that it almost felt tangible to Kong Miao. Kong Miao had heard about such frightening techniques before. It was written on Buddhist records, a technique that allowed communication towards the myriad creations of the universe. However, this technique only existed in legends. Only heard not seen. Kong Miao heard about Buddhist experts in the 10,000 realm battlefield that were able to use this technique. However, he didn't expect to see Zhao Hai do it. Kong Miao lowered his head and chanted the names of Buddha. He couldn't help but be more curious about Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's detailed background, Kong Miao would have thought that he was an undercover disciple of a formidable Buddhist sect in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But this thought rapidly vanished in Kong Miao's mind. If there's such an outstanding disciple like Zhao Hai in a Buddhist sect, they would never be willing to let him go undercover alone. What Zhao Hai was currently using was the Infinity Technique. The Infinity Technique was a supporting technique that allowed communication with the universe. Zhao Hai knew that the scouting race had powerful abilities and could uncover everything that happened in the Octopus Islands. And because he knows this, Zhao Hai used the Infinity Technique to see if the scouting race could break through it. The scouting race's ability to reconstruct a scene was actually a type of divergent technique, but divergent techniques were greatly varied in levels. Zhao Hai was very confident in his Buddhist techniques. After all of them had faith power as their core. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to see if the scouting race could defeat these faith power techniques. If it could be broken, then Zhao Hai needed to guard against this race. If it can't, then that would mean that Octopus Island would be able to hold off the 100 Treasures realm for a few days. When the time comes, the giant spirit realm's reinforcements should have arrived. After using the Infinity Technique, Zhao Hai returned to Kong Miao's side and said, "Grandmaster, everything is prepared." Kong Miao didn't say anything and just nodded as he turned towards Zhu Wuzun and the others. Presently, only 10 Zhu race members were left. After them, Zhao Hai, Kong Miao, and Zhu Wuzun would enter. Once they leave, the Octopus Islands would be deserted. Kong Miao and Zhao Hai arrived beside Zhu Wuzun. Zhu Wuzun looked at the Octopus Islands and sighed. Zhao Hai faintly knew what Zhu Wuzun was thinking about. Octopus Islands have been the base of the Zhu race for a very long time. Now that they were leaving, it was understandable to feel uncomfortable inside. Zhao Hai didn't push and just waited for Zhu Wuzun as he gave a last glance towards their home. Zhu Wuzun then looked at Kong Miao and Zhao Hai and said, "Let's go." A flash of white light appeared as they vanished from the formation. Once Zhao Hai and the others left, a few Zhu race clansmen appeared and destroyed the transmission formation. Moreover, They made it appear that the formation was destroyed by the battle. These Zhu race clansmen weren't actually alive. They were Zhao Hai's undead. Since the octopus islands have been mapped, the space could send in undead whenever it wants. Zhao Hai sent the Zhu race undead to destroy the transmission formation in order to make the 100 Treasures realm even more confused. Chapter 1433, Kong Xiang's surprise. A white light flashed as Zhao Hai's group appeared on the transmission formation. As soon as they appeared, Zhao Hai looked around. They were in a large cave probably more than 10,000 meters in floor area. There were plenty of transmission formations around along with people. Once Zhao Hai and the others appeared, they were immediately greeted by several monks. One of the monks went to Kong Miao and said, "I have seen senior brother Kong Miao." Kong Miao nodded. Then he smiled and said, "So it's junior brother Kong Xiang." "Junior brother, have our Zhu race friends been accommodated?" Kong Xiang quickly replied, "Senior brother can rest assured, they've been well taken care of. We gave them their own place to settle in. They have already rested." Kong Miao nodded. Then he turned to Zhu Wuzun and said, "Your Excellency, you rest first. We'll talk about our plans later." "What do you think?" Zhu Wuzun also wanted to see the state of his people, so he nodded and said, "That would be best." "Then I'll ask to be excused." Zhu Wuzun gave Zhao Hai and Kong Miao a salute before he was guided to where the Zhu race were by a Buddhist monk. On the other hand, Kong Xiang couldn't help but feel confused about Zhao Hai. This was because he clearly saw Zhu Wuzun giving a salute to Kong Miao and Zhao Hai separately. Kong Xiang was a transcending tribulation expert and Kong Miao's junior, which means he's younger than Kong Miao. At his age, cultivating to the transcending tribulation stage meant that he was a genius. However, Zhu Wuzun didn't greet him. This was because Zhu Wuzun was a severed soul expert. People like Zhu Wuzun couldn't spare a random transcending tribulation expert a glance. Kong Xiang could see that Zhao Hai was only a nascent soul expert. Although he heard a lot about Zhao Hai and knew how strong he was, Kong Xiang still didn't believe that Zhao Hai was strong enough to have a severed soul expert give him a salute. However, this exact thing happened right now. This caused Kong Xiang to stare for a while. He didn't know what to say. Seeing Zhu Wuzun leave and looking at Kong Xiang's reaction, Kong Miao smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother, this is Mr. Zhao Hai. I think I don't need to introduce his status anymore. Go arrange a room for him." Kong Xiang was shocked once more by Kong Miao's words. Kong Miao talked as if Zhao Hai was an important person. To be honest, Kong Xiang couldn't see it. However, he immediately complied and said, "All right, senior brother can rest assured." Kong Miao nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You go rest first. This way, you'll be prepared when the battle starts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandmaster can rest assured. This Zhao Hai will be waiting for your summons." Kong Miao nodded. Then he turned to Kong Xiang and said, "Among those who came, there's Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Those two are friends of Zhao Hai. If possible, arrange a place for them to be in. Have Mo Sheng live with Zhao Hai." Kong Xiang's expression calmed down. He discovered that Kong Miao was indeed quite fond of Zhao Hai. If he failed to treat Zhao Hai, then he would be in trouble. So he immediately nodded. Kong Xiang was already aware that Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng were well taken care of. This was because Zuning and Jiani requested for the two to be treated well. Now that he has heard of Kong Miao, Kong Xiang decided to be more careful in dealing with Zhao Hai's group. Kong Miao gave Zhao Hai a salute before leaving. When Kong Xiang saw this, his eyes almost fell from its sockets. How could Kong Miao salute a nascent soul expert? Kong Xiang suddenly felt that the world had been overturned. When Kong Miao left, Zhao Hai turned to Kong Xiang and gave him a salute as he said, "Zhao Hai has seen Master Kong Xiang." Kong Xiang recovered and hastily returned the salute. "Kong Xiang has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. is too polite. Mister, come with me." Then he led Zhao Hai towards a small tunnel. Zhao Hai followed Kong Xiang and made sure to be half a step behind him. He looked very polite. Kong Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but be even more puzzled. He couldn't understand how such a person could get Kong Miao's attention. Was he really that strong? Zhao Hai didn't know what was inside Kong Xiang's mind. At this time, he was looking at the people from the 100 Treasures realm. They were now an hour away from the Octopus Islands. The 100 Treasures realm dispatched a total of 3,000 people. Although they were still wearing masks, Zhao Hai was certain that they would no longer use glaives. To cultivators, using weapons that were unfamiliar to them would have a huge effect on their combat power. If the initial group from the 100 Treasures realm were using small artifacts, then Zhao Hai might not have dealt with them that easily. Now that the people from the 100 Treasures realm were intending to eliminate the Zhu race, they would certainly use the weapons they're most familiar with. They would no longer hamper themselves with an unfamiliar artifact. However, Zhao Hai didn't find anyone from the scouting race in this group. The last time Zhao Hai saw those people, they were wearing distinct attires, so Zhao Hai was certain that none of the scouting race were present. Not only did this make Zhao Hai confused, he began to doubt whether the 100 Treasures realm was really aware of what had happened. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. He recalled the battle he had with the first group from the 100 Treasures realm. He had the undead surround the place, so no bystanders could enter the region. Moreover, the undead held artifacts that could block spiritual force. Even if the bystander had powerful spiritual force, they still wouldn't be able to search the entire battlefield. Because of this, bystanders should be unaware of what was happening. So how did the 100 Treasures realm know about the situation? The reason Zhao Hai thought of this was because he made some alterations to the battlefield. Although everyone stayed in the battlefield after the battle, Zhao Hai cleaned up the battlefield of traces. Moreover, Zhao Hai also used the infinity technique without Kong Miao and the others noticing. At that time, Kong Miao and the others were inside the undead, so they weren't able to sense what happened outside. As long as one entered the undead, even if their spiritual force was formidable, Zhao Hai could still manipulate what they sensed outside. Zhao Hai doesn't want anyone to know that he cleaned up the battlefield. Therefore, the undead camouflaged the entire region from spiritual force. This camouflage doesn't hide everything completely. It just made it harder for spiritual force probes to get a sense of what was happening inside. Therefore, it was still useful against transcending tribulation experts and severed soul experts. However, this camouflage couldn't be done for a very long time. Otherwise, people would start to have suspicions. Because of this, hiding against spiritual force was quite difficult. Average people would dare use it lightly. Even Zhao Hai had to limit himself from using it. After cleaning up the battlefield, he immediately stopped hiding from the spiritual force. With all of his preparations, Zhao Hai was sure that even if the 100 Treasures realm searched for the Zhu race, it would be impossible for them to do so on the battlefield. Now, the people from the 100 Treasures realm came without anyone from the scouting race. Were they planning to eradicate the Zhu race in the very beginning? Actually, this was something to do with Zhao Hai's lack of understanding regarding high-grade realms. These high-grade realms couldn't be reasoned with. If they wanted to deal with anyone, they wouldn't need any excuse to do so. They could just cause a massacre. However, things became more special when it came to war. Although the bystanders haven't seen the masked people from the 100 Treasures realm, they still saw the Zhu race riding on the Hell King's ship along with the people from the world of cultivation. This was enough for the 100 Treasures realm to deal with the Zhu race. There's no need for them to have any reason or so on. They just came to eliminate the Zhu race. As Zhao Hai thought of these things, they already arrived outside a cave residence. Kong Xiang gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, this is your cave mansion. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell this little monk. You can also explore the stronghold. However, there are places that are forbidden. You shouldn't enter them or else you'll be attacked by the formations." Zhao Hai nodded. "Thank you, Master Kong Xiang." "Master, when can my two friends come?" Since the 100 Treasures realm were intending to cause a slaughter, Zhao Hai needed to keep Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng close to him. This way, Zhao Hai would have nothing to worry about. Kong Xiang smiled and said, "Mr. can rest assured, they'll arrive here soon." Just as he said that, Zhao Hai saw Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng being led over by another monk. Zhao Hai nodded to the two before turning to Kong Xiang and saying, "Master Kong, thanks a lot. There's no need to arrange separate caves for them. They'll be living with me." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Xiang stared, but he didn't decline. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble benefactor Zhao Hai. Just call any monk over if you need anything. If they can't do it, just call for me." "All right. This little monk will no longer disturb you three." Then he bowed towards Zhao Hai before leaving. Zhao Hai also returned the bow before turning to Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. Then he smiled and said, "Let's head in and rest. I'm afraid we would be fighting a tough battle in a couple of days." Li Zongdao nodded as the three entered the cave together. Chapter 1434, Bizarre Octopus Islands. Tangji flew straight forward. To be honest, he was really angry right now. Not to the others, but to the higher-ups. Tangji was a well-known expert among the younger generation from the 100 Treasures realm. He was a powerful expert in the Severed Souls stage. But now, He was given such a task. Attacking a lower realm space already made him lose face. Were the higher-ups looking down on him? In Tangji's mind, those old fogies from high up had gone stagnant. They no longer have ambitions. So how could they achieve great things? They made the zoo race deal with the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation was just a rank 5 realm under the giant spirit realm, and it was even one of the weaker ones. What's the point in dealing with a realm like that? If they want to do something, then they need to do it big. Just go to the giant spirit world and battle it out. Then everything would be solved. Dealing with smaller realms like the world of cultivation gave no sense of achievement. Tangji's assignment this time contained several orders. First, he was to find out about the 1,000-man team that came before and see if they were still alive or dead. Second, he needs to clean up the zoo race. The 1,000-man group went missing because of the zoo race. Also, the zoo race knew the identity of the masked group. Therefore, the zoo race couldn't continue to survive. Third, eliminated the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation dared to fight them. This was something the 100 Treasures realm couldn't allow. Doing so would establish prestige for the 100 Treasures realm as well as prevent the world of cultivation from investigating the matter and reporting to the giant spirit realm. If that happens, then it would have a great effect on the 100 Treasures realm's further plans. Actually, there's a purpose in the 100 Treasures realm's plan in dealing with the world of cultivation. They would have the zoo race eliminated the world of cultivation and then the 100 Treasures realm would eliminate the zoo race. And as long as the world of cultivation suffers damage, the 100 Treasures realm would release rumors that the giant spirit realm didn't save the world of cultivation. This was a plan that would dirty the name of the giant spirit realm. When the time comes, the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm would have doubts. If a high-grade realm couldn't protect them, then what's the point of being their subordinate? To put it bluntly, the world of cultivation was just an unlucky realm that was chosen by the 100 Treasures realm to besmirch the name of the giant spirit realm. The 100 Treasures realm already has a step-by-step plan after this. As long as this stage becomes successful, subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm would no doubt surrender to the 100 spirits realm. Even the world of cultivation might submit. It was for this reason that the masked group used glaives when fighting the world of cultivation. Glaives were heavy weapons, a type of weapon that the giant spirit realm liked to use. The 100 Treasures realm had their people use glaives in order to plant disaster on the giant spirit realm's side. Originally, this plan was going smoothly. The world of cultivation wasn't prepared for it, and with the zoo race taking action, damaging the world of cultivation was practically certain. The 100 Treasures realm was even willing to send people in order to help clean up the remnants of the world of cultivation. After that, they would reach out to the world of cultivation and help in eliminating the zoo race. Doing so would make the zoo race a scapegoat while also removing a potential informant. Then they would start a rumor to group up the low and medium grade realms. Although these realms didn't seem strong, they were very powerful when united. Most importantly, through this matter, the prestige of the giant spirit realm would be damaged. When the time comes, the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm would be in disunity. This would be the time to attack the giant spirit realm. For many years, the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm had been fighting. Throughout this period, the 100 Treasures realm hadn't been able to take any advantages. They even suffered heavy casualties. The grudge between these two realms run deep to the bones. It was simply impossible for the two to reconcile. The 100 Treasures realm crafted this plan for many years in order to deal great damage to the giant spirit realm. But how could the 100 Treasures realm expect their plan to be ruined by Zhao Hai? This never crossed the minds of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Because their plan was derailed, they need to change it. They sent out 3,000 experts led by about 50 severed soul experts in order to eliminate the zoo race and then the world of cultivation. After that, they would continue on spreading rumors, and this time they sent Tangji in order to complete his mission. Tangji was angered by this assignment, not knowing that it was because the higher-ups were expecting great things from him. This was a very important mission. Tangji didn't make any investigations and just immediately charged towards the octopus islands. Tangji waved his hand as his men immediately dispersed and surrounded the island. However, the region was eerily peaceful. Not a person's shadow could be seen. Tangji didn't dare treat this lightly. They were aware of who they're dealing with. What was the zoo race most known about? It was their stealth. Since the zoo race were very good at hiding themselves, Tangji needed to be careful. Since Tangji knew about the zoo race's stealth, he chose to immediately head towards the octopus islands. Tangji knew that this place was something that the zoo race couldn't give up. It doesn't matter if the zoo race were good at hiding themselves, as long as the octopus islands was in danger, the zoo race would certainly appear. Although the 100 Treasures realm was being careful, they didn't care about the zoo race's strength. They knew clearly that the other party was lacking compared to them. This was also the difference between a high-grade realm and a lower-grade realm. High-grade realms were better in all aspects. They had the best cultivation methods, defensive equipment, weapons, pills, and so on. This caused the combat strength of people from high-grade realms to be greater than those from lower-grade realms. A transcending tribulation expert of the zoo race wouldn't be able to face a transcending tribulation expert from the 100 Treasures realm. Back when they were heading towards the octopus islands, the 100 Treasures realm didn't suffer any attacks. This caused Tangji to be anxious. And now that they reached the islands, the zoo race couldn't be seen. This caused Tangji and his group to be surprised. Was the zoo race planning to use their guardian formation to trap them inside? Impossible. Guardian formations usually keep most people out. With the zoo race only being a medium-grade realm, they should have activated their guardian formation by now. It's impossible for the zoo race to lure Tangji and the others in and then trap them inside. The zoo race didn't possess the strength to do it. Although he was thinking about this, Tangji's speed didn't decrease. Before long, the group was about to reach the island. Tangji kept his vigilance. He looked around and found that if the island had a guardian formation, then its scope should be around here. Tangji was disappointed that they still hadn't met any attacks. The entire octopus islands looked like an undefended city that they could easily go in and out. However, upon entering the main island, the people from the 100 Treasures realm were met with shock. This was because traces of battle could be seen on the island. This caused Tangji and the others to be puzzled. From the information they received, there was a huge battle that happened not far from the islands. This was where the 1,000 masked individuals participated. After the battle ended, the zoo race entered the large ship artifact of the world of cultivation and then they flew to the octopus islands. But then, the 1,000 masked individuals disappeared. This was the reason why Tangji and the others were sent over. The zoo race returned to the octopus islands along with the world of cultivation. This meant that the zoo race had sold the 100 Treasures realm out. But from what Tangji and the others could see, a fight happened on the island. If the world of cultivation and the zoo race were indeed in an alliance, then there's no need for the two realms to fight. Moreover, was the world of cultivation that strong to bring the fight to the octopus islands? Tangji looked around carefully. The destruction towards the islands wasn't very serious. However, it could be seen that large artifacts clashed here. This caused Tangji to be even more puzzled. Before using the zoo race, the 100 Treasures realm did an investigation on their strength. They found out that the zoo race wasn't that strong, nor did they have any large artifacts in hand. It was because of this lack of large artifacts that the zoo race lose against the world of cultivation. In order to deal with the world of cultivation, the 100 Treasures realm took out 3 cyan imperial chariots. If the world of cultivation eliminated the 1,000 masked group, then the chariots would be in their hands. In this case, how would traces of collision between large artifacts appear here? What was going on? Tangji didn't know what was going on. In fact, it wasn't only him that was confused. Everyone on his team couldn't make sense of what they were seeing. While Tangji was wondering, a voice was heard on his side. "Senior brother, the situation here is extremely strange. I reckon we should report it to the higher-ups and wait for their decision. At most we would waste a couple hours. What do you think?" Tangji sobered up as he nodded. Then he looked around and took out a jade sword message to write his report in. He wrote about the situation of the island as well as the lack of zoo race members. He also asked if they need the scouting race to help. Then he released the jade sword message. After releasing the jade sword message, Tangji turned to his junior and said, "Tangwen, have everyone check around the octopus islands to search for clues. Get a team of 500 people to see if they can find the battlefield not far from here. It's strange, when we were heading here, we should have passed through that battlefield. But why didn't we detect any traces of battle on the way here?" Tangwen nodded and said, "It is indeed strange. There's something fishy going on. I'll take care of it." Tangji nodded. Then he slowly flew towards the main island to look for clues. After looking around for some time, Tangji was certain that a massive battle had occurred in the octopus islands. But besides this, he couldn't find anything else. This made Tangji very worried. He felt the surroundings. He was a severed soul expert, so his spiritual force was formidable. Mostly, even without the help of his people, as long as he scanned an area with his spiritual force, he would be able to gain a lot of information. But this time, this move didn't work. There were traces of a large battle in the Octopus Islands. There were energy fluctuations caused by magic artifacts used by the Zoo race, World of Cultivation, and the 100 Treasures realm. All of these fluctuations caused a chaotic mark on the surroundings. Therefore, it became impossible to find anything out. Tangji couldn't help but curse. Although he came out this time to deal with the Zoo race and the World of Cultivation, finding the missing 1,000 people was also an important assignment. They thought that the 1,000 people have already been killed. However, there were signs of them in the Octopus Islands. This caused Tang Jin and the others to be stuck here looking for clues. Tangji calmed himself down. He knew that the only thing to do right now was to wait for the scouting race to arrive. Once they arrive, things would start to make sense. Before long, Tangwen arrived by Tangji's side and reported, "Senior brother, 500 people have already been sent out, but they don't have any harvests. They still haven't found the battlefield. They retraced the road we came from, but there really are no fluctuations present." Tangji nodded. Then he knit his brows and said, "Things don't add up. The information we received was that the Zoo race worked together with the World of Cultivation. Moreover, our people fought outside the island. There should be no traces of fight here. Yet there's traces of our artifacts being used in this place. This is too suspicious." Tangwen agreed. "It's not normal. The aura here is very strange. Senior brother, we should make everyone stay vigilant. The best thing to do is to have people guard the surroundings and also set up a defensive formation." This was, even if people came to deal with us, it wouldn't be easy. Chapter 1435. Proof of allegiance. Tangji nodded. The situation in the Octopus Islands was indeed strange. He was beginning to be confused. Was this a trap? It was better to be more careful. Seeing Tangji nod, Tangwen said, "I'll go arrange it." Tangji waved his hand. The relationship between the two was very good. They were both disciples under the same master. Moreover, back when he was little, Tangwen has always been defended by Tangji whenever he was bullied. Because of this, the two grew up quite close. Tangji was quite an arrogant person, but his commanding ability was actually very good. He was also very strong. Tangwen was intelligent and wise. His thoughts were prudent and meticulous. However, he was lacking in aggressiveness. He was well suited to be a strategist. Because of this, as Tangwen followed Tangji, he was the one offering advice on how to go through with the operation. It didn't take long before Tangwen returned to Tangji's side. Then he said, "Senior brother, I have good news. The damage to the island's guardian formation wasn't serious. We can make use of it as long as we do simple repairs. Should we fix it, we can use this place as a temporary base." Hearing Tangwen, Tangji couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "The guardian formation wasn't seriously damaged? Does that mean that the Zoo race fought our people and then battled again here? How can that be? That's strange. Little Wen, go fix the guardian formation first. Let's make the islands a temporary base." Tangwen nodded. Then he turned around and left. Tangji continued exploring the island but still didn't find anything. He could only give up. At this point, he hoped that the scouting race would arrive sooner. He wanted to find out what exactly happened in the Octopus Islands. In fact, it wasn't only Tangji and Tangwen who found the situation with the island to be somewhat strange. The others also sensed something wrong. Don't forget that most of these people were transcending tribulation experts that had strong spiritual force as well as rich experience. With their spiritual force, they knew that something happened on the island and were as puzzled as Tangji when they arrived. Before long, the island's guardian formation was repaired. But this time, the formation needed people manually controlling it. Unlike when the Zoo race set it up where it allowed people with identification to come in and out at any time. However, Tangji was still satisfied with this. He gave another order for people to stand guard while others find a place to rest. Although Zhao Hai altered the island by performing a fake battle, the destruction caused wasn't that heavy. Most buildings were still usable, and with cave residences already sturdy, it wasn't hard for Tangji's team to find a place to stay in. It didn't take long for the Octopus Islands to become peaceful. Besides the patrol, nobody else could be seen. At this time, Tangji gathered together with Tangwen and the other high-ranking members of the team. It was here that people could see how stronger the 100 Treasures realm was compared to the World of Cultivation. The 3,000-man group from the 100 Treasured realm was organized like an army led by captains. It was unlike the World of Cultivation and the Zoo race where their army was composed of a ragtag group of fighters that was hastily summoned. They don't even have captains in charge of groups. Tangji sat on a mat as he looked at everyone present. Then he said, Everyone should already be aware of the current situation. From what we can sense, a battle happened here. However, this doesn't come in line with the information we received. I asked people from the scouting race to come over, but before they arrive, everyone needs to defend this island. Perhaps we can find clues about what happened to the first team that came here. Everyone nodded. At this time, Tangwen looked at Tangji and said, "Senior brother, what do we do about the world of cultivation? One of our missions this time is to prevent the world of cultivation from sending word to the giant spirit realm. If those fellows respond, then we would be in a disadvantageous position." Tangji sighed and said, "I'm afraid the giant spirit realm is already aware. The moment the zoo race and the world of cultivation cooperated, our identity has already been revealed. Knowing this, the world of cultivation would certainly report it as soon as possible. It's already too late for us to do anything." Hearing Tangji, Tangwen kept quiet. He wasn't a fool. Conversely, he was very intelligent. He was aware that Tangji was speaking reality. The moment the world of cultivation came in contact with the zoo race, they would immediately ask about their backing. The zoo race were people with little to no morals, so they wouldn't mind selling the 100 treasures realm out. And once the world of cultivation gets the information they want, they would immediately report it. It's impossible for the giant spirit realm to be unaware of this. It wasn't news in the 10,000 realm battlefield that the 100 treasures realm wasn't fond of the giant spirit realm. Tangwen thought about this before, but he was hoping that the world of cultivation was still unaware of this matter. This was where Tangwen and Tangji differed. A military strategist might gamble on luck, but a commander couldn't be like this. A commander needed to consider the worst possible outcome. Hearing what Tangji said, the mood of the entire room sank. Everyone's expressions weren't attractive to look at. Tangji looked at everyone and then coldly snorted as he said, "So what if the giant spirit realm knows? We've fought against the giant spirit realm many times. I heard that the situation in the giant spirit realm isn't very good right now. They seem to be short on manpower. So what are you afraid of?" Tangji's words woke everyone up. They weren't that old and still had vigor. So when they heard Tangji, their blood began to burn with fire. If it was any other realm, then they wouldn't have been this careful. But this time, they're against their bitter enemy, the giant spirit realm. They suffered many losses during their battles. If they could rout the giant spirit realm this time, then they would be making history. Seeing everyone's reaction, Tangji smiled faintly. He knew that his plan had become a success. He managed to raise their morale. During battle, especially against the giant spirit realm, a change in morale could mean a tragic loss or an overwhelming victory. Although it was said that the giant spirit realm was lacking in manpower, a starved camel was still larger than a horse. One shouldn't tread lightly when faced with an enemy like that. Seeing that morale was no longer a problem, Tangji said, "The world of cultivation is no more than a pebble in the road we chose. They're not a big deal, so there's no need to worry about them. What's important right now is to find out what happened to the group that came before us. We can destroy the world of cultivation whenever we can, so it won't be too late if we do it after. If they really dared to face us, then they would just be courting death." Everyone nodded. To be honest, they didn't think much about the world of cultivation. Although they knew about Zhao Hai's large artifacts, those things weren't uncommon in high-grade realms. Zhao Hai was just able to control them much better. For a high-grade realm like the 100 Treasures realm, the world of cultivation was the same as a basket full of rabbits. When they have time, they could kill these rabbits. Although rabbits might bite back, it was impossible for them to kill a person. Tangji looked at everyone and said, "After what happened, the giant spirit realm should be aware of our actions. Everyone has to get ready to fight at any time. We might be facing a difficult battle, so we need to prepare the octopus island as a temporary base." The people nodded. Tangji waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone should take a rest. Arrange people to patrol the area and wait for the scouting race to arrive. Until then, we'll study what actions to do next." Everyone nodded and then proceeded to leave. Meanwhile, Tangwen was kept back by Tangji. Once only the two of them were left, Tangji's expression turned solemn. He looked at Tangwen and said, "Little Wen, after a while, go out and construct a transmission formation. Remember to place it in a hidden area. This will be our escape route." When he heard what Tangji said, Tangwen couldn't help but stare. He looked at Tangji and said, "Senior brother, are you saying that we've stepped on a trap?" Tangji let out a long breath and said, "I'm not sure, but things are becoming very strange. However, I'm certain that it has something to do with the world of cultivation. I don't know what goal they have in mind, but we'd rather prepare for the worst. There are no free meals in the 10,000 realm battlefield. I believe the group before us has gotten into a great trouble. If the world of cultivation intends to side with the giant spirit realm, then they could use our people as a proof of allegiance. Therefore, we need to be careful. Tang Wen knit his brows and said, would they dare? We have 3,000 people. I can't imagine them attacking the Octopus Islands at this time. Tang Ji shook his head, then he sighed and said, people pushed to the corner would do anything to survive. Chapter 1436, Immortal Stage. Zhao Hai calmly spied on Tang Ji's meeting with his men. Ever since entering the Octopus Islands, Tang Ji's group has been under surveillance by Zhao Hai. Every word and action was seen by Zhao Hai. Hearing what Tang Ji said last, Zhao Hai faintly smiled. He didn't expect his arrangement in the Octopus Islands to work this effectively. Zhao Hai let out a long breath now that he knew that the stronghold was safe in the meantime. However, the 100 Treasures realm certainly wouldn't let them off. But Zhao Hai was still happy that he was able to win some time for them. At this time, a voice was heard outside the cave residence. Is Mr. Zhao Hai in? Some people want to invite you over to ask for some questions. As soon as he heard this voice, Zhao Hai knew that it was Kong Xiang. He quickly moved and appeared in front of the cave. He gave Kong Xiang a salute and said, Master Kong Xiang. Kong Xiang returned the salute and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and followed behind Kong Xiang. They took multiple turns and before long, Zhao Hai could see a mountain. This mountain wasn't very tall. All around its surface were numerous holes that made it look like a honeycomb, but on the top of the mountain was a large palace. It was brilliant and beautiful. Kong Xiang led Zhao Hai towards the palace. Zhao Hai knew quite a lot about the stronghold by Bo. He knew that living inside the palace were the highest ranked people from the world of cultivation that resided in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The two arrived right outside the palace. The guards outside the palace were actually transcending tribulation experts. Kong Xiang gave a salute to these guards before they walked inside. After passing through the palace, the two arrived at the furthermost room. The room looked very ordinary from the outside. It was almost unnoticeable. However, when Kong Xiang arrived outside the room, his expression became respectful as he announced, Zhao Hai has arrived. A voice answered from inside. Ask Mr. Zhao Hai to come in. Kong Xiang bowed and said, please head into the side and give a salute. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what this place represented, so he didn't hesitate as he pushed the door and went in. It was a quiet room with several old monks inside. These monks were evidently aged, although they wore the same robes. These robes looked worn out. Their faces were all wrinkled. Their heads were shaved clean but they all had full beards. Moreover, their eyebrows were very long. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to their appearance. What he minded was their strength. He couldn't see through these monks. Their auras were chaotic. He simply couldn't see their strength. Zhao Hai's heart turned cold. He knew what this meant. These old monks were certainly at the immortal stage. Otherwise he wouldn't have this feeling. Although a transcending tribulation expert could reach the immortal stage as long as they practiced, Zhao Hai knew that this was only said to comfort people. The transcending tribulation stage was the transcending tribulation stage while the immortal stage was the immortal stage. There truly was no bottleneck between the transcending tribulation stage and the immortal stage. But in order to reach the severed soul stage from the transcending tribulation stage, one would need to increase their spiritual chi by 100 times. Although this seemed astonishing, it could be done. As long as one uses massive amounts of pills, they could even shorten the time it would take. However, reaching the immortal stage from the severed soul stage could no longer be supplemented by pills. This was because the gap was too big. From the severed soul stage to the immortal stage, one's spiritual force needs to increase by 1,000,000 times. There could only be so many pills one could take in their life, so using pills in order to reach the immortal stage was impossible. The immortal stage didn't refer to having eternal life. Once one reaches this stage, they would be able to live to 1,296 years old. This was just an average, but generally they don't live over 2,592 years. These old monks were at the immortal stage. Moreover, it seems like they were more than 1,000 years old. If one closes their eyes, they wouldn't even be able to sense these old monks. Zhao Hai bowed and said, Zhao Hai has seen the Grand Masters. What does the Grand Masters need from me? The old monks looked at Zhao Hai. Then one of them said, Benefactor Zhao Hai, I heard that you study Buddhist cultivation methods. May we know what it's called? Zhao Hai respectfully replied, replying to the Grand Master. The Buddhist cultivation method that I practice is called the Arhat divine art. The old monk still had his eyes closed, but he replied, I'm afraid benefactor's words aren't sincere. There has never been divine arts in the Buddhist path. Benefactor, please reconsider. Hearing what the old monk said, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but jump. He had a feeling that he couldn't offend these people. His heart turned cold. He suspected that he was under a type of spiritual attack. He carefully chose his words. I asked Grandmaster to excuse me. In order to protect myself, I had to change the name. The cultivation method that this one uses is actually a half set of techniques that I managed to come across accidentally. The set consists of the descending dragon technique, crouching tiger technique, pagoda technique, infinity technique, bright sword technique, and the demon subjugation technique. Since this one felt like they were related to Buddhist arhats, I took it upon myself to name it the Arhat Divine Arts. The old monks didn't speak for some time upon hearing Zhao Hai. However, the Buddhist beads in their hands were still calmly turning. After some time, the monk who spoke before opened his mouth and said, Benefactor has spoken well. Thank you for rethinking your words. May I ask the benefactor which technique allowed you to control large artifacts? Zhao Hai felt the spiritual pressure on him increasing. It seems like he would be dealt with the moment he lied. However, Zhao Hai kept his mind and body calm as he replying to Grandmaster. This one's method of using large artifacts came from the pagoda technique. It allows its user to control large artifacts with great mastery. The old monk replied, Can benefactor let us see the technique? Zhao Hai felt the pressure on him increase even more. Even most severed soul experts wouldn't be able to withstand it. He was now certain that if he spoke wrongly this time, then these old monks would be suspicious. With his present strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from these monks. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and answered, Yes, Grandmaster. The old monk took out a jade slip and said, Please write the technique into this jade slip. Zhao Hai received the jade slip and then closed his eyes as he wrote the technique into it. Naturally, he didn't write the entire technique, but just a variant of the original one. This variant technique has already been analyzed by the universal scanner. It was far from the real pagoda technique, but it was still a good technique for controlling large artifacts. Most importantly, this variant technique didn't use faith power, just spiritual chi. This was something that Zhao Hai made some time ago. In fact, all 18 techniques had their own versions that didn't use faith power. They were easy to practice because they only used spiritual chi. However, they were still immensely powerful techniques, much more powerful than the techniques that the world of cultivation had. Zhao Hai didn't make these techniques in preparation for events like the one right now. Instead, he made these techniques for the undead to study. He didn't expect he would have a use for it right now. If he took out the real pagoda technique, then these old monks would certainly be able to tell that it was a technique that used faith power. When the time comes, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Before long, Zhao Hai finished writing down the technique. Then he opened his eyes and respectfully offered the jade slip as he said, Grandmaster, please take a look. The old monk waves his hand as the jade slip appears on top of it. Then he inspected it with his spiritual force. After some time, the old monk nodded and said, Benefactor Zhao Hai, how did you make your undead? Why are they much more powerful than average? Hearing the old monk, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer deep inside. These old monks clearly wanted to get everything out of him before giving up, but he still respectfully replying to Grandmaster, I didn't make the undead on my own. The reason the undead are powerful was because I was able to obtain a black staff back in the lower realms. As long as I use that staff, the undead created would be very powerful. Moreover, it's not limited by quantity. The old monk replied, I wonder if benefactor Zhao Hai can take out the staff so that we can take a look. Zhao Hai awkwardly said, replying to Grandmaster, this magic staff has already been integrated to my liquid silver. The old monk paused, then he followed on, then could benefactor Zhao Hai take out liquid silver for us to take a look? Zhao Hai complied. He waved his hand and took liquid silver out. Then he handed it over to the old monk. The old monk received liquid silver by waving his hand. Seeing that there was nothing special about the staff after initial inspection, he said, I wonder if benefactor Zhao Hai's staff could transfer owners? Zhao Hai replied, replying to Grandmaster, this staff is already recognized as its owner. It cannot be used by anyone. Another monk looked at Zhao Hai and said with a booming voice, I ask benefactor Zhao Hai to hand it over. Without delay, Zhao Hai's palm went straight towards his head. It was going to kill Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai's palm was about to hit his head, The old monk waved his hand to stop Zhao Hai's action. Then the old monk solemnly said, "All right, benefactor, please receive your staff." This old monk has no interest in it. Hearing this, Zhao Hai took liquid silver back. The old monk looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young benefactor, please go back." Zhao Hai gave the old monks a salute before leaving the room. Chapter 1437, Detective Race Xiaobachuan 1. After Zhao Hai went out, the monk that urged Zhao Hai said, "Senior brother, what do you think of him? Do you think that he's lying?" The old monk shook his head and said, "This old monk could see that he's not acting strange. After all, he's under junior brother's mischievous rock technique." As soon as the others heard the old monk, their shut eyes relaxed. The monk that urged Zhao Hai studied the mischievous rock technique. Its name didn't mean that it was a defensive method. Instead, it was a spiritual attack that made the target agree easily. It was similar to Zhao Hai's enlightenment technique but was a few levels lower. The monk who talked to Zhao Hai said, "If this is the case, then there's nothing else to investigate about this person. He might just be fortunate to obtain several Buddhist techniques. Moreover, we gained a special technique to help us control large artifacts." The other monks nodded. Then one of them said, "It seems like he's a very lucky person. Have Kong Miao be friends with him." The other monks nodded. Then silence returned to the room once more. When Zhao Hai returned to his residence, he couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat from his forehead. Naturally, he didn't get affected by the mischievous rock technique. He has a much more formidable technique in hand, so how could he be affected by a lower level technique? Actually, Zhao Hai gambled that the old monks wouldn't kill him. After all, if he was killed, then the world of cultivation's troops would erupt. He was now a man of merit in the world of cultivation. If these monks disregarded his contributions, then the world of cultivation's foundation would crumble. The realm would crumble even without the 100 treasures realm. Zhao Hai discovered that the grievances between the Buddhists and the Taoists in the world of cultivation wasn't small at all. Although Jiani was cooperating with Kong Miao, it was impossible for Kong Miao to order him. Meanwhile, Jiani took very good care of Zhao Hai not only because of his connection to the profound clear sect, but also the fact that he was considered part of the sect here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai understood that Jiani already treats him as the representative of the profound clear sect's younger generation in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If he suddenly dies, then Jiani would definitely do something. Although Jiani was only at the severed souls stage and the profound clear sect doesn't have any immortal stage experts in the 10,000 realm battlefield, once Jiani reports that something happened to Zhao Hai, the profound clear sect would certainly hold the Buddhists accountable. When that time comes, for the profound clear sect, instead of letting the Buddhists get a lot of benefits in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they might as well have everyone not get anything at all. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to use his palm to strike his head. He bet that the old monks wouldn't allow him to die. If he bet correctly, then all suspicious about him would disappear. And if he doesn't die, he could only benefit the world of cultivation in the 10,000 realm battlefield. And he bet correctly. The old monks didn't allow him to die and prevented him from striking his head. Moreover, it eliminated any suspicion towards him. This was the result that Zhao Hai wanted to see. What just happened was Zhao Hai's battle of wits against the old Buddhist monks. To be honest, although there really wasn't any fighting involved, it was the most dangerous thing that happened to him lately. If things didn't go well, then the monks might suddenly attack him. If he wasn't killed, then he would be imprisoned. Even if he escaped using the space, then he would no longer have any place in the world of cultivation. All of his preparations in the world of cultivation would vanish. It was for this reason that Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to hand over the modified version of the pagoda technique. Although the pagoda technique was a simplified version of the original and wasn't as powerful, it could be considered to be a rare technique in the world of cultivation. Normally, Zhao Hai wouldn't take it out. But this time, the situation was different. Zhao Hai knew clearly that if he didn't dispel the monks' suspicions, he would suffer troubles in the future. So he had to hand it over. Sure enough, by doing this, Zhao Hai dispelled the suspicions of the old monks. Instead, the monks thought that he was followed by luck, so they would be good to him in the future. Luck was intangible and couldn't be willingly acquired. It was much more mysterious than faith power. However, cultivators regarded it with great importance. If one wasn't lucky, then they wouldn't be able to progress far even if they were talented. Zhao Hai displayed his luck, which not only made the monks not offend him, but also look at him with importance. This was the result Zhao Hai wanted. After listening to the last words of the monks, Zhao Hai calmed down. He knew that this case was closed, but he was also curious about what plans the old monks had for the current situation. But unfortunately, after dealing with Zhao Hai, the old monks no longer conversed. This caused Zhao Hai to be disappointed. He couldn't understand why these monks were silent about the world of cultivation's life and death. Actually, what Zhao Hai doesn't know was that these immortal stage experts had the same situation as transcending tribulation experts back in the Six Realms battlefield. As long as the situation doesn't threaten extermination, they wouldn't step into act. The 100 Treasures realm had yet to arrive. Naturally, these old monks wouldn't make any preemptive moves. This was because immortal stage experts weren't usually permitted to make moves in the 10,000 realm battlefield. When Zhao Hai and the others passed information about the 100 Treasures realm, these old monks already made the proper arrangements. Naturally, they no longer need to plan anything at this point. Seeing that the old monks were doing nothing, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the Octopus Islands. He wanted to see what the 100 Treasures realm would do. Tangji was currently having a headache. Although he stabilized everyone's mood and boosted everyone's morale, the situation with the Octopus Islands remained unsolved. However, Tangji didn't wait too long. 4 hours after they settled into the islands, the people from the detective race arrived. Speaking of which, the detective race was a legendary existence in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The detective race wasn't a strong group. When they first entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, they were just a low-grade realm. They were often robbed by other people. It could be said that it was the detective race's lowest point. But later on, the ability of the detective race became valuable to the high-grade realms. There was an immortal stage expert whose direct descendant was killed in the 10,000 realm battlefield, and he couldn't find out who did it. In the end, he heard about the ability of the detective race and had them find out how their descendant died. And the detective race didn't disappoint the immortal stage expert. They used their divergent technique and found the killer. The immortal expert was enraged and destroyed the realm where the killer was in. This realm was a lower grade realm that was under a high grade realm. Generally, these kinds of realms don't have any immortal realm experts to protect them. It was because of this that the immortal expert was able to eradicate the realm. The consequence of this matter resulted in a discussion banning immortal stage experts from leaving their realm's territories. This custom has been studied by the world of cultivation and applied into the Six Realms battlefield. The influence of this matter was big, but its effect on the detective race was profound. The ability of the detective race was finally revealed and high-grade realms began to approach them for their services. This was because all realms had their own disciples training in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If those disciples die, then the loss to these realms wouldn't be small. Therefore, realms began to protect the detective race in order to use their abilities. Because of this, the status of the detective race in the 10,000 realm battlefield rose. It was no longer bullied by other medium and low-grade realms. As time went on, the detective race formed many connections and became an aloof group in the 10,000 realm battlefield. There were no groups who didn't ask the detective race for help whenever something happened. Because of this, they became respected by everyone. Although they were weak, their ability to recreate events was something that everyone needed. The detective race was also aware that their ability allowed them to take root in the 10,000 realm battlefield. With this ability, they simply don't need to collect any resources. As long as they need something, others would give it in exchange for their services. With their ability, they were able to get benefits with little to no danger. Once they discovered this, the detective race made full use of their ability. At this time, in addition to their ability, the detective race developed a system of interrogation, evidence gathering, and other actions that could help in finding out the truth of what happened. With this, the detective race became known for their investigation rate of 100%. Because of this, when the detective race representative arrived, Tangji and the others didn't dare neglect the treatment towards them. They immediately welcomed him into the island. The person was a middle-aged man wearing a hat, glasses, a tailcoat, and a walking stick. Although this man looked quite old, he still appeared charming. The traces left by time could be seen on his face, which looked appealing. Besides this person, there's also several people wearing masks and black clothing. Naturally, these were the people sent by the 100 Treasures realm to be bodyguards. Tangji bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Friend, please come in." The strength of this detective race gentleman was only at the Nasan soul level. Normally, Tangji wouldn't greet people at this stage. However, Tangji was polite to this man. This showed how much prestige the detective race had in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The detective race gentleman was polite as well as he bowed and said, Xia Beichuan has seen Senior Tangji. Senior is too polite. This Beichuan is merely a commoner. I wouldn't dare become Senior's friend. Senior, just call me Beichuan. Tangji appreciated Xia Beichuan's politeness. He smiled and said, then let me be impolite. I'll call you Beichuan from now on. A young man looking like he was 20 years old was being treated as an elder by a middle-aged man. This situation might look strange, but it was very common among cultivators. Cultivators speak with their strength, even if you entered a sect early, but if you weren't strong, then nobody would treat you as an elder. At the same time, even if you entered the sect late, but was able to cultivate quickly and become strong, then you could become an elder. Even sect masters would bow down to stronger elders. This was the realm of strength and brutality. Xia Beichuan followed Tangji into the octopus islands. The instant he entered the octopus islands, Xia Beichuan frowned. The aura around octopus islands was very chaotic. This would be a difficult case to solve. Tangji has been paying attention to Xia Beichuan's reaction. Seeing him knit his brows, Tangji quickly asked, Beichuan, is there something wrong? Hearing Tangji's words, Xia Beichuan immediately replied, replying to Senior's words. This one felt that the spiritual chi in the octopus island is very chaotic. Moreover, it seems like a battle happened here. This situation would be quite difficult to process. Tangji couldn't help but frown as he asked, will this affect your investigation? Xia Beichuan nodded and said, having a chaotic environment would greatly affect our ability. Sometimes, we might not be able to reconstruct the proper scenario. However, Senior can rest assured, even if some mistakes appear in the scenario, it's impossible for it to be very far from the truth. Hearing Xia Beichuan, Tangji nodded and said, alright, there's no need to hurry. You should take a rest first. It's not too late for you to investigate later. I decided to change scouting race, greater than detective race since it seemed more accurate. Chapter 1438. Suspicious point. Deceptive battle. Xia Beichuan didn't decline and went along with Tangji's arrangement. Looking at Xia Beichuan, Tangji let out a sigh. Tangji has seen the detective race reconstruct a scenario before. Reconstruction wasn't easy and needed a lot of preparatory work. This was especially true for a place with chaotic chi. All preparations needed to be completed, otherwise the investigation would fail. Although Tangji was worried, he also knew that he couldn't rush the result. This was related to the lives of 1,000 people. Even if he was almost certain that his people suffered a misfortune, Tangji still wanted to see how they died. If only the world of cultivation made a move, then he wouldn't be afraid. The problem would be if the giant spirit realm was somewhat involved. Tangji has some understanding about the first group who came. Although they weren't able to use their normal artifacts, these people still underwent training on handling glaives. Moreover, these people were selected for their strength. Even if there were 3,000 people from the world of cultivation, this group of 1,000 from the 100 Treasures realm could still deal with them. This group shouldn't have any problems dealing with a world of cultivation. Moreover, the Zoo race was there to provide help. Tangji didn't think that the Zoo race had the guts to betray them from the beginning. The Zoo race were bandits and knew how to adjust to any situation. If they weren't compelled, then they wouldn't have betrayed the 100 Treasures realm. Was there anything that made the Zoo race bow their heads to the world of cultivation? In fact, there was one thing, an immediate threat to their race. If that was the case, then there's reason for the Zoo race to side with the world of cultivation. Tangji wasn't a fool. In the beginning, he didn't take his mission very seriously. But when he arrived at the Octopus Islands and saw the situation, he couldn't help but be serious. After taking this matter seriously, Tangji thought about the various details of the situation, and he could almost guess what happened. However, Tangji was still confused about the situation on Octopus Islands. So to be safe, he called over the detective race for help. It was precisely because of these thoughts that Tangji didn't think that the world of cultivation was completely behind this matter. The world of cultivation just wasn't strong enough, so he suspected the involvement of the giant spirit realm. If the giant spirit realm was indeed involved, then this meant that the giant spirit realm had long since known the plan of the 100 Treasures realm. If that was really the case, then that would be bad news for the 100 Treasures realm. Although Tangji was arrogant and thought that he could be victorious against the giant spirit realm, he still didn't underestimate them. He was also a cultivator that crawled up into his position from being a low-level expert. It was impossible for people of his stature to be naive and clueless. Therefore, seeing the situation, Tang Ji wasn't afraid and instead treated it as a smelting trial. He was confident in himself but still didn't underestimate the giant spirit realm. He was aware that underestimating an opponent would only lead to one's death. It was very important for Tang Ji and the 100 Treasures realm to find out whether the giant spirit realm was involved in this matter or not. In order to deal with the giant spirit realm, the 100 Treasures realm made a lot of preparations over a long time. If the death of the 1,000 people was really related to the giant spirit realm, then this meant that the giant spirit realm had long known of their plan. But if the giant spirit realm wasn't involved, then this meant that the plan was still a secret. This information would be the basis of the 100 Treasures realm's future actions. Because of this, Tang Ji even invited someone from the detective race over. Now that someone from the detective race was here, Tang Ji's mood calmed down. He understood that no matter if the giant spirit realm was involved or not, the 100 Treasures realm would still fight them sooner or later. Xiaobeichuan could also understand the thoughts of the people from the 100 Treasures realm, so he didn't rest for a long time. After eating a pill and adjusting his breathing, he went out of his room. Tang Ji has been paying attention to Xiaobeichuan's room all this time. As soon as Xiaobeichuan came out, he immediately greeted Tang Ji. "Senior, Beichuan is ready." Tang Ji nodded and said, "All right, do we need to prepare anything?" Xiaobeichuan looked all around. Then he said, "I'll have to look around first." Tang Ji nodded and waved his hand. Xiaobeichuan flew all around Octopus Islands. He moved slowly and would sometimes stop. He conducted a careful investigation of the island. The more Xiaobeichuan observed, the more serious his face became. Xiaobeichuan felt that the spiritual qi and the traces of battle on the island were very strange. He couldn't make any sense of it. From the traces of battle, he knew that a fight happened here and both sides used large artifacts. Moreover, Xiaobeichuan could feel the spiritual qi coming from the people of the 100 Treasures realm, Zhu race, and the world of cultivation. The detective race no longer focused on getting stronger combat power and instead they focused on restoring the scenario and finding the truth. Because of this, they had a deep understanding of the aura of various realms. Naturally, it was impossible for them to know the aura of the various realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Therefore, the detective race divided regions into their members. So when a request comes, someone assigned to the area could take action. Xiaobeichuan happens to be the person assigned to this specific region. Therefore, he has some understanding regarding the world of cultivation as well as the Zhu race. Xiaobeichuan felt really puzzled. The fighting on the island seemed very fierce at first look, but once you look into it, it was far from fierce. The reason for the damage was the fact that the battle happened close to the ground. Most people might not be able to detect the difference, but Xiaobeichuan could. He underwent specialized training for things like these. Although he has a faint understanding as to how these traces happened, Xiaobeichuan didn't dare come to a conclusion early. This was because it was related to the 100 Treasures realm. The detective race held a high position in the 10,000 realm battlefield, but they had always been humble. Whether they were in front of a high-grade realm or a low-grade realm, they always position themselves in a lower position. It was precisely because of this attitude that they became the most popular group in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even a nascent soul expert like Xiaobeichuan wouldn't be robbed if he walked alone in the battlefield. People gave him face because he was from the detective race. The reason why the detective race had this attitude was because they were aware of their history. They acquired their present status not through combat power but because of their usefulness to the other realms in the battlefield. Those people pushed them up to where they were now. If they showed a bit of arrogance, then those people would be offended and the detective race would fall from grace. When that happens, the detective race's fate wouldn't be good. After carefully assessing the situation of the island, Xiaobeichuan went to Tang Ji. Seeing Xiaobeichuan's expression, Tang Ji asked, "Beichuan, did you manage to find anything?" Xiaobeichuan nodded and said, "I have something. I found out that the fierceness of the battle is far from what we imagined. Although there are traces of heavy battle, this was because the fight happened near the ground, not because the fight was intense. However, this is only my initial judgment. We still need to reconstruct the scene in order to see more." Tang Ji nodded. His complexion sunk. He knew what Xiaobeichuan's words meant. Xiaobeichuan suspected the battle to happen close to the ground, which meant that there were two possibilities to this. First, They were truly close to the ground when they fought. However, the possibility for this to be true was very low. Almost all of the battles between cultivators happen far from the ground. This was a habit that formed after multiple years, especially in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 10,000 realm battlefield was filled with treasure. Therefore, when two groups fight, they prefer it far from the ground so as to not damage the land. If the battle happens on land, then precious resources might be destroyed in the process. Although the Octopus Islands was a base in the 10,000 realm battlefield, it was still hard for a habit to be ignored. Therefore, Tangji didn't believe that they just fought near the ground. If this wasn't the case, then there's another possibility. Someone did this in order to make a fake battle scenario. When he thought of this, Tangji's complexion couldn't help but turn ugly. If the situation in the Octopus Islands was truly a fake, then this meant that his guesses from before were wrong. Tangji was smart, so he immediately thought that he had fallen into a trap. He was certain that it was the world of cultivation that did this. They arranged a fake scenario here in order to stall for time. Once this happens, then the giant spirit realm might have enough time to send help. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it appeared. Tangji's complexion turned uglier. But at this time, Xiaobeichuan began to recreate the scenario. Chapter 1439, Yandong. Naturally, Zhao Hai was aware of the events in the Octopus Islands. However, he doesn't have any time to care about it right now. This was because Kong Miao was looking for him in order to meet a person, someone from the giant spirit realm. It has already been several hours since the attack by the 100 spirits realm was passed over to the giant spirit realm. A giant spirit realm base wasn't far from this area, so it only took a few hours for a response to be made. Kong Miao received word from the higher-ups that the giant spirit realm wants the transmission formation opened so that they could send someone over. The higher-ups had Kong Miao arrange the reception of the giant spirit realm. This furthermore showed how much importance Kong Miao had in their minds. Kong Miao understood what the higher-ups wanted, but he wasn't experienced in these types of things. Then he remembered Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai dealt with the Zhu race, he should know about these kinds of things. Because of this, he had Zhao Hai receive the people from the giant spirit realm alongside him. Naturally, Zhao Hai agreed. He also wanted to take a look at the giant spirit realm. Zhao Hai already experienced the strength of the 100 treasures realm. Therefore, he was curious about the 100 treasures realm's enemy. As Zhao Hai headed out, Mo Sheng followed behind him. In any case, Mo Sheng wouldn't carelessly speak, so Zhao Hai didn't mind and allowed him to follow. The three went out of the cave residence and then flew towards the place where the transmission formations were. Before long, the three arrived at the cave. A lot of people were already inside. The majority of them were severed soul experts of the world of cultivation. There are also experts from the Zhu race. Altogether, they numbered close to 40 people. Zhao Hai stared. This was because he knew that all of these severed soul experts were essentially the bulk of the strength of the two realms here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. All of them were here to greet the giant spirit realm. Zhao Hai didn't really think that the world of cultivation and the Zhu race would attach great importance to the arrival of the giant spirit realm. So many severed soul experts were here to receive them. When these severed soul experts saw Kong Miao, they immediately greeted him. Then when they noticed Zhao Hai's group, they couldn't help but become confused. These severed soul experts naturally knew Zhao Hai, but they didn't think that Kong Miao would bring him this time. Among the severed soul experts present, only Zhao Hai and the others were at the nascent soul stage. This made them look like chickens among cranes. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just smiled faintly and gave the severed soul experts a salute. There were also a large number of severed soul experts who returned the salute. Most of them were from the Zhu race, while there were also a few from the world of cultivation. These people didn't dare ignore Zhao Hai due to the fact that they were able to witness his strength. Zhao Hai showed abilities that severed soul experts don't have, so he earned the respect of these experts. On the other hand, those who didn't participate in the battle were somewhat confused. They don't understand how Zhao Hai was able to gain the respect of all these experts. Zhao Hai didn't care about these. After giving a salute to these experts, he silently stood behind Kong Miao while Mo Sheng stood further behind. Mo Sheng seems like he didn't notice that there were other people present. Not long after Kong Miao arrived, the large transmission formation in front of them lit up. Then the figures of people began to appear. These people weren't wearing robes but instead plate armor. They had iron headbands as well as iron gauntlets. They towered over 2 meters in height and each one had muscles that looked like cast iron. These people looked very similar to Mo Sheng. One could see at first glance that they were outstanding body cultivators. There were 50 people altogether led by a severed soul expert. The severed soul expert looked like Zhang with his iron coronet. His face is as rigid as the bottom of a pot. He had a rich beard and his eyes were like copper bells. 1. At this moment, Kong Miao stepped forward as he gave a bow and said, Kong Miao has seen the great people from the giant spirit realm. Seniors, welcome. As soon as they heard Kong Miao, everyone else followed. Seniors, welcome. Contrary to what Zhao Hai imagined, the people from the giant spirit realm weren't arrogant. Their leader immediately returned the greeting and said, Grandmaster Kong Miao is too polite. I've heard of your name before. I am Giant Spirit Realm's Yandong. I have seen everyone. Although his speech was very polite, his voice boomed inside the ears of everyone present. He didn't intentionally enhance his voice nor shouted. His voice was just this loud. After both sides exchanged greetings, Yandong's group got out of the transmission formation. Then Kong Miao arranged them places to rest in. At the same time, Kong Miao took Yandong to the stronghold's great hall. This hall was a place to receive honored guests. However, Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng also followed behind. Yandong was also paying attention to Zhao Hai. It's possible that he recognized him, so he was sizing Zhao Hai up. Before long, the group arrived at the great hall. In addition to Kong Miao, there was also Zuning and Jiani as well as other severed soul experts. Among these people were experts from the devil realm, spirit realm, elven realm, and demon realm. Zhao Hai was included as someone from the machine field. Then all realms in the world of cultivation were present. Besides the world of cultivation, Zhu Wuzun was also present as the representative of the Zhu race. Everyone took a seat. Zhao Hai sat on the last seat while Mo Sheng stood behind him. Yandong couldn't help but take a look at Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng's body was able to attract his attention, giving him a good impression of Mo Sheng. After the group sat down, Kong Miao turned to Yandong and said, Senior, you should already have a general understanding of the situation. Do you have any questions? Kong Miao went straight to the point, which was to Yandong's liking. Yandong smiled and said, I have a gist of the matter, but I need further details. Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai bowed towards Yandong and said, Senior, this Zhao Hai will be impolite. Then after he said that, Zhao Hai waves his hand as he took out an undead with black clothing. This undead was naturally from the 100 Treasures realm. After taking out the undead, Zhao Hai commanded, introduce yourself and your plan. The undead complied and immediately introduced itself as well as elaborating on the 100 Treasures realm's plan. The undead that Zhao Hai released wasn't an ordinary soldier but instead the leader of the group. Because of its rank, it was aware of the 100 Treasures realm's plans. Although he wasn't aware of the specific detail, he could still give a general idea of the plan. Once the undead finished talking, Yandong's expression sank. Anger could be seen in his eyes. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to make a move at this time. Just as the 100 Treasures realm expected, the giant spirit realm was experiencing problems with their manpower. They had a shortage of strong experts from the younger generation. Although it wasn't a huge problem at this time, it would surely affect their strength in the future. The 100 Treasures realm wanted to kick them while they were having problems, so how could Yandong not be angry? When the undead finished talking, Yandong asked further questions and then stopped. Then Zhao Hai received the undead. Yandong looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled as he said, You're Zhao Hai? I heard that you're very good at controlling large artifacts. Good. A realm man should use large artifacts unlike those fellows from the 100 Treasures realm. Every one of them use embroidery needles like their grandmothers. They're annoying to look at. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and replied, This Zhao Hai is honored that the senior knows my name. Yandong laughed and said, Your name isn't common here in the 10,000 realm battlefield. People who use large artifacts are also rare. You actually made a name for yourself by using large artifacts. That isn't easy to do. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I am just taking advantage of large artifacts. It's nothing to be proud of. Yandong waved his hand and no longer continued to bait nor. He turned to Kong Miao and said, Grandmaster Kong Miao, This discovery is very important to the giant spirit realm. Let this Yendong offer you our thanks. Kong Miao smiled and immediately said, Senior is too polite. The world of cultivation relies on the giant spirit realm for protection. It's natural for us to report this matter after finding out about it. Yandong nodded and said, this is something that I need to report back personally. I cannot delay here. Grandmaster Kong Miao, I'll have to ask to be excused. Kong Miao smiled and said, no problem. It's as it should be. However, I'll have to ask Senior for help. The world of cultivation and the Zoo race offended the 100 Treasures realm. And now there are 3,000 people sent after us. They're currently on the Octopus Islands. I'm afraid it wouldn't be long before they attack us. We can't defend with just our strength. So I hope that Senior could help us ask for reinforcements from the giant spirit realm. Upon hearing Kong Miao, Yandong couldn't help but stare. He looked at Kong Miao and asked, where did you obtain this information? Are they really at Octopus Islands? Kong Miao nodded and said, it's true. We just came back from the Octopus Islands, and not long after we left, the people from the 100 Treasures realm arrived. I don't know when they'll come here, but I'm afraid it won't be long until they arrive here. Without waiting for Yandong to reply, Zhao Hai stood up and bowed towards Kong Miao before saying, Grandmaster, I have something to say. Kong Miao stared, but he immediately said, Little Hai, did you discover something? Are the people from the 100 Treasures realm here? Zhang was a military general under Liu, brother of Guan Yu. Chapter 1440, Cultivation Method. Before Zhao Hai could answer, Kong Miao turned to Yendong and explained, Senior, Little Hai is a dark mage. He has undead could provide him with surveillance and they couldn't be easily discovered. This is the reason why he could obtain information very quickly. Upon hearing Kong Miao, Yandong turned to Zhao Hai and said, since Grandmaster Kong Miao calls you Little Hai, then I'll call you Little Hai as well. You can address me as Uncle Yan. So what did you discover? Zhao Hai bowed to Yandong and said, thank you, Uncle Yan. It would take a while before the 100 Treasures realm could come to us. The deceptive measures we installed on the Octopus Islands were quite effective. The 100 Treasures realm have asked the detective race for help. It would take a few hours before they could make a move. So Uncle Yan still has time. However, it won't be long. The 100 Treasures realm would be here in a day or so. Yandong nodded and said, alright, then I'll go immediately. Rest assured, reinforcement will be sent. Those who came with me will stay here. I'll head back to dispatch more troops over here. Kong Miao and the others stood up and said, thank you Senior Yan. Yandong waved his hand and walked outwards. The group escorted Yandong to the transmission formation. After a flash of white light, Yandong disappeared from the transmission formation. Once Yandong vanished, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, come with me. Zhao Hai nodded as he led Mo Sheng to follow Kong Miao. The two entered Kong Miao's cave residence before long. After inviting Zhao Hai to take a seat, Kong Miao looked at him and said, Little Hai, now that the detective race is involved, the 100 Treasures realm would certainly be aware of the situation. Do you think we should make some arrangements? Zhao Hai nodded and said, we should. It's best if we can do it right now. The detective race should be taking a rest after arriving, then he would investigate the situation. After knowing the truth, they would head out from Octopus Islands. We should have a few days to prepare. Kong Miao nodded. Alright, then we'll make preparations. However, didn't you say that we only have 1 day or so? If the giant spirit realm thinks that we deceived them, then they might get offended. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandmaster, don't worry. We provided a great contribution to the giant spirit realm, so they wouldn't think bad of us. And we can also find other reasons as to why the 100 Treasures realm was delayed on the Octopus Islands. We need all the time we need for the giant spirit realm to reinforce us. Kong Miao understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai wanted to report an earlier time in order to reduce the risk of the giant spirit realm coming late. Otherwise, the losses to the world of cultivation would be very heavy. Zhao Hai could make reasons for a couple of days of delay so they wouldn't suffer heavy losses. Kong Miao approves of Zhao Hai's methods. The rule of survival for lower-ranked realms was to accumulate as little loss as possible. If their losses were too big, then even if they were protected by a high-grade realm, their future development wouldn't be great. Kong Miao nodded and said, alright, then I'll immediately relay to the higher-ups that we need to prepare. Although we have formations erected in the stronghold, we can still add a few more just in case the worst happens. Zhao Hai nodded. Although they have a transmission formation that can be used to return to the world of cultivation at any time, as long as they go back, then the transmission formation in the 10,000 realm battlefield would be destroyed. When the time comes, the world of cultivation wouldn't be able to return for a long time. They might not even be able to return. The importance of the 10,000 realm battlefield shouldn't be underestimated. If they lost the means to come here, then the world of cultivation would lose a great source of valuable resources. This would be very harmful for the future development of the world of cultivation. Therefore, they absolutely cannot return to the world of cultivation. The Zoo race's situation was the same. If it weren't for the rich resources of the 10,000 realm battlefield, then they would have already returned to their realm and destroyed the transmission formation. Even if the 100 Treasures realm wanted to chase them down, they would be having a hard time doing so. However, the 10,000 realm battlefield was just too appealing. Whether it be the world of cultivation or the Zoo race, nobody wanted to give up on their place on the battlefield. The world of cultivation's stronghold was built very well. It can be said that it was easy to defend but difficult to attack. But if the guardian formation gets broken and enemies were to kill their way in, then things would get a little troublesome. Although there were still traps laid on the base, one shouldn't forget how powerful the enemies were. With their strength, they would no doubt detect the traps. Without the traps, the world of cultivation would certainly face a very difficult battle. Therefore, it wouldn't be bad for the world of cultivation to prepare in advance. This time, they wouldn't be placing trap formations but combat formations instead. Combat formations used flags and discs to set up. As long as the formation wasn't activated, it wouldn't emit any energy fluctuations at all. Naturally, they wouldn't be discovered in advance. When the fight begins, the enemy would be led into the combat formations before activating it. Then once the formation was activated, it could be controlled however the controller wishes. This was a method that most cultivators use. And with the world of cultivation's transcending tribulation experts, they would set up several of these combat formations in order to help them fight. Even if they weren't good at formations, they can still figure out how to use it. It can be said that combat formations became a part of the world of cultivation's strength. Almost everyone used it. What Kong Miao meant with preparations were exactly these combat formations. Besides using it for the battle, Kong Miao also has another purpose in setting up these combat formations. He wanted the people from the giant spirit realm to see the world of cultivation being busy as though the 100 Treasures realm was about to arrive. If the 100 Treasures realm was delayed, then it had nothing to do with the world of cultivation. Even if Zhao Hai wasn't doing anything, he still followed Kong Miao around. Seeing the transcending tribulation experts arrange combat formations, Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, won't the immortal stage experts assume command when the fight begins? Why do I see everyone so anxious?" Kong Miao sighed. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "It couldn't be helped. Although we have formidable immortal stage experts, they couldn't move as they want in the 10,000 realm battlefield. And as soon as our immortal experts move, the 100 Treasures realm's immortal experts would move as well. Don't think that even though there's a rule forbidding immortal realm experts from attacking in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the high-grade realms couldn't find a workaround for it. For high-grade realms, they couldn't easily find an excuse to send their immortal experts out of their territory. To put it bluntly, those rules are for us, not for them." Zhao Hai didn't make a noise. He knew that in any legal system, the rules were always decided by a small number of people, and these small number of people would be above the law. Using laws against them was simply useless. Kong Miao didn't mind Zhao Hai's silence. He sighed and said, "We are weak, so we can only be bullied, but I believe that there would come a day where the 10,000 realm battlefield wouldn't underestimate the world of cultivation." Zhao Hai was taken aback by what Kong Miao said. He really didn't expect Kong Miao to have such ideals. When Kong Miao noticed that Zhao Hai was silent, he couldn't help but turn his head towards him and said, "What, do you think that I have a foolish dream?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's not. But I didn't expect Grandmaster to have such a huge ambition. Since Grandmaster has a big dream, then I might be able to lend you a hand." Kong Miao was stunned at what Zhao Hai said. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Lend me a hand?" Zhao Hai wasn't the only person he told of this before. He told his friends in the past, but all he got was ridicule. In the minds of these people, Kong Miao's dream was too big. This was the first time he heard from someone that they would help him. This caused Kong Miao to stare. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, have you forgotten who I am? I'm a dark mage. Now that I have undead from the 100 Treasures realm, I can have them write down their cultivation methods. As long as we practice those cultivation methods, Then won't our world of cultivation prosper? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, an expression of glee appeared on Kong Miao's face. He looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes as he said, "Really? You can record the cultivation methods of the 100 Treasures realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he threw a jade slip towards Kong Miao. "10," he said. "This is a recorded cultivation method of the 100 Treasures realm. Have a look." Zhao Hai has been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for some time, so he knew clearly that there were divisions between the strengths of the realms. Besides overall combat power, this division was also brought about by the difference in cultivation methods. Take Kong Miao for example. If he wasn't able to study his special Buddhist cultivation method, then it would be impossible for him to reach his current stage in a short time. Cultivation methods are extremely important to cultivators. After careful consideration, Zhao Hai decided to give Kong Miao a cultivation method of the 100 Spirit realm. He believes that even if he doesn't give it over, Kong Miao would still think about it sooner or later. When the time comes, Kong Miao would think that he was a selfish person and begin to watch out for him. If Zhao Hai was suppressed, then his life wouldn't become any better. Even if he gave the cultivation method to Kong Miao, this didn't mean that he couldn't give this cultivation method to other people. He can give it to Huang Deran, Feng Beiming, Lui, and anyone he wants. The 100 Treasures realm's cultivation methods were much stronger compared to the world of cultivation. As long as the Profound Clear sect practices them, then one day they might catch up to the strength of the Buddhists. However, these techniques wouldn't be as good for the machine field. After all, the concentration of spiritual qi in the machine field wasn't as rich as the cultivation realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai plans on propping up the strength of the Profound Clear sect. So when the Profound Clear sect becomes as strong as the Buddhist path, then he could help the machine field through them, allowing the machine field to slowly increase its strength. Actually, in addition to the cultivation methods of the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai also wanted to learn the cultivation methods of the other realms. He wanted to collect all those methods so that the strength of the world of cultivation would be truly improved. Zhao Hai also wants to increase his strength as soon as possible. As long as he becomes stronger, then he could help the world of cultivation better. He might even come into contact with something he hasn't been exposed to before. Kong Miao received the jade slip and read its contents. What's inside wasn't an ordinary cultivation method. It allowed a person to progress towards the severed soul stage from foundation establishment. It can be said that it wasn't inferior to the cultivation method he has right now. With this cultivation method, they could train a large number of experts in a short time. Kong Miao had an excited expression as he looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say for a short time. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and then he smiled faintly and said, "Grandmaster, this is something good for the world of cultivation. However, I wouldn't only be giving this to you. I'll also hand it over to Grandmaster Jiani." Kong Miao stared, then he paused as he said, "Little Hai, you will?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry, nothing will happen. There needs to be competition in the world of cultivation. As long as this competitive environment is maintained at a good level, it would only be beneficial to the realm. And with you and me at the helm in the future, those guys wouldn't dare make up any storms." Kong Miao was shocked. Then he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai already treated the two of them on the same level, but Kong Miao didn't mind it. If it wasn't fine with it, then he wouldn't have brought Zhao Hai around the place and discussed matters with him. After letting out a long breath, Kong Miao nodded and said, "Right, the world of cultivation needs competition. As long as we're present, nothing should go wrong." "Good, now I'm relieved." Zhao Hai spoke those words as a probe. He wanted to see how Kong Miao would react. If Kong Miao was lying, then Zhao Hai would have to think of ways to deal with him in the future. This was because Kong Miao might want to get rid of the Profound Clear sect. But since Kong Miao showed a genuine response, this meant that he really wanted the world of cultivation to rise up. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Chapter 1441, High Cloud Flying Shuttle. Xiaobeichuan took out several formation flags from his spatial ring. He inserted the flags all around the island and then took a flag for himself and then stood in the middle of the island. Meanwhile, Tangji and the others were in the surroundings. Nobody spoke, and even if someone did, they did it in whispers. They don't dare be too loud in fear of disturbing Xiaobeichuan. A lot of the people present have never seen the detective race recreate a scenario before, so they were very curious. But since they were also aware of how important this matter was to the 100 Treasures realm, They didn't dare make unnecessary actions. Xiaobeichuan stood firmly as he flipped the flag in his hand into the formation. Then he took out a formation disc and closed his eyes as he muttered a string of words. People knew that he was reading something. Then after a while, Xiaobeichuan opened his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood into the formation disc. As blood was spat out into the formation disc, it immediately shone. Then at the same time, the formation flags around the island fluttered. Finally, the formation flags, the formation plate, and Xiaobeichuan disappeared. What appeared in front of Tangji and the clothes was a scene. The scene showed a battle. The 1,000 people from the 100 Treasures realm had lined up behind the 3/8 cyan imperial chariots. The opposite party had a huge ship and pagoda. A faint rumbling sound was heard as the two sides clashed repeatedly. The Zoo race were also fighting with the world of cultivation. There's also a massive number of undead, making the scene look very chaotic. Then after some time, the scene disappeared, causing Tangjin and the others to stare. Then they saw Xiaobeichuan with a pale expression. Tangji was about to ask what was wrong when Xiaobeichuan coughed out blood. This wasn't intentional like before. He was really injured. Tangji quickly moved to Xiaobeichuan's side and supplied him with spiritual qi. When his spiritual qi entered Xiaobeichuan's body, Tangji was suddenly given a scare. This was because Xiaobeichuan's spiritual qi was in chaos. It seemed like he was possessed by a devil. This discovery caused Tangji to be startled. Although Xiaobeichuan was the weakest one among them, nascent soul experts still had great control over the spiritual qi in their bodies. How could Xiaobeichuan be possessed by a devil? However, Tangji also discovered that although Xiaobeichuan's spiritual qi was in chaos, his foundation was clear and stable. Tangji continued to supply Xiaobeichuan with spiritual qi, and he also took out a pill and shoved it into Xiaobeichuan's mouth. It was clear that Xiaobeichuan was conscious since he opened his mouth to accept the pill. Then with the help of Tangji, he was able to stabilize the flow of his spiritual qi. He was no longer in fear of losing his body to the devil. Xiaobeichuan let out a long breath and then bowed to Tangji as he said, "I thank Senior Tangji for saving me." Tangji waved his hand and said, "You're a guest of the 100 Treasures realm. It's no problem." "What happened? How come you suddenly collapsed?" Xiaobeichuan recalled what happened. His expression couldn't hide his fear as he answered, "I don't know why, but I felt a very powerful energy break by reconstruction. Moreover, it even invaded my body. If it weren't for Senior's help, then my body might have perished." It seemed like someone layered a formation in this place. "He's certainly an expert in spiritual force." Tangji stared and said, "People can eradicate a scene with this method?" Xiaobeichuan shook his head and said, "Most people aren't able to eradicate scenes, only those especially skilled in using spiritual force. Moreover, they have to be very talented in this area." Tangji nodded and said, "How strong do you think this person is?" Xiaobeichuan thought for a moment and said, "They're at severed soul stage at least. Moreover, they're extremely skilled in using spiritual force. I can even say that they specialize in spiritual force. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this." Tangji nodded. He could understand what Xiaobeichuan meant. Although cultivators use spiritual force, they generally wouldn't specialize on it. They would rather focus on their spells and artifacts while using spiritual force as a support. But in the 10,000 realm battlefield, there were cultivators that specialized in using spiritual force. In fact, these cultivators turned out to be a pain to deal with. This was because spiritual force was invisible and without form. If it was practiced to the extreme, then people would have a hard time facing it. Although Tangji believed Xiaobeichuan's words, he still was able to calm down. This was because he didn't see anyone from the giant spirit realm from the recreated scene. This meant that the giant spirit race wasn't involved at this point, which was good news for the 100 Treasures realm. Since the giant spirit realm didn't participate in the attack, then this meant that they had yet to know about the 100 Treasures realm's plan. The 100 Treasures realm still held the upper hand in this situation. As for the person that specializes in spiritual force, Tangji wasn't worried about him. He thinks that it might possibly be Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai's strength appeared to be at nascent soul on the surface, the fact that he can use large artifacts to go against the 8 cyan imperial chariots meant that he had formidable spiritual force. Tangji was also certain that the Zoo race had suffered bad luck. Judging from the recreated scene, the battle on the Octopus Islands did indeed happen near the ground. It can be said that the restored scene convinced Tangji that the first battlefield was in the Octopus Islands. Now, he has nothing to worry about. Since the matter in the Octopus Islands has been settled, then the only thing left to do was to cause trouble for the world of cultivation. It's possible that Giant Spirit Realm was now aware of this matter, but Tangji still wanted to cause trouble. This was because the world of cultivation killed his people. Moreover, he can fight the Giant Spirit Realm through this. When he thought of this, Tangji immediately turned to Tangwen and said, "Little Wen, get everyone to prepare. Leave 300 people to defend the Octopus Islands while we depart to deal with the world of cultivation. It seems like our people have met their demise. We need to take revenge for them." Tangwen nodded as he turned around and left. Tangji looked at Xia Beichuan and said, "Beichuan, you stay here and rest." Xia Beichuan didn't decline since he was truly injured. He nodded. Then Tangji had someone send him to his residence. Before long, 2,700 people from the 100 Treasures realm have assembled. Only 300 people were left behind to defend the island. Looking at the people that gathered, Tangji stood in front and said, "Everyone should have already seen the scene just now. It's almost certain that the first group were killed by the world of cultivation. When did such a small realm dare stretch their claws against our 100 Treasures realm? Today we'll let them know what happens if they offend us." Tangji was able to transfer his mood to the group. They all loudly shouted. Then Tangji added, "We'll charge towards the world of cultivation's base at the quickest speed. Take out the high cloud flying shuttles." Upon hearing Tangji, the group immediately began to move as 300 people stepped forward. These people were grouped by 10 and then each group began to take out a small shuttle from their spatial item. As the shuttle was taken out, it immediately enlarged and assumed the form of a pointy shuttle. Its size allowed 100 people inside it with no problem. This high cloud flying shuttle was an artifact specially made by the 100 Treasures realm to travel quickly. Its speed was incredibly fast. However, it consumed a large amount of spiritual chi. Although the shuttle used crystal stones as a power source, controlling it required more spiritual chi. Because of this, the people from the 100 Treasures realm rarely used it. 30 high cloud flying shuttles were soon prepared. Since each shuttle had less than 100 people inside, it was able to fly at a very high speed. Seeing that everything was prepared, Tangji boarded his own shuttle before commanding, "Depart." Along with his voice, 30 flying shuttles sprang out like arrows towards the direction of the world of cultivation's base. Zhao Hai saw all of this through the space. He discovered that he really underestimated these high-grade realms. He hadn't heard of these high-cloud flying shuttles before, but their speed was the real deal. From the way things were going, it would take them just a bit more than a day to reach the stronghold. His previous estimates were completely wrong. Fortunately, in order to give the giant spirit realm a sense that a battle was happening soon, the world of cultivation already started to make preparations. At this time, everything was about to be done, and if the giant spirit realm came earlier, then they would be safe. However, just to be careful, Zhao Hai immediately looked for Kong Miao. Kong Miao was currently inside his room. He no longer needs to be worried about the arrangements outside. At this time, he was looking at the cultivation methods of the 100 Treasures realm. Although it was already too late to change his cultivation method, he could still study the 100 Treasures realm's techniques. It must be known that the 10,000 transformations staff could turn itself into a smaller artifact. It would be helpful for Kong Miao to study the small artifact controlling techniques of the 100 Treasures realm. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard outside Kong Miao's residence. "Grandmaster Kong Miao, Zhao Hai asks for an audience." Hearing Zhao Hai's voice, Kong Miao immediately stored his jade slip as he said, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai complied and entered Kong Miao's residence. Kong Miao's place was very big and had many rooms inside. Moreover, one could see that it was decorated attractively. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he cupped his fists and said, "Grandmaster, I have something to report." Chapter 1442, Target. Kong Miao rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you too polite? Come and take a seat." "What's the matter?" Zhao Hai didn't sit down and instead gave his report. "It's an urgent matter. I just obtained information from my undead that the 100 Treasures realm is already coming over. Moreover, they are using a flying artifact named the High Cloud Flying Shuttle." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "High Cloud Flying Shuttle? Is it really the High Cloud Flying Shuttle?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. The High Cloud Flying Shuttle." Kong Miao frowned as he stood up and said, "This High Cloud Flying Shuttle is a unique artifact of the 100 Treasures realm. It's incredibly fast but consumes a lot of energy. Most of the time, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't use it. It seems like they really want to deal with us this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandmaster, What do we do now? Kong Miao replied, we'll inform everyone and prepare. I believe it wouldn't be long before the 100 Treasures Realm arrives. Now I can only hope that the Giant Spirit Realm sends reinforcements sooner. While talking, Kong Miao walked outside with Zhao Hai following from behind. Before long, Kong Miao informed everyone about the recent situation. Both people from the zoo race and the world of cultivation were anxious when they heard the news. Not only the people from the two realms, the people from the Giant Spirit Realm were also shaken upon knowing that 2,000 people from the 100 Treasures Realm were coming over. However, they didn't leave. They planned to stay and fight alongside Zhao Hai and the others. After informing everyone, the immortal stage experts were also informed, but the immortal experts didn't say anything. In fact, they weren't going to take action this time. This was because once these immortal stage experts make a move, then the 100 Treasures Realms experts would move as well. When the time comes, those old fogies would definitely fall in battle. Once they had prepared, Zhao Hai and the others stood on the peak of the Stronghold's mountain. As they looked out, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, this time, our world of cultivation is in real trouble. Even if we manage to repel the 100 Treasures Realm, we would be offending them. Later on, he wouldn't be able to travel safely in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's too late to think about that right now. Even if we behaved, would the 100 Treasures Realm let us off? Instead of worrying, we might as well fight hard. Also, we have the Giant Spirit Realm behind us. We don't have to be afraid of the enemy. Kong Miao sighed and said, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm can afford to lose people, but our world of cultivation cannot. Every person that dies in battle weakens our strength. If we lost a lot, then our development would be heavily affected. Zhao Hai didn't say anything since he knew that Kong Miao was intent on making the world of cultivation a powerful influence. However, Zhao Hai was also aware that the world of cultivation couldn't become stronger in a short period of time. Several generations of effort needed to be done in order to accomplish this goal. Moreover, they also need a lot of powerful experts to guard the front lines. Although the world of cultivation has several immortal stage experts, these people weren't enough to shake things up. They don't even dare come out to the surface. This was the biggest shortcoming of the world of cultivation. Seeing Zhao Hai being silent, Kong Miao couldn't help but turn his head and ask, Little Hai, why are you silent? Zhao Hai looked out and said, Grandmaster, I want to head out. While I do so, you'll use the Guardian formation to buy as much time as possible for the reinforcements from the Giant Spirit Realm. If I get a chance, I can even strike a crucial blow to the 100 Treasures Realm. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, going outside is too dangerous. It's better if you defend here. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandmaster, there's no need to worry about me. If there's no opportunity, then I wouldn't make any attacks. Seeing that Zhao Hai was fully intent on heading out, Kong Miao could only agree, alright, if you want to go out then you can go out. However, you couldn't make a move if there's no opportunity to do so. Make sure to keep yourself safe as much as possible. Zhao Si smiled faintly and said, Grandmaster, you can rest assured. But after I go out, I will have to hide. There would be no way for you to contact me. I'll go out when the time comes. Right. I'll also bring Mo Xing with me. Kong Miao nodded and said, alright, go. Be careful out there. You don't have to worry about us. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he released the Hell King's ship as he took Mo Xing away. Once Zhao Hai was gone, Zhu Ning walked towards Kong Miao and asked, why did Zhao Hai leave? Kong Miao smiled and said, he'll be alright. He wanted to go out and wait for an opportunity to strike once the 100 Treasures Realm begins to siege us. When Zhu Ning heard this, he was stunned. Then he frowned as he said, that's very dangerous. Actually, Zhu Ning wasn't thinking about the danger to Zhao Hai at first. Instead, he thought that Zhao Hai might have found an excuse to run away without being suspicious. Zhu Ning was an old hermit and had experienced a lot of things as well as sinister hearts that were afraid to die. However, it didn't take long before Zhu Ning removed this thought from his mind. He knew clearly how strong Zhao Hai was. He didn't even flinch in front of 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. Although there were a lot of people from the 100 Treasures Realm coming over, it's impossible for Zhao Hai to be afraid of them. Since he thought of this, Zhu Ning removed his suspicion towards Zhao Hai and instead worried about his safety. The world of cultivation's present strength wasn't very good, and with the zoo race's previous action of whittling down their rookies, the talents of the world of cultivation has been reduced. And now, The zoo race were going to depend on the world of cultivation, which would experience a shortage of experts in the future. However, Zhao Hai's age and strength, he can become the representative of the world of cultivation's younger generation. Therefore, Zhu Ning couldn't help but worry for Zhao Hai. Kong Miao shook his head and said, "He'll be alright. Rest assured, Little Hai knows when to make a move. We don't have to worry about him." At this time, Zhao Hai and Mo Sheng left the cultivation realm's stronghold. The moment they left, they disappeared and returned to the space. When the two returned, Laura and the others welcomed them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you really want to attack the 100 Treasures realm from behind?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's head in and talk." "Right, where's Meg?" Seeing that Meg didn't come out, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask Laura. Laura smiled and said, "Meg is preparing food for Mo Sheng to eat." "Brother Hai, if it's not needed, how about you keep Mo Sheng inside the space? It's quite dangerous outside. He can also eat whenever he wants inside the space." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it. He won't agree to staying inside the space all the time." Before Laura could respond, Mo Sheng replied, "I'll follow Big Brother all the time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, you'll follow me." Then the group entered the villa and sat down in the living room. Zhao Hai opened the monitor and looked at the people from the 100 Treasures realm. By this point, almost everyone from the 100 Treasures realm had silver needles in them. The ability of the silver needles to fuse was too formidable. Once they came in contact with these people, the needles immediately transformed into hairs. Because of this, the people from the 100 Treasures weren't able to notice them. Looking at the people from the 100 Treasures realm, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to try blocking them?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "I'm not. I alone aren't able to stop them. I have to use the undead. But once I use the undead, then wouldn't my secrets be exposed? Therefore, I can't deal with these people. If I were to attack someone, then it would be these ones." After saying that, Zhao Hai changed the image on the monitor. Laura looked at the monitor and saw that the scene had changed into the octopus islands. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura immediately understood what he meant. Zhao Hai wanted to attack the octopus islands. Although the 100 Treasures realm already activated its guardian formation, it was useless against Zhao Hai, who would appear wherever he wanted. Moreover, the people left behind on the island weren't a lot. Zhao Hai had confidence in wiping them all out. Not only could he attack the 100 Treasures realm, he could also do it with little to no effort. Laura nodded and said, "So you want to attack the octopus islands? That's a good idea. There's only 300 people left there." By this point, the space has a lot of transcending tribulation experts and even 2 severed soul experts. It shouldn't be hard of them to deal with 300 people. Zhao Hai nodded. "I also discovered that the stronger the person, the more faith power they provide. A severed soul expert can provide faith power equal to 10,000 undead. If compared to the people inside the space, it could equal to 20,000. I can still feel that faith power has more uses for me, so I need to collect more." Hearing Zhao Hai, Laura stared. Then his expression lit up as he said, "So it's like that. Fantastic. We can use the following days to accumulate more undead to provide you with faith power. When do you plan to attack the octopus islands?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew that Laura wanted him to be strong as soon as possible. With this, they have less things to worry about. So he replied, "When the people from the 100 Treasures realm begins attacking the world of cultivation's stronghold, that's when we'll begin." Chapter 1443, Formation Breaking Spirit Snake Needle. Tangji looked on as people from various realms fled in all directions. He had a smile on his face. These ordinary cultivators were scared senseless by the sight of a fleet of large flying artifacts going their way. Tangji was also aware that there might be people from the world of cultivation among these people, but he didn't care. He wanted to deal with the world of cultivation as soon as possible, so he rushed towards their stronghold in plain view. As long as the world of cultivation doesn't leave the 10,000 realm battlefield, they would have nowhere to run. In the face of real strength, plots and schemes were useless. Tangji thought of himself as a person of absolute strength. No matter what tricks the world of cultivation has in its sleeves, he could just dive right into their heart and destroy them. Any realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield had their own bases. Low-grade realms had 1 or 2 bases, while high-grade realms possessed hundreds to several thousands. These bases provide a place for practitioners to rest in as well as define a realm's territory. Therefore, realms generally won't abandon these bases. If they gave up on this base, then their influence on that area would be effectively uprooted. It must be known that besides bases, there aren't any other places in the 10,000 realm battlefield where one could establish a transmission formation to other realms. Because of this, realms wouldn't give up on these bases. At this time, Tang Wen arrived beside Tang Ji and reported, "Senior brother, make everyone prepare. In 20 minutes, we will arrive at the World of Cultivation stronghold." Tang Ji nodded and then took out Jade Sword messages and sent them out to the other shuttles, making everyone prepare. At the same time, his expression turned serious. Tang Ji's purpose this time in attacking the World of Cultivation was to eliminate no other than Zhao Hai. This was because Tang Ji knew clearly that these people wouldn't have survived for this long without Zhao Hai's help. Moreover, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then the Zhu race would have won against the World of Cultivation. After all, multiple calculations were made and all of them pointed to the Zhu race's victory by judging the strength of both realms. But because of Zhao Hai, the Zhu race was defeated. And because the Zhu race failed, the 100 Treasures realm was forced to send their own people to finish the job. And now, those people have disappeared. It can be said that this string of events was caused by none other than Zhao Hai. For this reason, Tang Ji decided to make Zhao Hai his target. He needed to kill Zhao Hai at all costs. In his opinion, he could only avenge his people if Zhao Hai was killed. Before long, 20 minutes had passed and the World of Cultivation's stronghold appeared in Tang Ji's sight. The stronghold of the World of Cultivation wasn't very majestic. It was a mountain full of mines and looked like a honeycomb. Right now, the stronghold was covered by a huge eggshell. However, Tang Ji and the others could still see behind the shield. There were people from the World of Cultivation as well as the Zhu race present. Seeing these people, Tang Ji couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Then suddenly, Tang Ji's expression turned cold. His eyes turned towards a group of tall people. These people wore iron armor and had iron hoops on their heads. Their appearance distinguishes them greatly and easily identified them as people from the giant spirit realm. Almost everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield recognizes the people from the giant spirit realm. This was because the people from the giant spirit realm were very tall. Moreover, they wore iron armor. It was as if it was their signature look. Tang Wen also noticed the tall people behind the barrier. He didn't have as much control as Tang Ji, so when he saw the people from the giant spirit realm, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the giant spirit realm." However, there are only a few of them, about a dozen. It seems like these people are here to check the situation. The World of Cultivation has already told the giant spirit realm. Tang Ji nodded as his eyes let out a cold light. Then he said, "Good. With this, we can deal with the giant spirit realm ahead of time." Then he waved his hand. The high cloud flying shuttles were stored and then the 2,700 people grouped up. Although the Zhu race and the World of Cultivation were now working together, they were still separated into two teams. After all, the fighting styles of the two realms differ greatly. However, it seems like the giant spirit realm wouldn't be very involved. Actually, there's no need for the World of Cultivation to gather together. If Tang Ji and the others wanted to attack them, then they would need to go through the Guardian Formation. One shouldn't think that this Guardian Formation was just a light cover and had no defense whatsoever. It was defensively strong. Otherwise it wouldn't be called a Guardian Formation. These formations also have means to attack. The World of Cultivation's Guardian Formation wasn't a simple defensive formation. The World of Cultivation spent 100 years before completing it. Most importantly, this Guardian Formation was being managed by Immortal Stage experts. Although Immortal Stage experts personally couldn't make an attack, they could still control the Guardian Formation. With this, nobody would be able to have any reasons to use the Guardian Formation controlled by an immortal expert, so how could it be simple? Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm would have to use some skillful manners in order to break through it. Tang Ji was naturally aware of this, but he wasn't worried. They came out this time in order to deal with the World of Cultivation and the Zhu race. Each of these two groups had their own Guardian Formations. If they didn't bring anything to break these formations, then they would be having a hard time. Tang Ji waved his hand as the group from the 100 Treasures realm retreated a few steps. Then Tang Ji patted his spatial bag and took out a huge needle-shaped artifact. This needle-shaped artifact was very peculiar. It wasn't as straight as a normal needle. It curved along its body like a snake. It was 30 meters long and began at 5 meters in diameter before tapering into a point at the end. Seeing this artifact, Kong Miao's expression couldn't help but change as he muttered, "Formation breaking spirit snake needle." Zhu Ning nodded as he said, Right. It's the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. The 100 Treasures realm could actually make one. It seems like we're in trouble. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was a very famous artifact in the 10,000 realms battlefield. This artifact could eradicate almost every formation. One of the reasons for this was because of the material it's made from. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was made out of 1,000 different materials. Among them, 300 were materials used for breaking spiritual chi and spiritual force. It was because of these 300 materials that the needle could break all kinds of formations. The second reason for this was the way it was made. Like its name suggests, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle could move like a spirit snake. On its surface were special wave-like designs that enabled the needle to have an energy shield as it moved forward, helping in breaking formations. Another reason was the needle's ability to congregate spiritual chi. This meant that the needle could be used by more than one person. It could collect all kinds of energies and unify them in order to break the formation. In other words, this formation-breaking spirit snake needle could concentrate the spiritual chi of 2,700 people and direct it to break the World of Cultivation's Guardian formation. The World of Cultivation's Guardian formation was very strong, but this formation was a giant shield that needed to block in every direction. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle can use this to its advantage. It only needed to pierce through one point in order to break it. Due to these characteristics, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle became the nemesis of formations in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, only a few realms could manufacture these needles. Tangji and the others were actually able to bring out a formation-breaking spirit snake needle. It's clear that the 100 Treasures realm was treating this matter with great importance. Although the World of Cultivation's Guardian formation was controlled by mortal experts, it was still impossible for them to defend against more than 2,000 transcending tribulation experts. There's also severed soul experts among these people. They would be able to break the World of Cultivation's formation given the time. Kong Miao coldly snorted and said, "So what if they break the Guardian formation? In any case, we've made our preparations. Tell everyone to get ready." The monks beside him passed on his message to everyone. As for those from the giant spirit realm, they had difficult expressions on their faces. When they first set foot on the World of Cultivation's stronghold, they didn't believe in the World of Cultivation's report. They didn't think that the 100 Treasures realm would really attack. Because of this, they only sent 50 people. On the other hand, Yandong believed that the World of Cultivation was telling the truth. This was because this matter is just too big. All high-level existences in the 10,000 realm battlefield were well aware of the grudge between the giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm. If the World of Cultivation lied, then the giant spirit realm wouldn't let them off. To the World of Cultivation, lying would bring them no benefits. However, not everyone shared Yandong's beliefs. But for those that didn't believe, they could only open their eyes right now. Although the people from the 100 Treasures realm don't have any identifying features, the giant spirit realm could still recognize them. It was said that the one who understood you the most was your enemy. This saying wasn't false. If your body has any problems, even if other people don't notice it, your enemy certainly would. He would then use your problem and use it against you. The giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm were in the same terms. Every time someone from the giant spirit realm practiced, they always imagined the 100 Treasures realm as their enemy. Besides normal trials, the people from the giant spirit realm spent their time analyzing the 100 Treasures realm. The same was true for the 100 Treasures realm. They would analyze every small thing about the giant spirit realm. They would also regard the giant spirit realm as their greatest enemies. The hatred between the giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm was too deep that it penetrated deep into the soul. Because of this, it wouldn't be strange if both sides could recognize each other in a single glance. With Kong Miao's words, everyone from the World of Cultivation and the Zhu race sprang into action. They already made preparations before, so it wasn't that hard to be in position. As for the people from the giant spirit realm, they also made some preparations. Anyone from the giant spirit realm won't hold back when faced with the 100 Treasures realm. This was the rule of the giant spirit realm. After Tangji took out the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, he commanded, "Gather." As soon as he said that, spiritual chi from all directions gathered onto the needle. After absorbing all of these spiritual chi, the needle turned golden. Then it twisted as it became a spirit snake. Seeing that the needle was primed and ready, Tangji shouted, "Pierce." Like a sharp arrow, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle shot straight into the World of Cultivation's Guardian formation like a beam of light. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the formation-breaking spirit snake needle collided with a World of Cultivation's Guardian formation. The Guardian formation changed color multiple times before it shattered like glass. The moment the Guardian formation shattered, Tangji took back the needle and commanded his troops to attack the World of Cultivation's stronghold. At the same time, the people from the stronghold moved. They didn't oppose the enemy in one big group but instead divided themselves into teams as they retreated into the mountain. This didn't mean that they had given up on resisting. On the contrary, the resistance has just started. Although the World of Cultivation doesn't have its own formation-breaking spirit snake needle, they have heard of its properties. The needle was specifically used to destroy formation, so how could it be weak? However, it also has a weak point. The energy it consumed was heavily inflated. No ordinary person could use it on their own. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm only used it one time before taking it back. The World of Cultivation prepared itself for a face-on fight with the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, various kinds of formations were set up along the mines of the mountain stronghold. These formations might not be as powerful as the Guardian formation, but their offensive strength couldn't be looked down on. If a transcending tribulation expert was trapped within, they would have a hard time getting out. Chapter 1444, No Captives. When Tangji and the others started their assault on the World of Cultivation's stronghold, Zhao Hai was ready to attack the octopus islands. But when he saw the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause. He really wanted to acquire the needle. Actually, the best time for Zhao Hai to make a move was the moment Tangji commanded the formation-breaking spirit snake needle to attack the World of Cultivation's stronghold. At that time, because of its massive momentum, Tangji would have a hard time stopping the needle. Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift at that time. Then the formation-breaking spirit snake needle would be sent to the space. Once that happens, then the needle would be his. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai gave up on this idea. It was too risky to do so. Not only would he inform everyone about his spatial abilities, he would also risk the exposure of the space. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to not use this method in order to obtain the needle. Seeing the situation in the World of Cultivation's stronghold, Zhao Hai decided to attack the octopus islands first. The World of Cultivation prepared for the battle, so they should be able to hold on for some time. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, I'm going to attack Octopus Island first. All undead at Transcending Tribulation stage and Severed Soul stage will participate. We can't let anyone escape, especially the one from the detective race. Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this time, we need to be perfect. Once we clean up the Octopus Islands, we'll turn around and help the World of Cultivation. Then he vanished after he said that. The people who remained in the Octopus Islands weren't a lot, and with Zhao Hai's silent arrival, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm weren't able to notice. However, since the 100 Treasures Realm was militarily trained, the scouts quickly discovered Zhao Hai. When the word was passed on, everyone from the 100 Treasures Realm grouped up. Zhao Hai didn't move as he calmly observed the people from the 100 Treasures Realm. These people weren't very strong, only at the Transcending Tribulation stage. It was clear that Tangji didn't expect this place to be attacked, so he didn't leave any Severed Soul experts behind. With this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm encircled Zhao Hai. Each one of them had a bad expression as they looked at him. Zhao Hai looked at these people before cupping his fist and introducing himself. World of Cultivation. Zhao Hai has seen the experts from the 100 Treasures Realm. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, the expression of the people from the 100 Treasures Realm changed. Naturally, they knew who Zhao Hai was. Not a lot of people from the 10,000 Realm battlefield were unaware of Zhao Hai's name. It wasn't hard for an Ascent Soul expert who could control 2 large artifacts to become famous in the 10,000 Realm battlefield. There were plenty of large artifacts in the battlefield like the 8 Cyan Imperial Chariots. However, these large artifacts all needed several people to control them. There's almost nobody else like Zhao Hai who can control 2 large artifacts on his own. Besides this, the reason the people from the 100 Treasures Realm knew about Zhao Hai was because he was the person who destroyed their plan. The loss of 1,000 people was also directly related to Zhao Hai. Because of this, upon hearing Zhao Hai introduce himself, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm were shaken. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you actually dared to come here. However, do you have the strength to deal with 300 people? Zhao Hai looked at the person as he smiled and said, of course not. I'm not that arrogant to think that I can take you all on my own. After he said that, Zhao Hai pointed behind the people from the Hundred Treasures realm. Without even turning their heads, the expressions of the people from the Hundred Treasures realm changed. These people were experts. They didn't need to turn their heads in order to see what's behind them. Behind them were more than 2,000 people. Most of them were at Transcending Tribulation stage while some were at Severed Soul stage. Most importantly, these were all undead experts. In the end, the leader of the group couldn't help but turn behind him. This was because he just saw someone he knew among the undead. Among the undead that Zhao Hai took out, 1,000 of them were from the Hundred Treasures realm. The rest came from the Zoo race as well as a few people from other realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai took them all out this time just to make sure that everything went smoothly. The people from the Hundred Treasures realm were quick to notice that these undead were truly at the Transcending Tribulation stage and the Severed Soul stage. This was also the reason why they were in a daze. They couldn't understand how these undead were able to preserve their strength upon becoming undead. Was this real, a bluff? Looking at the reaction of the people from the Hundred Treasures realm, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This Zhao Hai is a dark mage, so making undead is my strong point. The undead that I make are able to preserve their original strength. Because of this, I didn't dare take them out. If people knew about it, they wouldn't be able to live another day. Since I took these undead out right now, all of you should know what this means, right?" These people from the Hundred Treasures realm weren't fools, so they understood what Zhao Hai meant to say. Zhao Hai wanted to silence all witnesses. Then suddenly, a sound of a fight was heard. The people from the Hundred Treasures realm used their spiritual force to find the commotion only to find out that the place where Xia Beichuan was in has been attacked. Xia Beichuan has been captured by the undead, tied up like livestock. But since the people from the Hundred Treasures realm were in the way towards Zhao Hai, the undead stood in place. The leader of the group from the Hundred Treasures realm looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You actually dared to make a move on the detective race? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by them? You should know that a lot of realms owe favors from the detective race. There will be no place for you in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Zhao Hai gave out a radiant smile as he replied, "No place for me? Then let those from the detective race find me. Ha ha ha. Everyone, don't look too highly upon the detective race. Do you really think that we fought with your first group in the Octopus Islands? To tell you the truth, what you saw in the recreation has been arranged by myself." But the detective race wasn't able to look through that, didn't they? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Xia Beichuan's expression changed. This meant that Zhao Hai was able to set up a fake scenario and the detective race's ability wasn't able to find out. With this thought in mind, the people from the Hundred Treasures realm couldn't help but be anxious. If what they saw before was fake, then what else was false? Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, there's no need to waste more time. I'll have to be impolite." Then Zhao Hai vanished from sight. The people from the Hundred Treasures realm wanted to rush Zhao Hai, but they weren't able to do it because he was already gone. On the other hand, the undead attacked, starting the battle. Naturally, the undead with the superiority in strength and numbers wouldn't give the Hundred Treasures realm any chances. Many of them knew the methods of the Hundred Treasures realm, so they capitalized on this to tie their enemies down. It didn't take long before the battle was finished. There were those who wanted to escape through the high cloud flying shuttles. However, they were blocked by the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots and then dealt with right after. Zhao Hai didn't capture anyone. Everyone from the Hundred Treasures realm and even Xia Beichuan's weak self was turned into undead. Zhao Hai couldn't be blamed for being cruel. Here in the 10,000 realm battlefield, almost nobody surrendered in battle. These were Transcending Tribulation experts. Even Xia Beichuan was in the nascent soul stage. It was useless to make them submit. If they were let out, they would just return to their realms. Therefore, it's better to turn them into undead rather than have a risky prisoner. At least the undead had unwavering loyalty. After dealing with the situation, Zhao Hai immediately erased all traces of battle, making it look like there's no battle that occurred. Even the Octopus Island's Guardian formation was kept up. Then after that, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Zhao Hai quickly entered the villa and asked about the state of the World of Cultivation stronghold. Laura shook her head and said, "It's not doing very well. If the immortal stage experts don't make a move, then the World of Cultivation would certainly lose." Although preparations were made, the Hundred Treasures realm have formation experts among them. Moreover, they grouped into 500 people groups. As the matter stands, they have very strong fighting power. They also focus on breaking formations knowing that the World of Cultivation's experts couldn't stop them. Grandmaster Kong Miao also noticed this, so he's grouping everyone in preparation for meeting the 100 Treasures Realm head-on. Chapter 1445, Zhao Hai's Plan. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "The giant spirit realm didn't send any reinforcements? What are they thinking? Do they really plan to ignore the world of cultivation?" It has been several hours since Yandong returned to the giant spirit realm. It's no wonder why Zhao Hai was angry. The situation of the world of cultivation was certain, yet the giant spirit realm still hasn't sent any reinforcements. Something wrong should have happened. Laura shook her head and said, "The giant spirit realm might not believe the reports we sent them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent a few people in the beginning. However, I think that Yandong is on our side. As long as Yandong believes us, reinforcements should arrive soon." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "I'm afraid the world of cultivation would only be left with a few people when they arrive." Laura sighed and said, "We can't do anything about it. However, just now I saw someone from the giant spirit realm leaving through the transmission formation. They should be heading back to ask for reinforcements." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. I think it's time for me to enter the fight. I can't allow the world of cultivation to lose a lot of people, or else it would disrupt our future plans." Although Zhao Hai said that he was going to enter the fight, he didn't actually move immediately. Instead, he looked at the 5 teams from the 100 Treasures Realm and then turned to Lizzie and asked, "Lizzie, which team do you think we should attack first?" Without even thinking, Lizzie pointed towards one team and said, "This team." Zhao Hai looked and immediately understood Lizzie's decision. This was because this team was active outside the mountain stronghold. The other teams had already entered the mines. Although the mines of the stronghold were both large and small, some of them weren't compatible with Zhao Hai's fighting method. However, the team outside the mountain was different. Zhao Hai can use prowess on these people. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, then I'm going." His figure vanished from the space and reappeared outside the world of cultivation's stronghold. From a distance, he could already see the group from the 100 Treasures Realm. At this time, they had been entangled by the Zhu race. The Zhu race weren't commanded by Kong Miao, but they worked hard because they knew very well what would happen to them the moment they allied with the world of cultivation. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm certainly wouldn't let them off. So instead of waiting for death, they might as well fight. Ingrained deep inside the bones of the Zhu race was their bandit lifestyle. If they could find a ray of survival, then they would do anything to get it, including surrendering to their enemy. However, if they find that their last ray of hope was gone and they were left with the choices of kill or be killed, the fierceness of their blood would come out and they would fight desperately against the enemy. This was the case with the Zhu race right now. In their minds, they weren't going to survive anyway, so they might as well fight to the last man. This made the attacks of the Zhu race much fiercer. Additionally, they could use more artifacts than average practitioners. This allowed them to tie down the team from the 100 Treasures Realm. At this moment, both sides were suddenly hit by an impulse feeling. The two were still facing each other, but their spiritual force was directed behind the team from the 100 Treasure Realm. What they saw made the people from the 100 Treasures Realm's complexion changed. This was because they could see a silver-white ship going straight towards them, but what made them afraid was the presence of 3/8 cyan imperial chariots beside the ship, with 4 large artifacts barging towards them. The visual impact to the people from the 100 Treasure Realm caused their hearts to tremble. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm who had undergone countless battles suddenly found themselves absent-minded. However, they wouldn't just stare blankly after blanking out for a moment, they immediately reacted. Someone from the 100 Treasures Realm loudly commanded, "Last 3 teams, turn back and block the enemy." The last 3 rows of the formation turned around and met with Zhao Hai. At the same time, the 3 teams took out their artifacts. But instead of their small artifacts, what they took out were 3 high cloud flying shuttles. The high cloud flying shuttle couldn't only be used for fast travel, it could also be used to fight. But since its main use was for transportation, and the fact that it was small, these flying shuttles were rarely used to fight. But in the face of 4 large artifacts, the teams from the 100 Treasures Realm didn't have anything other than the shuttles. After all, the ramming strength of 4 large artifacts couldn't be looked down on. Large artifacts are a headache because of their size. If you use a smaller artifact to deal with them, even if you manage to pierce them, this doesn't guarantee that they would stop. Moreover, with how might they are, a damage to a small area wouldn't affect anything at all. Since the 100 Treasures Realm preferred small artifacts, it was impossible for them to use their weapons to block large artifacts. In the end, They could only take out the high cloud flying shuttles. Although high cloud flying shuttles weren't specifically used for battle, they still had offensive strength. Additionally, the flying shuttles were much larger than the usual artifacts that the 100 Treasures realm use. At the same time, they were also stronger than Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai was strong, he was still one person. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm had 3 teams controlling 3 high cloud flying shuttles. However, these people forgot what they saw back in the Octopus Islands when Xia Baichuan reconstructed the scene. Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship to face the 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. It must be known that the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots needed 10 people each to control. Despite being alone, Zhao Hai was able to deal with 30. And now, there's only 15 of them. How could they possibly win? But because of how sudden the attack was, nobody from the 100 Treasures realm were able to think of this. Before long, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship and the 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots crashed into the 3 high cloud flying shuttles. Boom, 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 creak, creak, creak. 3 loud noises of impact were heard, followed by sounds of destruction. The 3 high cloud flying shuttles were thrown back. Parts of them were thrown out. As for the people inside the shuttles, they all vomited blood. Fortunately, they were able to retreat in time, or else they would have died. After clashing with the high cloud flying shuttles, Zhao Hai didn't stop and proceeded towards the main group. This caused the people from the 100 Treasures realm to be in a flurry. Everyone took out their magic artifacts and attacked the Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. However, they still underestimated the ability of liquid silver. It was as soft as flowing water and as hard as steel. Because of this, the weapons of the 100 Treasures realm weren't able to break the Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. But because of the sheer volume of artifacts that attacked, the momentum of the Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots was stopped. Seeing this happen, the people from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't help but rejoice. They knew that they won the collision. Now that the momentum of the large artifacts is gone, their weak point should be exposed. Large artifacts were slow and had little agility. For them, this was an opportunity to restrain the large artifacts. As for Zhao Hai, he looked like he was struggling to retrieve the Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. Seeing this, the people from the 100 Treasures realm rushed over to attack him. However, the people from the 100 Treasures realm failed to see the sly expression on Zhao Hai's face. When these people rushed over, Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots to vanish. Then the Hell King's ship transformed into a large lotus flower. The petals of the lotus flower were huge, protecting Zhao Hai inside. On the tip of each petal was a little bell. These bells emitted sound attacks while flying swords appeared outside the lotus flower. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand once more, causing the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots to appear behind the people who were facing the zoo race, overturning the current situation. Zhao Hai's move was out of the 100 Treasures realm's expectations. In their minds, Zhao Hai was trapped and surrounded, waiting to be killed. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to still have so many moves, dragging them over and assaulting those left behind to fight the zoo race. Seeing this happen, the people from the 100 Treasures realm rushed in order to reinforce their companions. There were also others who decided to attack Zhao Hai. In their minds, as long as Zhao Hai was dealt with, all of these problems would be solved. Then at this moment, 12 metal beasts appeared beside Zhao Hai. The moment these metal beasts appeared, they immediately threw themselves towards the 100 Treasures realm. These metal beasts were more agile than the Hell King's ship and the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots. Moreover, their offensive strength was extraordinary. There's also the flying swords gathered around Zhao Hai. This stopped the 100 Treasures realm from approaching Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't so arrogant to think that he alone would be able to deal with these people without the help of the undead. The people from the 100 Treasures realm were very strong, so it was impossible for him to kill all these people. Because of this, what he needed to do was to tie them down while causing chaos to their lines. At the same time, he would also lend the zoo race a hand. Chapter 1446, Guerrilla Tactics. Zhao Hai made the correct decision. Releasing the flying swords and metal beasts tied down the people coming after him. Meanwhile, the 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots continued on their charge and smashed into the people that were fighting the zoo race. These people didn't expect Zhao Hai's attack to come their way. They always thought that he would be blocked by the others. Because of this, They weren't prepared for this attack. This caused the impact of the 8 cyan Imperial chariots to break their formation. The Zhu race also noticed that Zhao Hai brought large artifacts to the battle. They immediately reinforced their offensive. They wouldn't let go of the opportunity to attack while the 100 Treasures Realms line was in chaos. Once the Zhu race strengthened their attack, the 100 Treasures Realm could no longer stop them. With their chaotic lineup, they weren't able to form an effective defense, and with the Zhu race's numerical advantage, it became impossible for the 100 Treasures Realm to stop them. However, even if the formation of the 100 Treasures Realm appeared chaotic, it wasn't to a severe extent. Instead, they used this chaos to slowly surround Zhao Hai. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who noticed this. The Zhu race could see it as well. The Zhu race's leader immediately issued an order to speed up in order to meet with Zhao Hai as soon as possible. When Zhao Hai noticed this, he put away the lotus as well as the 8 cyan Imperial chariots. After that, the flying swords that he released decreased in size and turned into small needles. Although the swords became smaller, their power didn't decrease. Additionally, it became harder to deal with them because of their number. It was important to note that recently Zhao Hai discovered that he could arrange an even bigger stellar transformations sword formation. It must be known due to their size, there were more needles compared to flying swords. With how the needles had been used extensively to explore the world, Zhao Hai's control over them had reached a very high degree. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm discovered that they had kicked an iron plate this time. They gained their fame by using small artifacts. With their formidable offensive strength, people found it hard to defend against them. However, there weren't a lot of people from the 100 Treasures Realm who used needles as their artifacts. This was caused by several factors, one of which was the fact that needles were just too small. Another was that forging good needles was difficult, and because of how small flying needles were, their lethality was inferior to other bigger artifacts. Although a large number of needles was powerful, it also consumed a lot of spiritual force to control. With the amount of spiritual force an average practitioner could use, they wouldn't be able to control a lot of needles. Lastly, because of their size, making powerful needle artifacts would need high-grade materials as well as formidable refining methods. However, even high-grade realms like the 100 Treasures Realm lacked these materials. For these reasons, flying needles didn't become mainstream weapons in the 100 Treasures Realm. Although there were still those who used them, they only numbered a few. Moreover, these people didn't use flying needles as their main weapon. Instead, they use it for making sneak attacks on the enemy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's flying needles were numerous and lethal, and with them being made out of liquid silver, their tenacity was assured. They were very malleable as well, able to be semicolon as soft as silk. Destroying these needles would be close to impossible. Because of Zhao Hai's change in method, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm couldn't help but panic. Several people were stabbed by the flying needles, losing combat effectiveness and eventually dying to the assault. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite as he took the corpses in and turned them into undead. However, he didn't make these undead enter the battle. This development helped the Zhu race strengthen their position against the 100 Treasures Realm. It didn't take long before they were also beginning to kill their enemies. However, Zhao Hai has to admit that he underestimated the willpower of the 100 Treasures Realm. Among the 500 people in this group, 100 of them had already been killed. Despite losing a fifth of their numbers, there were no signs that the group would collapse. They still resisted with all their strength. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that people from high-grade realms were very hard to subjugate. This was because these people were very proud. Due to their pride, a defeat in the hands of the world of cultivation would be shameful. Even if they escaped with their lives, they would no longer be able to lift their heads. Because of this, they went all out in resisting. They would rather die in battle than retreat. Since they had no intentions of retreating, Zhao Hai killed his way through their numbers. However, he didn't use any Buddhist techniques. He was afraid that the 100 Treasures Realm might see the faith power contained in each technique. But even if Zhao Hai didn't use his Buddhist techniques, his offense was still formidable. He has the 12 metal beasts and silver needles. Even if the people from the 100 Treasures Realm were getting used to the needles, they still weren't able to form a large-scale resistance against it. This was largely due to the metal beasts. As long as people began to group up, the 12 metal beasts would immediately attack them, destroying their formation. The Zhu race didn't idle as well as they continued their assault on the people from the 100 Treasures Realm. It must be said that only around 100 people were tied down by Zhao Hai. This was Zhao Hai's limit with the help of the metal beasts. Even with this, the Zoo race was still able to recover their momentum. There were about 1,000 Zoo race members present. If they were against 500 people from the 100 Treasures realm, then they might be pushed back. But with Zhao Hai causing chaos, eliminating 100 people and tying down 100 more, the remaining group weren't no longer holding any advantageous position against the Zoo race. Before long, the Zoo race gained the upper hand and began cutting down their enemies. Although Zhao Hai was continuously fighting against the 100 Treasures realm, he was also paying attention to the situation of the others. If there were people who couldn't defend, then he would try to lend them a hand. In any case, then with how many they were, the Zoo race could still deal with the 100 Treasures realm on their own. But after looking, Zhao Hai discovered the situation was good. Although the 100 Treasures realm was strong, they were still unfamiliar with the environment. The world of cultivation's stronghold was originally an abandoned mine with numerous tunnels dug into it. There were also the years of development that the world of cultivation did to it. These tunnels might be destroyed and the formations broken, but what the 100 Treasures realm had a hard time dealing with were the spirit formations. These spirit formations weren't formations that isolated spiritual chi, instead it prevented the use of spiritual force. This was a method the world of cultivation learned from the bug race. The bug race used their saliva in order to cover their tunnels with a spiritual force blocking layer. The world of cultivation didn't have a lot of things like the bug race saliva, so they can only install the tunnels with these spirit formations, allowing the tunnels to block the use of spiritual force. However, this wasn't a task that can be finished in a day or two, so this became a consistent task for the stronghold. By this point, all of the stronghold's tunnels were engraved with spirit formations. This caused headaches to the 100 Treasures realm. Because of the spirit formations, the people from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't sense the world of cultivation. Therefore, they can only scour each tunnel one by one. But since the stronghold was very big, it had a large number of tunnels that made it a honeycomb. Wanting to scour these tunnels in order to find the Zoo race and the world of cultivation was very difficult. Kong Miao initially wanted to group everyone and fight a decisive battle, but he quickly discovered that he couldn't do this. The people from the 100 Treasures realm separated themselves into groups of 500 people. 100 people already made the tunnels a bit crowded. If he gathered everyone to fight, then he wouldn't be able to use numbers to his advantage. In the end, they would be eaten by the 100 Treasures realm bit by bit. Fighting one big decisive battle wouldn't work. Since fighting a large battle was impossible, then there's only one other method they could use. After discussing with a Zoo race, combat formations were spread out into more tunnels. Once the 100 Treasures realm fall into them, then they would be ambushed. This would buy the world of cultivation some time. Kong Miao understood that they needed to fight a protracted battle right now and wait for the reinforcements from the giant spirit realm. As long as the giant spirit realm's reinforcements arrive, they would no longer be in danger. He also believes that the reinforcements would arrive. This was because it was the 100 Treasures realm who attacked. They didn't send a lot of people before because they didn't believe that the 100 Treasures realm would attack the world of cultivation. But now that people from the giant spirit realm were the ones asking for reinforcements, their realm would certainly send people. Kong Miao's approach was very effective. Now, the people from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't see any shadows of the world of cultivation and the Zoo race. The only thing they could so now was break formations after formations. Kong Miao also came up with another plan. When they set up formation, they would also include a small alarm formation inside. As soon as the formation was broken, the alarm formation would alert the people who arranged the formation. This was Kong Miao and the others had a grasp on the location of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Knowing the location of the 100 Treasures realm through this method demonstrated Kong Miao's talent. However, this didn't stop at knowing the whereabouts of the 100 Treasures realm. Once they knew where their opponents were, Kong Miao and the others would take advantage of the terrain and then arrange more formations behind the 100 Treasures realm. This way, even if the 100 Treasures realm were to break formations along their way, they would still be trapped inside numerous amounts of formations. This can be considered guerrilla tactics. In fact, it wasn't Kong Miao who thought of this approach. Instead, it was the Zoo race who proposed it. Kong Miao was prideful and didn't want to use this method, but after thinking it through, he discovered that this method was the most suitable for their current situation. Despite his pride, Kong Miao wasn't an inflexible person. In the end, he agreed to this method and began sending people to lure the 100 Treasures realm into regions where they would be tied down. This way, They can delay as much time as possible. Seeing Kong Miao and the others use this method effectively, Zhao Hai couldn't help but give them an approving nod. Now, he focused on dealing with the group in front of him. On the other hand, Zhao Hai felt disappointed at the giant spirit realm. It had already been 2 hours since someone went back to ask for reinforcements. However, there had yet to be anyone coming over. Although Zhao Hai didn't know how much tribute the world of cultivation gave the giant spirit realm each year, he was sure that they weren't lacking. They provided the giant realm with respect in return for protection. But now that the world of cultivation was being attacked, by the enemy of the giant spirit realm no less, the giant spirit realm was actually late in sending help. This was unreasonable for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai could do nothing about it right now, so he could only deal with the situation in front of him. He'll clean this first group for now before going into the tunnels and dealing with the groups there. By this point, the people from the 100 Treasures realm that fought against the Zhu race numbered less than 300. Almost half of the original number had perished. Those who remained were beginning to lose strength in defending. They tried to get away from Zhao Hai's entanglement time and time again, but they still failed. And how could Zhao Hai let them go? For Zhao Hai, these people were potential manpower. As long as he turned them into undead, not only would his strength increase, he could also obtain a lot of faith power. This was what attracted Zhao Hai the most. At the same time, the Zhu race began to be excited as they cut down the 100 Treasures realm. The Zhu race had been chased all over the 10,000 realm battlefield. No high-grade realm took a liking to them. Even if they offered tribute, they would be turned away. This caused the Zhu race to be resentful towards the high-grade realms. But even if they had grievances, the Zhu race couldn't do anything to these high-grade realms. A simple action of these high-grade realms was enough to erase the Zhu race. Because of this, the Zhu race could only endure. This time, they were allowed to vent their grievances. It was also their dream to beat down people from high-grade realms. Now, this dream has been realized. It's no wonder that each one of them were very excited. Chapter 1447. Stall. People have innate hatred for those who had more than them. This was true for those who suffered from poverty or unfairness. Seeing people who had something they wanted, people would naturally be jealous. This mentality existed anywhere. Naturally, it's also present in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although the law of the jungle preyed on vegetarians, this was the 10,000 realm battlefield. After all, those who came here were experts and elites among their people. They weren't mindless beasts. They may respect the law of the jungle, but this only applies if they have no strength. Once they get strong enough, they would make their own laws to benefit themselves. They would no longer depend on the instinct of beasts. Because of this, people in the 10,000 realm battlefield had a deep hatred towards those above them. This was especially true for the Zhu race. Their bandit lifestyle was looked down on in the battlefield. Back when the Zhu race were looking for backers, those high-grade realms didn't receive them and directly drove them away. They can't even offer any gifts. For the Zhu race, it doesn't matter if their gift was accepted or not. What affected them the most was the fact that they were being looked down on, hurting their dignity. Despite being bandits, the Zhu race were still able to live well. What are bandits? They were people who wanted profits while not suffering any losses. They adapted to any situation with realistic thoughts. They were people who understood what needed to be done. The Zhu race knew that they couldn't defend these huge powers, so even if they were insulted, they didn't express their dissatisfaction. Conversely, when they saw these people from high-grade realms, they took the long way around. Because of how careful the Zhu race was, these large realms haven't made a move on them. The Zhu race endured, but this didn't mean that they forgot. Just the opposite. They always wanted to retaliate against these people. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have any opportunities to do so. High-grade realms were just too powerful. The Zhu race can only dream. And this time, they had completely torn the face of the 100 Treasures realm. The Zhu race also no longer had any room to move in. If they don't resist, then they would only perish. So why should they pull back any punches? Because of this idea, the Zhu race went all out against the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai's arrival and success made the Zhu race see the possibility of defeating the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai was just too strong. When he appeared, he attracted the attention of the 100 Treasures realm. This allowed the Zhu race to calmly deal with their opponents and take hold of the upper hand. The Zhu race felt extremely grateful towards Zhao Hai. The people from the 100 Treasures realm also discovered that this couldn't go on. If things continued this way, then they wouldn't be able to survive in the end. If they wanted to reorganize themselves, then they would be separated by the metal beasts. It was simply impossible for them to fight the Zhu race and Zhao Hai in this state. Although their discovery about their predicament came late, the leader of the 100 Treasures Realm group made adjustments. His move was also very special. He had everyone slowly retreat into the tunnels. Naturally, they discovered that an open area wasn't good for fighting against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's large artifacts were causing heavy damage to their numbers. But if they drew back into the tunnels, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to effectively use his large artifacts. Moreover, with a narrow and small space, the numerical advantage of the Zhu race would be minimized. Zhao Hai also discovered the intention of the people from the 100 Treasures Realm. He didn't help the Zhu race in blocking their plan. After all, as long as they enter the tunnels, they would be inside a huge maze. When the time comes, Zhao Hai can deal with them bit by bit. The Zhu race also discovered the plan of their opponent. They wanted to prevent them, but they didn't have the strength to do so. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm moved quickly. Their commander led the way while the others followed in an unexpectedly unified manner. The Zhu race simply weren't given any time to prevent them. Before long, the group from the 100 Treasures Realm managed to enter the mines. As for the Zhu race, they didn't actually give chase. They don't fully understand the situation in the tunnels. Going after their opponents was just courting death. The Zhu race people began receiving their artifacts and then gathering around Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw these people, he couldn't help but be stunned. But he immediately understood what these people wanted. They wanted him to lead them. Zhao Hai also received his artifacts. Then the leader of the Zhu race group stepped forward and bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Thank you for helping us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. We're allies. We should be helping each other." "Everyone, I think we should head in and help the others. What do you think?" The Zhu race representative smiled bitterly when he heard this and said, "Mister, it's not that we don't want to help, but as you can see, we aren't familiar with the tunnels. If we went, then we would just be ambushed by the 100 Treasure Realm. Therefore, we came to Mister for advice." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then I'll have everyone follow behind me. However, please stay close and listen to my commands. Are you alright with that?" Nobody opposed Zhao Hai's decision. Everyone smiled and bowed as their leader said, "We'll be depending on Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I ask everyone to follow me." After he said that, he flew towards the mine. The mine had countless tunnels dug into it. Zhao Hai was also aware that most tunnels in the mines were covered with formations, one of which would inform Kong Miao and the others that the formations had been broken. However, when this happens, Kong Miao and the others wouldn't know that it was Zhao Hai's group that broke it, but instead the 100 Treasures Realm. At the same time, there were also tunnels that had no formations in them. These tunnels were located in very remote areas of the mine where most people wouldn't notice it. Only people from the world of cultivation who were familiar with the terrain would know. Zhao Hai led everyone into one of the tunnels. However, this didn't mean that entering the tunnels was easy. There were countless traps in the mine, cleverly designed traps that would only leave a little area for passage. Not to say these people, even Zhao Hai, hadn't spent a long time in the stronghold. However, although the stronghold wasn't small, Zhao Hai still has the silver needles to scout ahead. Moreover, when the battle started, Zhao Hai was constantly monitoring the stronghold's situation. He also saw Kong Miao and the others arranging the formations in the tunnel. After leading the Zhu race into the mines, Zhao Hai carefully moved forward. The Zhu race followed from behind in a line. The group moved like a large snake as they slowly advanced forward. In about half an hour, Zhao Hai and the others were able to enter the mines completely. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. There were traps everywhere in mine. He didn't want to step on something. It would be bad if there were any misunderstandings that come up. At the same time, Zhao Hai was monitoring the 100 Treasures Realm. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm who were forced into the mines by Zhao Hai were also very careful. When they entered the mines, they immediately set up offensive formations, thinking that Zhao Hai would lead the Zhu race into chase. When that happens, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to Zhao Hai. However, they didn't think Zhao Hai would lead the Zhu race away. Although they saw that Zhao Hai and the others were gone, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm didn't dare come out. They were afraid of Zhao Hai. At the same time, they were afraid that Zhao Hai and the others were laying an ambush outside. In their minds, they can ambush Zhao Hai inside the mines while Zhao Hai was staging an ambush outside. If they got out and fell into Zhao Hai's trap, then they would be finished. In the end, The people from the 100 Treasures realm gritted their teeth and went further deep into the mines. They would rather break formations than face Zhao Hai in battle. Because he saw the people from the 100 Treasures realm entering deeper into the mines, Zhao Hai decided to lead the Zhu race in. His speed wasn't quick, but this allowed him to dodge the formations along the way. However, his speed was still quicker compared to those from the 100 Treasures realm. After 1 hour, Zhao Hai was finally able to reach Kong Miao's location. Kong Miao and the others were currently occupying a large tunnel as a command post. At this point, the people from the world of cultivation and the Zhu race had scattered around the mines. They set up magic formations behind the 100 Treasures realm. Because they had different formations, the world of cultivation and the Zhu race alternated from time to time in order to cause more trouble for the 100 Treasures realm. Besides arranging formations, these people were luring the 100 Treasures realm. This was to ensure that they wouldn't go to places where they shouldn't be. This mine was the world of cultivation's stronghold. There were still many places that couldn't be shown to others, let alone destroyed. Although this cannot be avoided because of the presence of the 100 Treasures realm, at least they needed to reduce the damage. Therefore, Kong Miao and the others led the 100 Treasures realm all around the mines too. This also delays time as well as exhaust the 100 Treasures realm. Chapter 1448. Breaking one finger is better than hurting 10. The people from the world of cultivation weren't idiots. They knew that relying on themselves was much better than relying on others. Therefore, Kong Miao and the others already had this in mind when they went against the 100 Treasures realm. Despite doing their best, they also left themselves a way out. Because of their careful approach, Kong Miao made sure to protect the transmission formations while attacking the people from 100 Treasures realm. They knew that when absolutely necessary, they would have to retreat into the world of cultivation. Kong Miao was an ambitious person, so he also wanted to drive the 100 Treasures realm away. He wanted the world of cultivation to become stronger and become a powerhouse in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But in order to achieve this, they would need a lot of time. To be honest, Kong Miao was feeling disappointed at the giant spirit realm. It has already been several hours since Yendong entered the transmission formation, and it has been roughly 3 hours since they asked for reinforcements. In such a long time, the reinforcements from the giant spirit realm should have arrived. However, not a shadow of help was seen from the giant spirit realm. In this case, Kong Miao could only prioritize the world of cultivation. The giant spirit realm and the 100 Treasures realm had been enemies for many years. But if the giant spirit realm intends to sacrifice the world of cultivation in order to paralyze the 100 Treasures realm, then that wouldn't be impossible. Because of this, Kong Miao accepted the opinion of the people from the Zhu race and used guerrilla tactics in order to deal with the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Although the tactic has been effective thus far, it wouldn't be able to hold off the 100 Treasures realm forever. The 100 Treasures realm has been constantly increasing the number of tunnels in their hands. Despite the magic formations and the distractions, they were still able to expand their hold in the mines. One shouldn't underestimate the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm had been very careful. With every step they make, they would leave some marks and would sometimes draw something on the ground. Although guerrilla tactics had some effects, it wouldn't be able to slow down the progress of the 100 Treasures realm. After all, it was impossible for the people from the 100 Treasures realm to go around in circles forever. Kong Miao frowned as he looked at the map in front of him. This map was an artifact that was made by the world of cultivation back when they made the stronghold. This artifact can show the enemies that entered the mines as well as their current actions. At this time, there were 5 red lines that seized a part of the map. Moreover, the area they held was increasing at a slow but constant speed. What attracted Kong Miao's attention the most at this time was a new group appearing near the entrance of the mine. Although the tunnels had been passed by the 100 Treasures realm before, they were currently trapped by a formation set up by the world of cultivation. From that time, they didn't leave the mine. In other words, there was a new invader in the mines. This caused a headache for Kong Miao. If the 100 Treasures realm increased their troops, then the world of cultivation would face even more trouble. Just as Kong Miao was feeling uncomfortable about the situation, a monk suddenly came in and reported, "Senior brother, Mr. Zhao Hai is here." Kong Miao couldn't help but stare when he heard the monk. Then his expression lit up as he said, "Invite him in quickly." The monk nodded before turning around and leaving. Kong Miao wasn't the only person in the room. Zuning, Jianyi, and Zhu Wuzun were also with him. They also heard the monk's words and couldn't help but look at the room's entrance. They wanted to meet Zhao Hai, who brought repeated miracles along with him. When people fall into the water, even if there's only a thin string, they would still grab it. This was because they hoped that it would save their life. Now, Zhao Hai was like this. He was the string Kong Miao and the others hoped to save their lives. Before long, Zhao Hai entered the tunnel. Upon entering, Zhao Hai immediately gave Kong Miao and the others a salute. He knew the current state of the entire mine, but he still had to give his respects to these people. Kong Miao welcomed Zhao Hai, and as he said, "Little Hai, when did you come back? How did you find us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Coming home and not even finding the door is shameful." "Right, when I returned, I met the people from the zoo race who were fighting against a group from the 100 Treasures realm. In the end, we worked together and managed to kill 300 people from the 100 Treasures realm. I've led them in here and they're now waiting outside." Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone inside the tunnel was happy. Without waiting for Kong Miao to respond, Zhu Ning interjected, "You actually managed to kill 300 people from the 100 Treasures realm?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It should be about 300 people. They have more than 500 in the group. In the end, they can only retreat into the mines. There's only about 200 of them left." Zhu Ning laughed and said, "Good, that's fantastic. Little Hai, I must thank you. I was anxious about the group outside since they don't have a proper commander. It's great that you were able to lead them back here." Kong Miao's expression also showed his excitement. Then he said, "All right, this is another great contribution by Little Hai. Come, take a seat. I'll brief you on the current situation." After that, Zhao Hai was led to the side of the table where the map was. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't notice this map before, and now, he couldn't help but look at it. Kong Miao explained, "This is a map made by the seniors from the world of cultivation. It took more than 100 years to make it. It can be said that the entire mine is now part of a large magic formation, and this map is the center of the formation." Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao with an expression of shock. He was truly startled. He didn't expect the world of cultivation to have such a treasure. Kong Miao pointed with his hand and said, "You see those 5 red lines? They are the people from the 100 Treasures realm. We've been doing well in keeping them in Region 3. But they are now beginning to expand their area bit by bit. If they manage to find the transmission formations, then we would be in trouble." Zhao Hai looked at the map. Everything was well represented. It was divided into 5 regions, with Region 3 currently on the outermost part of the map. At the center of the map was a blank space representing the restricted area. Naturally, the world of cultivation didn't want the zoo race to know about the topography of the restricted area. Beside the restricted area were the 4 tunnels that contained the transmission formations. Each tunnel was huge and each held the most important transmission formations of the stronghold. Around the place where the transmission formations were in the restricted area were regions 1, 2, 4, and 5. These regions protected the center region. If the entire mine was a hammer, Region 3 would be the shaft while the rest were its head. Zhao Hai looked towards Region 3 where the red lines of the 100 Treasures realm were. They were slowly heading out of the region. It's clear that they had discovered Kong Miao's plan and were thinking of ways to get out of it. Zhao Hai gave a slight frown as he said, "Grandmaster, do we know when the reinforcements from the giant spirit realm would arrive?" As soon as Zhao Hai said these words, everyone in the tunnel turned towards Kong Miao. Kong Miao sighed and said, "I don't know yet." There had been no news since Yindong went back. There's also no news from those who went back to ask for help. However, the 48 people who remained are still here and are helping attack the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai signed, showing his dissatisfaction. Then he returned to looking at the map as he said, "What we need to do right now is to whittle down the numbers of the 100 Treasures realm as much as possible." They are now divided into 5 teams with 500 people each. One of them has already been dealt with and reduced to 200. That group is no longer a threat. Now we have 4 groups left to take care of. How heavy are their losses? Kong Miao smiled bitterly and said, "Their losses aren't great. After all, those formations don't fight back. It's almost impossible to use those formations to cause heavy damage. Each team should have lost 30 or so people." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's still good. The commander of the 100 Treasures realm is good. He knows that having a lot of people is useless in the tunnels, so he divided his army into 5. We might have constrained them with the formations, but formations can only do so much. We should light them a fire to deal with." Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How so?" Zhao Hai replied, "Breaking 1 finger is always better than wounding 10. Instead of stalling them like this, we should take the initiative to attack. You should have also seen the tunnels of the mine. There should be tunnels big enough for us to lay an ambush. This one, it's quite a distance from Region 3. Even if the other teams want to help, It would take some time for them to arrive. We can eliminate one group and then deal with the others. Kong Miao looked at the map as he earnestly listened to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai was pointing towards a place near Region 3. It should be enough to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. Even if 10,000 people battle there, they would easily fit. However, getting the army together would be a challenge. The world of cultivation and the Zhu race's troops were currently scattered around the mine. Wanting to summon them in a short time wouldn't be easy. Chapter 1449, Direct Confrontation. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao's expression and knew what he was thinking. Zhao Hai said, Grandmaster, there are more than 1,000 Zhu race brothers who came here with me. I can take them to stage an ambush on the tunnel. Meanwhile, you can send people to lead the 100 Treasures realm there. At the same time, you can contact the other teams to assemble towards the tunnel as soon as possible. As long as we get those people in the tunnel, we can eliminate a group from the 100 Treasures realm. At the same time, we can arrange for defensive measures in order to stop the other groups from helping. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao agreed and said, alright, I'll take care of it. You go to the tunnel and prepare an ambush. Once you're ready, notify me immediately. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave everyone in the room a salute before he left. Seeing Zhao Hai coming out, the Zhu race members who came with him were looking at him with eagerness. To be honest, they wanted to fight alongside Zhao Hai rather than on their own. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brothers, follow me. We're going into battle once again. I'll brief you on the way. When they heard this, the Zhu race members cheered. Then they followed Zhao Hai as they headed towards the designated tunnel. Zhao Hai briefed them about their mission as they went along. Nobody objected to the plan. On the contrary, they were a little excited. They wanted to fight against the 100 Treasures realm once more, and they were eager to get a chance to wipe them out. After 7 or 8 turns, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the tunnel where they would stage an ambush. This tunnel was quite huge, although there were stone pillars 400-500 meters high supporting the cave structure. These wouldn't affect the battle. Zhao Hai assigned the Zhu race members to prepare for an ambush. At the same time, he took out a jade sword message and sent word back to Kong Miao. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't see the appeal of the jade sword messages, but now, his thoughts were different. Besides their convenience, jade sword messages carry a spiritual seal which increases the degree of confidentiality. This caused Zhao Hai to be fond of them. After Kong Miao received Zhao Hai's message, he immediately sent word to the various teams to meet up with Zhao Hai as soon as possible. There's only one team that was excluded. It was the largest team among the others with 100 members. The leader of this team was from the world of cultivation. He was actually an acquaintance of Zhao Hai, Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding was responsible for the newcomers area. However, since this event was closely related to the world of cultivation's future, everyone gathered at the stronghold. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were naturally among these people. With their strength and reputation, they were able to get captain ranks. Their current duty was to arrange formations and delay the 100 Treasures realm. When Yuan Ding received Kong Miao's jade sword message, he was stunned. But then when he read the message, he couldn't help but chuckle at what he read. Yuan Zhen was beside Yuan Ding. Seeing Yuan Ding's expression, he couldn't help but get curious. Senior brother, what happened? What are you happy about? Yuan Zhen understood his senior brother very well. His senior brother dealt with matters calmly. Only very few things could make him chuckle. Yuan Ding didn't hide anything as he handed the jade sword message to Yuan Zhen and said, Go take a look. It's about Mr. Zhao Hai. Yuan Zhen was stunned for a moment. Then he took the jade sword message and read its contents. The message described the current plan. Not only did it include the ins and outs of the operation, it also said that they needed to listen to Zhao Hai's command. Zhao Hai was personally led by Yuan Ding to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although he has been in the battlefield for a short time, Zhao Hai was able to become an important character of the world of cultivation. This was something that Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen didn't think of. The two weren't envious of Zhao Hai. After all, it was the two of them who scouted Zhao Hai. There was a rule in the world of cultivation that rewarded the scouts who recruited someone that provided great merits for the realm. The greater achievements their recruited person achieves, the more rewards the recruiter would have. Additionally, having a connection to a genius would be great for the recruiters. Because of this, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were eager in scouting for talents to send to the battlefield. And the better the rookie's performance was, the happier they would be. Seeing the contents of the jade sword message, even the ice-cold expression on Yuan Zhen's face lit up. Then he said, Good, very good. I didn't expect Zhao Hai to do such a good job. Senior brother, What are you planning to do now? Yuan Ding smiled faintly and said, although it's not written on the Jade Sword message, it's clear that Grandmaster Kong Miao is longer depending on the giant spirit realm. Instead, he wants to deal with the situation himself. It's a good idea to deal with the 100 Treasures realm group by group. Yuan Zhen nodded. Then he coldly snorted and said, those fellows from the 100 Treasures realm have been bullying us. It's time to show them how fierce we can be. Yuan Ding knit his brows and said, you shouldn't look down on the enemy. Those fellows from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be easy to deal with. They are very strong. Although we only need to lure them over to the mine, we still have to be careful. Yuan Zhen nodded. Then he said, senior brother, you can rest assured. I'll immediately pass on the orders for the others to be careful. Yuan Ding nodded. Then Yuan Ding left to relay the orders. Once the order was passed down, Yuan Ding led everyone towards where the 100 Treasures realm were. Yuan Ding and the others could be regarded as the frontline troops of the world of cultivation. Although they didn't clash with the people from the 100 Treasures realm, they still know where they were. This was because the 100 Treasures realm were making noises while breaking formations. Yuan Ding was also an experienced combatant, so he knew what needed to be done. Yuan Ding signaled to everyone before setting off. It didn't take long for the team to find a group from the 100 Treasures realm. There were more than 500 people in this group. They were currently breaking a formation. After seeing these people, he immediately issued orders to attack the enemy's rear. The 100 Treasures realm was already annoyed by the world of cultivation's guerrilla tactics. However, since they lacked the ability, they couldn't do anything. They discovered that the people from the world of cultivation were like old rats. Once they enter a tunnel, they would be very hard to track down. The terrain was like a maze, and with the world of cultivation's formations, it was very hard for the 100 Treasures realm to pursue. Now, the people from the world of cultivation dared to test their patience. This was something they cannot bear. They had been led here and there for a long time, so their patience had reached its limit. There's no way for them to tolerate this provocation. The 500 members of the group angrily roared towards Yuan Ding and the others. However, Yuan Ding and the others quickly turned away and ran, but they didn't run quickly and deliberately slowed down. And while they were running, they would set up formations in order to annoy the people from the 100 Treasures realm even more. Yuan Ding did this deliberately so that the people from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't get any ideas. He wanted the people from the 100 Treasures realm to think that he was testing their limits, not leading them somewhere. After a long time constantly breaking formations, the people from the 100 Treasures realm would certainly think that they were only doing this in order to stall for time. And once they were tired, the world of cultivation would come over and deal with them. And after stalling them for a long time, the people from the world of cultivation arrived and attacked them. It's likely that they wanted to see if the people from the 100 Treasures realm were vulnerable. If they were indeed tired, then the world of cultivation would send the stronger troops in order to clean them up. Yuan Ding intended the people from the 100 Treasures realm to keep thinking this way. He wanted them to think that he was here to test them. These people from the 100 Treasures realm were angered that they simply didn't think of much. Instead, they thought that Yuan Ding and the others were just here to provoke them. Because of this, they weren't able to discover that Yuan Ding and the others were escaping at a slower speed than before. This time, the world of cultivation has made the proper preparations in order to receive the 100 Treasures realm's attack. They invested a lot of capital in order to install formations. Flags and formation discs were sent over from the realm in addition to the supply they already had in the stronghold. The 10,000 realm battlefield was just too rich for the world of cultivation to give it up. Not only were various resources found in the battlefield, there's also the more important cultivation methods. A lot of powerful cultivation methods that the world of cultivation had was obtained from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although jade slips obtained in the 10,000 battlefield have spiritual seals, once those seals were broken, then the contents inside would be destroyed. Even breaking 1,000 jade slips wouldn't guarantee one cultivation method. However, there really were a lot of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Battles between the more than 30,000 realms would cause jade slips to be abundant. If one was lucky, they would be able to obtain 10,000 jade slips in one battle. If they can obtain even just one cultivation from these jade slips, then the world of cultivation would have profited. For these reasons, the world of cultivation would never let go of the 10,000 realm battlefield. For them, abandoning the 10,000 realm battlefield was akin to sealing themselves off. Then they would only get farther and farther away from the other realms. At the same time, The world of cultivation's higher-ups maintained a deep sense of crisis because of the battlefield. Although the other realms were still unaware of the world of cultivation's coordinates, this doesn't guarantee that they never will. If people discover the world of cultivation's coordinates, then they might attack. If the world of cultivation remained passive and retreated, then the only thing waiting for them was their destruction. Being prepared for danger in times of peace was a sign of a matured civilization. After suffering several setbacks, the world of cultivation was able to learn lessons and were no longer arrogant. To be honest, the Buddhists regretted their plot against the cultivators. If they still had their original number of experts, then the world of cultivation would be at the upper tier of mid-grade realms. Although they were only one level lower right now, the benefits they could obtain were still incomparable to before. Although the Buddhists were still suppressing the sects in recent years, they weren't as ruthless. They also wanted the world of cultivation to develop faster. Only when the world of cultivation gets stronger would they obtain more benefits. When they knew that they were faced against the 100 Treasures realm, the people from the world of cultivation wanted to count on the giant spirit realm. However, upon seeing that the giant spirit realm only sent 50 people, the higher-ups understood that the giant spirit realm wasn't taking this matter seriously. This was what they were most worried about. Because of this, the world of cultivation had nothing else to do but invest heavily in the battle in order to drive the 100 Treasures realm away. The people from the 100 Treasures realm were the most affected by the development. They were also the people who were the least willing to give up on the battlefield. Because of this, in order to successfully accomplish their task, they made sure to be careful in every step they make. The people from the 100 Treasures realm didn't attempt to think about Yuanding's actions, they just kept chasing. Although they were still breaking formations along the way, seeing that Yuanding and the others were within reach, the people from the 100 Treasures realm were very excited. Yuanding's position wasn't far from the ambush point. Before long, Yuanding and the others arrived at the place where Zhao Hai and the others were. Upon entering the tunnel, Yuanding and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because they didn't feel that there was an ambush. They didn't even feel anyone's presence. This caused them to be puzzled. Just as they were shocked, Zhao Hai's voice entered their ears. "Masters, please continue walking forward towards tunnel number 8. Once we begin attacking, turn around and attack as well." Although they weren't able to discover Zhao Hai, they recognized his voice. Therefore, Yuanding and Yuanzhan gave a nod as they flew forward. And before they were able to enter the tunnel, the 100 Treasures realm arrived. Yuanding and the others didn't dally and immediately entered the next tunnel. Naturally, the group from the 100 Treasures realm continued their pursuit. Then when they reached the center of the tunnel, a large number of artifacts attacked them. Yuanzhan and the others also turned around and attacked. This caused the group from the 100 Treasures realm to be stunned. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. However, they didn't panic. They organized themselves and prepared to defend. Chapter 1450, Ambush. Before the people from the 100 Treasures realm were prepared to resist the incoming attacks, 12 huge metal beasts suddenly appeared in the middle of their group. These 12 metal beasts didn't charge in from outside. They just appeared then and there. The people from the 100 Treasures realm didn't expect 12 metal beasts to appear among them. They were caught off guard. Now they were beginning to be slaughtered. The 12 metal beasts were akin to 12 killing machines. They became unhindered among the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Nobody can stop them. The Zoo race members in the vicinity also attacked. These people were already experienced in fighting the 100 Treasures realm. Now that the group from the 100 Treasures realm had been turned chaotic by the 12 metal beasts, the Zoo race took this opportunity to attack. A lot of people from the 100 Treasures realm were killed by this. This was the most desperate fight that these people had been in. They didn't expect the world of cultivation and the Zoo race to have the courage to ambush them. This was a true surprise for them. And with Zhao Hai's surprise attack, the group from the 100 Treasures realm didn't have any means to resist. In the end, they can only defend passively against the attacks. Yuanding and Yuanzhan couldn't help but get stunned. They had a brief encounter with the 100 Treasures realm before and they knew how strong they were. They didn't expect Zhao Hai and the Zoo race to completely overwhelm these people. Confidence is a very strange thing. People from high-grade realm had a higher level of confidence compared to those in lower-graded realms. Even if the strength between the two were the same, those from high-grade realms tend to win more. In other words, confidence represented morale. If you have a higher morale than the enemy, then you would have a greater chance of winning. On the other hand, smaller realms tend to lose confidence when faced with people from higher grade realms. One couldn't blame them. After all, the other party was more conditioned than them. Moreover, People from lower realms were wary of offending a high-grade realm. Because of this, their attacks became timid. People from lower realms who managed to escape from people from higher realms would be able to show off their survivability. But this time, the situation was different. This was a war of extinction. If they lost, the Zhu race would become extinct. Because of this, the Zhu race let go of any worries they had. Their lack of confidence from before was supplemented by Zhao Hai's previous feat of dealing with the first group from the 100 Treasures realm. This allowed the Zhu race to fight with their full capabilities. Currently, the Zhu race were fighting with 120% of their strength. Naturally, they wouldn't suffer any losses against the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Additionally, the people from the 100 Treasures realm weren't in the right state to fight. Their effective strength has been lowered to 60%. In this case, the people from the 100 Treasures realm would be the ones suffering a loss. They could only be pressed down by the Zhu race. Although the people from the 100 Treasures realm were being pressed down, they continued to resist. Perhaps this was because of the pride they held deep in their hearts. Because of this, ending the fight in a short time became impossible. The people from the 100 Treasures realm were waiting for reinforcements. They already sent a Jade Sword message to ask for help. As long as they persist until reinforcements arrive, they would be able to win. But what they didn't know was that their Jade Sword message had been taken by Zhao Hai, so none of their messages went through. It would be impossible for them to have reinforcements. At the same time, a large number of combatants from the world of cultivation and the Zhu race were still on the way. Once they arrive, the group from the 100 Treasures realm would certainly be eliminated. The group from the 100 Treasures realm were also able to notice that more and more enemies were arriving. On the other hand, their numbers were getting smaller and smaller. It was too late for them to attempt escaping. The fight went on as more and more people arrived. At this time, the people from the world of cultivation and the Zhu race numbered more than 3,000. Meanwhile, the people from the 100 Treasures realm only numbered 100, and every single one of these 100 were injured. They were now resisting with their final strength. Despite this, the world of cultivation and the Zhu race didn't relax. This wasn't a small matter. It involved their life and death. By this point, they had a deep grudge with the 100 Treasures realm. If they didn't take this opportunity to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, then their futures would be very bleak. Those who can come to the 10,000 realm battlefield were elites in their respective lands. Most of them were at the transcending tribulation stage. The hands of these people were covered in blood. Killing was too common for them, almost as common as breathing. Moreover, these people are old foxes. The late reinforcements from the giant spirit realm caused them to feel wronged. They were also aware that they could only rely on each other right now. After all, they might be going against the 100 Treasures realm in the future, so they might as well fight right now. With the overwhelming numbers of the world of cultivation and the Zhu race, the group from the 100 Treasures realm could no longer withstand them. They were suppressed and didn't have the opportunity to fight back. At this point, the group from the 100 Treasures realm no longer had their arrogant demeanor from before. They have looked down on the world of cultivation and the Zhu race. They believed that 500 people was enough to rout 5,000. But now they know that if they push someone so far, then a time would come where they could no longer win. Besides releasing the 12 metal beasts, Zhao Hai didn't do anything else. He just stood on the side and observed. By this time, he already retrieved the 12 metal beasts. Standing behind him was Mo Sheng. Li Zongdao was present as well. The two looked like Zhao Hai's guards, one behind him and the other was at his side. The battle ended quickly after that. The people from the 100 Treasures realm were completely wiped out. They had no way to run, and even if they surrendered, they were still slaughtered by the world of cultivation and the Zhu race. After the last person from the 100 Treasures realm fell down, the world of cultivation and the Zhu race cheered. This was the first time they managed to defeat the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, they were extremely happy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's celebration and gave out a light cough. Although his cough wasn't very loud, everyone turned silent when they heard it. In an instant, the entire tunnel became peaceful. Zhao Hai looked at those present and said, "It's not time to celebrate yet. Let's clean the scene first. You are free to take their artifacts away, but I have a request. Leave their bodies to me. I am a dark mage and I can make undead out of their corpses. Is everyone okay with that?" The cultivators and the people from the Zhu race didn't even think about it, as everyone bowed at the same time and said, "We'll do as Mr. says." They already recognized Zhao Hai's position due to his strength. These people took the artifacts from the corpses and put them in spatial bags. However, instead of keeping it, a representative from the Zhu race and the world of cultivation handed it all over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood. They slaughtered 500 people from the 100 Treasures realm. However, they numbered more than 4,000. If they divided the spoils right now, then the distribution wouldn't be fair. Because of this, everyone just took all the artifacts and then handed it over to someone to distribute after the battle. Zhao Hai didn't refuse. He turned his head to the Zhu race member and the monk and said, "You too, please take these and hand them over to Grandmaster Kong Miao." The two naturally agreed as they took the spatial bags and left. Zhao Hai also collected the corpses of the people from the 100 Treasures realm. After he did that, he turned his head towards everyone and said, "It's time to divide the work. Masters Yuanding and Yuanzhen, please take the men from the world of cultivation and lure the 100 Treasures realm. Friends from the Zhu race, since you have stealth robes, I'll have to ask you to hide and wait for the ambush. Is everyone alright with this?" The people present complied and went along with what Zhao Hai said. Although it has been a short time since Zhao Hai entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, both the Zhu race and the 100 Treasures realm already suffered heavy losses in his hands. Originally, the Zhu race were angry at Zhao Hai, but after fighting with him against the 100 Treasures realm, they no longer cared about the past. Instead, they wanted to foster a close relationship with Zhao Hai. At the same time, although Yuanding and Yuanzhen were the ones who recruited Zhao Hai to the 10,000 realm battlefield, they didn't dare pull any rank at this time. They complied and took their men to leave. The Zhu race also hid themselves. As for Zhao Hai, he didn't leave and instead cleaned up the battlefield. Then he found a tunnel and hid. After hiding himself in a tunnel, Zhao Hai began to pay attention to the actions of the 100 Treasures realm, especially the group where Tangji was. This group had the strongest experts among the 5 groups. If they faced Tangji and the others, then the losses would certainly be large. Yuanding and Yuanzhen began to lure another group from the 100 Treasures realm. Seeing that the group wasn't Tangji's, Zhao Hai felt relieved. What happened next was the same as before. Yuanzhen and Yuanding attacked the group and then turned around and ran. At the same time, they arranged formations behind them in order to light a fire inside the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Before long, the group was lured into the ambush tunnel. The fight proceeded just like the previous one. Zhao Hai's opening move was very lethal towards the group from the 100 Treasures realm. But after this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This didn't mean that the result was bad. On the contrary, the battle was going much faster than the one before. The ambush was executed beautifully. Zhao Hai frowned because Tangji's group suddenly paused. They seemed to have discovered something. Tangji stopped as his brows wrinkled. Then he took out a few jade sword messages and sent them out. They also commanded his group to stop and guard their position. Chapter 1451, Bomber. Zhao Hai doesn't understand what Tangji was doing. He didn't know why they stopped. They were so far from the action that Tangji shouldn't have noticed anything. Zhao Hai immediately talked to Kair. "Kair, check and see what's the matter with Tangji. Does he have a connection with the other groups?" Kair complied and immediately checked. Before long, Kair answered, "Brother Hai, Tangji contacts the other groups every hour." But this time, 2 groups didn't reply. It's possible that Tangji had become suspicious. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's this. It seems like our fishing strategy has came to an end. However, our progress is already good." Kair didn't say anything. As for Zhao Hai, he kept his eyes on the battle currently ongoing. The numbers of those from the ambushed group continued to decrease. In less than an hour, the group from the 100 Treasures realm have been eliminated. But at the same time, Tangji became even more suspicious. Zhao Hai discovered that Tangji and the others were beginning to convene with the other groups. It was now impossible to lure them over without the others noticing. Yuanding's group was about to head out after cleaning the battlefield, but they were stopped by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "It's time to stop." The 100 Treasures realm already noticed the disappearance of the 2 groups and had become suspicious. They would no longer be tricked. On the contrary, it has become dangerous for Master Yuanding's group to head out. "You should take a rest and resume your previous tasks." Yuanding heard Zhao Hai and understood what he meant. Zhao Hai wanted them to return to setting up formations. This wasn't a problem. After all, it's much more convenient for them this way. Yuanding nodded and then led his people back. Zhao Hai nodded to everyone before flying towards Kong Miao to give a report. Just as he arrived, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he could see people from the giant spirit realm. These people looked very arrogant. The person standing next to Kong Miao was angrily staring at him. Kong Miao's expression wasn't good to look at either as he returned the gaze of the person from the giant spirit realm. The smell of gunpowder could be smelled between the two. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He was focused on monitoring the 100 treasures realm that he wasn't able to pay attention to what was happening here. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Wuzhen, who also didn't have a good expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Mister, what happened?" Zhu Wuzhen looked at the person from the giant spirit realm, then he coldly snorted and said, "That is the great spirit realm's bomber. He wants us to send troops and have a decisive battle with the 100 treasures realm. We can't allow for this despicable move." Zhu Wuzhen heavily emphasized the word despicable. As soon as Zhao Hai heard this, he understood what the giant spirit realm wanted. His expression immediately turned heavy. They want to have a decisive battle against the 100 treasures realm? These people are really speaking nonsense. This wasn't their home base, so they didn't care. Most importantly, if they really fought against the 100 treasures realm, their losses would be very big. Although the 100 treasures realm only had more than 1,000 people left by this point, their strength was still something that could cause the world of cultivation and the Zhu race to lose a lot of men. The two previous attacks that they did was basically a divide-and-conquer tactic. It was a numbers game and not a pure brawl. Zhao Hai even had to cause chaos among the 100 treasures realms group in order for them to win. Even then, they lost more than 100 people. If they were to really face the 100 treasures realm, then the casualties would certainly affect the world of cultivation and the Zhu race for generations to come. The world of cultivation and the Zhu race couldn't afford to lose a lot of people right now. And now, the giant spirit realm wants the world of cultivation and the Zhu race to sacrifice lives. What were they thinking? Zhao Hai looked at Bomber and could see that Bomber was the type of person who looked down on them. His posture was the same as those from the higher-ups, completely different to Yindong. They were aloof as they looked down on others. Zhao Hai was disgusted with these people the most. However, Zhao Hai didn't refute Bomber. No matter what, Bomber came to represent the giant spirit realm. There's no advantage to the world of cultivation and the Zhu race if they were to offend him. Zhao Hai stepped forward as he gave a bow and said, "I have seen Grandmaster Bomber. This one has a report to give Grandmaster Kong Miao. If Grandmaster Bomber is interested, you can listen as well." Although Bomber hasn't been in contact with the world of cultivation for a long time, he knew about Zhao Hai. It must be said that Zhao Hai's fame was bigger than Kong Miao in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, Kong Miao likes to discuss matters with Zhao Hai. Because of this, Bomber didn't embarrass Zhao Hai and instead said, "Oh, you have a report. Let me hear it then." Kong Miao also looked at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what Zhao Hai was about to say. Zhao Hai looked at the two as he smiled and said, "Our world of cultivation and Zhu race alliance used a luring tactic in order to destroy two groups from the 100 treasures realm. In total, we managed to kill 1,135 people. Meanwhile, our casualties numbered 147 people." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone in the room stared. Then Kong Miao and Zhu Wuzhen's expressions lit up. On the other hand, Bomber had a suspicious look on his face. Naturally, he didn't believe the report. Before Kong Miao could speak, Bomber looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, are you telling the truth? Do you have evidence to prove that you killed more than 1,000 people from the 100 treasures realm?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he took out a bunch of spatial items. There were more than 500 spatial items. Space rings, space bracers, spatial bags. All of these things were sprawled on the ground. Then Zhao Hai looked at Bomber and said, "Grandmaster Bomber, this is the spatial equipment of the second group that we dealt with. I sent the first batch to Grandmaster Kong Miao. I wonder if Grandmaster already received them." Kong Miao nodded and said, "I received it. I didn't expect you to clean up the second group this quickly. Great job. By the way, why did you return here?" Kong Miao asked the person who came before, so he knew that the success of the two ambushes was due to Zhao Hai's abilities. Without Zhao Hai, the plan wouldn't be able to proceed smoothly. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We're no longer able to make a move. The enemy's commander gets in contact with all the groups every hour. Now that they lost contact with two groups, he began to be suspicious. If we lured them over this time, not only would we fail, we would also suffer huge loss." Kong Miao nodded and said, "So what are you planning to do now?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I had Master Yuanding and his group to arrange formations. We'll stall the people from the 100 treasures realm for now. Once they become tired, we might be able to find an opportunity to attack. But if we attack now, we would certainly suffer heavy losses. Ba Muir coldly snorted and said, how can these spatial items prove that you killed the people from the 100 Treasures realm? These items have seals on them. We can't open them at all. Who knows if you are only taking these things out in order to fool people? Hearing Ba Muir, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown slightly. Ba Muir was too much. However, Zhao Hai still calmly replied, Grandmaster Ba Muir, this is the stronghold of the world of cultivation, our final bastion here in the battlefield. Now that we have robbers in our home, it's natural for us to beat them out. Why would we deceive ourselves with mere spatial items? Do you really think that's necessary? Also, I can open these spatial items right now. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as he released undead from the 100 Treasures realm. Then he pointed towards the spatial items and said, take your spatial items and take out all of the contents inside. The undead complied as they stepped forward and took their own spatial items and took out everything inside. The people from the 100 Treasures realm were very rich. Various ores and plants began to be revealed, as well as their small artifacts. The small artifacts of the 100 Treasures realm were indeed small. They also looked very refined. Zhao Hai already opened these bags in order to spawn ore veins in the space as well as add more plants to the spaces shop. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't too aggrieved